I'm losing touch. Need you to save me. Save me. I feel safe in your arms. Wanna stay with your heart. I'm losing touch. Need you to save me. Save me. I feel safe in your arms. Wanna stay with your heart. 'Cause your love is all I need. 'Cause your love is all I need. 'Cause your love is all I need. Your love is all I
We are live with Championship Sunday here at the North American Clutch Series and from the Boeing Center at Techport. It's going to be a great day. We have so much prepared for you, and we had 13 teams. Now we're down to just 8, and those are going to be fighting for the lion's share of this $5,000 prize pool. So much excitement and so much to offer. We have a lot to break down, and we have a lot to talk about. Before we do that, though, I want to give you a quick peek at what things look like coming into the venue today. It was busy. We're going to take a look, and then we're going to talk a little bit more on the desk about what's coming up. A whole lot of people coming in, and very quickly at that. We have a fantastic day of Counter-Strike coming up. But before we get to that, we have to break it all down. We have to talk about it. Of course, my name's Vincent. I'm alongside some beautiful people. We've got Iceman, Aldaria, and of course Cam, who's been alongside me basically every time I've been on stream. It's been a lot of fun. Guys, I'm super pumped. First and foremost, though, I want to ask you, what's been your favorite moment thus far?
All right, so on a personal level, I showed STYKO my Discord, and he laughed at how dumb my profile picture and my banner was. So that was one of the highlights for me, because he found it funny, and I'm like, that's awesome. But in terms of professionally and from just the vibe of the LAN, was watching that last BO3 that we unfortunately didn't, or that last BO1 that we didn't stream, but was for the LCQ yesterday, and the insane comeback that we saw from, I believe it was Orion, and them being able to just barely pull it off in, I believe, overtime. It was a crazy comeback and was really exciting to watch.
Yeah, that's the one I think we got wrong on broadcast. Some correction required. The good news is, doesn't matter now. We're getting all of the teams ready to roll. That being said, speaking of the teams, I think first and foremost, who do we have as favorites? I know, Cam, you and I were talking about that a lot, and there was some question marks. You changed your mind a few times. Where are you at now?
See, I just, over the last, day, you go from starting to think, oh, we have Akimbo, which I thought was clear favorites, of course. Got a couple good players. They're more than set, but that group kind of just tossed everyone around, and I just personally, I'm just going to go with my friends at this point, and I'm just going to cheer on my friends for the rest of the day. So hopefully Zealous can pull through.
Bias wins.
Bias wins.
Bias wins.
Bias wins.
Ice, can you bring some non-biased takes to this broadcast? I'm getting tired of it.
If you're looking for non-bias, Ice is not the guy.
I'm pulling my bias pick out of here. I'm still sticking to my pick that I made in the very beginning of the broadcast, and that's going to be the Zomplers, which was Drugs and Pugs.
Okay.
After watching their match, I was like, I'm familiar with Luke 4K, but whether I was biased or not, the performance I saw out of him and what I saw from that very beginning match that Al and I broadcasted, I made the call. I said Zomplers are going to take the whole thing, and they came out of their group stage 3-0, and so they look very comfortable, very dominant. They're going to get the highest seed because everybody else, I'm pretty sure, lost if I looked at everything. So that's where my pick's at right now is, keep an eye out for the Zomplers guys.
All right. Al, I haven't let you get in on this, but you're going to have to wait for a second because, listen, there has been a lot of discussion about a lot of teams, but Holy Moly has entirely flown under the radar for you folks. I want to open the floor. Anyone who would like, why are we sleeping on Holy Moly? What's the deal?
Well, why didn't you come to me? That's who I was going to bring up. Holy Moly was a team that we saw go through the open qual. We saw them consistently evolving their gameplay throughout it. That felt like they were always playing from behind, and yet somehow they keep pushing through. And now here they are at the playoffs. Everybody keeps sleeping on them, but I'm here for it. I'm ready for Holy Moly.
Well, and why are we sleeping? I'm going to open to you guys because, listen, they look damn good. in the group stage, they barely dropped anything, and they looked like one of the best teams out there. Yet they're still not at the top of the list when we're talking. How could this be?
Again, we have a lot of really good teams here. We've been broadcasting a lot of different events here, a lot of different matches. And honestly, like, I just get kind of tunnel vision, and I get to this point where I look at certain teams, and you know what? That's on me. That's on me for letting it fly under the radar. So to Holly Molly, I do apologize.
Apology may be accepted. I can't accept on their behalf. I'm not a team representative, believe it or not. No bias from me on this broadcast. Though, to be honest, there is some bias here towards some players. I know we've had some favorites, but who's a highlight for you guys?
It's got to be Borb. Man, I love Borb. When we were doing the open qual, we were waffling about his name. We were doing all kinds of jokes of like, oh, it's Borbin time, and they just got borbed, and we just kept. But once we got here to land, it felt like it all died down. Then he got that ace on ramp on nuke, and then all of a sudden, all the Borb chatter was back. So I'm so glad to have it back in people's mouths.
Cameron, you on board with that?
On board with that?
On board with that.
Yeah. No, it's I mean, he's a good player as well as he is calling, if I can't be mistaken. So he's definitely pulling his weight on his team. Definitely a good favorite. Obviously, people like to go for the star players like Oppers, but I mean, if an IGL is pulling through for his team, I think that's definitely a good pointer.
Well, that's been actually a little bit of a common factor that we've seen over the course of this weekend. It's been in-game leaders who have been stepping up big time. We've seen consistent over-performances from those guys who, listen, it's for good reason, but the general consensus is that if you're in-game leader, you're probably not going to be topping the table. Is that something that we can continue to expect, Ice?
Yeah, I mean, again, these guys are evolving, and at the level that we're playing at, especially at a LAN center, I have seen a lot of good mid-round calling. I've seen a lot of evolutions of these games, and I've seen them just grow from as Al was saying, from the open qualifiers to what's here. And so I'm absolutely just in love with the way these IGLs are playing, and you know what? Everyone needs to be hanging out here and watching what's happening.
Yeah, I think it's a whole lot of fun. We have some favorites, some sleepers, and a whole bunch of fun coming up. It is a lot of Counter-Strike that's coming through. Quarterfinal into the semi and the grand as well. We're going to be getting started momentarily. Before we do that, a quick break, and then we'll jump into our first quarterfinal. Akimbo is going to be a whole lot of fun to watch against the Unicorns.
You're the ghost in my nightmares. I see your face when I drink. You know I'd be down bad if you wasn't next to me. Long drives with the roof off, and those were the days. How you gonna break my heart and get away? So what if I can't be perfect for you? I'm drowning most nights, 'cause you're no longer mine. Drew hearts on my window, passenger seat. It feels so weird not having you here. Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna call when I'm lonely? Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna call when I'm lonely? Who you gonna love when I'm gone? Who you gonna love Now you living in your best friend's house and you gave me.
Ice, we are back, man, ready to kick off the playoffs. Me and you starting it out. I mean, just vibes. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling rested. I'm excited to see some Raging Unicorns and some Akimbo esports in here. This is Championship Sunday, as Vincent said, and I'm excited to get this underway. This is do or die moment, Al. Too many times we've done playoff matches, and you get chances in Swiss stages, you get chances in round robins, but unfortunately, it's either go home literally or you move on to try to get some of this money.
Like you said, go home literally. This is this is it, single elimination, and if you're out of it, then pack your bags.
Exactly. And the beautiful thing is this is going to be BO3s as well. So, again, you can drop the first map and still come back and reverse sweep. Is that going to make your life hard? Yes, it is. But taking a look at the map ends here, Unicorn's going to get rid of Train, and Akimbo's getting rid of Ancient. But we're going to start off on some Dust 2. So when we go to the game, it's going to be Dust 2. Akimbo decided to go to Mirage, so we got 2 very puggy maps. And then if we have to go to the side, it's Inferno. This map pool looks very familiar. Basic and very familiar. So, again, we don't have any overpasses or nukes. Some of those BO1 maps that we've been seeing a lot of where people can get scrappy and can get technical. This is just literally maps that have been in the pool for decades, and everybody knows these maps. And so I'm curious to see what these teams are going to pull out, what kind of strats that they might have secretly in their little book of plays, or if we're just going to see some very basic defaults and setups, Al.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we were talking, we heard production talking about, hey, where's the Mirages? Where's the Dust 2s? What's going on? Why is nobody picking these maps? I told you. They were saving it for playoffs, man.
I mean, clearly, they knew something that we didn't know, right?
Yeah.
And so at this point, we're gonna get some of these really basic maps that we all know that we all play. I think Dust 2's been in the map pool for over 20 years, or has been a competitive map since at least I think 2005, 2006 or something. It's one of the very first maps that was in the competitive map pool. So again, it's just one of those things where we have literally been playing some of these maps for almost 2 decades.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been so long that we've had these in the pool, and it's great to see them sort of bring out everything they've got on it. I'm excited to see what we got here. Akimbo starting on the CT side, Raging Unicorn starting on the T side. Let's kick off playoffs.
Let's kick it off with a fast little B hit here coming in, and I think he'll be able to hold on to the defense. Akimbo Rokas here. He's got to get at least one. One is all he's going to get.
Yeah, and now that puts a very uncomfortable situation onto Akimbo, as now they're locked out of this B site, and it's so hard to retake this one. They've got a double hit coming in through upper touch right now, waiting for that one to come through, but immediately things start going wrong on the site. Dante trying his best to bring things back into the fold here. He gets one here from upper touch, but there's still so many positions to clear out, and you're just so funneled into these gunfights. It's an easy pistol for Raging Unicorns.
Yeah, Sora getting a double kill there. Unfortunately, once it came down to Dante and S5J there, there wasn't much they could do because there's just a lot of people in the sites, and when you're coming in one on one out of doors and one out of tons, it creates an unfortunate situation, especially if you're not hitting those headshots. And Akimbo really only got a couple of kills there, literally. But they're going to go ahead and force up into this. We got some upgraded pistols. A scout onto Oreos. He is the scoped player that you're going to be looking for. And on the opposite side, his rival is going to be that of Griffin. So let's see what some of these captains can do. Brooks is going to be leading the Raging Unicorns, and Glorens is going to be leading Akimbo here in this match.
Yeah, we still never got a chance to ask SSJ if it is just supposed to be Super Saiyan. So we haven't gotten a chance to do that. We need to get to that. If they make it through here, though, then, well, SSJ will start out with at least one with that 5-7. Even tags down another one for that scout to clean up, but now caught out on the A site. That means that Raging Unicorns will have access to the bomb site. Griffin just holds the line here at Catwalk. Roka finally able to break through, but now you're in a 2v2 trying to retake in as that bomb goes down.
Yeah, 2v2 retake coming in. Nice nade place for the ramp, but nothing is going to come out of that one here. And Frostbite's going to go ahead and get a little aggressive there, take Roka out. Now we've got a 1v2 for him to be able to retake with a 5-7. There's not much that he's going to be able to do there. Sora's going to finish taking him down. Double kill for Sora. That's back-to-back multi-kills for Sora here from Raging Unicorns as they start this Dust 2 with a 2-0 score line.
Starting it out right, and on top of that, Akimbo forced into that one. So they're going to have to just take the eco here, maybe a couple of upgraded pistols. We've got a Deagle on Roka. Dante buys a 5-7. But ideally, you're going to want to try and make sure that you can get everybody well-equipped, and especially on a map like Dust 2, you want your offer online, especially at LAN.
I mean, especially at LAN when you literally don't have any sort of like delay input. You want to get them online. But Griffin's going to go with a flying Mag 10 onto Dante. He is out of the round for now. He's going to have to sit back and just chill as he watches the team pretty much get dismantled with these upgraded pistols. Or not.
Okay, all of a sudden things start to get a little bit uncomfortable. Still working against stronger weaponry, but somehow they make that work. And now it's all left up to Frostbite and Sora. You said that he's been massive, multiple multi-kills in these last 2 rounds. Let's see if he can provide yet another, as him and Frostbite are left in a 2v4. And on top of that, Sora is now down. Frostbite has to do it all by his lonesome. He's at least got the bomb, but not a lot of utility for this one. And we might see Kimbo pulling off a bit of an upset in this round. Bomb will get planted. Takes nearby. They barrel in towards the site. Frostbite just holding on towards the back plat. Pick up one. There's just so many angles to deal with, and eventually he'll be run down. Akimbo on the board with some upgraded pistols.
I mean, again, you know, I said have fun with the upgraded pistols, and they clearly showed me wrong. You know, Glorin's the captain of the team, getting himself a triple kill there. But again, you know, with the upgraded pistols getting up close and personal, the 5.7's putting in some work. Clearly they proved me wrong, and that's going to be the first round for Kimbo. I thought it would have come potentially this next round after the upgrades. But Orioles is going to go ahead and don that big green, but on the opposite side, Mr. Griffin is going to be opposing him. So we've got both wide receivers that are going to go downfield. Let's see who's going to be able to catch the ball first.
Everybody bringing out everything they've got, but it's certainly advantage to Akimbo right now. Raging Unicorns with that minimum loss bonus are going to be scrapping by what they can. They've got 2 AKs at Galil, but AWP out means that everything can come together as long as your star can get online. It's an early pressure onto mid here for Raging Unicorns, but there's not much resistance here from Akimbo. Instead, they just tuck further back towards the sites. Dante now re-aggressing, making sure that they don't start throwing up those cross smokes. He might even try and peek into mid here. If they're not anticipating this, he could find them with backs turned. Will be spotted out. That smoke goes up as well, restricts his vision. Does he really go through that smoke?
No.
Surely not. He's just holding the line. It's been a very quiet approach to this round for both teams. Nobody wanting to overcommit. They know a lot rests on this one, but eventually we're going to start seeing Raging Unicorns pivoting towards the B site. With pressures on to Roka. He'll hold on well for the first. We've seen these Anchors players stepping up massive here on land, but eventually he'll be felled, and Griffin with the AWP gets online as well. Now a retake required of Akimbo as they try to make their way in towards the site. They're still
there's a double kill.
Massive double kill from Glorins, but brings this down to a 1v1 as SSJ gets into the site.
But the
now
bomb
he
hasn't
has
been
to
planted,
best
so he's still got
Frostbite.
20 seconds. All he has to do is buy his time. He just has to survive.
Frostbite has to be fully audible about this. Will he expect the boost up onto the box? He doesn't anticipate it, and SSJ locks that round in and ties this up at 2-2.
Yeah, S5J just being patient. I thought the bomb had gotten planted, but no. In a 2v4 situation, that double kill coming out, absolutely just creating the space. So, you know, Akimbo was able to come in and pretty much stop. Like, the bomb not going down from Raging Unicorns really threw me off there a little bit. They really threw me off there a little bit, and S5J pretty much playing the patient game. Like I'm hoping that somebody on the team was actually able to tell them that, you know, there was a time difference. There was like 20 seconds left, and just playing it patiently, putting himself in a really awkward spot, playing that high-low position. Somebody getting dinked there. Looks like Oreos might have gotten dinked, but Pee-wee's down to 19 HP. So it was a little fight going on there at mid, and Oreos came out ahead with the health advantage.
SSJ aggressive swing over towards long. He's just got these pistols to worry about, but they're trying to flood in on him. Now his teammates arrive to provide defense. They all emerge relatively unscathed. Just a little bit of damage. Now, finally, a deagle will connect to the head of Dante. Is this something for Raging Unicorns to pull on? 3v4. You've got some deagles. Can you really piece this one together? Rob is posted on the line towards Carr. Missed shot here out of Oreos. Just throw that smoke down, try and buy himself a little bit of space. These pistols start to close in at long. Their smoke will go out just to hold them at bay. Utility well managed here from Akimbo. They really are not getting ahead of themselves and stalling out their utility. Really nice times.
Just being patient about this here in long, and the Raging Unicorns are trying to set themselves up for success. And as you can see, Akimbo is going to get back onto site here so they can go ahead and get better angles. And Akimbo are just being smart by not overstepping the line, not taking fights to the Unicorns right now, and giving them unnecessary kills. Right, two people going down for Akimbo is about what you can ask for in that kind of a round, and so now they don't have too much of a reinvestment. They can continue to build their economy there, and you're not giving the Unicorns too much confidence to be able to go into the next round. So again, the less amount of money that they earn, the better off. And you take a look at the utility right now, and they're only about half bought up right now, so it's not looking that great for Raging Unicorns as Akimbo take the lead 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, when the Deagles are in the mix, it's always going to be a little bit turbulent at this level. Players can just really cause some problems connecting those headshots, but well maintained by Akimbo. They still are kept fairly humble, economically speaking, but they take the lead, and now a chance to extend it if they can overcome this full buy from Raging Unicorns. AK's out for everybody, but man, that utility is scarce.
Yeah, there's not much left. Akimbo still are holding on to a lot of their utility. Dante still has a full belt on his back. And all that's left for Raging Unicorns, I know, is 2 Molotovs and a smoke. That's all they've got. Yeah, they've got a bunch of AKs, but literally, what are you going to do with 2 mollies and 1 smoke? You can maybe block this. Maybe you can do a cross smoke there, for CT. Do 1 more door molly or door smoke. But again, you're very limited on this. And so now you can be taking a bunch of dry fights. That's Glorins with a double kill. The captain leading by example. Double kill for him. 3v3 right now as they hit this A site. But Sora's down to 11 HP right now, and there's still a ton of util on their backs. S5J might get caught by the long player.
Dante's coming in from behind as well, but it's anticipated. That Catwalk player dealt with, and Roka just can't hold on. He's caught between 2 angles. So Raging Unicorns right back in the fray. We're tied up again.
3-3 right now, and nobody wants to yield at this moment. And Oreos is currently out of the server for the moment. So trying to figure out what is happening with Oreos. But taking a look at the score lines right now, you've got Glorins. Actually, you've got S5J right now, who's got 9 frags, almost at double digits. And on the opposite side, Sora's sitting with 8 right now. We've said their names several times in this first 6 matches here, as we're moving on into this right now. And again, the money's not great, but the buy is going to be okay. Akimbo does not want to let this get too far out of control right now. Unfortunately, even after that win, Frostbite's still stuck on a Mac 10, but that's fine. Again, he can be the tip of the spear and just let the high rate of fire get close up and personal against these potentially headless, head armorless, a couple of the players.
Yeah, just Kevlar on a decent amount of players, so that Mac 10 can definitely make an impact here. SSJ, the first we tested it long once again. Alongside him, but eventually they're both felled. 3v3 now. You can heal, but eventually things start to unravel here for Akimbo. Raging Unicorn starting to break through right now. And that MP9 is just trying to make its way up. Dante, his flank feels like the only way to get back in this round. As Rook is just stuck inside that smoke, will force himself into the fight. Now getting spammed from Catwalk, but he's able to get away at the very least.
Oh,
he needs to get back and reload, and like you said, Kit picked up now.
Yeah, Kid picked up, and
Dante.
2 AKs upgraded.
That Mac 10 still in play. It's a Galil and a Mac 10. All of a sudden, these tides kind of shift here for Akimbo. Really gonna get into this, turning the flash. Dante well maintained, and it's all left up to Pee-wee, who has to hold the line for Catwalk. Just trying to jiggle over the top, and he will connect the shots. Raging Unicorns unrelenting right now.
No, the headshots from Pee-wee there with the Galil. We were looking at the A site had to be held down by a Mac 10 and a Galil against 2 AKs. Typically, most days, the AKs are going to win that one out, but Pee-wee's headshots with the Galil, the extra 5 bullets that are inside that magazine helped him just stay calm, stay cool, stay collected. He repositioned himself onto Cat to give himself the best possible angle and not expose himself too much, and clearly it's going to show. Akimbo are on upgraded pistols. Their economy is shot at the moment, and so now we've got a Raging Unicorns potentially able to get to 5, but we did see a pistol round a couple rounds ago that really became uncomfortable, and actually Akimbo won that.
it's exactly like you called earlier. The difference maker in that round was the lack of head armor. That Khalil is a one-shot headshot then, and that's exactly what he needed to get it over the line. Late shots coming in from Pee-wee, and now it's just upgraded pistols for Raging Unicorns to overcome in order to extend that lead. Roka, the last one remaining. He'll hit a clean little 1 dig, but at this point, the rest of Raging Unicorns pivot towards the B site. Best Roka can hope for, I imagine, is a saved AK.
Yeah, I mean, saved AK is a W in most people's books in this position. You don't have any armor. You just upgrade your pistols. You're hoping to just cause some economic damage. As if you look at the Raging Unicorns economy right now. Most players are pretty low as far as their bank is going. Yes, Griffin is going to have to force himself back in, but outside of Griffin, Frostbite's only got $2,300, and so the money is not building for them. And if Roka can keep this AK coming in, he's got money on his back. This is only half buy, and we should be able to see an AWP come out for Akimbo at the moment. And so, yes, a 2-round lead for Raging Unicorns, but it doesn't mean that Akimbo are out of this just yet. So again, we don't. I was saying this yesterday in the BO1s. If you have a lead or you're getting close to winning the map, you have to just keep your foot on the pedal because you cannot stop. Akimbo is not a team that you want to fall asleep on, and Raging Unicorns have still got a lot of work ahead of them. This is a BO3, Al. So just because you win map 1 does not necessarily mean you're going to win the series.
Yeah, and I mean, me and you opened it up yesterday with a really close, I think it was double overtime affair.
It was a potential triple overtime, but yes, it was a comeback from like 11-6 to tie the game up, and then the team that came back actually had match point on both OTs and still, or at least the first OT, and didn't get a chance to take it over the line, and it did still go to I can't remember who it was. I think it was like Orion and. I don't know if it was Holly Molly or who it was. But anyways, yeah, they did come back from like an 11-6 deficit or something.
Yeah, so, I mean, why not open up with a similar story, a really close game? Yeah. Akimbo was the favorite for a lot. They're trying to prove why, right? Right now, they have at least that saved AK. They get the rifles back out, and now they can start to close that gap. But Griffin is still adorning that AWP that Akimbo just can't quite afford. So we'll see if that ends up being the difference maker. And Roka gets knifed down to 8 HP.
Was it? Well, I don't think it was a knife. It might have been a knife, but I swear it sounded like a tag. But, I mean, 8 HP from knives, that's crazy.
Okay.
Because we saw 2 backstab teammates, and they were only down to like 39 HP, so I think he might have gotten tagged to the door.
Yeah.
Because he's on B side. I think he got tagged by the op.
Yeah, that's got to be it. I heard a knife connect, I'm pretty sure, but either way, that's going to be a bit uncomfortable here, as also you've already lost Dante as well. So man disadvantage, and one of your players is basically a dead man walking unless he can hit some really clean headshots with that AK. It won't take much to topple him over. Back at the site once again. He'll try and hold on, but like I said, doesn't take long for him to be found out. And Sora with another multi-kill to open up this B site. And Akimbo, at this point, have to just go for the save. There's no way back in.
Now, they have to go for the save, and there's no way for them to recover the AK that they had on the back of Roka. There's no utility, there's no kits, and the money is pretty much drained out of Akimbo at the moment. So the potential chance for them to close up the gap that Raging Unicorns have created is only going to get wider at this moment. And so taking these M4s in the next round, even if you don't have much of a buy, even if you try to keep your economy somewhat stable, it's not going to be much. So you're just going to have to rely on Oreos and S5J to do something with them. And yeah, Glorins and S5J are on 10 frags alone. If you look at the opposite side, it's pretty even. Outside of Sora, everyone's got 5, 6, or 7 frags right now. It is very balanced as far as like the team performance and the team input. And so this is a very much a team effort from Raging Unicorns. You got to remember this isn't a one-man army. It is a team sport, right? And so everyone needs to contribute in some form or fashion. And we've been saying a lot of their names. I think the only name I haven't said on Raging Unicorns right now is Brooks. But outside of that, I've said Pee-wee, I've said Sora, I've said Frostbite, I've said Griffin. Like, everybody's doing something.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even that Brooks is necessarily doing bad. It's just hasn't really been needed a ton. So everything coming together right now for Raging Unicorns, and Akimbo needs someone to step up, someone to provide a hero moment, I feel like, to get back into this. Because it doesn't necessarily feel like, it's the game plan that's particularly wrong. Their individuals are kind of getting toppled over in key positions. So they need someone to step up and reinvigorate that squad, give them the confidence to go for those individualistic plays.
Nice.
Griffin, though, starts stripping away what felt like the only redeeming quality for them in this round, which was the opening kill. Now they're operating at a man deficit, and they need a hero.
Yeah, and if you guys are hearing some shouting in the background, we've got all 4 quarterfinal matches going simultaneously at the same time.
It's going to be loud.
And it's so if you happen to hear random shouts, it's maybe another game going on. But Griffin getting in the kill feed there with an AWP kill. There's Brooks chiming in with actually 3 of his own, I think. No, 1 of his own.
Yeah,
So, you know, Brooks is mad. He's like, hey, you didn't say my name. Here you go. Go ahead and say my name. And say my name when no one is around. Anyways, he's going to go ahead and pick himself up. And AK, he's going to go down to Griffin there in suicide. Quad kill for Griffin there from long range downtown through the doors. Cannot get away with that AK, Al. That has got to feel bad.
That's heartbreaking, right? Because it felt like, okay, well, at least I can save
I'm
this
nowhere
rifle.
near them, right?
Yeah, you're nowhere near the site. You're backing off to suicide, and just the opera peeks out from Cat, catches you right before you're around the corner. You were about like a third of a second away from being safe and being away from that opera, and you just barely get tagged. So that's brutal here for Akimbo, and they're still just reeling here inside of Dust 2. This very quickly is getting out of control. They need to start picking up some rounds.
He burnt.
They
didn't hear it?
They didn't hear
They
it.
didn't hear it.
No way.
How?
Dante, lucky to be coming out with a kill there, and on top of that, he's still alive, can still be a threat in this round. 3v5 now for Raging Unicorns to try and piece together. A lot of these rounds they've been operating at an advantage, and when they're at a deficit, they can't seem to be picking up the pieces right now as Akimbo on the brink of breaking this streak.
Yeah, they can break this streak. They can close this 4-round gap to 3. And honestly, you know, there's a ton of money for Raging Unicorns, but, you know, respectable 7-5 half, there's nothing wrong with that at all. So Akimbo have got to feel good about this, picking up the AWP there inside of Tons, realizing, hey, I probably shouldn't pick that up. And then, you know, Pee-wee trying to create some space here. They got to do something. Somebody's got to make a move. That's not the move to make. Lauren's taking Pee-wee down, and then Sora just pretty much sending themselves out to their death in front of a firing squad, and is executed there inside of mid. And that is a 4th round on the board for Akimbo here after a 5-round streak the Raging Unicorns just compiled for themselves.
Yeah, and all you really need is this last round. It's really not that bad at all. I mean, 7-5 is, like we've said 1,000 times, you're a pistol and a conversion away from tying the game up. So if they can manage to do that, then it's a very easy gap to close in the second half. You know, we've talked about the difference between 9-3 and 10-2 is massive. Same thing for 7-5 and 8-4.
Right. And there's going to be a lot of hearts that are going to be broken here, Al. And there's going to be a lot of hearts that are going to be won at the same time. Yes, it's not the biggest LAN, but it's still a LAN. There's still a lot of teams here. There's a lot of people that have a lot of emotions on the line. And I can feel fully empathetic for how they're feeling right now, because I can hear the emotion out there. It's not just hearing it, but I can feel the emotion. I can feel it in my soul. I can feel it in my chest. Every single time somebody cheers out, it's not that they're trying to badmouth the other team, but there's just a lot of trash talking that goes on. And this long fight is going to come on, and right now Akimbo are going to come out ahead and with a 4v3 man advantage. And everyone's wearing their hearts in their sleeves. They're emotional right now, and you just don't always get it. Oh, miss smoke.
Miss smoke as well. That just kind of adds to the grief here of Raging Unicorns. You're now man deficit. You're running low on utility. Only 1 smoke left, and you just threw a miss smoke. It's going to start to stack up.
Yeah, Nerve's going to start to come in here inside the server. Akimbo are seasoned players here playing together for a long time. Not entirely sure who or what Raging Unicorns are, if they're like an advanced team, they've been playing together a lot, I don't know. But nobody comes here wanting to lose. Nobody does that, right? Everybody wants to win, and if you've made it to this point, you've earned your way into the playoffs, then that just solidifies the fact that, you know, you guys, you know, deserve to be here and you earned it, right? So there's a lot of emotions on the line right now. I'll be surprised if anybody was able to sleep last night.
Some might have been able to just pass out from exhaustion, especially those going to the LCQ. They were up really late, grinding it out. There's so many games to be played. So if you had to go that full distance, it's really going to be a grueling night. Now you go right back into playoffs. Maybe it's stacking up here on Raging Unicorn as they're looking a little fatigued.
position.
Yeah, they're trying to scale onto this A site. Frostbite able to catch one unaware. Didn't know that he was that close in the smoke, but nonetheless, it's cleaned up by Akimbo, and they go 5-7 at the end of the half.
Yeah, they strung 3 together to get themselves the lead, and then Raging Unicorns just opened the door wide open to the storage unit and allowed everything to just outflow from there. Catching five in a row right there to put themselves up. But again, Akimbo, the last 3 on their CT side, building up confidence and giving themselves the best possible advantage with what the cards they were dealt, right? You know, you can't change the cards you were dealt, but you can make the best play out of it at the same time. So taking a look at everything here, between our operators right now, clearly not S5J, Oreos is slacking behind just a little bit, but they're going to get aggressive of mid here. Raging Unicorns want to take the fight to Akimbo right now, and Brooks with the opening frag here. Said his name earlier. Kenny's good. He's good for 2, 3, and 3 right there. Last player alive. What is Dante supposed to do to a firing Scott? Pee-wee's going to get the final one there, but triple kill coming out of Brooks to open this up. Raging Unicorns taking the fight to Akimbo, and they can go nowhere except stay and spawn.
How's that for saying his name? Brooks posts a massive 3K to pick up that pistol round. Raging Unicorns looked a little bit cold at the end of the half, but they start this one out on fire. With no bomb plant, that means Akimbo, it's ill-advised to go for a force here, to say the least. So they're just going to buy the time and wait to get those rifles out.
Yeah, they're going to try to attack long here, realizing that there's just way too much firepower. Akimbo are going to back up with the lack of utility here. This should be a Raging Unicorns round, but they're going to go ahead and reposition themselves. Maybe try to take a little bit more advantageous fights here. Maybe go through mid, overwhelm that MP9 player. And Raging Unicorns are starting to realize that, you know what, they don't necessarily need to take the fight to the to Akimbo, but they're just going to blast on the B side. There's 2 players here. Frostbite's good for 1. Brooks is good for 2 more. And can he clean up this last one's on Glorans here? Molly's going to come in, potentially stop the bomb from going down. Lawrence is in a bad spot. There we go. But the bomb did go down for Akimbo, so at least it's an extra $500 for the tees.
Yeah, some nice extra cash into your back pocket. That means more utility will be able to be afforded with that 600 boost. So that's pretty nice here for Akimbo. But now you're operating at a 5-9 deficit. You got to start closing that gap. If Raging Unicorns hits match point, or not match point, but double digits super early on, then you're just a few away from hitting match point. You've got a really difficult task ahead of you. So here and now, you want to be able to stop this momentum that Raging Unicorns has built back up in the second half.
Yeah, I thought Akimbo was going to be able to take some of that energy that they had at the end of the half and bring it in here. But again, I think what Akimbo is trying to do is they're trying to poke and prod to figure out where Raging Unicorns play, because without any kind of demos, without anything available to you, it's really hard to make that decision. You just have to mid-game kind of make some calls, poke and prod, figure out where everybody's playing at, see how aggressive they are, see how passive they are, try to find some holes in their defense, but you are running out of time, so you're going to have to start making a play soon, Akimbo, because you've got a 4-round deficit that you have to make up at the moment.
Got a slight advantage in the weaponry, at least. You can try and isolate some of these weaker buys. You could very easily find yourself on a plant and forcing the rest of Raging Unicorns to potentially save. There's only a few kits in play, so there's definitely a lot here for Akimbo to work with. The question is, can they execute well off of it? The smoke will be blocked by Frostbite. Now there's potentially a gap on this cross. Be a problem as they try to scale over towards this B site. Yeah, already they're being peppered down, caught on this crossfire. There's absolutely nowhere for them to go, and now it's all left up to Dante to try and clean things up from upper tons. His position known, players rotating in to contain him. He'll break through onto the site, but still has to best Pee-wee, just dancing around the pillar, biding his time for the rest of his team to get in. That flash will sail over top, and Pee-wee brings it over the line for double digits.
Yeah, multi-kill out of Sora there. Pee-wee getting the final kill, getting a support flash from his teammates. They know that he was dancing around the box. Pee-wee doing a great job of just biding his time, not taking on the fight because he knows that he's got an MP9 against an AK, and his efforts are paid off, and that's the name of the game when it comes to Counter-Strike. It's just not only being smart about your play, but also having patience. Having the patience to wait for your team to back you up. Again, I've said this time and time again, this is a team sport. Asking for support flash You know it's coming. You just have to wait that extra few seconds. And right now, Akimbo are going to go fast up, Cat. Going to try to overwhelm this A player here, and that's Brooks going down quickly to Dante. And we might be able to have a bomb plant here, and it's going to be an A-side retake.
That flash was perfect as well. Pee-wee, despite being blind, is able to best Dante, but now run down by Oreos. Bomb is now down, and they can start to dig their heels in on this site. Close that catwalk. That
nice
Tech Knight's
headshot.
still able to tear through. Sora now down, and the rest of Raging Unicorns has to consider the save, but they're being run down.
Apart.
Akimbo had nothing to lose in this round, so they just throw everything they have at the A site.
Yeah, and the cookies for the Raging Unicorns just crumbled as if you took some Oreos in your hand and you balled it up and just threw it at your opponent. And now Griffin's just got to run away, tail tucked, try to keep this A cake. Lawrence wants to hunt this player down, does lose his life, but he has been found. The hunt is on, but they're not going to be able to get to Griffin in time. He's going to get away with the AK, but that doesn't matter because the number 5 turned to number 6 for Akimbo, and that 5-round lead has just turned into 4, and the confidence is building for Akimbo, and Raging Unicorns have got to be careful at this point. I'm not saying they're in trouble, but they have got to be careful because Akimbo do want to come back and make this a win.
It's never an easy feeling when you realize you have taken the lead, you've secured the difficult round against the rifles, and then all of a sudden your opponents come in with a win on pistols. You know that just gets them fired up. So you're going to have to try and take that off the burner, or else Akimbo might be able to pull off this comeback. Has to be diligent here for Raging Unicorns, but Dante catches one in the back. Griffin, quick to train things back at the very least. Just keep it this 4v4. Raging Unicorns have been a lot better at getting that off out consistently versus Akimbo.
Yeah, the long ace is going to come out. Sora's going to have a lot of work ahead of them. They need to back up and get into safe space, and that's exactly what they're going to go ahead and do.
Cross smoke goes up. They're going to try and start to scale up here onto the A site. A variety of smokes landing right now, but that op still trying to pick one off. Can't quite connect the shot. Griffin will back away, and they're going to take up more defensive positions for this A site.
Yeah, everybody from Raging Unicorns is here with the exception of Brooks, thinking that there might be a lurk, just making sure they're not here. He's going to finally join up with his team, and he's going to be coming in from CT. So everybody from Raging Unicorns is here as this ramp attack comes in.
What an angle from Pee-wee, able to snipe the head off of one, trying to do a jumping shot as well to deny that plant. Still able to transfer over to ramp as well, and Oreo's left alone. It's too much to bear. Raging Unicorns get right back to winning ways.
Yeah, Pee-wee was trying to do his best Kukli impression. Unfortunately, it didn't land. There was a smoke there, but we have seen it at the, I'm pretty sure we saw it in the open qualifier. We saw it like somewhere else, but doing that jumping shot on the dust too. Like I said, their best Kukli impression to stop the bomb plant. It doesn't matter. The bomb going down is not a big deal. What does matter is that the number at the top of the scoreboard just changed from 10 to 11, and that just means they are 2 rounds away from taking the first map from Akimbo, and Akimbo are looking like they are going to have to just start to concede this. But again, 11 does not mean the win. 11 just means you're that much closer. You're on the 10-yard line, but you still have to get into the end zone. So unfortunately, there's Raging Unicorns still have a lot of work to do, but they are on the defensive side, so they just have to make sure that the opponents just don't get close enough to plant the bomb.
Oreos goes for broke. No utility, no armor, AWP.
I like it.
Everything invested in this. If anything's going to kick off an Akimbo comeback, it's that.
Yep. Right now for Akimbo, Florens is not only the captain of this team, but he is topping his team in frags. The only positive KD player technically has 5 J's. So again, somebody needs to help Lawrence out. Somebody needs to step up. Oreos, I need to see that op in play. I need to see that op hitting shots. I need a multi-frag out of you, Oreos. I need you to make the Raging Unicorns scared when they hear that rifle ring out.
Trying to scale onto this A site from Catwalk. Well held here by Pee-wee, and now more members rotating in. He's just biding his time. He's controlling them out so much and still collecting kills in the process. Now Soren up from ramp, dealt with easily. Lawrence still finding impact.
What?
That op rings out and 2 players rattled. Now Oreos has to pull off this 1v3 and it can't come through. Raging Unicorns on the precipice of securing map 1 of playoffs.
I called out Oreos. I needed him to hit that shot. He was in a 1v3 situation. I needed him to show up and show out and shine bright, and unfortunately that was an Oreo, and the stuffing was flipped around. And right now that is a 12-6 score line for that of Raging Unicorns. And Akimbo, what do you have for a 6-round deficit? Do you want to take this to overtime, or are we going to map 2?
Griffin once again rings out with that AWP. He has been on fire, it feels like. Absolutely shutting down every moment for Akimbo where it feels like they might have a chance. Dante, caution to the wind. He just goes up mid. Might not be accounted for here. He might have slipped the net.
He spotted one player. Isn't sure how many more over here. And Brooks is going to go inside, like on the other side of the box there.
Sora tagged a little bit by a Molly. Things continue to go bad here from Akimbo. As they now lose Dante, that player who potentially could have been the linchpin of the round with a nice timing through mid is now out. They'll go for this standard A to be hit, flashing through, but things go from bad to worse as it's all left up to Glorins. Single-handedly trying to keep his team afloat. He's got one coming in from Upper Tuns, considers it for a second, but now back turned, and the rest spamming in from CT keeps him distracted. Pee-wee with the round in the palm of his hand, and is it really gonna be a knife to close it? Nope, he'll just pull the trigger, and Raging Unicorns with a beautiful performance to open up playoffs.
Yeah, Griffin sitting at 19 frags, leading his team, leading the server, the person that you needed to watch out for. Funny enough that both teams' IGLs were the ones that were top fragging for both of their teams. Or no, Brooks. No. Griffin is the opper. Brooks is the IGL. So again, you know, Griffin standing out there, IGL showing us a show, but nobody really underperformed. Brooks sitting at 12 with 12 frags. Everybody else just kind of in the same boat there. But that just goes to show that everybody in Raging Unicorns is performing. Nobody's falling behind. Nobody's outshining anybody. It kind of feels like it almost feels like a Mongols or Mouse-esque kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great way to open up your playoffs run. It's certainly got to feel good for them, and I imagine they'll be able to carry that momentum into the map too, because it felt like Akimbo just didn't really have answers. We're going to throw to a quick break, though, as we get ready for map 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I've been waiting for someone like you. I've been waiting. Can't believe I finally found you. Could you be the one I need? You're my obsession. You're my obsession. Yeah. can see it all so well. Lie so you can take the power. Living on your carousel was all it took to get me out. I wanna be picking all the roads around down for me. The energy, keep it building, moving just how I need. I know what you came for. It was all the time, it was something you did to make yourself feel right, make yourself feel big. But I found parts of me that you couldn't reach. No more helping you to get to me.
All right, we are back, getting
We
ready
are.
to kick off map 2 here, man, because, my God, I hope it's a little bit better than what we just saw. It was a pretty one-sided affair there from Raging Unicorns, and Akimbo never really felt like they got online outside of early on in the game. So I'm hoping on their map pickup of Mirage, they've got a little bit more to bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, I know that that was Raging Unicorn's map pick, but I still feel like in this level of play, everybody should know how to play Dust 2, right? And so, again, I think that's what it boils down to, like you were saying, you know, you hope that was a little more competitive. But, again, that was Raging Unicorn's map pick. We're going to now be heading into Akimbo's map pick of Mirage as we wait for everybody to get readied up. But, again, this time I hope that Akimbo have a little bit more fight. They have a little bit more to show us in this particular map. And, you know, maybe take us to a map 3, which will be Inferno. Or, you know what, Akimbo might, or not Akimbo, but the Raging Unicorns might just knock them out really early here in the quarterfinals and send them home packing and just win this series 2-0 so they can take a short break and wait for the semifinal match.
How wild would that be, right? Akimbo was the favorite of so many coming into this. And, you know, we can definitely say that they've performed a little bit below expectations, but they still came into the playoffs. They still made it through. It was just we had really high expectations for them, and now, all of a sudden, on the brink of bombing out of playoffs, that feels like you're going to be going home feeling like you could have done so much more.
Yeah, you could have. And, you know, whether you want to take a look at the demos or you want to look back at the feed or, you know, you want to call out your teammates or anything else like that, it doesn't really matter. You know, whether you get knocked out 2-0, 2-1 doesn't matter. Getting knocked out in general just does not feel good, right? And so, you know, you at least want to go out kicking and screaming. You at least want to put up more than just 6 rounds on the board because, again, it's just you need that for your confidence. You need to take that back with you. You need something to hang your hat on to be able to say, you know what, we did our best. Like, truly, are you doing your best right now? And I feel like Akimbo cannot say yes to that answer.
So the thing that concerns me the most about Mirage is it felt like Akimbo's utilization on the, especially the T side of Dust 2 was very lackluster. It was, dare I say, subpar. It really felt like they were not managing their smokes well. I think I saw some of them even missing. And Mirage, probably more than any other map, you need to be hitting your smokes. You need to be, your utility need to be landing in the right spots. You have to have your executes well ironed out, or else you will get steamrolled by the CT side here. And Akimbo start out on the T side as well. So for me, this determines a lot of how this match is going to go.
Yeah, because, again, you pick the map, but your opponent gets to pick what side they want to start on. So the fact that Raging Unicorns want to start on the CT side is very interesting because typically you want to start on the T side here, but they're letting Akimbo dictate the pace of play. And this is going to be Akimbo's best chance to get back into this map, get back into the series, and set themselves up for success as they go ahead and bring the bomb over to this A site. And we've got a lurk from Dante on the B apps right now.
Yeah, they're going to go in for this A hit. Oreos with the opening kill. SSJ able to get one as well. Sora goes down with only a single kill to boast. The A anchors fall short. Now coming in from jungle, Griffin does his best, but quickly felled after his kills. And the trades for Akimbo look immaculate already.
Yeah, and Dante there on the lurk, finally getting himself to kill, paying dividends, and the last player has been found. Brooks has a lot to work to do. He knows one player is over there inside fire. He knows another one's maybe over there by stairs or con. He doesn't know there's a second player, and they start to swarm him and surround him. Brooks with one headshot has to find two more. And that's going to be a lead for Akimbo. They only had the lead for a very short period of time over there on Dust 2. It literally lasted for a round. So let's see how long this lead can last. Can they add and can they go ahead and snowball this into the second round?
It was a very brief touch of that lead over on Dust 2 for Akimbo. Let's see if they can hold on to it a little bit longer here on Mirage. There's not much resistance so far from, in this round from Raging Unicorns. They've got 3 Deagles, but all things considered, that Akimbo should be able to get this one over the line pretty comfortably. As long as they don't isolate themselves with those kills. I see a Zeus in play. I just noticed that.
I see a Zeus. I see a Zeus.
Where is that Zeus posted up? It's on
Hey.
He is over towards ladder room.
Oh, he's under. I want to say, is that
No,
ladder or is that under?
That's ladder room, I believe.
It could be either one.
Yeah, it's ladder room. He's up on top of the catwalk.
Okay. But he could be under. Like, that's the same spot as under.
No, like on the X.
Yeah.
We just swapped him. He's in ladder room. But, alright, Akimbo walked through the A site, no problem. They just avoid the Zeus. We spent so much time talking about it, it just falls on the ground.
Yes. Just falls on the ground, and it's going to get eaten up by the earth, and it's going to get repurposed into energy.
Nom nom nom. Well, I mean, there's plenty of energy in it. You know, to take.
I mean, there's plenty of energy, and it can recharge itself. I do find that interesting that, like, they made that change and adjustment to the Zeus where you can fire it off and fire it twice. But, I mean, in reality, how many people are actually going to be able to fire the Zeus off twice?
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm an avid Zeus enjoyer. I have gotten 2 Zeuses in one round before. It doesn't happen often. I will say, I hope that they remove the noise that it makes, because there's nothing worse than hitting a Zeus kill that's sort of repositioning around the map, and then you just hear it go ba-dink, and you know that you're found out.
Yeah, exactly.
What a nation! Brooks is just getting pelted by utility right now.
Yeah.
Not a single gunfight, and from 100 to 0, that one hurts. And the first buy of Raging Unicorns completely falls flat.
I mean, it falls flat. They're only able to get the kill onto S5J there, and Frostbite is stuck between all the terrorists, and he doesn't even see who kills him. He just knows that he dies. You literally just see his body fall lifeless, fall limp onto the ground there. And Raging Unicorns are looking like an open team against, an ECL team right now. It's just like they haven't been firing back. They haven't been doing anything. And it's like, where's the Raging Unicorns that we saw on Dust 2? They are literally non-existent at this point. You have Frostbite and Pee-wee who are sitting with goose eggs on their frag department, and Dante's still yet to die.
God, such a massive shout out to our observer Respect for catching all of that utility falling on Brooks' head. He just sat on him the entire time, and we got to see a just hailstorm come down on Brooks.
I don't even think Brooks could believe that happened, honestly.
He 100% was sitting there, and he was like, I've been HE'd, I got Molly, when's it gonna stop? And this round is more of the same for Raging Unicorns. Once again, upgraded pistols in the fray, and it looks to be a flawless round out of Akimbo, as they are absolutely steamrolling through their T side right now. We said we wanted to see them coming out the gate swinging here and more properly executed plans. Well, we really haven't even needed to see that because they're just winning every gunfight.
Yeah, and Akimbo are sitting there. They look a lot more comfortable than they did earlier. Their fist bumping is you can tell a lot from a fist bump, and you can just by the way that they do the fist bump. And sometimes you get that lackluster where like I have to do it, but sometimes you get that forceful like, yeah, you know it. we're kicking ass and we're doing great. We're finally doing something. Like you can get a lot from a fist bump, and so they're looking really great now. But Griffin with the opening frag here, quickly evened out by Dante, and we got a 4-on-4 really early into this round.
I'll circle back to that fist bump thing with a personal story of mine from yesterday. But right here, right now, we need to transition to this A bomb site that is once again being overrun by Akimbo. And Pee-wee's left in a 1v3. Things came down so quickly for Raging Unicorns. It looked like they were going to possibly pull a nice hold. Now they have to rely on a clutch from Pee-wee, who also has been wrapped upon from behind by Catwalk. No way he anticipates this. Dante will see him. Easiest kill of his life. As long as he just bides his time and waits.
They know where he's at, so nobody has to really move.
Yeah, Pee-wee's just tucked in the corner, and it's going to come down.
There we go.
Dante, nice and simple. 5-0 start for Akimbo. And circling back around to that fist bump thing, one of my favorite comms that I heard yesterday when I was just sort of floating around in the venue and watching some of the games from behind the players is one of the guys, they were doing fist bumps, and another one was just locked in, like looking at the game, wasn't doing the fist bump, and he just went, "Bro, touch my hand." And it was like so
out of context.
It was
that
so
sounds
aggressive, but like
cringy,
so funny to me. Like,
just imagine that's all you heard was, "Hey, bro, touch my hand."
There was one other word in there, but I can't say it on broadcast. It starts with an F. It ends with a G, but. I just realized that could be something else very different. It was the F word. Like we you know what I'm saying, but we're not.
We got the context.
Yeah, we got realized that could have been something very different. No, that was rough.
So the word is fringe.
Fringe, yeah, it was. Yeah, it was fringe. Touch my fringe hand.
All right, Glorens. All right, Glorens, getting us on a double kill.
Yeah, let's go back to the game.
But Raging Unicorns responding back here with 2v2 with a minute left. The bomb's going down this A side here. Griffin is doing everything he can to put the first round on the board for Akimbo. And it's all up to S5J here. Can he go Super Saiyan mode? He's got one more person to find with 62 HP left.
Oh, but Sora comes over the top of those steps and shuts him down towards Ticket Booth. Plenty of time for the defuse. And finally, we see Raging Unicorns on the board. Feels like we've been waiting forever to say that here on Mirage.
Yeah, and they're finally discussing what's going on there. Maybe there was a miscomm, but again they were coming in, and S5J had a chance to be the hero of that moment, but Sora is able to come over the top of stairs and put a bullet in the back of S5J's face. And that's the first round on the board, but it took 6 rounds to get there, and the buy is going to be very light coming in from Raging Unicorns even after that win. Plenty of money built up for Akimbo here. AWP on the back of Orioles, and let's see if he can go ahead and fire that off and create some fireworks here in San Antonio, Texas. So let's go ahead and see what they have for us. Can Akimbo slow this down and take us to a map 3? We'll find out here shortly. As Oreos is posted up inside of Abs. We haven't really seen an Abs hit. Oh, almost takes the head off of Sora. A little bit aggressive there. Sora's got to be happy to get away with his life there.
It's definitely not ideal for Raging Unicorns. Not been able to afford M4s on all of your players, and concessions being made with utility as well. It's rather difficult to repel this attack coming in on the B site. As they scale out of apartments, Akimbo look to get right back onto the board. And make Raging Unicorns have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah. I mean, Raging Unicorns are trying to get out of this side. They're trying to get back to save. And unfortunately, Griffin was stuck between a rock and a hard place. And he was stuck between, Glorens and the rest of the team on B, and Glorens took him down. And so everybody chiming in a little bit from Akimbo. Frostbite and Brooks were able to get away. But look at this hunt coming in from Dante. He is on the hunt. He's trying to find them. Brooks is able to is able to best Dante there and fell him. But again, you got Oreos. You got to hit those shots. Don't die. Don't die unnecessarily and lose that AWP. You already invested into it. You know where the players are at. So at this point, leave them alone. It's just a FAMAS and an M4. Let them have it. Put that 7th round on the board. And that's a 6-round lead back for Akimbo. And Raging Unicorns cannot find consecutive rounds.
That's brutal. To feel like you've just finally broken through, you got on the board, a clutch on top of that, just to sort of fire up the troops, and then all of a sudden it comes crumbling back down and you can't convert consecutive. It's definitely going to start to weigh on you.
Yeah, these These guys are focused. They're honed in. They're looking at that screen. Nothing else in the world matters right now except what's on their screen on that 240 hertz monitor with that beautiful PC LGB lighting. And right now, Raging Unicorns are putting up a defense. They've got a 2v3 setup right now. Bomb is going to go down, 3v2 retake on par. But look at the health. Only 100 total HP between two players on Raging Unicorns. But they're making it work. Oreos, what do you have for us? We need you to be the hero. We need you to have more output with this AWP if you're going to be the opper.
Comes from behind. He's dead in the back. Massive flank from Sora comes through, gets them back on the board. So they're starting to stop the bleeding. Will they be able to convert consecutives is the question. One of my favorite, another thing that I heard from one of the players when we were just once again sort of floating around the venue talking to some of them was there was a player that I was talking to who said that these PCs are like miles better from what he has at home, and so he's just like savoring every moment that he gets with it. It's really cool, like work doing some of these smaller events and some of these up and coming smaller teams that haven't really had a lot to lean on, and so now they get to sort of get a taste of that 240 hertz monitor. I think these are 70 supers or TIs in them or something like that. Like these PCs are cracked.
Honestly, I would be willing to ask Kevin if we can just trade PCs. I just want to take the liquid cooler home. Like, the monitor's fine. Like, I would love to take a monitor home, but I'm like, dude, I just don't have to put the work in to have to create a literal liquid cool PC. But I love seeing the water kind of float around. That's the only reason why I'd want to take it home.
Yeah, I'd take that trade. I think they'd definitely be losing on that trade, though. All right, consecutive rounds, though, on the precipice here for Raging Unicorns as Sora posts a multi-kill from the back of the B site, but there's still more work to be done. Him and Griffin have to piece this one together in a 2v2 over the top of the van. Sora will collect yet another one. It's all left up to Dante. 1v2 scaling in from Catwalk. Line being held by the AWP, and he'll walk right into its sight. Finally, we get consecutive rounds from Raging Unicorns.
Yeah, Raging Unicorns finally posting a consecutive round here. They're getting hyped, they're yelling, they're doing what they can. Even though they still have a huge deficit to overcome here, they're still trying to get their team hyped up. They're trying to get into it. They're getting focused, they're getting down, they're fist bumping, they're yelling, they're doing what they can. Because sometimes that little bit of energy is that sixth man, that extra person that can just kind of get you going, especially when you don't have a coach behind you. You need to do that yourself. And they're doing it in spades at the moment. But Dante with the opening frag there. Goodbye Frostbite out of the rounds. Got to sit back and watch the rest of the team. He's only got 2 frags to his name. Frostbite's definitely underperforming. He has not shown up in this map, and he's got to sit there and sulk in his defeat at the moment.
Every time Raging Unicorns feels like they're getting something going, it feels like it's once again heartbreak from them, from Akimbo. But at the very least, we've got Brooks trying to even things back up. He brings us to this 4v4. Akimbo are very spread throughout the map right now, but they're starting to run thin on utility. They're going to have to make a concise execute here, and Zoro with the double makes things really difficult. It's all left up to these 2 players scaling out on the A site. Roka and SSJ, what can they post? SSJ gets one quickly traded back, and there's nothing else to be found. So Raging Unicorns keep that ball rolling.
I mean, just like they did, just like he just said, here we come, and that's essentially what it feels like right now. Akimbo are on their attack side, are looking to find, just any success at the moment. Yeah, they've gotten to 6, but it doesn't feel like they've been able to break onto any of these sites. They haven't won any of their fights. It feels like, their aim is just a little bit off. Their confidence is starting to be depleted here. And speaking of depleted, even their bank account's depleted right now. We've got S5J on a Tech 9. We've got Oreos on a Mag 10. Their Oppers on a Mag 10 that does not feel good.
Dante opening kill at the very least against Brooks. They still go for this force up. We got 3 AKs, a Tech 9, and a Mag 10 in the mix, but SSJ goes down, and that Mag 10 gets upgraded to an M4. So 4v4 now. The biggest difference maker in this round for Raging Unicorns is the fact that they have access to that AWP over on Griffin. If you can keep online, keep landing those shots, it could be a massive problem with Akimbo as they don't have a lot of utility to choose a site to execute onto.
Yeah, Griffin's pushed up inside of App, so he's got all the information back here. You don't want to push in that AWP in that small corridor there in back Apps, and that's exactly what Akimbo are doing. They are taking the bomb inside of Apps. They are taking 2 players inside of there, and they have to run into Griffin, and he is posted up perfectly. He's got the perfect angle. He's going to hit this shot right here. Oreos is going to go down, and Griffin is going to get a free kill, potentially.
No. They swing in quick. He misses that shot, so now falling back to the B side, he'll throw a smoke down just to give himself that little bit of extra coverage. Akimbo start to pump the brakes. Roka now from ladder room punishes an overstep from Zora. Lawrence, though, can't get anything going in market. Frostbite ready for that lurk. Now they pivot towards the A site. Are they ready for this ramp player? They have their eyes over there, but might get caught on a timing, and the bomb now dropped. 20 seconds left to try and recover it. Fighting from under Balk. Roka's so low as well. This is so difficult for them to piece together. Dante feels like he has to step up in some way. That bomb still needs to be recovered. Now Roka down. Dante does his best, but it's just not enough. We're close to this half being tied up.
It started to look like they were having the ability to come back in this game and looked like they had a chance in that round, and they were making the right decisions. Like I said, they were heading into the op of Griffin, and after they made that peak, they said, no, we're going to go back the other way. They went underpass, they went back to Khan, but unfortunately, even with the Roka kill inside of ladder, it still was not enough because you got to win those fights. You had Pee-wee on ramp who came out, stopped the bomb from going down as soon as he heard the clicks of the button. And look again, this buy from Akimbo is absolutely disgusting. Pushed up from Brooks, getting flashed in is only good for 1. S5 Trey quickly traded back. 4v4 right now as the fight on mid backs up back to top mid, and we reset the round 4v4 quickly into this half.
Really felt like this one slipped away from Akimbo. Even if they get a 7-5 half, they could have had so much more, but resurgence from Raging Unicorns to show exactly why they were so dominant on map 1. Give them a little bit of time to adjust, and they can put Akimbo in the dirt. Let's see if they can now put the dirt back over top them.
Yeah, they had 4 in a row from Raging Unicorns at the moment, and you know the momentum is swinging back towards the CTs. And right now, Akimbo need to get a round back because, again, they had their streak going. They had 6 rounds in a row from them, and the script has been flipped at the moment for 4 in a row from Raging Unicorns. They did get, you know, like I said, they got the opening pick here, quickly traded back, and at this point, the map has gone silent. You can hear a pin drop, and you've got both Griffin and Glorens that are essentially shaking hands, but they have yet to figure out that they are literally right next to each other. This flank from Sora is about to.
They took so long to do anything onto the A site, so now
they're on the A site.
Reclaimed so much space. That bomb is now trying to transition in, but they're doing it all quietly, which means Sora is just closing that gap bit by bit. Now those will start to get planted. Will they be ready for a backstab this early? Griffin's still jiggling around towards market. He's still suspicious of a lurk in play, but Sora now with the backstab onto Oreos. Multiple players in transition. Lawrence doing his best to try and provide some opposition. They bring this to a 2v2 along SSJ, but it's going to be Dante and Glorens to try and close this one out around the default box. He'll get taken down, and Glorens can't convert either. We go to an even half.
I know that he was trying to dance around that box, but I can't believe that he couldn't tell the footsteps were 2 people because he was trying to dance around the box, but they had gotten around it so fast, and the player that was inside jungle, they essentially lined up. And that's a 5-round comeback for the Raging Unicorns to tie this half up 6-6. When Akimbo had such a confident, demanding leads, they were at 6-1 at one point, and they allowed Raging Unicorns to come back and get 5 in a row to tie it up. Now that we go to switch sides, now that we go to switch halves, 6-6, it looks like Raging Unicorns want to just close this series out 2-0, and they're looking really good. I mean, right now between the oppers, you know, Griffin is outshining his opponent over there in frags and assists and deaths and damage and everything. Raging Unicorns, even though it's tied up right now, I still feel like the scale is tipped in their favor.
Yeah, a massive surge of momentum going back in their way, and now they can convert this pistol, then it just keeps that ball rolling. Dante, though, with early opposition onto Brooks, so man advantage now for Akimbo. As they start to pivot, they have an idea that it's the B-side execute. SSJ tested with the dualies, but he can't get anything going with that. Lawrence with dualies of his own has already finished up 1. Dante still in the feed. Can he hold on? It's Griffin left in a 1v3, but this man's been on fire, and a clean tap on the first. Opens up this round potentially. One wrapping in from Catwalk. Before that even happens, though, Roka shuts him down from Market. So it's another pistol for Akimbo.
Yeah, another pistol for Akimbo, and posting the round, technically taking the lead back. Raging Unicorns are able to touch the tie, but the getting the lead back for Akimbo is something that they need in order to build up their confidence, build up their economy, and getting the M4s out. And luckily, because the bomb did not go down, Raging Unicorns are not able to force back into this. The last thing you want to do is hand over M4s to your opponents. They're just going to quickly waterfall out of apartment, out of Palace here.
Oh my!
Roka with a double kill, just mowing everybody down. Triple kill, is looking for a fourth. Unfortunately, Brooks does fell him. But what is he at? What does Raging Unicorns have left with a bunch of blocks here? Not much, and it's just Roka to go down. All he lost was an MP9, which is fine. He earned himself a ton of money. He can drop an AWP if he wanted to. He's going to choose to elect to stick with the M4 instead of somebody else giving it back to him. And MP9 for S5J over there, but full belt utility for everybody on Akimbo. But we've got the AKs coming up for Raging Unicorns, and so the T's now have their first buy gun round here. Let's see what they have in their executes, because maybe Akimbo are a CDT-sided team and can shut down any execute that somebody throws at them. Missed flash from Oreos, but it's fine. Even though there's only 3 players mid, it's fine. You're fine, but you just missed flash.
He gets it out there nonetheless, just a bit delayed. All part of the plan. It was part of the plan. Well, and if they lose this round, then it was misclick. I don't know, but it's looking a bit awkward here, as Raging Unicorns have gotten quite a bit of space over here in mid, but if they end up just sitting there for too long, they could be crunched upon. Whenever you take mid control like this, you've got to be quick to pivot. You can't sit there and just bide your time and wait, or else the CTs will reclaim that control and you're caught between a 3-way crossfire. It's absolutely brutal, and Glorens is going to start to punish them. From Catwalk, he strikes, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Now they're taking too long to get out of mid. They're exposed to so many angles. The smokes start to fade. They have to try and scale into this A site, but the utility is low at this point. They've got to go in dry for the most part, and Dante can just hold the line here over towards triple. An overstep from Glorens is punished at least, so we go 3v3, and they start to pivot.
They're going to pivot back to the B site, and it's all up to S5J with the MP9 over here. All he has to do is deny the bomb plant. They're not making any noise inside of apps. They have 30 seconds left, and you've got Frostbite that's over there holding the rotate from jungle, and so you've got both Roka and Dante on the A site, so you are literally leaving S5J on an island on his own. He's going to be quickly responding to this noise. He's going to hear everything, and he's going to stop the bomb. The bomb's going to go down. He got dropped and banned, and that's S5J taking everybody down, holding that B side, being the anchor that he's supposed to be. And that is another round for Akimbo. That is a 9th for Akimbo, and Raging Unicorns have still yet to plant the bomb in this half.
Slow starts on both halves for Raging Unicorns, and this one could prove to be all the more fatal. Now Akimbo just narrowly able to get that read on the round, and SSJ holds down that B site, tucks in, bides his time, drops that bomb, and even converts the final. How lovely for him. Now, so close to double digits as well. You just have to beat out some upgraded pistols. Should be nice and easy. Eventually run down on Catwalk after a double kill from Glorens. SSJ once again solo on this B site, but he's got now support rotated in from Market. Akimbo are quick on these rotates.
Yeah, they're ready, and they're responding quickly and properly here. Raging Unicorns, it's a 3v4, turn quickly 2v4.
That MP9 still wins that fight, man. It's insane the amount of impact that SSJ is getting out of this one MP9. And a chance for even more as well. They're scaling in towards the site. He will be put down by that Glock, but now Oreos is here. Farm up those kills. Give the Opera some eeks.
Amen.
You're terrible! I love it. I'm not sure if that picked up on our microphones, but we just heard from the venue him Oreos, I assume, scream out, "You're terrible."
You're terrible!
Ugh,
but I love the banter. I love the banter. Again, you see it in every single sport. You see people taunting. It's all part of the competition. We're not here to make fun of anybody. We don't encourage, any sort of blasphemy or slander, but it is fun to make the other team go because, again, even though this is not a physical sport, it is 99% mental. Yes, there's some physicality to it, but again, it is 99% mental. And if you can get into the heads rent-free of your opponent, you can win the game just purely off of the mental side of it. That's a double kill out of Oreos, holding down that A main site. And what does Griffin have for us? Nothing. He's got a triple kill.
He's going to be screaming again at them as he picks up a triple kill. The Opera goes nuclear. Can he find more? Yes, he can. On for the ace right now as the last one coming in from ramp. Pee-wee thrust into this 1v3. All pulled back out for Oreos. I believe it's dry. Look at that Molotov coming in. He's got to reload that AWP. SSJ holds the line, but Dante will run him down. And Oreos screams out again.
Yes, give it to me. Give it to me, Oreos. Give me that quad kill. I said your name in the last map. I said I needed you to be impactful. I needed you to get some kills. I needed you to get multi-frags. And that's the round that he needs to go ahead and put himself on the board to say, you know what, I have the flicks, I have the aim, I have the reaction time, and you are not coming onto this A site. And that's going to be his 13th frag for Oreos there, trying to catch up to his teammates. S5J sitting at 15, Dante sitting at 18. And that's a double kill! Collateral from Oreos. Let's go.
Oreo is just on a hot streak. This man cannot die right now, it feels like. Being run down by the MAC-10, but still just whips out the pistol and puts that MAC-10 down. Akimbo absolutely steamrolling through half two. And now up to match point as long as they can put down this last remaining T. Oreo makes his voice heard.
He makes his voice heard with the pull of one trigger, one bullet for two bodies. Gets himself a collateral, and right now Frostbite is walking around needing a hospital, needing an emergency room because he has 1 HP. He's got the bomb on his back, and he's got an M4. It's not even a one-tap headshot. And the Akimbo are just going to dig their feet in and put themselves on the back of the walls and just play reactive Counter-Strike because this is how you play the game.
Dante will get the close as well. Massive output from the Opera, but everybody else contributing as well. That's 2 rounds in a row where Dante's been the closer over on the A site. And now match point secured here.
Well, the question is, are we going to have flip score lines from map to map? Yes.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Ice, and it feels like it's inevitable at this point as Akimbo are just on a hot streak, and Raging Unicorns feel like they have no answer at all.
Yeah, they've tried to hit every single site, and the only success they've actually found, and it's not even success, is that they've been able to get mid control, and it's only because Akimbo have been giving up mid and not fighting it. Yeah, it's getting smoked off, but they're just giving up mid. But there's only one person on this A side. Roka's about to get caught off guard with some utility, but he gets himself a double kill, and that's Brooks with a quick trade back. But what do you do in a 2v4 situation? You have 4 players from Akimbo who are hot right now, who are trying to find their way onto the site. There's not really much you can do. You feel like you're fighting an uphill battle. You feel like this is your Mount Everest, and you didn't bring any gear with you, and you're stuck in a bad spot. You're stuck in the smoke here. Where do you go? You go inside mid, but there's a player inside that smoke.
Yeah, one gets taken down as well. It's all left up to Frostbite. 1v3 goes over the top of the ticket booth, but a no-scope from Oreos. What better way to close it? And we're going to need a map 3, Ice.
When you start feeling yourself, when the Opera is feeling himself and can hit a no-scope, you know that you're in trouble. But the only positive saving grace for Raging Unicorns right now is that there's a break for this map 3. You are basically putting Oreos on ice, and yes, he's getting warmed up, but this is the only positive thing you can look at because all of Akimbo right now came online. It felt like they were hitting every single one of their shots here, making trades, and this is the Akimbo that we have all come to expect in this tournament as being one of the front runners to win this tournament.
Well, we're going to throw to a quick break. When we get back, it'll be map 3, and I have no clue who's going to be able to pull this one out because it was flipped score lines. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
My fingers every time I think I'm getting close and I call. You know it all. How you wrapped around in my mind. You let me fall. 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 Walls drifting through my fingers every time I think I'm getting close. And I fall, you know it all. How you're wrapped around my mind, you let me fall. yourself feel right, make yourself feel big. But I found parts of me that you couldn't reach. No more helping you up to get to me. So I climbed to the highest sky, making sure even if you try, you won't tear me down, 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 down. You won't tear me down, 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 where you wanna go, no, it doesn't matter. As long as you know you're not welcome here. Not welcome no more, I'll make sure of it. 'Cause the place that I found now won't allow it. You won't tear me down, 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 down. I'm up off the ground, 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 you won't tear me down, tear me down. Not from this high up, you can't reach me now. No, you can't reach me. You won't tear me down, tear me down. Not from this high up, you can't reach me now. No, you can't reach me now. Wanna change your mind, bring you in close to me.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We got map 3 here between Akimbo and Raging Unicorn. And during the break, I actually went and talked to the Akimbo player, Mr. S5J or SSJ. We really weren't sure. And I talked to the gentleman, and he said it's actually S5J. I'm not going to describe what it stands for, but just to let everybody know, it is S5J. We've, during the open qualifier, we had some fun with it, and we're like, you know, maybe it stood for Super Saiyan, you know, so just Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball Z, and we were going to get a chance to ask him, and I finally got my chance to ask him, and I did confirm with him it is S5J.
Got it. All right. Well, I'm going to do my best to not mess that one up. But yeah, it is S5J now, so we'll course correct on that. We'll see if we're going to continue to say that name or if instead Akimbo's just going to make that information for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, the Akimbo that we saw on Dust 2 was non-existent. The Raging Unicorns we saw on Mirage were non-existent. Literally, they flipped their own scripts. 13-6 score lines, both teams dominating their map picks. So now we're going to go to Inferno so we can go ahead and decide who's actually going to move on from the quarter to the semifinals. And at this point, it's really anybody's game because nobody really, you know, gave me, you know, to the eye test an answer to, you know, who's actually going to come out on top. Because, again, the players that didn't show up on Dust 2 showed up on Mirage and vice versa. You know, the players that I was, you know, on Raging Unicorns that I was, you know, praising their names did not show up on Mirage. So it's like, you know, I don't know who's going to come out of this, but we are going to get a knife round in just to figure out who gets to pick what side. But, I mean, let's make a prediction. Who do you want to go with?
Okay, so, like, here's the thing, right? Because, you know, the sort of recency bias want to say Akimbo because, Oreos was really online with that AWP, and so you kind of want to think that he's going to keep that ball rolling, but the short break means he's kind of put on ice, kind of cools down a little bit, and Opper's a little bit less impactful here on Inferno. So I feel like in terms of, map to map, I feel like we saw a better floor out of Unicorns. Even though, it was the same score line, it felt like their utility was a little bit more on point, and it was just Akimbo hitting that much harder, right? So I think I'm going to lean towards Raging Unicorns personally because it feels like their floor is just that little bit higher. But at the end of the day, no clue.
Right. Well, I mean, I will say I was watching the knife fight on the production screen. It was Akimbo that won the knife fight, and they went ahead and picked the T side. They're going to fast hit this B side after the smoke. Frostbite's only good for one. Roka's going to go straight through, and they're going to hit this side here. Brooks does respond back with 2 himself, and Roka finally puts him down. So now we've got a 2-on-2 situation. And Griffin and Sora have to come together and pair up to try to retake this B site.
Roka's still playing it aggressive over towards CT. He's just jiggling around inside of Church, but eventually goes down, and it's Oreos who has to try and close. Brings this to a 1v1 against Griffin. It's the 2 Oppers against each other, and Oreos comes out on top first.
Yeah, there's everybody out there saying nice. I'm saying nice as if I'm in the server as well. I feel like I'm one of the players. I'm starting to get a little invested in these teams and starting to really pull for them. I am trying to be a neutral caster at this point, but at the same time, I am trying to be invested. And when I'm saying nice, it's I feel like I'm with them. I feel like I'm cheering with these teams because we're saying it at almost the same exact time.
And I mean, it's hard to not because we're talking to the players. We interact with them in between some games and talk about them, and it's a great experience that you want to see them succeed. But it goes both ways, right? Same thing with Raging Unicorns as it is with Akimbo. So, we're just here for great Counter-Strike, and it's sad we have to see one of these teams go home, but my God, I just wanted to keep going.
It will keep going because the beautiful thing is, we've got quarterfinals and semifinals. The only time you can't say that, Al, is when it's grand finals.
Yep. At that point, it's the end of the line. So we'll either be first place or second place at that point. Still great. I imagine that's got to be great results for a lot of these teams, but you don't want to come that far and then end up falling short. We just actually witnessed it on the free cam. We just got a game crash.
Yay, game crash.
All right, a little bit of tech issues. So hopefully it doesn't take too long. Hopefully it's just Counter-Strike things. You know how it be sometimes.
Well, it's Steam just decides to just kick you out of the game.
Right, yeah, exactly. So hopefully it's just one of those. It just has to relaunch the game. Not much of a problem. It's not like an actual internal issue. Some troubleshooting going on. They're trying to get the exact ins and outs of it figured out. Like I said, hopefully it's not something that's too bad, but we're going to throw... We've got these nice new transitions now, Eyes, for our overlay is all unlocked and everything.
So pretty.
It's so great.
It's so pretty.
Yeah. And then shout out to Cheese still with that free roam cam. That was such a great pickup that we got.
Yeah, I was talking to Cheese, and he's going to school. He just recently graduated, from UT. I think UTC or something. I don't know, but anyways, he graduated from UT, and he went into video production. He would like to get involved in physical sports, right, like footballs and baseballs and soccer, but he does have a passion for esports. And I was asking him how he actually managed to get into the major, and he tried to do it the normal conventional way. So when they were over at when the Blast was over at the Moody Center, just scouting it out, he was able to meet up with the SVP from Blast, and he's like, yeah, I'll keep you in mind. Yeah, I would love to have you on. Blah blah. Just gave him general answers and never responded back to him. So Cheese just kind of let that one go, and then what happened was afterwards, one of his professors was saying, knew that he was into esports and was like, hey, do you know this professor? He's like, no. He's like, well, go check him out because they're looking for free roaming and cameramen. And so when we met up with the professor, they brought him on because they were looking for people that had experience. Well, the funny part was when Cheese was telling me that when he got on the crew and he was talking to the other cameramen, he was the only person out of all the cameramen that were there that had any idea what esports was or even like knew what was going on, right? And so he had to explain to all of his cameramen what it is they're looking for and what it is that we're playing, right? Like you're getting 10, 15,000 people in this arena and all your cameramen don't know what they're looking for. So he was the young kid who got to teach everybody else like what was going on. But that was how he got in. He got in through like a person who was looking for somebody that was living locally, and that's how he got on there. And then he got into here because Marcel Pimp Dip, the guy that's running the organization, he was reaching out to different LAN centers in the area and was just asking if he could put posters up and just kind of get some support. And Cheese was working at that LAN center, and that's how he got there. And then Cheese, he got Cheese in contact with me, and then that's when we started talking. And I brought him on. But like I love the fact that we got Cheese out there free roaming. But it was he got onto everything through just random different channels, and so I loved hearing his story, man.
It's hilarious, and we're just gassing up our boy Cheese right now. But when we were playing our 10-mans, we've talked about this a few times, like just sort of stress testing the servers and stuff like that before we started this whole thing. There was a round where Cheese like absolutely dumpstered me, and I looked over. He was right across the tables from me, and he looked over. He just threw me the eyebrows. He gave me a couple of eyebrow wiggles, and that was hilarious. I don't know. He's just a joy to talk to. He's a funny guy, and honestly, I think all of production has been really pulling together. It's been a great time, and that's what these LANs are about, man. You're just like interacting with people in person, meeting them for the first time. It's awesome.
Yeah, the only person that I actually enjoyed killing was Cam. That was fun because like he was dumpstering on us, but the fact that I was able to get like a kill on him and I was able to get a couple knife kills on the team was fantastic because everybody was looking at mid. But when I see my name like in the kill feed and the Cam's on the other side, it just made me feel good because I'm like, you know what? I can at least say I got him once because 9 other times out of 10 he's gonna get me. Because like he was peeking some random angles, he was peeking like stairs or like A main or something, and like the second I see him, I'm just like my screen just goes gray. It was great.
Yeah.
I clearly know that I'm outclassed, but if I can get that one kill, it makes me happy, man.
Cam's great, man. Cam's a joy, and we were talking. I talked about it yesterday, where there was one round where I did well, and Cam gave me a head pats on LAN. It was great. It was hilarious. It's a great time.
And I love having Cam here. Like he's friends with King, but the fact that we've had him on the desk and the microphone,
he slotted into casting well.
I mean, he just kind of just fitted well, and I absolutely love the vibes that he brings in here. And and everybody else that's come on, love you too, man. Everybody else that's come on, like some respect, some hypnos, just showing love to production. And honestly, we couldn't have put this together without King as well. So
I had to smack you yesterday because you were throwing some shade at hypnos, like jokingly about I can't remember what it was. There was like a transition that was weird or wonky or something. I think he like threw us up on the screen accidentally at one point, and you're just like kind of giving. I was told by my brother, Chad is very pro nose.
Pro nose, yes.
Very pro nose.
Yes. And then, I got to, while we're sitting here waffling, again, I'm going to say it again. We got to give a shout out to the Boeing Center here at Techport. They've been a very gracious host. The facility is amazing. They've been here for a little over 3 years. Kevin, the guy that's been here, and all the workers here. This facility is amazing. It was a very seamless transition for us to come in and just set up, and the PC's are already here doing everything. And there's our little chicken as well. So we love our chickens.
Do you? You shot mine when we played together.
I'm sorry? I don't know.
I went around collecting chickens, and you just came through, and you killed like 3 of them.
Oh. I'm sorry.
I one time had like 5 chickens, and him just threw an HE at me. I was very sad.
Damn, that's rough.
He just flipped me up. You know what? Never mind. Production is now separated. We hate each other.
Oh, man. We got a split raging unit. We got a split akimbo right now. We got 2 down banana. We got 3 trying to get some bracket control, and the bomb is outside of apartment, so it is over there on second mid. And they're gonna leave Dante over here to kind of poke and prod and just keep these 2 players that are on B over here, keep their attention because they can't leave B because they know there's players over here. But quickly, Raging Unicorns are going to quickly find out there are 4 akimbo players here on brackets.
We posted up on this A site. He's close to truck right now. Very exposed position, and he's going to pay the price for it. Now with so much left on Sora, as he's tucked up on top of that balcony. He gets one, but quickly traded back, and Griffin locked out of sight at this point. Do they go for this retake is the question. Not a lot of extra funds. These saved rifles would be nice, and it's so hard to retake on Inferno. As Akimbo start to slot into these deeper positions, it gets harder and harder to work your way back into the site. We already see 2 players still back on B. I imagine it's probably going to be the save here as Griffin also backs off. Akimbo netted a 3rd.
Well, it's so quiet that Raging Unicorns have no idea if they're on site or not because everything went quiet, and that's why you see Griffin's like playing back. He wasn't playing aggressive. It kept both Frostbite and Brooks on the B side because they weren't truly sure if they backed out of that A site. And now that Griffin's poking and prodding and trying to get some information, Raging Unicorns are potentially thinking about going for this. But the bomb's halfway ticked. Like, is it really worth going for?
They only have 1 kid as well, and MP9 in the mix. This one gets really sketchy. Right side, they're winning some of these gunfights, but have to clear these 2 players off the blocks. They're so close together, but playing shoulder to shoulder is enough as Akimbo break through that rifle buy and now post a bonus round on the board.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit upset that they got embarrassed on Dust 2, and they're coming back with a vengeance. And they have powered up. They have gone. I know it's S5J, but they have gone Super Saiyan in this particular map. They absolutely dumpstered them on Mirage, and now here on Inferno, up 3-0. It is still early in the map, but Akimbo are looking really good to the eye test, and I would not be surprised if they take this, if they do a reverse sweep onto the Raging Unicorns.
S5J still on 0 kills, but hasn't really been needed at all. If we're talking about impact, talk about Roka at 9-1 right now. Max 7 close, that's going to take down Glorins. Is there anything else to be found here? So they're just trying to jump over the top. Oreos, that's ambitious. And that jump goes 2 ways, except the Mag 7's got a bit more advantage
both Mag 7's chiming in.
All right, so you've encountered some resistance here, Akimbo, via some shotguns. Still Deagle's in the mix as well, and Brooks wants that one to work. Akimbo, is this the one that you end up dropping? You break through the rifle buy, but now, all of a sudden, the eco is the problem?
Yeah, but when you take a Mag 7 to the face, like, what are you supposed to do?
Rattles you, man. Makes you nervous. Dante fighting for his life here on the B site. 7 HP. They bring this to a 2v2 as S5J gets one over towards A as well. But now Raging Unicorns, they know that they have him isolated on both sides of the map. If Pee-wee can slip in here, he might be able to cut off this rotate. It could be massive.
He's going to get a bullet to the back of the head.
It all depends on the timing. He has to press forward, and he comes forward just in time. That Valk player has not come out. It's an audible rotate towards Apps as well. He's just outside of the range, and they hit shift at the perfect time. They pass right past each other.
They think they're crunching him down, but there's nobody in Banana.
Oh my god, how on earth is that how that plays out? He'll start to scale back up through mid. I think he's still too far even to hear that Molotov go down. Akimbo have not scaled out of Apps yet. They start to make their way down. Pee-wee long range with the Mag 7. There's a low HP player, but he can't
5
quite
seconds.
connect
Gotta get the
onto
bomb down.
Player. Bomb going down. Dante 7 HP. He's just got to tuck in and play it passive so much on S5J's shoulders here as he tucks into pit. One coming in from Apps, one coming in from lane. He's got to isolate these well. Dante just tucks back, bides his time, but now his teammate's down, and that's so much pressure onto him. Griffin with the recovered AK is enough to pull that one over the line, and the eco comes through.
Yeah, Raging Unicorns breathing a sigh of relief at that point, but they don't feel good because, I mean, that round could have fallen apart very, very quickly, and they're not doing a lot of cheering. Yes, it was, they did a little bit of shouting saying nice, but they needed more than that. And it's that was a round that Raging Unicorns needed, and Akimbo did kind of let that one slip away. S5J missing his shots, could have used him for a few more, but again, Roka's still, you know, sitting there with a huge output at 9-2. But let's see if the Raging Unicorns can go ahead and give us consecutive rounds. You put a couple AKs in the hands of the Raging Unicorns. Let's see if that's going to come back to bite you. Missed shot at a Griffin. That's a hard shot to hit inside of Mexico.
Yeah, the op comes out, but it's not able to strike first blood. Now Akimbo know what's in play. A Galil, 2 Galils, and 3 AKs. Will they be able to make up the difference here? Look at the utility as well. It's pretty much just the smoke grenades. They still got 5 smokes on deck, but everything else is so lacking. Could be hard to flush some of these anchors out of position, and Griffin even able to strike one down before those smokes land. Maybe a bit overzealous there from Akimbo, and they might pay the price for it. This A-Lurk setup still trying to find whatever they can to throw at that smoke, but on top of the balcony, Pee-wee's ready to strike. They'll scale out. They're playing close to that smoke, but Pee-wee surely goes unchecked. Even if his teammate goes down, he's got the round possibly in the palm of his hands. He needs a multi, but he's in a great position to do so. Spotted out over the smoke, though. Massive heads-up play from Roka, and that feels like it unravels this round for Raging Unicorns as another smoke goes off. It cuts off Griffin, and they might just have to look for the save at this point.
Yeah, that moto smoke stopped Griffin. Had you not put that down, he wouldn't have been able to back up there. And there's actually 2 smokes there on side of moto. Bomb's going to go down deep inside the A site. And Raging Unicorns, you're not even seeing Frostbite move. He's just, they're just holding this position pretty hard. And this is going to be the save for Raging Unicorns.
This is a great call. If they save here, it means that they can get another full buy into the next. The 2 players that are dead, they have plenty of money. They can rebuy into the next. You can come back out swinging. If you threw caution to the wind there, you would have been on a string of ecos that could have spiraled out of control. So I like this save call.
Yeah, they got it. They're looking for the long term. They're looking for making sure that they don't let this game get too far out of control. They know that they've already won map 1 for Raging Unicorns, and they let map 2 drop, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to just throw caution to the wind and just give everything up. So again, smart call coming out of them, and Akimbo have put a 4th on the board, so it's 4-1 right now scoreline. But Akimbo still have a lot of work to do as well if they want to go ahead and get them secure themselves a spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, carrying that momentum well over from Mirage. Now, keep in mind, they did have a hot start on the first half, and then Raging Unicorns was able to bring it back to a 6-6. It was really on their CT side where they showed that there was a massive difference. So we'll see if that's the same story over here on Inferno. Will Raging Unicorns once again be able to pull off the comeback and make this a more competitive half? Or is this the spiral? Is this where they start to run out of steam and really hit that brick wall?
I don't know. I hear a lot of people complain about Inferno, and the fact that we had Anubis leave the map pool.
So sad.
I feel like the community in general wished it was something like Inferno, Mirage. Like Dust 2 just came back in, but Inferno Mirage would have been a better choice in my opinion to get rid of something and just stop putting in these maps we've been playing for a long time.
I know that the biggest issue with Anubis and the reason most teams were avoiding it and not picking it was due to how just insanely T-sided it was. It got to the point where it was not abnormal to see 10-2, 9-3 halves just on the regular. It really was extremely out of control, but that T-side meta has been patched a lot, I feel like, with these economy changes, the Molotov getting changed again. It's just, it feels like the CTs are back to the point where they can kind of hold their own.
Yeah.
And it truly depends on the team. So it sucks that we lost Anubis on that patch that we didn't know if it would be enough for the CTs. Right now, CT struggling to hold on. Raging Unicorns once again lose this B site, 3v3. This one feels like you want to go for the save again. It feels like you're at that point just bleeding rounds, but you also don't have a ton of money to justify going back in. Your lost one is to start to stack up. I wouldn't mind seeing them try to go in for this one, but it's so hard to break into these sites. Kimbo are just going to hold the line. Flash over the top for Brooks. He tries to be that first contact, surging forward towards the site. They're tucked in so many hard-to-clear positions. S5J puts one down onto Frostbite, and Griffin has no way back in. It's a 5th round for Akimbo.
Yeah, it's a 5th round for Akimbo. After that round, Roka's got himself up to 11 right now. And 5-1 start, very comfortable start coming in from Akimbo. And these executes are coming out very methodically. They're coming out with purpose, and they're throwing the util correctly. They're throwing, they're creating trades. They're not going off and trying to create hero moments. The hero is the team. The hero is not the player. And so the fact that they're able to work together and overtake this map, Raging Unicorns just don't have an answer right now, and they've got to be frustrated at the moment. They've got to be looking at themselves, looking at that, and taking a look at the operas here. You've got Griffin, who's got the lead for the most part. He's got 3 MVPs. The damage is about the same. The kills are about the same. So right now the operas are doing about the same output right now. But the score line is definitely heavily favored on the Akimbo side. And at the moment, we're just Raging Unicorns just haven't had an answer yet outside of that one round that they won. That it was just a 2v2 with Mag 7s. Eventually traded into AKs, but it's because you had a low S5J player that they were able. No, not S5J. It was somebody else. Somebody else was low, but S5J just missed his shots. But that was the only round that Raging Unicorns won, and I just feel like it was just a blunder round. But you're gonna lose some rounds. And I feel like Akimbo are just, right now, they're setting themselves up, because look at the firepower of Raging Unicorns. 2 FAMASas and MP9, they got bought back up. I mean, yeah, Griffin's got the AWP, but, I mean, at this point, if you're going to keep saving the AWP, I'm going to need you to get 2 and 3 frags every round.
Yeah, if you're going to put that much effort into keeping it in play, you need to find massive impact with it. Because right now, you've been bleeding rounds. Akimbo already up to 5, so hopefully that tack timeout can sort of get them in the right place, get everybody on the same page, and try and deal with these executes that Akimbo have been putting forward, because that's really been what's the difference maker in these rounds, it feels like. Raging Unicorns just haven't had a way to stop the executes from coming in. So whether it's your anchors needing to be a little bit more prevalent, or perhaps your offer being that little bit extra flexible.
I mean, right now, Akimbo are walking into the stack of Raging Unicorns. And it's going to be required of Griffin to get at least 1. He's going to need more. He's getting fired upon. He's not repeaking, which is smart. He's going to back off. He's staying pretty close.
He turns that flash wells. Now smoke in his face. They'll start to back off towards B. That's fully audible. You should have an idea that this is coming in. 2 anchors on the B site. Dante trying to open this one up. It'll actually be the Molotov that burns away. Now Frostbite left alone in towards the oranges, and it's just too much to handle. As one goes over the top, he can't deal with the players scaling onto the site. And Griffin, he does have line of sight onto this.
Sora's got a smoke and a flash, so where's Sora gonna deploy this smoke? It would be smart for him to deploy it on Banana, but he's gonna try to be as quiet as possible the whole time.
There's no smokes
nice
to
headshot.
Cut off CT here. As they start to scale up, they possibly have a chance to get back in, but now Griffin left alone. We said that we needed to see impact from this off, but he just can't find a way in, and now even being tagged down, they're going to go for this hunt. They're going to try and run him down. FAMAS close on his heels, and one even wrapping around from mid. He's just trying to run for the hills and hold on to this AWP.
Yeah, he tried to get to apartments, but he can't. He knows he can hear the footsteps. Just fine. They don't care if they go down. They just want to get this AWP out from his hands. And the round does reset. He gets lucky. So this is the op that never dies. This is the op that never dies.
Hey man, it's
Jam
Jam
time. On and on, my friend.
Save that op every single round, but it's just not able to find enough impact.
Jam time it is. Just change your name to Jam.
It's truly, I mean, it's a brutal position for Griffin as well, because you want to see more impact out of him, but the anchors just aren't able to hold on. The other pieces on the retakes
even the aggression from
anything.
CTs are just getting shut down, but that's quickly traded back by Pee-wee.
Yeah, Pee-wee tries to get into the fray, but he's traded back as well. So it's a little man deficit here for Raging Unicorns. This is Akimbo scaling their way towards this A site. They've got one deep inside of Abs here. I don't know if Frostbite's ready for this, especially if this one coming up the steps.
Nice
that
headshot.
might actually be a bit of a false sense of security, but it's the bomb dropped. So he just backs off. He knows that they have to go back and recollect that one.
No, the bomb's on Glorans now.
Yeah, Griffin now coming in from mid. He could find a backstab here. Starting to scale up through lane. Frostbite to be tested once more, as Griffin has been slow on the scale up mid. Frostbite's so isolated on the fight, eventually overrun in Griffin in yet another clutch. Can he pull this one through though? He's got the kit, he's got the up, and he's got both players on the site. So he goes towards Moto, but he can't quite get that shot onto S5J, who just rips his head off, and that's why that off was being saved all the time, because those retakes just cannot happen.
Yeah, and he's the one who yelled out, "You're terrible," so we finally figured out who it was. Good job on the transition for catching that, and so I was curious who was saying that, but that was S5J, who was like, "You're terrible." And you know what, again, like I said, you live rent-free inside of the minds of your opponents, and Raging Unicorns have to hear that, and I know they can hear that in their headsets. Yeah. And, you know, Griffin's able to rebuy back up the AWP again, but, I mean, again, he's at 9-4, missed shot out of him, but it takes a ton of fire damage, but still manages to get the kill, even though Dante was blind, and they want more. Pee-wee's trying to aggress forward, so that's a 10th frag there for Griffin.
Finally, a man advantage here for Raging Unicorns. Can they look to extend that? Yes, 5v3 now. Kimbo get a little bit overzealous out of mid. Still scaling up for this A site, though. Are they really just going to go through this smoke? Catches Frostbite in transition. Bit of a lucky timing for them. Can they really pivot this round off the back of it as Brooks tucked in towards Mini Pit? He'll get one more. It's so hard for them to scale out of Moto right now. Just isolated, gunned down one by one. Raging Unicorns finally able to post another round.
Yeah, that was just a breathing of sigh of relief. You can see in the facial expressions of the players that they're just happy to get around. They're not smiling, they're not happy, they're barely even fist bumping at this point, and they're just staying focused right now because that's only their second round, and they're going into round 10. This half is falling apart. They're just happy to get one. That was 3 in a row from Akimbo after 4 in a row from Akimbo. Let's see if they can get some. Let's see if they can get some consecutive rounds. But Akimbo, look at the bye. They've been on this hot streak, but their bye is trash. Couple Tech 9s in the mix. And that aggression from Raging Unicorns last round definitely paid off dividends.
Finally, after a round that they don't save, they're able to pick up the next. So maybe there's just some cursed energy to those saves. They maybe start converting more rounds off the back of that. Roka with only a Tech 9 gets put down easily inside of Apps. They just back off with that 5v3 as the trade also was shut down. Oreo's alone up mid here. The rest of his teammates are over towards Banana, so he's either just here to try and secure information for them or maybe even try to play a late flank.
S5J's walking leader right now with a Tech 9, can't upgrade his weapon, and they're trying to make a decision which way to send the bomb, and the bomb's heading back towards down Banana, and you're going to meet up with the Galil player, and your AK is over there on... Oh, no, that is the AK player.
Yeah, Dante has the AK. So
you're going to play behind the AK player.
He at least has a good gun to try and open up the site, and even a timing caught there onto Frostbite. That's 2 rounds in a row where he's been caught in awkward timings, and Dante, with a double kill, is able to open up that B site. They're going to start to get that bomb planted. Smoke goes up for CT as well. That late lurk of Oreos just rotates back towards Banana instead of trying to play things through CT. Griffin trying to spearhead this retake through Church, and rotates coming in from Banana as well. Oreos caught out behind this truck. Position just stuck at car right now. Peeks out towards Banana, put down quickly, and it's all left up to S5J. Tucked in deep inside of Dark here. Can he really pull this one off? Molotov at his feet means no. He might get 1 kill, but it's just too much to handle, and he'll burn away a 3rd round secured.
Yeah, 3rd round secured, but at least the bomb got planted. Enough kills to basically keep the economy of Raging Uniforms somewhat honest, and they finally got a fist bump down there. You know, a little bit of shouting coming in from them, but it's still not over. They still have a lot more work to do. 7-3 scoreline right now with 2 more rounds left in the half. And so Kimbo going to take a half fire. They're going to go fast with this one. It'll be interesting. So they're potentially electing to give up the 4 to Raging Unicorns, but you want to have an 8-4 half if you're Akimbo right now, because you want to just go close this map out in a 2-1 fashion.
This one should be the easier round for Raging Unicorns. It's just Tech 9s and a single Deagle in play here, but God, how many times have we seen that flip on its head? So get too ahead of yourself, still play it properly and step the mark. That op misses the first shot. Perhaps an opening can be found off of that as now smokes will start to come down. They start to scale out of mid now in towards lane. There's so many bullets coming in through those smokes. Sora now gets aggressive on his own. These pistols fall flat for Akimbo, trying to scale out of smokes, but it's just not going to work. Griffin to find the last, and 4 rounds secured off the back of it.
Yeah, and that's got to feel good for Raging Unicorns, because they're starting to string some rounds together. They're starting to feel good. They're starting to understand how Akimbo are playing, and they're trying to give themselves the best chance to take the series themselves and maybe even go 7-5 in this half. And they're starting to get a little excited. They're starting to get a little loud. They're starting to, you know, smile a little bit. And, you know, we're getting little smiles out of the Raging Unicorns here. And, you know, turn this into, you know, not just a unicorn fantasy, but actually reality.
Last round of the half. Can Raging Unicorns bring this back to a 5-7 half? So easy to recover that as long as you're able to pick up some early rounds in your second. But Akimbo will feel like this one slipped away. However, back to that form that
Nice
they were on
nade.
early. This could be a very easy 8-4. They'll start to go for these standard executes again. In towards the B site. All players scaling up. Backs turn for the flash, but Frostbite still able to get away with his life. 10 HP remaining with that bomb. Now onto the site getting planted. Man disadvantage here for Akimbo as they try to tuck in towards these post-plant positions. This B site is so hard to break into, even at a man deficit. You'd be a fool to count Akimbo out. They'll find the first as well through the smoke. It's so hard for Raging Unicorns to scale out here. They've got one coming up through Banana, but Oreos turns his head to deal with it. It's only the Galil. Can he win out that fight? Yes, he can, and that makes the job even easier now for Akimbo. Starting to lose members on the site, though. You lose 2, and now these CTs scaling out of the smokes are absolutely mowing through your players, and they get just over the line for that 5-7 half.
Yeah, they get the last one in. Raging Unicorns getting that retake, that defuse. It started like it was falling apart. Oreos getting that banana player it made me believe that it was actually not going to be possible for them to do the retake. They obviously had to go for it because it was the last round of the half. But then the players were like that new box player went to peek out and jumped out with utility in his hands, and it made me kind of wonder like what was the comms there, because you know there was no reason for him to jump out from new box with utility in his hands, not even with his gun in hand. Like if you're peeking CT to try to get some information, I can understand that, and you just lost your fight. But no, you see him jump back to new box, and that's what basically caused the round to fall apart, because then they knew where Oreos was at. They finished killing the players on site, and it was really easy to find Oreos. And now we've got a 7-5 half. Raging Unicorns get 4 in a row, and I thought Akimbo were going to run away with this map, but no. Now we've got a pistol round here, and let's see what Akimbo have for us on our defense.
This is the same thing we saw in map 1, though. Mirage, it was
a
comeback in the first half of Raging Unicorns,
Roka.
but Akimbo shut it down, and now, same story. Roka with a triple kill. Dooley's now up from pit, and they will strip everything away from Raging Unicorns. Another pistol secured for Akimbo, and is this really going to be the same as Mirage?
I don't know. This is crazy. It's like, you know, we get a 7-5 half. Akimbo get the pistol round again. They're a really good pistol round team. Roka with a triple kill. The last 2 picking up by the captain, Glorens. And, you know, just feeling confident, smiling and cheering and hooting and hollering, which is great. And Akimbo without a bomb plant, they're going to essentially half buy into this, get a few upgraded pistols here. But these MP9s, there's 4 MP9s in the mix. This is a great gun to have on this map, up close and personal. You just start spraying, you start praying, you start grinding through these players, and you set yourself up for a 9-5 scoreline here. And Oreos with the opening frag gets himself a double, earning some money. Sora does trade one back, but still disadvantage there for Unicorns.
At this point, it's mainly just damage here for Raging Unicorns, trying to force as many rebuys as you can, but it's only going to be a single kill off the trade. Everybody else looking clean here on Akimbo's as now they go in towards their bonus round.
Yeah, it's back-to-back triple kills for Roka. Triple kill on the pistol round, triple kill with the MP9. Has definitely made himself a ton of money, and the rebuy comes back in. MP9's still in the mix for Akimbo, but MP9's up against AKs is a dangerous feat to try to overcome. But right now I feel confident that Akimbo can do it.
Definitely would be a fool to doubt Akimbo at this point. It feels like their results are speaking for themselves. Like we said, it was a bit of a bumpy road at multiple points, but all that matters is that they're getting these games over the line. As long as they keep moving forward, it doesn't matter what the scoreline was, it doesn't matter what the players look like. All that matters is that you win. AK's out here for Raging Unicorns. Can they manage to break through? There's 3 MP9s in the mix for Akimbo. This truly is a bonus round. Just trying to get whatever extra that they can out of this. Hey, double digits would be a very nice gift.
Yeah, Glorn's playing very passively. It would have been nice if he would have thrown that Molotov there inside mid, stopping that mid aggression. Oreo's good for 1, trading another one back there. Double kill for Oreos at the moment. Sitting inside mid, they know where he's at. That balcony player does get felled. Right now, Oreos is on for the ace. Finally gets taken down.
Yeah, he'll be put down inside of the pit. Dante now up with that MP9, but he gets shut out of the round. And S5J retaking in from Library. Long range with the MP9, surely not to be. He's just trying to find his way in. He'll go into the site, and that's just going to be his grave. The bonus round doesn't come through. But all that's important is that they have enough to buy into the next.
Yeah, I mean, basically it was, I think, 31 total HP between the last two players. So S5, I think it was S5J. He had a chance to be the hero of that round, but he just couldn't find the players. Clearing all the different angles on that A side is extremely difficult, especially when you have to be audible. And so it's almost like they would have to line up, or you'd need a miracle to finish that off there. But again, it's fine. You can give one round dub. Now you get the M4s back online. Surprised there wasn't a lot more money left for Akimbo here, considering they won the first 3 rounds. So 5-7 for Oreos. He's stuck kind of down. Dante takes a ton of damage there from HEs. Or Molotov.
S5J, a good hold up towards Banana. Now that the rivals are out in full force for Akimbo, they look to find double digits. Sora manages to catch this on a timing,
nice.
But it's not enough. As the utility reigns in, it just softens them up for that 5-7, and they rip through those last 2 lane players. Double digits achieved, and on the precipice of semifinals.
Yeah, they're like just, they're announcing their presence, and they're on the door of success and taking this series 2-1. But again, it's not over until it says victory on the scoreboard. It could be regulation. It could be 5 overtimes. It's not over until it says victory. There is no tying in Counter-Strike Al. And, Raging Unicorns coming back in with sort of this half-buy. These Tech 9s are going to come in. They can be dangerous up close, so it's going to be a lot of work for these 2A players. But Oreos and Roka have a lot of work ahead of them. Messy spray, but he gets 2 of them. Switches to the pistol, gets a third.
He gets that USP out, strips away the head, and Griffin now left alone in a 1v4. Everybody here to respond against him. Double kill out of that Tech 9, but eventually run down. It's just too much for him. And look at the smile on Akimbo's faces.
Yeah, they're smiling, they're laughing, they're having a great time. Everybody in the server is getting themselves some kills. Roka had a little bit of a messy spray, but in the end got 3, even had to switch to that USP to get that 3rd one. And now they're discussing everything, trying to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Everybody has the same mindset. And if I was Raging Unicorns, I'd be taking a timeout right now, but they're choosing to elect to just go straight into it. We haven't really seen many timeouts at all. I don't even know if we've taken any in this series, if I'm being honest.
There was, at the very least, 1 in this map. It was at round 7.
Let's go, Oreos. Give me more, Oreos. Come on.
Oreos, if he gets fired up, that could be the
Let's
nail in the coffin,
go.
but it's actually just S5J and Dante to mow them down as they try to push up Banana. That fast play is read and executed.
I want to go get an Oreo milkshake, and I want Oreos to make it for me, because right now he's grinding up the unicorns, and he's making mincemeat of their horns so he can make a recipe for success and sprinkle it all over his team.
And now just 1 round away from semifinals. Just 5 kills to be able to push further forward in this land.
Here at San Antonio, Texas, we're here at the Boeing Center at Techport, and we are watching some amazing North American Counter-Strike. Emotions on the line. Everyone's fighting for their chance at this $5,000 prize pool. Nobody wants to go home. 4 more frags to find. Dante finds the opening frag, takes a little bit of damage there. Sora does trade him back.
Akimbo seemed to want that win just that much more than Raging Unicorns as they emerge with a man advantage. Raging Unicorns trying to scale onto this A site from balcony, but it's read by Oreos. Could have an easy kill on the pit player, jiggling out, missed shot, now burning away in the Molotov. He has to go forward. Dante with one of his own, and this is starting to become unraveled, especially with this flank. That should put the nail in the coffin. It's all left up to Frostbite. He has the bomb. He has the runway to B. You need to post a 1v3 just to keep your team alive.
I mean, he can do it onto Oreos. Oreos is very low HP, but how are you going to find the other players? The captain, Glorin, he's sitting at 100 HP. You've got S5J, we've seen him a few times. The one person who's out of the round is Roka right now, so you at least have that going for you. After this bomb goes down, he's going to have to figure out where to post-plant himself. He's worried about an anchor on this site, and he's trying to clear so many sites. Once that Molotov and smoke goes down, they're going to start to swarm him. Just whatever you do, do not go in one-on-one. Don't give Frostbite a bunch of one-on-one fights. Play this together, win the round, and be done with it.
Pressure mounting as these CTs close in. They're just sending bullets through those smokes. Oreos just trying to bide his time and wait for Banana swing into the CT, and that's how it ends. It's the captain to close it out. Akimbo 13-6. All 3 maps, that's the scoreline. It was simply meant to be as Akimbo goes to semifinals.
Yep, Akimbo earned their spot in the semifinals. They had to do it by reverse sweeping the Raging Unicorns. It took them a little bit longer to get there, but we slowly started to see Akimbo power up every single map, every single round. They were getting hotter and hotter and hotter until the stove was so hot that the water began to boil, and Raging Unicorns pretty much were boiled alive in that series. And it was unfortunate to see it go out like that because I was pulling for the Raging Unicorns. You know, I love to see an underdog story, but Akimbo were just the better team in that particular situation, and Oreos got he got live, he got hot. And I got to say I'm proud of Akimbo for at least earning their spot. So they still have a little bit more work to do if they want to take the majority of this prize here and take this tournament. But there's still a lot of teams out here that are in this that are hungry for this. You know, we've got the Zomblers, we've got, you know, a couple, we've got Zealous and Zin as well here. We've got a lot of teams in here that we have to, give credit to. We can't just look at the ones that were on broadcast.
Yeah, and I mean, all those handshakes going about, it's unfortunately the end of the line there for Raging Unicorns. They're going to be going home, packing their bags, and congratulations as well to Akimbo for being able to secure that first ticket into the semifinals. Now we're going to pull somebody for an interview with them. We're going to throw to a very short break as we get him back here and ready for an interview.
Amen.
We are here with S5J, and I have to issue a formal apology. I've been calling you SSJ the whole time. So my bad, I apologize, but congratulations on the win. You guys secure your ticket to the semifinals. Keep on paving the way forward. And first thing I want to ask is, to a lot of people, you guys were the favorite going into this event, somebody that a lot of people have their eyes on. It's been kind of rocky for you guys. Was it just more than you guys expected? Has it taken you guys a bit to sort of adapt to the environment? What's just going on with you guys?
Yeah, I mean, coming in, we were the #1 seed out of the qualifier. To be honest, it's just been kind of tough scheduling-wise. We've been playing with a lot of subs, and so now that we got the 5 of us here, it's just taking us a little bit of time to kind of get fully adjusted into our rhythm again. And the BO3 format's perfect for us for that. You know, we lost the first map and just had dominant map 2 and 3 after we kind of got adjusted. And then day 1, it's kind of brutal for us with the best ones. We lost fair and square, and you know, we're just hungry and we're ready to make a statement today.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, again, I was telling Al that, you know, you guys didn't really feel like you were there in map 1 on Dust 2, but then what you guys literally flipped the script on Mirage, and, you know, Oreos came online. I was actually calling him out that he wasn't really available. Dust 2 is a map of Operas, right? And he wasn't really available, but then on map 2 on Mirage, I mean, he just absolutely went nuclear. And then on map 3, he did the same thing, hitting some no-scopes, hitting shots, getting multi-frags. And did you guys talk? Did you get anything going? Like, what was the talk about to get the team back in? What were you guys telling each other?
Yeah, I mean, Mirage is one of our huge comfort picks. So after we've been a little shaky on Dust 2 recently, so we knew, it was going to be rough if we weren't fully online. We just kind of had a little team talk outside after map 1, just to, it's just map 1. You know, Dust 2's been rough, but we're so comfortable in Mirage. We're just going to do our thing, come in confident, and, you know, Oreos was fired up. So was Roka. Just incredible maps from both of them, map 2 and 3.
I mean, I could hear you guys cheering. I could hear you as well. And I love the banter. You know, I could hear, I loved it because we switched to it, and I could see you yelling at the other team. And, that banter, I could tell you guys were getting fired up. You guys are starting to smile again, and you were really getting into the server. And I could almost feel it. Like, without even seeing you guys, I could tell that the confidence you had was just growing, and it was mounting to the point where Raging Unicorns you seemed to shut them down at every avenue they were going. So I got to congratulate you guys for that as well.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, and it's just, we're just going to keep doing our thing. A lot of the guys on my team are more quiet, so when we get going,
somebody has to do it, right?
I'm going to be the guy who's getting loud yelling. So, just looking forward to it. It's going to be fun.
Final question I have for you is you said that, these BO3s work a lot better for you. The longer the game goes on, the better you guys seem to get, the more you can get a feel for it. But you have to keep in mind that there's, another BO3 after this.
Yep.
And if you win that, it's a BO5. So this is a marathon, not a sprint. And at what point do you feel like fatigue is going to start setting in for you guys? Do you think that will be an issue that comes up, or are you really just a team? The longer you go, the more fired up you get.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're feeling good today. Like once we left yesterday, we got some good sleep, got some food in us, and then coming in today, we're gonna get some food after this. As soon as we can, get fueled up, and then we're ready. We had a very long day yesterday, so we're ready for it. We're ready and we're fired up.
Awesome. We're ready as well. So congratulations on the win. We'll see you in the semifinals. S5J, it's a
All right,
pleasure
awesome.
having
Yeah,
you, man.
thank you so much for having me.
No problem.
We're going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back with the semifinals.
Haunted by you. Salt in the wound. I wouldn't have told you if I knew you'd take it back. Someone else to hold you, someone else to know. Know you better than your ghost. I thought we were even closer, but I think you should know that you let me down. Never been so low since you're not around. So how's it feel now? Keep bleeding out. Don't need me now. Better without. But do you even know that you let me down? You tell me for once. Tell me what we're missing. 'Cause I don't think we're done. And I can learn to listen to you, like you want me to. I wouldn't have told you if I knew you'd take it back. Someone else to hold you, someone else if this is over. Someone else who pulls you closer. Someone else to give me closure. So tell me if it's really over. But I think you should know that you let me down. Never been so low since you're not around. So how's it feel now? Keep bleeding out. Don't need me now. Better without. But do you even know that you let
into your eyes. You caught me by surprise. 'Cause I'm a heathen in a sleepless life. Feelings never seem to smile. You're leaving, won't you stay the night? I'm falling for you. Oh, I'm hoping you feel for me what I've been feeling for you. And if it's so clear to see, I'm on my knees, so I'm begging for you. Heaven, won't you take me high? Staring deep into your eyes. You caught me by surprise. 'Cause I'm a heathen in a sleepless life. Feelings never seem to smile. You're leaving, won't you stay the night? I'm falling for you. Oh, I'm hoping you feel for me what I've been feeling for you. And if it's so clear to
I've been thinking about you, how your voice shakes when you're lying, make everything about you, and I just be a smiling, but I'd still be here when we're in hard times, baby, just join in the fun, running around, I lose my mind, the summer's only begun. I'll still be here when we're in hard times. Baby, just join in the fun. Running around, I lose my mind. The
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may have seen me yesterday or not, but my name is King. I'm joined here with Cam. We're not showing Akimbo versus Raging Unicorns. That already happened. We're actually going to go into a middle of a game of Zealous v. Holly Molly? Imperium, I'm sorry. No. Zealous v. Imperium. They're in their third map. The map has already started. We were dealing with some tech issues, and now we're underway. The score is already 1-0 in favor of Imperium, so they did already win the pistol. I wasn't not really paying attention to the game. I know you were.
Yeah.
So can you walk us through what happened in the previous two maps?
So Zealous picked Ancient. Kind of just seems they were caught off guard a little bit, and then they went into Overpass, which is Imperium's pick, and it was kind of a little bit of the same, right? Really close games on both sides, but they just caught each other off guard on their own map picks. So now we're just going into the deciders. Zealous has beat Akimbo on this map, which I would think personally is one of the better teams here that have played that map. So I'm guessing Zealous hopefully has something up their sleeve on Mirage. I guess we'll go into this. But yeah, we were having tech issues earlier today. Specifically just one PC.
And that PC being Jakey's. I don't know if you guys were watching the venue cam, but he was on the other side of now where that team was. But no more tech delays as we head into the first or the second round now. Imperium did win that pistol, and now we have Zealous on that force buy. Going out a pretty early. Funk dying through the smoke to Sisyphus. Now in a 4-on-2 advantage post plant.
Kind of taking just a contact out ramp, so nothing too crazy. Guys were playing really close. They were stacked towards A, but now they're in a 2v4 retake, so we'll see how that works out for them. They do have a lot of good util to come in. So Karen's just getting flat pushed in.
This M4 now backing away, probably on that save. Xtios sticking around for a little bit here. Also likely to be saving, but sticking around, like I said, now backs away, saving that MP9. And Zealous win that buyback, or the force buy, after, I'm assuming they got the plant down in that pistol round to be able to,
Yeah,
to get the money to, yeah.
So yeah, we're all tied up.
So you think we're gonna see the force buy wars coming through here?
See, I think we're going to see the force buy wars. A big issue we'll probably run into here is mid control is pretty important for the CT side, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. If they can't really fight back, then might be best to save for an op.
Up to you, man. It's Imperium versus Zealous. They're in the third map. It's up to you if you want to op in for me.
If you're chilling, that's cool.
Okay.
Are you breaking up with me already?
Yeah, no.
God,
I would rather leave the casting to the professionals here. Let me do my job in production behind the scenes. We're gonna see Xtios here doubling up with the MP9.
Yeah, hop on in here.
Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna do. Yeah, let's do it,
guys.
Oh my God.
My God, my favorite time of the day.
Is
Three of us.
Is it deja vu?
Wait, we're so bad, guys.
We're so bad. Okay,
now.
Okay, so Imperium won the pistol round, Zealous won the force buy, and now we're in this round.
Cool.
They won each other's map picks, and now we're into the third map.
Let's go.
Yeah.
That's classic NACS, baby.
And hey, we're having the force wars coming in, so as you see, there we go.
Okay, all right.
Back to back to back.
Yeah.
Let's get it. Can I ask, how are you saying this guy's name? PX, and is this
Pink.
Punk?
Pink.
Punk?
I think Pink or Punk.
Pink? Okay.
Punk?
Punk.
Pink.
Pink.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Okay.
It's pink. Pink it is.
Pink, Karen, Skittle, Xtios, Messy Zombie.
That's a great name, by the way. I do love that one. Oh, and we're Bourbon again? Let's
Oh,
freaking
it's
go.
Bourbon time.
It's Bourbon time. This is going to be a great time.
And I guess Zealous is just going back to old reliable, just walking towards A. Going to be a contact play coming out. Messy Zombie's just playing retake, kind of learning from the mistakes.
Can't afford to be playing so passive, to be honest with you. It's kind of tough sometimes if you're going to be in that type of position. Allows Skittle to be isolated. Messy Zombie in a tough spot. Pink able to bring it back. And this is, I mean, a bomb plant's good, I guess at the minimum. But they bought everything. They have no cash. Never mind.
Yeah.
Really bad post plans coming in.
It's a force buy wars, man.
Bourbon time. Gets one league.
Can he do it once again? 2 1v3s yesterday. A 1v4 here. Not today.
Just a little off the mark there.
Just a little bit. He did have 2 1v3s yesterday.
He had one in, yeah, I think it was two.
It might have been a 1v3 and a 1v4.
Well, he had that ace on ramp. That was him, right?
Nuke.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah,
Sure?
Nuke.
Sure.
That's what I was thinking. I think that was him. And then it was a 1v3 on overpass, I know. And a big triple kill he got on a Tech 9 round.
So no force back coming back in from Zealous, so hopefully we'll see a good, nice little eco round here. It is the Deke galore.
Deco.
The Deco.
I got flack for calling it a deco.
Why?
I don't know.
From who?
Unnamed individuals.
Put him on blast.
Yeah,
Unnamed individuals.
Clip farming day 2. Who is it?
Oh, put him on blast, bro.
It was Why Not FBS.
Ah. Of course it was.
Yeah.
It's like the Bogdan thing, right?
Yeah, bro has no room to speak.
You could guess at home what exactly he's referring to. I mean, these Eagles, they are threatening. Fortunately, not threatening enough to get a kill, but
I guess Rue just wanted to do a staring contest right there in window. Didn't even shoot.
he was lining up the shot.
Yeah.
Listen, it's better to take your time and hit the shot you take than miss all the shots.
Shout out Nico.
Real and true. Wait,
How did he get here?
I don't know. I guess he snuck out
my
Palace,
God.
or rather Ramp.
What a shot.
Yakindar with the one dig.
Jakindar.
Jakindar.
I love when we interviewed him. He was like, "Yeah, I'm into it." Like,
It was a great interview.
I do look like
Honestly,
Jakindar a little bit.
All of the interviews that we've done so far have been great.
They've been good.
Yeah.
It's been awesome. I know a lot of events we don't get to talk to a lot of players.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
really happy that we've gotten the privilege to do that.
Yeah, you brought the good idea, man. It's been great.
Interviews have been great. Games have been great.
No tech issues.
No, we're doing so great. Shout out Jason, our server admin here for this event.
This is true.
He's been doing a great job. You know, he had the most aura farm moment yesterday ever. We were talking about so there was a match earlier played earlier today off stream. It was the finals for the LCQ. And so to get into the LCQ, right?
No,
No.
To make playoffs.
Yeah, to make playoffs. And so last night we were speaking about what time we want to do that, and I suggested that we do it off stream. And Jason said, "Yeah, I'll start the servers up tonight, and they can just play on it tomorrow." I said, "What if there's a server issue?" He said, "There won't."
And he walked away.
Aura. Absolute aura moment.
Is that confidence that you really gotta bring? To be honest,
No, it's true.
Hey, we haven't had server issues. It's been PC issues.
Yeah, it was a server issue, or it was a PC issue, not a server issue.
The only server issue we had today was when you unplugged the server.
When I unplugged the server?
That's what I heard.
someone unplugged the server this morning.
Oh, yeah, I did. I did. I did unplug something. I didn't think it was. I thought it was the cable I wanted to unplug, and it wasn't. But all good.
So I just wanted to ask, back to like game stuff for a second. Are Zealous the favorites in this? Because I kind of feel that way, but I haven't seen as much Imperium, so maybe it's just like what I've seen bias.
I think they're a good matchup. They've shown flashes. I would definitely put Zealous as favorites just based on
Holy name.
Oh my god. But yeah, it's just been back and forth this whole day.
Fair enough.
Really fighting to get out of the axe.
I mean, they got like triple naded and a molly. The timing on the utility for Imperium was kind of nuts. But I think ultimately, though, this is a lot of momentum to be picking up. I mean, they don't have like an insurmountable amount of money Imperium yet, but it's starting to get there, and it's been, what, 6 rounds straight? Yeah,
we
or
talked
5
about-
rounds
okay.
straight.
Yeah, I was about to also mention, like, they haven't called a timeout. And we talked about how good their timeouts were yesterday.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's 6-0 or 6-1, and they hadn't called anything.
Okay, so in the group with Imperium, I'm sorry. In the group with Imperium was Zomblers, Malicious Intent, and Noob 5. They went 2-1, and I'm assuming their loss was to Zomblers. It was. They lost 4-13.
Okay. So, I mean, to be honest with you, those other two in that group, it's kind of hard to take anything away, I feel like.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Like, I think that Noob 5 team, that was probably a pretty easy game.
Properly named team.
I wasn't going to say that.
So, Zomblers beat Noob 5 13-3, and Imperium beat Noob 5 13-1.
So they were like, that doesn't say anything.
Yeah, it really doesn't say anything. I don't know. I'm waffling because Malicious Intent, who went 1-2, beat Noob 5 13-2. So I'm waffling here a little bit. But
No. Good information.
yeah, a little bit.
Skittle's just getting overtly aggressive here. This is so much info.
Could you say he's getting info?
He's getting info.
He is getting into. the entire team.
Yep, all in one. That's a lot of team to put into one person.
Yeah. It's like 5 guys. The burger place.
Oh
True.
my God! Speaking of food,
No,
pizza's
that's
here.
why. Yeah.
5 guys, 5 pizzas.
Yeah.
Is that actually?
Yeah.
Go fire!
Well, yeah.
I'm excited for this food.
You're eating only the cheese pizza, King. That's the only one for you.
So?
The whole thing's for you.
Oh. More for me?
Yeah. No, but we see more aggression coming from the CT side. I mean, they have both of the extremities as they're working into a split, so it's ending in A, but you have no other info on the outsides on the map.
I mean, Zealous doesn't know that they've pushed either. Like, they don't know that they're about to walk into basically an A stack. Messi, big duel, and that's going to take out one of the prongs of this attack. Now they have a crossfire, but steps out into the open. Maybe a misstep. Skittle going to be arriving on the scene. Should be able to get the one and does. Now can just be a threat. Though taking space into jungle is Lee. Doing enough to at least give them a chance. That's a massive frag, though, and unfortunately that should probably end this one, Jakey. An op-in sandwich, it's not a great spot. He does hit the first. Like, that smoke gives him cover. It's so very close and far more than it should have been, but Imperium, they do continue to stay strong.
Yeah, just, I mean, no early aggression mid, really quiet pushes on the extremities. I just think that they could have maybe shown a little bit more presence somewhere on the map. I know that they started VAPs and then backed off, but I mean, just look at the money on the CT side now. Like, it's disgusting. I don't think...
Yeah. Remember when I was like, it's not getting out of hand? It's out of hand. We're out of hand.
When your Opera has 12K, it's out of hand.
That's a good way
Also
to put
at 12 and 4, mind you.
Yeah, they just haven't done too much crazy.
I love the break open to that smoke. Just makes it impossible to try and fight. And Zealous have been pretty mid-centric. They've taken mid-control very consistently. So when you're seeing that smoke, especially when the T's throw a bottom con smoke, you can be very sure that you're going to see somebody. But a nasty double from Rue. B-site open.
Kind of just taking the game into his own hands. I mean, dry swinging.
I love Skittle's confidence, even though it's only a 1-for-1. You really have to be playing confident from this position, especially when you have a teammate like Messi Zombie right next to you. That's the frag that Messi really needed to hit. And this time it's not Jakey, it's Pink in a 1v3.
Yeah, and I feel like he's going to go for this here. I mean, all the money in the world, he's feeling it. So, let's see what he got.
All about to be, though. Always a tough one, and I do like that off angle.
Yeah, definitely one of the more you forget about it type of angles, to be honest.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, and King's going for food. Messing with the cables over there.
He picked up the cable like he wanted to take it with him. And I was like, where are you going with that, blood?
He was just going to go cast over there while he ate. ASMR did.
Let's not do that. Current.
Good trade coming back from Maru, but there's still one more person in the underpass.
I mean, Flash doesn't actually connect, but there's spec paid to that. Rue, doing some serious heavy lifting to bring Zealous some of these T rounds. It's his entries twice over there on Catwalk, and the trade, he follows that up, and more of a straight up duel there. Skittle on the search, and gonna get caught. Great work. It's a huge advantage for Zealous.
Yeah, I mean, good reaction, and they're meatballing like we talked about this group up, and just kind of hit a sight together at the end. But I mean, really good picks coming in from Rue, and just the reactions from the CTs were good. Just Zealous looking a little bit better. Let's see if they can end this half better. Just kind of slow things down a little bit.
Messi Zombie is kind of chasing after them right now through T-spawn. He could have an interesting timing, but this op, I thought might get a look. Miss Jungle Smoke might have allowed that, but not really. Messi Zombie gonna get active, but Jakey turns around and yeah. Timing, good, but hold on, a missed shot. Maybe this is gonna be viable. Already confirmation towards CT. Another man that was triple has now all gotten back to CT. Imperium, they don't know it yet, but they're walking into a site that's actually unstaffed. Great smoke. going to complicate matters. There's an HE to break that open on the Sisyphus, and that's going to be tossed out immediately to try the other way. Pink all alone, and Rue has done it all himself. 4 kills for Rue as he's made this possible. 6 kills in the last 2 rounds as Rue dominates.
Yeah, I mean, you need an X factor, especially if your team's falling behind, and Rue's pulling out his own weight and his team. Honestly, I don't know how much those chairs can hold, but Rue's over there.
You know, they look sturdy.
They're pretty, yeah, sturdy enough for Rue over there.
Yeah, I mean, he has been picking up the pace a big way. And here's the other thing, right? I think that sometimes it's not about being able to do that consistently. It's just a couple of rounds to get your team out of the rut. Show them that, hey, we're still in this. It's still possible. And it's only 7 rounds. Like, 7-round CT side is nothing, nothing special for Imperium. If Zealous can pick up these last 2 rounds, we're talking about a very reasonable half.
Yeah, and we were talking about that economy. I mean, look at this. If they win this round, they reset Imperium.
What a time to be broke. Would that be round 12?
Yeah, last round. So let's see if Pink gets a little bit active here. Maybe they boosted someone on the ladder earlier. So it seems like they're going to be playing a really aggressive B side.
Imperium have been aggressive at B in general. They've pretty consistently been pushing into apartments, and it's not actually been seen all that regularly.
Yeah, but they got all that information. You see the rotates coming over. It's going to be a pretty heavy stack. More playing towards the retake. Oh, as Mezzi comes out.
I mean, forward face. Hopefully he's got some support. Should be a flashbang that comes back through as well. He doesn't need it. Pink on the edge of the smoke, and good work for Messi to continue to be a threat. Lee has no idea where to look. He can't fight everything all at once. And with Rue and Sisyphus left, Imperium seemed to have broken back through, found a way in. Rue, a little bit of a whiff there, but he's still good. Sisyphus brings one as well. A 2-on-3 that, I mean, technically could still happen. The HP is the biggest problem for them. And this flank that's formulating up in Palace.
And yeah, there's the Abs player. Ready and just where he needs to be.
Trying to get both of them. Not going to be able to get it initially, but easy does it for Extios. 2 kills that put the pin in that comeback and make it very difficult now to see that continuation.
Yeah, and I mean, they need this round. Zealous needs this round if they want to be competitive, if they want to be able to come into that half with at least a small cushion if they don't win pistol, right?
Yeah.
It's also another thing they have to think about. So you see a normal setup come out from CT side, but Zealous is going to go heavy B this round. Oh, Imperium seems to have a good read on it.
I mean, once again, insert into the apartments. Shouldn't have been seen. Pink's going to walk away, though. That timing is pretty brutal. Now they hit the go button. Still Extios, it seems, and the AWP tries to step forward. Can't do that. We'll try to reposition. Lee with another, and it's Jakey this time. Multiple frags falling onto the B site, and Skittle is suddenly alone.
Yeah, you had Lee coming out through a mid flank, so to be able to catch that cat player, just kind of crashes down the whole site. And just with that, they got the round they needed. Now, let's see if they can get some good momentum, get a little bit more hype, because, I mean, the whole day we've been hearing him yell, be very hyped up, and I just don't hear very much coming from the other side of that wall.
From the Zealous side you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, it has been a little bit quiet. And to be honest, part of we kind of talked about this yesterday at the end of our game, but, sometimes playing at LAN is actually about staying power more than it is about, like, your individual skill as like a whole unit. Yep. Like, that's important too, don't get me wrong, but if you're not able to stay hot, for game on game on game, it wears on you. You get tired, and even though that, not screaming, not getting active, right, it's that energy that you do need, and that's something that your teammates feed on.
Yeah, and especially if you're staying active and like being mentally ready, yelling, even though you're not thinking about it that way, that's keeping your adrenaline up, keeping yourself really focused into the game. You
really see that with, like, the last, I don't know, 2-3 months for Torji on Mouse.
Yeah.
He's taken it upon himself to be that factor for that Mouse team. And, I mean, if you watch Pro CS, you've seen the difference, the amount of emotion that he's putting into that. It's the same idea.
Yeah,
you know?
need that teammate that's just, caring and yelling the whole game.
Well, and that's why, he's mentioned in an interview that, like, I've decided I need to do this because we need somebody there. And that's something that, if you don't play LAN every week, you might not realize. Might be hitting Zealous on this one as Imperium had to fight tooth and nail to get into this position, and they want to take advantage of it. Out onto the B site. Zealous defensive. Board. How about a classic Board moment? He's had a bad one, and it's not going to be changing right now. Drew and Jakey, guys that we rely on for this Zealous team, going to hopefully allow them a way back in. Jakey's already scaled forward. Great isolation, but still can't connect the headshot. The P2K falls, and Rue is all up to him. No dice. It's Imperium who steal away the pistol.
And I thought they were going to cook something up. They took a timeout at the start of the pistol round, so I was expecting them to, have a good read. But they just come into the site, they do a split, 3 people up cat. They weren't even ready for that. So just kind of unprepared, but hoping here that they're going to save. Yeah. So going for a save, opting to play for the long game. So that's a good mental on their side. So let's see if Jakey can work some Ds, some deco just on his side, or rotate the dig around,
Sisyphus left spawn without a gun. Had to go back for USB.
See, that happens to me when I buy a pistol and then I sell it.
Right.
And then I just run around with a knife.
And then hopefully you get 1,500.
Yeah, hopefully I get a knife kill.
Yeah, I do think that there is an aspect of this, especially on a Mirage, where we just haven't quite seen the individuals be online for Zealous, right? Sisyphus has been a big factor for this team. Board we've talked about a lot, and Jakey, who you've talked up a lot, and I think has shown a whole lot of really positive stuff in this tournament. But these are all guys that are, I think, not quite measuring up right now.
Yeah, it seems like a slow start. Obviously, that long break in between the matches and all the tech issues.
Oh, this was the game with all the tech issues.
This was the game with all the tech issues. So could have slowed them down a little bit. So we don't know what the outside factor was, but I'm hoping here, CT side. Let's hope that they get some rounds up and build a good momentum.
Yeah.
This is their do or die round.
No doubt about that. Yeah, loss here. It's 11, and I mean, let's just add insult to injury. Imperium are bonusing big time. They've got 3 SMGs, so be a very important one. The good news is most of Zealous have head armor, so these MAC-10s aren't going to be super effective.
And they're looking to do a fast A split, so good reaction from Drew.
Initial frag is great from that man. Jakey not taking no for an answer, goes for a little bit more, and I love that trade from Sisyphus. Good communication there from Zealous as Imperium get nothing on that bonus. 4 survivors for Zealous as Board takes, okay, he got an MP9 back.
Picked up a MAC-10 and picked up an MP9 right after.
Yeah.
No, but that's really good for them. I mean, they knew they were doing a split with the util set that was thrown. They reacted, went ramp. And nothing else you could expect. I mean, Rue got his 1 on that aggression and then got his second 1 late. So, I mean, really good from them that they're reacting early on.
More of that for Zealous if they have any business back into this map. Double digits, it feels like sometimes quite insurmountable, but it's not. Sisyphus, key information that he's just gathered. They're out on, nice reswing. That's going to give them an advantage back. Pink. All done and dusted, and a slam through the smoke. Good enough, you'll take it. Nobody mid, and Zealous are finding that out soon.
As Rue gets dinked by his teammate on Cat, we're seeing a good little retake. All of the CT side is just going to come in and retake in together. Getting 1, gets traded out by Board. Board is getting a double. We're getting a classic Board moment. Now we have Mezzi on a 1v3, sitting in a smoke, trying to do his best North American impression.
Another smoke refreshed. It's actually, yeah, a little bit dangerous. Great trade, though. I love how careful Zealous are. And I actually was hearing across the room, some really good communication that they were having. Right, it's the setup there for Borb. It's a flashbang coming in, making sure that they have these little details. Now that they have some utility to work with, that stuff looked good right there. And I think, very, very excited to see those details doing well.
Yeah, and Borb is on the board. again, this is on this half.
That's a good point.
Gotta get your IGL started, you know.
Key double kill.
I've seen last 2 rounds Imperium have been kind of grouping, right? Last round they grouped A. This round obviously an eco. They were gonna try to do something with B, but I see a lot of grouping from them. So I'm hoping this isn't a repeat that they're gonna be doing consistently on the T side. But here they come out into the B side.
Borb tests it again. First miss. It's a nice adjustment. Stays alive, and only 20 in that A1S, but still good for a multi. Great work from Borb. That's the type of round, you know, back-to-back that now builds the momentum and builds the confidence critically.
God Borb just sitting on that balcony. Man, they didn't even check him.
You do feel like a god. It doesn't matter
As you
if
look
it's
down
pistols.
on the guys on B.
No, no. When you're like, there's a B rush, and you're like you're the B anchor, and you're like, I got this.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And then you don't die. Like that's peak B anchor gameplay.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen much, but when it does.
Yeah, after spamming the spacebar for 40 minutes. Makes him feel good about himself.
Which is why it sucks so bad as the B anchor if that one round does happen and like you get farmed.
And then it seems like, dude, it's your one job, man.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I just didn't get to play the game until this point. And one time I like am allowed to play.
I just get one tapped.
Yeah.
It's okay. I just get wide swung window one tap, so it doesn't even matter where I am.
Back to mid. You were talking about like the grouping and such. We're seeing a very significant default for Imperium in comparison to all that.
That's what I take. Very good.
Dry swing. And that's a ambitious duel for Skittle. It's a good thing that he doesn't go wide because Shaky was ready and waiting.
Yeah, and a good readjustment from Shaky. He's going to probably just sit on the ticket booth, have his team go, and play a little bit more of a defensive position on A, and T's are just going to back up. They're going to walk under.
Missed window smoke, that's not really going to mean anything. Borb gets a flash into this, and that's actually going to give Imperium a heads up that this could be possible. Borb is, I don't even necessarily know, intentionally made the perfect call to just fall back off of that. Got information.
They did hear the flashback in as they flashed in the kitchen. So if they didn't get that information right there, I think Borb would have just rotated off.
Yeah, I think you're right about that one.
See the T's grouping up again towards A.
There's a big gap in mid, and that's maybe the most difficult position right now for Zealous.
But no util on the T's at all.
Literally zero, you're right. Oh, that's a huge victory. Now they can refocus. See no one here. How fast do they start that rotation? Sisyphus knows, giving it away. Great off position in Firebox, not going to be checked immediately. It's only the 1-for-1. Jakey now needs to be self-sufficient. Flash sent over, more damage, at least attempted with that nade, but it falls flat. Rifler right next to him, but Jakey now all alone. Lee arrives just in time to save his teammate. Borb from jungle. And the 2 players left remaining. Now all on to these 2 remaining for Zealous. Looking like it could be good, but Borb, it's all up to him. See what he's got in the clutch. Building up confidence, as we said. Missed shots from Messi Zombie, and it's exactly what he needed. Borb stepping up big time on the CT side.
2 big rounds from Borb. Borb in time. We got to get him a nice little plaque just for his desk.
It's Borb in time, indeed. The Zealous comeback continues, and we are seeing Imperium start to falter. Pistol round. And the follow-up after an 8-4 half. You thought it couldn't be better.
9 kills in 2 rounds. Borb is Borbin. And now the Imperium, yeah, on an eco. So let's see what they do with that. Oh, they sold the AK. They had one. They don't have it anymore. Again, going back to old reliable, going B.
I mean, Jakey's here, though. Oh, I don't know about that. Needs to try and escape a little bit earlier. Give him an op to play with. That's terrifying. This is a mistake that could pay the price. Lee, a safe pair of hands that comes back, denies that AWP. Smoke, though? Nope, he still gets it. Never mind. I thought the spray was on point. Falls away. Mezzi tagged down to 8 HP in the Molotov. Isolated our Imperium, but Mezzi has grabbed up that op. Lot to still work with, though. Not over for Zealous, and they in position. The op gone, and now it's up to XTOs, who's easily cleaned up. It wasn't pretty, but you'll take it.
I kind of want to wonder why Jakey stays there, especially after peeking up and seeing more than one person. But yeah, really scary, that op. Honestly, just that second shot that was whiffed, that could have changed the whole round.
It's almost the most important job if you're opping B and there's a rush coming at you, especially if you know they're low econ. It's almost more important that you don't give them the op than for you to get a multi-kill.
Yeah. I mean, he could have tried cold zero, but
that only works for him.
That only works for him, yeah. Or for whoever I pug against.
You're in some terror pugs, jeez.
Dude, no, honestly. Face it pugs, disgusting. Thank you, Face it. I reported him for cheating, but you banned him for abusive comms on the other team.
I mean, hey, I guess you'll take it however you can get it.
I guess.
What is Axios on with this? Yeah, bro, what are we?
He's stuck on the Nico.
Playing Doom out here.
Maybe this is why we haven't spectated him that much.
Probably.
Production saying yes.
Nods aggressively. As soon as the swing comes in, I don't think Zealous are going to have any supportive utility to flash Pink off this angle. So if they do swing, Pink should be able to nail it. That's such a defensive smoke.
Yeah, I mean, good timing on it too. Pink was easily a millimeter away from getting that pick, either under or triple. But yeah, Borb is staying active. I mean, his kills continue. One around. That's good. Your teammates are turning up together.
Notice Zealous, they were, I think, a little bit more active a couple of rounds ago, but right now, pretty passive on their CT side. They don't have mid control. They don't have anyone aggressive on the extremity of the map, not towards B, not towards A. They're very stable in this setup, but
not a lot of activity here. I mean, again, kind of a contact.
Well, that's unfortunately, I think, a miscommunication there. Sisyphus seemed like he was ready to fight with somebody, but nobody was there. Nobody was available. Fortunately, he'd done his job already. This round made a little easier by the man advantage, and Lee, only the ding. How about more? Rue, it's two-man setup inside of CT. Rue out of bullets, okay. I was getting a little bit scared that they were continuing to push in with so many players with low resources and like a pistol out, but
yeah, and I mean, we're tied up. They tied it up.
That we are. From 8-4
to 10-4.
Yeah.
To now 10-10.
6 rounds straight.
Timeout coming out from Imperium. I mean, but you're right. The retakes, that retake there didn't seem as confident as we've seen with the util set, right? You guys, they had util to retake, but they just kept dry swinging. Works out for them.
Yeah.
But something they're going to clean up. Knowing them well, they're not going to do that again.
I wanted to highlight Sisyphus there because I think that he does a great job. He looks a little silly when he reswings triple. Like I said, it seemed like there's maybe some miscommunication. But prior to that, I've been really impressed, even though he's not lighting up the scoreboard, him getting his one on A every single time.
Yeah.
Hit his bomb site, he's got one at least, and that's important.
Yeah, especially, I mean, like we said, that Orb started off slow. Sisyphus did start off slow on that T side, and I mean, he's been doing his job.
Now you can see how to activate Jakey. Very eccentric. The beginning of this round for Imperium, they lean heavily in this direction. And Sisyphus more aggro than he's been before that. Molly, the positioning might give him away. He wants to continue fighting, and it's a brilliant trade. Pink is now alone. He's the sole remaining attacker towards the A bomb site.
You see Sisyphus just backing up and giving it, just playing a retake now, which is even a good movement from him. I mean, got his one, got his trade, his teammate died, and now he gets all the info. And yeah, Sisyphus gets another one. Really loving that triple position.
Yeah, I mean, I think that as we get a little deeper, right, if we see another A exec, I need to see that mollied. Like, it's part of a full A exec. You'll get a triple molly, but if you're late walking out, which Imperium have been doing more often than not, you're not going to see that. And I think Sisyphus has really been profiting off of that fact. Ducked under Jakey's shot.
Yeah.
But
we saw one of those earlier on Zaiwu and the Mongols game.
oh yeah? I didn't catch it.
Yeah, the Zaiwu was in a 1v1, and that crouch button. Crouch button is goated for ops missing shots.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed who's getting louder, who's making making some noise now. Zealous seem to be emotionally back at their peak. This comeback now completed. They are in control. They are in the lead. Semifinal on the line. And Imperium are now on to a bye.
And they put their cards all on the table. They forced. So this is a do-or-die round. Really important.
This is fast. Quick move. Up catwalk. Are they going to be prepared for it? Lee now adjusts his attention to get back into position. But this smoke is such a great blocker. Through it. No way! Mezzy Zombie jumping. Somehow able to connect. Up to Borb. A multi-frag as Borb could do it again. Rue's arrival is the death notice for Imperium. Zealous continue forward. They cannot be stopped. It's straight round after round for Zealous. 12 on the board.
Just like you say, absolute cinema. First kill, T-side. Then, just all of the CTs. Trade, trade, trade. Amazing. Could not ask for more. Could not ask for more.
Incredible.
Borb in time.
The fact that we have seen this step up from Borb, the legend stands.
Best IGL, North America?
Seems like it. Best IGL in this quarterfinal, that's for sure. On that one. Imperium now backs against the wall. No way to test Jakey. He will deliver, and this is all in the attempt to open up B. Lee communicating over that this is time, this is the go. Him staying alive, critical. Only going to be the 4th or 5th position that they're going to check. He just needs to continue forward, but he cannot live for long enough. Borb has come to the B site, and this is his domain. 3 on 2, but a smoke out the market door. Jakey has gotten into position, but there's a little wait.
Sisyphus was able to kill the flank, top mid. So now it's just 2 guys on site. Nothing else that they can do on this retake.
Kids for 3. Good positioning for Imperium. But caught, seeing Sisyphus understanding the bench. What a great frag from Pink. It's a trade. And immediately Karen has to set up. This could be the lineup. He's got a freebie. How many can he pick up? It's both. Not initially, but he does deliver.
2 insane rounds back to back. All the cards on the table. What are we feeling? What are we feeling is going to happen?
I mean, to be honest with you, that is a breath of fresh air for Imperium, but it's not enough. They know that round, it's a miracle, really. From a man disadvantage, basically the whole round, they were able to still find a way back in. Pink doing some incredible work from bench. That sets them up for success. This is a timeout, though, where Imperium, they need to look into the strat book, whatever the highest percent play. Whatever that is, that's what you run here.
Especially with this util and this buy, like you're not going to run something like that you've never done before. You need something specific that you're used to, the most comfortable strat. They might try the split again.
Yeah, low-key, I was about to say, I think I'd run that back.
And they are running the split again.
Up top.
Maybe a little bit more delayed.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a little bit more measured. Then they do have the utility to do that at the very minimum. Last time they split the attention for Lee very effectively. And they're pressuring top con as well. So they're doing a better job right now of selling what this could be, what this might be. And in fact, I like the iteration, right? Before it was the cat play, it was the split, and they've tossed the same utility in order to set that up. But now they're going to be grouped up outside. The only problem with this is that they have 1 smoke and 2 flashes.
Yeah, and I mean, this, you would think that the read from Zealous would be that they just stop their push, so that they're going to be grouped up, still trying to go B. And yeah, here they go. Here's the exec.
Borb, lead, crossfire set, late activation from Borb, and he's only good for the single. Maintain a 3-on-3, no advantages here, and Imperium will plant the bomb. The numbers punched in. Jakey had the line, but a crucial miss opportunity for him. Post plant positioning now solid. Double swing, triple, in fact, and they're all together. There's 3-door waiting for that retake. Mind-blowing that the CTs are getting away with it.
And yeah, I mean, absolutely whiff coming in right there, but overextension coming out from the T side. And I mean, the comeback was a comeback. We secured a comeback finally on stream.
That's true.
And yeah, did you see them hugging each other over there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive win. Like, from down 4-10 to, I mean, and listen, lost the second half pistol as well after being 8-4. That comeback is not easy. And I really got to credit these guys for figuring it out the hard way, right? It's individuals who were really struggling initially who were able to take that next step forward. And you could see the energy building as we continued forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible, incredible, incredible scenes from, you know, not expecting to stream that game. Got to do something, you know, and it was honestly an amazing game to watch. Did not expect to see a comeback, but I guess my pick still stands of who I think is going to win the event. So I'm cheering them on. Hopefully they're going to do well, but let's try to get Borb on here.
We can see if we can do that. In order to do that, we're going to take a short break. Well, maybe not.
Oh,
I was going to look and see if we can grab Borb. So
snag him out.
Yeah, we'll hang out for a second. Listen, bias aside, I think that comeback, it does give me a lot more confidence. And I think realistically, Zealous go into any, you know, I say any like we don't necessarily know, but anyway, you know, any matchup moving forward, semis and finals potentially,
yeah.
I think they come in as the underdog.
Yeah, and they're feeling good about a comeback, so now they're going to be, you know, carrying hopefully that momentum into their next matches. And hey, never say never on an underdog. They do have a tough matchup coming up right after. They're going to be playing Zomblers in that semifinal. Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, Zomblers, heavy favorites, along with a couple of the other teams that... Yeah,
particularly with Luke shooting so well. I think that he's one of the, like, the guys that I feel like is one of the stronger, like, tactically in-game leaders in this, and that's understanding that they don't even have their full core. When I talked to him yesterday in the interview, you know, he seemed to understand that really well. And, you know, just take one step at a time, knowing that, hey, we don't need to overcomplicate things, but we still have a little bit of a base to fall back on. I thought that was really intelligent. So I'm excited for that. I think that ultimately, though, is a huge test for this squad. So, we got him?
We got our boy Rue. We got our boy Rue.
All right, we're doing it live.
Get in here, Rue.
Come on.
What's up, brother? What's going on? How are you doing? How you feeling?
Oh, feeling good to win that game, dude. It took so long. We had to lock in and make that comeback happen.
Well, let's start there. Because to be honest with you, you were kind of the first to lock in. I felt like you had to take the bull by the horns, so to speak, and try to at least start lifting the team up. After that, you had, you know, a whole lot of help. But can you talk to me kind of about, we were hearing y'all were quite quiet at the very start of that comeback, but a couple of multi-kills from you helped to begin that comeback story.
Yeah, early in that T side, we just made a lot of mistakes. It was pretty messy at the start, and then fortunately I was able to get a multi-kill or two and then light a fire under us, and then we kind of just kept going from there. We got 4 on our T side, which is not great, but it could be worse. Lost the pistol, and then we just, I mean, CT side, we were just feeling it. We just had really good reads, and we're just owning pretty much the rest of the half.
A lot of really good, you know, counter and just reactions that you guys had, especially like Vin was saying, just, you know, you dry swung Cat, got 2 kills.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. Well, we had a con smoke, so I was like, we went down a man. I saw we had a con smoke. I was already up Cat. I was like, fuck it, dude. I'm just gonna try to win us the round. And I saw the first guy kill him. Saw the other guy's gun barrel poking out, and I was like, oh, this is easy, man. And then I just got the double, and fortunately we were able to close it out.
No, but yeah, I mean, congrats to y'all. And I mean, I just have one specific question, and then how are you feeling for the next game?
Zomblers.
Feeling good. I mean, I can't escape these guys. I'm playing them all the time. Like, played them to make advance, and then played them in OSS playoffs, and now I'm playing them on land. So
what
I
makes
play these guys all the time.
Can't escape them. I won't ask what the score is, like head to head, but what makes playing against those guys difficult?
Or
easy, potentially.
I don't know, man. they play really aggressive, which makes it difficult, and they all shoot pretty hard. So we're just gonna have to be ready for them to just run at us. Pretty much is what I'm thinking.
Fair enough. I think I want to ask about like the emotions a little bit because, like I said, we were able to hear kind of where you guys were at different points in that game, and for me was a clear turning point, especially when Borb was able to start getting activated. Mm-hmm. But what's the way in which you can keep those emotions high even in a downturn? Where you're down 4-10.
I mean, you just have to focus on the next round. You can't really get dejected at what happened in the previous round because what's in the past is in the past. So you just have to focus up for the next one and not let your emotions take over.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, I think we're going to focus up right now. I know you got a few minutes to figure things out before we get that Zomblers game going. We're going to take a break here on the broadcast, and when we come back, it is going to be just that, Zomblers and Zealous, when we return.
to know. No, you're better than your ghost. I thought we were even closer, but I think you should know that you let me down. Never been so low since you're not around. So how's it feel now? Keep bleeding out. Don't need me now. Better without. But do you even know that you let me down? You tell me for once. Tell me what we're missing. 'Cause I don't think we're done. I can learn to listen to you, like you want me to. I wouldn't have told you if I knew you'd take it back. Someone else to hold you. Someone else if this is over. Someone else who pulls you closer. Someone else to give me closure. So tell me if it's really over. But I think you should know that you let me down. Never been so low since you're not around. So how's it feel now? Keep bleeding out. Don't need me now. Better without. But do you even know that you let me down? I think you should know that you let me down. Never been so low since you're not around. So how's it feel now? Keep bleeding out. Don't need me now. Better without. But do you even know that you let me down? You felt like home to me, and this all felt real, truly. And you felt like home to me, and this all felt real, truly. And you felt like home to me, and this all felt real, truly. To me. To
It's not my fault I talk too much, damn it!
It gets cold in the fire, and you leave me here alone. Take my soul in denial. You break my bones, you tear me down, you let me go. Now we're strangers on our road. You let me go. Now we're strangers on our road. It gets cold in the fire, and you leave me here alone. Take my soul in denial. You break my bones, you tear me down, you let me go. Now we're strangers on our road. Is there something on your mind that's haunting you like a ghost? Am I the one that makes you cry or keeps you so high? There's no coming down. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real. So everything was just a lie. I think it's haunting you like a ghost. Am I the one that makes you cry or keeps you so high? There's no coming down. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real.
Blood orange morning, we hardly slept. Polished chrome, tinted glass, the way you looked then. We slept with our heads together, we had the same dream. Cityscape and the chipped door piece. Hit the roof of the car, driving through the yellow light. Golden glow reflecting your smile in the night. I'll let your red shotgun as the sun is fading. Oh, we'll get out of here, baby. Out on the lakeside, where we stopped to rest, 1,000 miles from home, but we never felt this close. We'll start a new life in a new kind of light, where the water's never murky and the sky is clear. We slept with our heads together, we had the same dream. New town in the window of a train. Going 85 under a street light. Empty freeway in the middle of the night. I'll let you DJ, be the seatback. We slept with our heads together. We had the same dream. A new town in the window of a tree. Going 85 under the street lights. Empty freeway in the middle of the night. I'll let the DJ lean the seat back, even though you get car sick like that. What do you wanna do? Yeah. I've been running. I've been running. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no, no. What do you wanna do? Yeah. I've been running. I've been running. Just let me save you. Just let me save you. truth to me, yeah. But you were twisting the truth to me, yeah. But you were twisting the truth to me, yeah. But you were twisting the truth to me, yeah. But you were twisting the truth to me, yeah. But you were twisting the truth to me, yeah. But you were twisting the truth.
The North American Clutch Series continues. The semifinals are coming up almost immediately, and we've had a little bit of a break, a little bit of time to get some food in the system, and hopefully recoup from what was a fantastic comeback, but got to be a difficult one from Zealous. Myself, Vincent, alongside Cam, it's been a pleasure to continue alongside you. We're going to get this thing going. Zealous Zomblers, I guess I failed to mention. Where are we at? Are you continuing with the hard bias angle?
Continue with the hard bias angle just of me supporting the team that I want to support. However, I do see this as a super tough matchup coming into it. I mean, Zomblers, obviously, we talked to them. They don't have the core. They have their core. They don't have the full team. As well as Zealous, they don't have the full team. They're both running on 3 core and their 2 subs. So, you know, we could see an upset. We could not see an upset. We could just... But I'm hoping for a good game.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there's really some important context to add there. You know, for Zomblers, this is a core of an advanced team, and an advanced team that's doing pretty darn well as well. You know, in comparison, Zealous have some of those pieces, but it's not quite the same quality, at least not on paper.
Yeah, and I mean, you got shooters. I mean, we've been memeing on it all day about you know, it's Borgen time and Jakey and all of them. But I think the names. Yeah, Kinder, my bad. Yeah, Kinder. Just it's something that I'm excited for. I mean, let's hope we got some shooters. I mean, let's hope they're all warmed up. They've played all day, so let's hope we're getting some good games coming in. And
yeah,
nothing else I can ask for. I do think we need to put the game on the overlay.
We're not good to go.
Not good to go. They haven't started votings yet. Oh well.
I think we got a veto. Actually, I think we do. Hold on, quick look at Peaksy into it.
Oh,
we got a veto. I'm getting there.
Let's see who wins.
All right, we got
production.
I was there.
You were there.
I was there. King got me on this one, but I'll be back. The Revenge of Vincent coming soon to theaters near you. Anyway, it's theaters right here that we are jumping into this best of 3. It looks like we got another nuke, which I'm excited for. Overpass is Zomblers' selection. I'm trying to recall. Have we seen Zomblers on Overpass on stream? Yeah, I think so.
Yes, it was that. Was it that really quick game, right? That they. It was evidently Zen, so it was the 13-10 game.
Yeah. Was that Zealous? That was Zealous.
That was Zealous. That was the Zealous game. So,
so I don't know if we've seen Zomblers on that side. Either way, you know, this has been a map. I know they've played a couple of times in this event. I just don't know if it's been on stream. Nuke, Zealous has been a big fan of. I feel like that's not necessarily the map I've seen like the most from them, but I also feel like we only saw a couple of games from them. Ultimately, Ancient Art Decider, we barely played any Ancient. I thought Ancient was like NA's map.
See, I've also noticed that Nuke has been, like you were saying, the favorite one, and then Ancient hasn't been played on stream. However, Zealous has been playing Ancient, so maybe that's a good little decider for them.
Off stream or just in general?
Off stream.
All right. So in the event, though?
In the event, they have been playing it, yeah.
I'm glad you've been paying attention to all the games off stream because I, for the life of me, have not been able to track it.
My ADHD's been making me walk around and stare at other screens because I'm just itching to pug the whole day. So
you have been talking about pugging nonstop. This guy's like, dude, I need to pug. And then you started twitching. I got concerned, and I
just, you know, the little neck scratch, and y'all got any more than pugs? That's how I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, give me a pug. No pugs right now, though. A full best of 3 and a semifinal, a place in the grands, and we just got confirmation. Huge stuff on the line, not just because of the prize money and everything. A victory here guarantees you prize money first and foremost, but secondarily to that, HLTV coverage, which means VRS guarantee.
Yeah, and I mean, like we talk about, trying to build up the tier 2 scene, make it a little bit more competitive, and that's a huge milestone. Congrats to everyone. Congrats to production. Congrats to you guys. And all the people that came out to play. I mean, this is what everyone's been hoping for, and yeah.
I mean, that was the plan from the beginning to get that in and make that the case. But, it's never a guarantee. HLTV, it's a matter of who makes it towards the top 4 and whether or not they're going to make that decision in the moment. So lovely that that's the case. And like I said, I mean, a huge opportunity considering all those facts. But regardless, I'm excited for this thing. I think that for me, let's just talk reality for a second. Zealous has a huge uphill battle up ahead of them. And I know that you did allude to that, but how big of an uphill battle do you think it is?
I think with the experience that they have on the team on Zealous, you have the same mix of like main advanced players on both sides. I guess you could say that Zombish is mostly now an advanced stack.
More so than not.
I would say that they're on even grounds in terms of their awareness of the game and understanding, right? But the team play is going to be the biggest difference, right? That's what puts you from main to advanced in North America is the team play and how you guys set up strats together. So we'll see. I mean, if Zealous can, not play how they did in Mirage T-side and they can play how they've been playing the whole event, which is just, that fundamental CS, then it's not that much of an uphill climb. If they play how they played this last best of 3, then it's going to be a very tough game for them.
Yeah, well, listen, if they play like they did the second half of Mirage, then that's a whole different story. I want to maybe play some comparison games here because you've gotten the privilege to watch a lot of Zealous games. I have too, to a certain extent, but define for me their play style. Like, what are we going to be looking out for? Take a map or just in general?
See, I think they're going to be trying to do a lot of faster plays. I mean, they have Rue, who's going to be in a entry position, as a sub. So you have a player that's coming into a star role, as well as you have, Jakey, who's going to hopefully be looking for picks on maps that like overpass or, nuke going outside, going ramp, maybe doubling. Just doing a little bit more aggressions that they're not going to be overtly comfortable with. So I feel like their T-side's going to be not very set in strats, but very puggy in the terms of like, okay, we're going to have to work off of picks early on.
So a matter of trying to place some individuals into good positions to then
make plays.
Yeah, make plays from there. Because on the other side, I think that, talking to Luke for Zomblers, it felt like they have a little bit maybe of a slight up on their opposition right now because they have their core and everything, but also because it sounded like they were going to feel like they were able to fall back on some of those strategies. And, sure, it's not going to be the full playbook, but it seemed like they were feeling very comfortable. So I think that's going to be another thing to look out for. I think likely, especially considering the maps that we're going into with Overpass and Nuke, highly tactical maps.
Yeah.
I think that's a huge boon for a team like Zomblers in comparison.
And then I think we talked about this yesterday too, like all the new, like how STYKO was saying, the new maps, the oppers are going to be shining. So
yeah.
I guarantee you that Overpass game, if Jakey's on, and correct me who the opper is for Zomblers, if they brought him.
I'm not remembering. I'll find out.
Yeah, then the opper that they have for Zomblers, they're just going to be, it should be a battle.
Mm-hmm.
If it's one-sided, then I feel like the game will be decided by the oppers.
I think that's fair, especially on Overpass. I think that there's less of an argument for that about Nuke necessarily, but we shall see.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe you see some crazy things come out of both sides. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what's gonna end up happening. I know the players are getting into the server here in a little bit. They did have a very long break for that technical pause, and then now they're coming back into the server. So hopefully we'll see them situated and sitting down here.
Sunk is on the op for Zomblers.
Sunk,
and,
okay.
And to be honest with you, I feel like mostly the reason I'm not thinking of that immediately is I don't think that the op, in the games that we watched on stream, was even particularly necessary. It was a trio of really strong rifling performances that we consistently saw. That Overpass game that we were kind of alluding to, I think Luke had like 24 kills or something like that. It was really impressive. And so we didn't necessarily need to see the op. I think that this is going to be another one. I'm also looking, this is the type of performance that can really like define you as an individual when we're talking about like an up-and-coming player. You've been talking about, a lot of pieces on this Zealous team that are in that category. Talk to me a little bit about that. Like, who are we looking at in that category?
I think a little bit on the, obviously, Rue's not here with his team. He's a sub and standing in for them. I think Rue's definitely on the up-and-coming. Obviously, not to say that I'm glazing, but
Glaze away.
I've known Jakey for a while. He's a very, how you would say, momentum player, right?
Mhm.
And that's something that you notice in up-and-coming players, right? It's the consistency is what's missing, and the momentum's there. And if they have the momentum, let's say through the whole tournament, then they're going to play amazing. But if it starts off slow, it's not. And overall, like, this team is relatively young, I would say, for CS teams. You don't have a 16-year-old, obviously, on the team, but you do have the younger early 20s. And I think just overall that they're learning a lot. They're playing the high tier, and even if they're not going to play together this season, or they haven't been playing together this season, they learning to play with other people definitely helps you out in the long run. So yeah, I would put Rue is definitely up and coming, and as well as Jakey.
Yeah, I think as well, Zealous has been the team for me that is the biggest surprise of the event, right? You kind of label like superlatives in such a way, right? You have expectations coming in, and usually what I like to do is see how those have been met and whether or not they are being met. I think for Akimbo, a little bit below expectations, the shakiness in the group stage. There was a world in which they get knocked out actually within groups, which would have been insane, to be honest with you. And then in addition to that, Zombler's coming in, and I think that there was relatively high expectations, but I think they've looked better even than I was thinking. For Zealous, I didn't have much of an expectation coming in, but I've been very impressed, and I think that they've been the team that's found the most upsets, that's been able to surprise people most consistently. I do think that's great, but also at this point, that might be a downside because now people are paying attention. Now people are looking a lot more closely than they would have otherwise. What do you think? Is this something that obviously Zealous can't be worrying about that, but is that something you see happening?
Yeah, I mean, when you come into an event as a like a mixed stack, you're going to the event for the experience. You want to play with people. You want to meet people. And at the end of the day, you're not setting the highest expectations, but you come into the event, the first game of the event, you're playing what is the number 1 seed, right?
Right.
And you beat them on their map pick, basically, their favorite map, the one that they played them on Mirage. And then you start thinking, okay, like, easy best of ones, like we saw it at the major, where teams that aren't supposed to be winning are winning, right? Because it is a best of one. And then they get into the playoffs. They win their first round of playoffs. Now they're in the semis against what I would consider now is going to be the real test. But I feel like the pressure is still not going to be onto them, right? They feel like they've accomplished a lot, and they're coming in with that momentum. And I feel if I was playing on that team, I would be more than happy about, I'm basically an underdog. Let them think I'm an underdog. Less pressure on myself.
So to tack onto that, though, is it not potentially dangerous to feel like, hey, we've already done a great job? Like, we've maybe even, met where we're, like, potentially supposed to be, and then maybe take your foot off the gas a little bit? Is that a worry?
That's definitely a worry. I mean, like you said, you feel like you accomplished everything you wanted to accomplish. But then I feel like now that they've seen what they can do, they're more driven to be like, dude, we could probably just win this event if we focus up, right? And, I mean, I walked over to them, I talked to them, and I was like, hey, guys, if y'all win this game, y'all get because some of them don't have HLTV profiles. I'll be like, y'all will get your HLTV profile. And then, their eyes light up. They're like, what? I'm like, focus up, guys.
That's a good point. All right, this is going to sound dumb. What does that mean? You're far closer to the time as a player than I am, all right? What does it mean to a player for, like, getting an HLTV profile? Obviously, it's something, but what is that contextually?
I think when you get your profile, or when you get, your Wikipedia page, or anything where people can look you up and see, like, historically, like, because growing up, if you're watching the scene or if you're playing the scene, you see it and you're like, man, I looked up, like, let's say someone you looked up to, like right now, someone's looking up to Donk, right? They're like, okay, I see his profile, and it basically tells me how good he is. Well, I want my profile to be as good as him, right? Mm-hmm. It's how people, when they grow up, they want to, let's talk about sports, right? NBA. They want to hear their name on draft night, right? Their name, it will now show on a roster, and that's basically alluding for, other people that, weren't gifted genetically. Well, they can be gifted genetically different, and playing video games is the way that they do it. And, if they appear on there, I feel like that's an accomplishment that you get, right?
I mean, fair enough. I definitely feel that way with regard to, like, any sort of casting stuff as well. So
yeah,
it makes sense, 100%. I don't know where we're at server-wise, to be honest with you. Things are not looking like they're doing very well. So I think we're going to continue yapping for a hot minute here.
For a little hot minute.
Yeah, apologies for the delay. I thought we were getting moving fast, but it is what it is. I wanted to maybe shift the focus a little bit here to Ancient because I don't know that we're going to get there, realistically. Well, maybe before I do that.
Caster, curse, caster, curse, caster.
I mean, you can cheer all you want. I'm very used to cursing or just saying what I think, so I don't have a problem with this. You can blame me, and I'll take it. It's all good. I think this one's shaping up to be a 2-0 for Zomblers.
Okay.
So I want to see where you're at first before I go there. It's Ancient.
I think that it can be a 2-0.
Okay.
My biggest concern is what will Zealous do on their opponent's map pick, right? For me, that will shape up how the matches are going to be.
Well, at the minimum, it's a map that Zealous do play.
Yeah.
We saw him against 7 Deadly Zins. That was a tight match as well. It was a good match. Some pretty absurd situations. Mini double ops.
Yeah.
Some on B site. That was for 7 Deadly Zins, just to be clear, who are unfortunately eliminated.
Which was a crazy. Again, the dark horses have just been appearing.
Was that the game against Suddy?
No, they got knocked out by Holy Moly.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, 2-0. Just not an expected thing.
You thought, just to be clear, you thought 7 Deadly Zins had that one.
I thought they had that one. I mean, a couple of the players are pretty good.
What game are you watching? That is something that could be very interesting for the style of play that this Zealous team likes to work. I think that they could be very effective there.
Yeah, and just like any other opera, and Jakey hates that map. So you know what happens when someone hates that map? They either have an amazing game or they don't exist. So if we get to that map, they do like playing, like you're saying, that very much their style. There's this one clip of like this giant meatball of like, it's like basically like a.
I have not seen this.
Like a Terminator term, and they all turn into giant meatball, and they all have guns.
Wild.
So that's all I think about.
Hey,
hey,
got a game.
But we're live.
Let's get this thing going. And listen, man, as much as we were waffling, it's a good time to bring this thing into Zealous on the CT side. Get rocking and started. Speaking of aggression, Rue already out and into Monster. They don't see anybody. They didn't see him. They killed the con guy. Great smoke for Borb at the very minimum, but that could have been scary. If they entirely left, Zomblers could have walked into B basically uninvited.
Yeah, now they're just going to have to retweet and just think about what they're going to do. I mean, you see him kind of unexpectedly, like, getting smoked off.
Mm-hmm.
And now you still have those two people on A. You have one connector. They're rotating to clear out the monster area. They don't see anything. So now you're going to see a stack hopefully coming in from the CT side, especially after they don't hear anything.
Yeah,
so no movement.
Somehow Zomblers have redirected themselves pretty correctly considering that. Jakey with the attempt on the first shot. Doesn't get him on the jump, but sees plenty. Lots of information off the back of that. They scale forward, smoke the dumpster. And then they follow up from there. Prime entry way in towards the A bomb side. It's only a 1-for-1 as Sisyphus doing well in some of these anchor rolls before CKG has arrived on scene, and Luke is the final man to get into position. Jakey, P2K, he's isolated one, but again, cannot find enough to pick up a headshot and to stall that out. Zomblers overwhelmed.
Yeah, and I mean, we've talked about strats having 2 levels, and right there, definitely a really quick reaction. Something didn't work, immediately moving to the other side of the map. And we're going to see a pause. Are we getting a tech pause is the question.
Looks like it.
And I guess we know who it is. It's the unlucky people on. They just seem to have a bad omen. 4 tech pauses.
Today, it seems.
Yeah.
That is true. A little bit absurd, the day that they've had considering that, but anyway. Quick and easy, this one.
Always happens after pistol round. There we go. We're back.
Zealous are going for a force buy. They want to ramp up this pressure. That was a round that they really probably should have won. You know, you can make the argument with the opening that they had. And I don't think they misplayed it particularly. Mostly, Zombler's doing a great job of breaking through. And maybe you could argue Zealous missing a couple of key shots, but...
Yeah, I mean, hopefully here they're starting something Jakey that we saw on Overpass. He's getting a little aggressive towards long. Kind of just repeating what he does previously. So if Zombler's watched any of that match, they're going to know that he's just doing things on repeat.
I think during that game, Zomblers were mostly still finishing the quarter.
No, this was during the game that they played on stream during the groups.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
Jakey just overtly aggressive long. So we're gonna see a stack on the B site. You have Rue rotating over. T's are all grouping up in water. Have the bomb coming in through Monster a little bit late. Not a lot of flashes for the T side. 4 smokes, 1 nade. Util on the CT side. We're gonna see him come in.
Oh, great flash though. Defensive flashbang does so much heavy lifting. Zealous, and it's wow, dominant showing for them. I mean, they had the bodies there, right? That's step number 1, but that flashbang is ridiculous. It comes through the smoke, and that's why they can't see it coming at all.
No, absolutely. And I mean, Zomblers has no util, no map information other than what they saw earlier on. Jakey was pushing long, but then they just decided to group up on low util and kind of force their way onto his site. I don't know if that was their intention starting on, but I mean, yeah, like you said, the util, counter util kind of stopped it in its tracks.
Buyback worked. Zomblers to set their own attempt. This time a little bit more pacey towards the B site and a double opening for Prime. They swarm the backside of Pit. And this one, I mean, it's start the save call, really. Sisyphus, I guess you could argue for something more considering his good positioning, but...
They just kind of got caught off guard early on. I mean, no util early into the Monster. Once they hear that Molly get extinguished, they should really be backing up and prepping for that take, but they didn't do any of that. They kind of just sat and waited, and the Tech Nines kind of just flew in. King, the best producer.
Yeah, he's just hand-delivered me a water bottle. Shout out, King. Love you. Me being bad at being prepared and not bringing a water over.
Hashtag ADHD.
A little bit. I mean, Force by War's going to continue. The Zomblers breach the pistol round. Zealous bounce back and a good B-site hold, but it's then a dominant B-site take to follow that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just not ready for anything fast, which you would think on a winning a force buy, they're going to do the same thing right back at you.
You would think so. But I also think that, you know, some really well-placed flashes there from Zomblers. They didn't have a lot, but what they had was well used.
Yeah, and I mean, props to them. They're prepped. This is their map pick, so they should have a lot on it. Let's just hope that it's competitive on the Zealous side, as we do see them take their first time out. This time they're not waiting until it's 6-1 or 7-1.
That's a really good point. They did wait a long time to kind of start investing some of those timeouts in the previous game to qualify here. And that was the quarterfinal in map 3 that we're referring to.
Yeah, but I mean, being able to do this early on is very good. You know, sometimes like we say like how on the Akimbo matches or any of the other matches, it's like, guys, focus up.
Yeah, and to be honest, like that was the brunt of the questions and the conversation that I was asking Rue after that game was, you know, how do you bounce back if you're down? Well, you know, one way to do that is don't be down like that. You know, don't let the emotions get so down that you need something heroic.
Yeah, you need a player to do something that they're not normally doing. And there you go. Sisyphus is just peeking dry into Khan, catching him off guard, and I mean, that's a good start.
Yeah, a little bit risky, and especially so now that Jakey is being left out at long, but not going to be a problem considering the B attack. Nice dink off onto Borb, and well, you can't follow up that damage with anything more. Immediately, Sisyphus trying to get into position, but he too falls. It's not exactly great as Zealous are playing solo in those two fights. Now they need to work back in. Even still, not going to get Jakey into the slot just yet. Great work though, both Rue and Lee. 1 kill apiece to not just equalize, but find a better advantage. Double up towards Pit. Should be some set up for success. Important, though, to get that first. And Luke, oh, he was blinded. That's why no more into the magazine, and overwhelmed is Luke.
Good retake, good user util right there. I mean, what else could you ask for, right? The teammates are waiting. The kit got on site. And, yeah, I mean, what I didn't like was the way the round started. They get that first pick, and everyone's a little bit over deep into the A site. It's 4 people on A. But for them to be able to come back and retake, even though they did take a lot of dry swings, I mean, nothing else you could ask for a retake than that. Everyone waiting after that.
Yeah, I was a little concerned by how separated Jakey was, right? But I think those flashbangs especially just deadly. And it goes again.
Force buy, back in. It seems like it's going to be a better buy coming in from the Zombler side, especially getting the bomb down.
Yeah, bomb's still a huge piece of the puzzle for them.
MP7 on board. I guess he didn't like the MP9 after last round.
MP7 sneakily pretty good.
Take it over the ump?
I would. Not over the MP9, but
yeah,
over the ump. But I think it is a preference thing too.
Yeah,
right?
definitely a preference
like I was around, but I wasn't a huge ump user before, so I don't have a lot of muscle memory for it.
I was an ump user when it was OP.
Yeah, I mean everyone had to be a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't even buy an M4 sometimes.
That was the move. 5 UMBs.
Yeah, just keep buying them every round because of the economy.
That's right.
Slow round coming out of Zomblers. I mean, taking connector, something that they haven't had. Kind of a standstill right now, seeing who makes a mistake.
40 seconds though, they've got to start moving soon. And that move being made, at least with regard to some utility tossed out towards B. And that's where they will focus up.
Still no one showing anything. You do have
sort of a double fake right now towards B, right? Had the heavy smoke go out. Now they take contact on A. Jakey. He can stay alive right now. It's really important that he just doesn't go down entirely, and he's got some support. Then they activate on B. They pull the rotator. It's all up to Rue in defense now. Nothing much more that he can do other than fight and deny this bomb plant. Time of the essence. So they had a stick. Stick they do, but down to 1. And it's 3 on the other side for Zealous. Sunk. An attempt to be made, but it's on the move as he can't isolate on the first, but the second try is just as good. 2 kits in play. Free Fire with the Deagle. He's trying his best, but again, there's too much time left on that bomb. They can just play together.
And what a hold by Rue. Honestly, playing his angles right. Knows it's going to be a 1v2 on site, so if he gets that first kill, he has to stop the bomb. 10 seconds left, I mean. Very well played. Almost stopped the bomb, but yeah. They're looking sharp. They're talking to each other. A lot of comms coming in. If you can tell, they're definitely thinking about it.
I mean, at this point, it kind of feels like Zomblers could have continued, right, with the plant and everything. They're still going to have a pretty good buy, but instead decide, hey, we want to get our gun rounds going as soon as possible. And I do think in order to build up momentum on the T side, that is required.
Yeah, at least playing it a little bit faster. I mean, they won one of the ecos. They almost won one of the ecos, so they probably felt the same way. I mean, Jakey hitting some nice shots. Yeah, wow. Beautiful shots coming out of Jakey. I mean, that's something that needs to happen, right? Is have him warm up. And what better way than people running at you full speed?
I've seen some, and I think that I've seen some really solid stuff out of Jakey. I also think we've seen a few rough maps. This is definitely the map to start a series, right? CT side of Overpass as an opper. If you're not gonna feel comfy here, then where?
Yeah. And what better than the first map, like you said? Yeah. Absolutely gonna hot start. He's 6-2. Tied up with two of his teammates. You know, hopefully he can keep going aggressive. One thing we don't want to see is him, you know, kind of shrivel out and not overextend a little bit. You see him holding long though, so nothing coming his way, but it's a good setup they have going on right now.
Yeah, Zealous not really taking a super aggressive fight. You know, as an example, not looking to take water control off the rip in this round. Wanting to play the spam game a little bit, and it does go well for them. CKG down low. This is a nice boost.
And something we keep seeing is Serum on the other side of the map kind of lurking. So as he's coming up bathrooms, I mean, Jakey seems to be aware of they could be running up A. But yeah, Jakey's posted on it like he could be close.
I'm a little concerned that Sisyphus is getting some misinformation right here.
Oh.
Yeah, Jakey's just over the top of him, and that's free for Serum. It's not going to be A, but that doesn't matter. Sisyphus is now stuck, isolated from the rest of his teammates. It's all up to the rest of these B players. The pivot, I guess, is possible for Zomblers, but there's only 25 seconds. They've got to make it now if they're going to go back up to B, or rather to A. And up they do not go. Activate on to B instead. Through form, three-man setup on this B bomb site is good for a double. And that is about what you're going to expect when, unfortunately, you're so far away. Time is the biggest enemy for Serum in this one.
Good reactions from the CTs, however. They know that the flank's coming in. They get that short control, especially with the flash, and then from there they just have to worry about the flank. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're right. The lurks that they're sending out are so late that they're not able to capitalize on anything.
I mean, I think they could have gone back up A right there if they had gone immediately. But the bigger problem with Sisyphus was still in bathroom.
Yeah, and I think there was no calm that he could be there.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Zealous betting into a strong CT side start. The back and forth of those force buys certainly significant. Zomblers electing to save previously in order to get the next gun round. That was the gun round they were betting on, and it goes wrong.
They spot two people in con, so they know that they're either in water or could be close. So this is good for them that they're setting up a little bit more passive, just backing up because they know that they're on pistols, right?
Yeah, at the very minimum, you know, low buy. The loss bonus starting to accrue. Maybe some Mac 10s in there. You never know.
Yeah. So just tagging up Serum over there, you know.
I've just realized Serum went down after time.
Oh, he did.
Orb, defense, and from Pit. He's got help from Rue, from Graffiti. And there's no flash to get them into Pit. Hopefully you have a flash over that smoke, but it's nothing there. Sisyphus dunks a nade on 2. It's ridiculous. Double kill as Luke. Long range tapping on a Tech 9. It's just really a matter of time. Orb isolated, but he will find success. Zealots are continuing to build.
Yeah, solid B hold right there. I mean, you have both of them just kind of ready for it. The bomb could have gone down, but you see the bomb kind of just jumping over the smoke, trying to get the kill in the water. I feel like if he was more focused on the economy there, he could have been able to get the bomb down, or at least, you know, his teammates delaying it a little bit more. But
I think that nade would have been
the deciding factor.
Yeah.
Would have been a triple Kobe.
Could have been.
But now you see Serum on a Tech 9.
Missed Monster Smoke. Prime's just going to walk it out. Zomblers have been relatively passive towards Monster Tunnel itself. Flashbang set him up. Beautiful work from Borb. The double kill as he goes back for more, but he can't behead another man. Where to be found, though? CKG finds a timing out of the smoke. Borb goes sidearm mode to escape back to Pit.
Borb in time early on. And, I mean, it's amazing. You see them ready for that play, right? They had the flash. Maybe they missed the Monster Smoke on purpose.
CTs missed the monster smoke on purpose?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, probably.
Definitely seems that they were happy.
I mean, to be honest, this should be unwinnable, but okay.
I was getting scared.
I was a little bit concerned about how separated Zealous were. That's happened a couple of times. I do think that is a little bit of a weakness that we've seen on this overpass thus far.
Yeah, just a separation, not being able to trade each other, taking fights individually. I mean, right there, that graffiti fight, he dies. It's just unable to be traded, right?
Yeah, a little update from the other side of our bracket off stream. Kimbo, 2-0 victory over Holly Molly. And confirming the grand final spot that I think that was already set as the expectation for them.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the stream, we just kind of said that it was going to happen, right? We said that we were hoping that Akimbo was going to be coming in as the first seed and that they were going to be getting into the final. Sure, they had little bumps along the way, but they're there. They're there. Now the thing is, are they going to lock in? Are they going to watch this game? Are they going to, see who comes out on top on this game? Because Akimbo was talking about playing Zombies in the final from the start of the event.
It's true.
So maybe they have to, kind of stop with the laughing on the Zombler side and, play this game too.
You saying they're laughing too much?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from what we've seen so far, it seems that Zomblers is definitely underestimated what they could do.
Really? Okay. Zealous has certainly showed them who's boss. Another different look. Zealous having a lot of depth right now in some of the CT setups. Classic 1-2 route needs a double there. He's set up for success, but it's only the 1-for-1, which means that Zomblers have been able to shoot their way out of this situation better than anticipated.
Yeah, and I mean, long take, something they haven't really tried on both sides, actually. So good reads coming out from both teams. Definitely should have came out with Zealous with another kill, but I mean, 3v3, they know nothing's on the B side, right?
They really know nothing's on the B side. Lee probably should have been his. Rotation back up by Borb, normally the B anchor, but now he's tasked with the A site defense. Currently at map. No supportive utility available, it's just the dry swing. And he steals one. That's Luke, who's now going to be calling this one from the grave, but a pause that Zomblers have continued to call and separated our Zealous 1-1 on either side.
Yeah, and Sisyphus should kind of be aware that they're not hitting on the B side. I mean, no one is getting info, though.
Well, that's the problem. No information. They turtle up. Zealous put it all into Borb's shoulders. He's just been spotted by CKG, taking a forward fight, and it's only the dink. So it's up to Sisyphus. Can he push this rock up the hill? Can he make it all the way through? Low HP short for CKG, but that smoke deadly.
CKG holding the bank position. I mean, a little bit above the common spam spot, but
Oh no. Well, now he knows. Very well aware. Look at how separated they are. Sunk is so far away. There's no smoke, though, for the bomb, so it's still going to be difficult. The fortunate part is he has a kit. Now, how long does Sunk wait? He waits forever, but spotted. Could just stick, could just hold. Instead, Sisyphus ready for the fake, and he outplays him beautifully. Sisyphus ready to roll, and he has rocked up to this semifinal.
There should not have been a way that Sisyphus wins that if they play together. Also, a mouse wheel jump. There's no other reason that he jumped on top of the trash can like that.
I mean, I can't disagree with you. Even beyond that, though, you're right. It's about positioning more than about the mistake.
Yeah.
Mistake can happen, but the positioning, that's an intention, that's a decision. They missed the mark on Zomblers. That's the first time I really feel like they have let down in a scenario.
Yeah, and I mean, playing the long position, he has the molly. He didn't even know the lineup. He missed the lineup.
I was going to say, he missed the molly.
Yeah, how are you going to play a position in a post plant where you aren't on the upper hand, right? That's the biggest thing. And you see Zealous right now taking the timeout, even though they won the round. This is something good. They can talk about the mistakes that happened during that round, why they didn't trade each other, and just build off on it, right? So we're going to see Zealous take that timeout and maybe try something different for this round.
I'm telling you this, though. Zealous making some errors but not getting punished for it, it's such a huge opportunity for them, because if they can find a way to win on overpass, right, they're playing with house money for the rest of the series.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen the nerd nade where you run boost on the head?
I have not.
For the deep molly for playground entrance?
The nerd nade? No, I have not seen it.
I'm just saying a nade appearance.
No, yeah. Like an Austin CS nade?
More like a Nard out here, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
Nard out here nades are like hard to hit.
Yeah.
Shout out Austin for making it easy for us plebs a little bit, you know?
Yeah. A lot of interesting nades. Oh. First time we see a dry fight coming in on the short.
I think that there's been a couple of times to try and find that. Like Zombies have attempted to get up there, but it's been spam. It's made it very difficult. And to be honest with you, this is a sloppy round from Zomblers, if anything, just because given their lack of utility, they aren't playing as if they have no utility.
Yeah, they throw no util to move Jakey off of any angle. Maybe early on with the flashes, sure, the normal flashes to back him off mid, but there you see Jakey getting another trade on the A site. As kind of walking out through a smoke. So a lot of just no guidance on what the goal is for a round.
Yeah, this looks lost from Zomblers. I mean, honest and truthfully, I'm a little bit concerned for them. They look like right now they don't really know what to do with themselves on this T side, and even worse than that, it's an amount that their default isn't even there.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're just being lulled to sleep and just unaware of things that should be super common.
I'm really confused at why they're picking this map if they are so have such a lack of like drilled protocols even.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing any set nades for default.
This is what I want to see, right? Just contact, get together, work. You know, flashes have been good. This one is as well. Or I mean, he's so blind that he literally never gets a chance to play the video game. Brew, still alive, lines up the first. They try to work him out of pit. He's still hanging out in the back of it. That smoke gives him so much cover. Nearly a third for Rue. But he's finally denied. Buys time for Sisyphus to arrive. And it's once again up to a clutch. A 1v2 this time for Jakey. His Octo poised in the right location. What a shot, though, from Prime. Jakey not blind, despite what it might say on the kill feed.
See, that's a good round that like you're talking about. They're coming out B, they're doing a contact, something they haven't done the whole game. But why is Rue allowed to stay alive so long? Where are the comms to trade? Why is he allowed to almost literally just take the round for himself, right?
Not having a nade there really hurt them, right, to break that smoke. But even beyond that, I think they not focusing on getting a bomb down as well when they had 4 players, 3 players on the site.
And pathing. All of them went right side. They're all going together. Which, sure, that works, but like you said, they're not focused on the correct things.
Yeah, I mean, maybe feels like a little bit of piling on that we're doing here on the Zomblers, but the reality is that this is not the Zomblers that we've been really watching all throughout this this event. It's been a team that's far more poised, that's far more prepared than they look right now. Zealous 9 rounds, sure on the CT side, but it's really more about not the numbers, but how Zomblers looked in the process.
Yeah, it's like we talked about this, right? We saw Akimbo have their bumps, right? So we expect them to have bumps. If we don't see any bumps from Zomblers all the way up until now, then it's what happened between the last hour until now.
Well, I mean, they were shooting hard. Right now, Zealous are shooting back as well. Makes it a lot easier. Those mistakes don't matter if you're able to outshoot your opponent. Right now, that's not happening.
Yeah, we do see a lot of info taken from Serum, yeah.
His timing for Sunk is critical. Gonna get the 3-1. Oh, it's a little bit scary. Smoke goes for Dumpster. Still move, but they can't move fast enough. The bomb drops down in the divider. Serum doing just about everything. It's he and Sunk with the dualies that dominate.
Yeah, I mean, just really slow round coming from Zealous. Catches them off guard. Being proactive on the CT side is what they needed to do, and I mean, let's hope they win this 1v4.
I feel like it's such a stark contrast what we just saw right there, but in comparison to the last half, Zomblers, they're in a 4-on-1 and they have them boxed in. They're just not swinging. They're playing correctly and waiting for contact. All of these details and important stuff that they have been doing right that they weren't doing last half is back all of a sudden.
Yeah, maybe they got yelled at halftime.
Maybe.
we learned our lesson. We have to yell at people if we want them to understand something.
Apparently, I've been told by Counter-Strike people that that's how it goes.
Yeah. Like except King. King brings out the whip.
That's true. That's why I always stay in line.
Yeah. Nodding over there off in the corner.
Word on the street is that's real and true.
Yeah.
Zealous, not really a whole lot for them in this eco round. Zomblers also off the back of that pistol win both pistols.
Yeah.
So I think that also is important context for considering they had 3 rounds on their first half.
Yeah, and they're playing their cards right? So I mean, playing a little bit passive, got early info, so they know that Zealous is going to be on a save, and Zealous doing the correct thing. They have rounds. They should probably just wait for the buy. No one overextending on either side.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it feels like Zealous are mostly just hoping that Zomblers are going to walk into them, that one of these Deagles can find something, and if none of that is going to work, then at the very minimum, a lot of utility has been used, and that's going to be some more repurchases. And in the lack of any kills, I guess that's better than nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, now we see the full buy coming in. Gonna seem like a set strat is what I would assume so. That's what you would want to run the first gun round with the util set being bot specific, right? So we'll see if they do something crazy or if they're just going to try doing a default with this util.
Yeah, very specific needs like you're highlighting. And with Warbound on a MAC-10 when something a little bit different could have probably been afforded. Plan is simple, get into short. CKG who is in defense. First flash is not a miss. It's only the 1-for-1. And I guess job done for now. That's the early setup that Zealous are looking to win.
Yeah, and you see the quick reaction from the CTs. They completely back off of the A site. So you have someone just jump spotting on truck, and then you have Luke who came over into the graffiti area, right? So he's not going to see anything, but you do have all of Zealous just setting up for a B hit right now.
There's no pump fake here. Utility won't allow it. One key flashbang, followed by the second, and the smoke for heaven as well. Serum Vision returns. He's got Prime right behind him, and the MP9s farm through. Double swing that is going to at least confirm the B-bomb site proper. Bomb arrives, and somehow Sunk steals it away. HP so low under Rue, and they know. They're aware. Time aplenty. As the bomb just recovered, Rue can start this thing. I love how decisive this move is for Sunk.
Yeah, he knows that where he was last seen, and I mean, if he goes silent for too long, however, Rue's going to be aware of it.
What's that timer look like? What is the numbers?
I'm going to say I give it 2 more seconds, and he's going to be looking short. Oh, or if,
I love that.
Sunk makes all the sound.
That's beautiful as well, though. Broke up the bomb, and it's all going to go down immediately. Zealous steal that one away. A great 1v1 clutch from Rue.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that whenever you're trying to outplay your in a 1v1 situation, if you're trying to outplay someone, you can't outplay yourself, right? And he has all the time in the world to maybe even wrap all the way to Monster, right? So then Rue isn't going to be thinking, oh, he's going to be coming from Monster. But what he does is just make as much noise as possible. And why would you have started walking down connector if you're going to be sprinting anyways, right?
Yeah, I mean, just a matter of the time starting to get to you. Starting to feel the pressure ramp up and maybe a little bit of folding underneath it. All right.
Lives with 3 HP.
Won't be for long, though. Latent trade. CKG works his magic on the other side. With that being said, Zomblers in a little bit of a better position now. The reaction from Zealous at least confirms for Zomblers where most of these Zealous members were located.
Yeah, and Prime over here just rotating towards long really helps out. He was over on B site, but those comms definitely came through.
That's unfortunate. Almost was a massive frustration point. Prime, though, sliding into a position that's not as deep as it used to be. Could be hard cleared. In fact, it will be. Serum getting into the position on the flank. That being said, smoke in front bathroom going to allow Borb to plant with the molly in the face of CKG. Now he's alone. 1v2. Borb's position known, and it's Borb who is lifting off.
Yeah, and something that you won't expect there. I mean, you have the man advantage. You get a trade. You should probably back up, but I feel like they all played in places where they could not be traded. Like something we're talking about that's not something you should see from a team that plays together, right? Is if your teammate's somewhere, you have to be ready to trade. Something you talk, like if you play chess, right? You always want to trade your chess pieces. The opposite's happening right now. There's no chess pieces being traded. You have your pawn on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean a lot of those hanging pawns left out in the open. Zealous focus in towards the B-bomb site. Following flashes all over the place. Two players in pit, neither of them can really see a whole lot of anything. Prime left unchecked. Second gun, but it's a quick trade. I mean, this is done and dusted.
Oh, almost a USP kill.
Simple and easy though. At the end of it.
As Luke is now left and needing a 4K.
Fitting. But I don't think he's going to be anywhere close to it. One thing to note, I think about Zealous is that, you know, they come into this, and we talked about them, you know, underdog story, etc. Overpass, they have looked like they are the better team by a wide margin.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you come into a map pick that isn't yours, and you're stomping the other team, 12-5. I mean, I'm not going to toot my own horn because I'm not going to do caster cursing, and I will not do that to myself. But they're playing the game how it should be played, and I feel like Zomblers is being caught off guard a lot.
I mean, even beyond that, I think that Zomblers is not playing their A game, their B game, or maybe even their C game.
Yeah, maybe they're playing their Z game.
Well, at this point, that's not a good game to play, I guess. One more round, all that's required. Full buy, though, for Zomblers off their eco in the previous round.
We do see an op finally, you know, coming out for this first gun round, so hopefully, like we were talking about, the ops can do something. And maybe Sunk can come out and kind of inspire their team a little bit. Gets the first pick. Yeah.
Might be the start of a comeback story at the very minimum. That's the plan, at least, if you're Zomblers. But Zealous, they were on the other side of that, all the way back on Mirage. The boost is successful. Serum ends up getting his. And a 3-on-5 disadvantage now for Zealous. They really don't have a lot of options. The bomb dropped outside of Monster.
Kind of looking a little disjointed, especially after getting picked off early on. But good reactions coming in from the CT side, right? This is a good first start from a long road.
Just caught in transition, really. You know, they're off those initial ideas from the beginning of the round. Zealous, I mean, damage actually pretty meaningful for Borb. Getting 2 kills there. Keep Zomblers on the back foot a little bit more. I think realistically he wants to go, he should want to go down here.
Yeah, I think he was just going to try to get the bomb first. See if he's ready to. Yep. All that running for nothing. Ran a marathon.
Well, the good news is that Zomblers are out of the hole that they've been dug into. The bad news is that, honestly, it's pretty deep.
Yeah, I think Zealous here, them taking a timeout is going to see what they want to do with their economy, right? It's very, very, very all over the place. So I could definitely see them, you know, Jakey dropping a couple pistols, Sisyphus dropping something, or they just decide to force on a 6-round lead.
I think I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Especially when you can afford 3 rifles to begin with, like very comfortably, and get full utility on almost all of those as well.
But it's a good thing. They're calling the timeout to know what they want to buy and what they want to run, right? So let's see if they do anything special.
Well, I mean, they might not even need anything special. Run that previous like fast B hit back with all those flashes. They have all the flashes right now. That could be a good idea.
Was hoping they were going to do it.
Looked like it for a second. That's not the case. We are still going to pick up the pace. All those flashes being posted up towards middle. Sunk's off. In a good position to defend against this. That shot ringing out, though, going to give them the inclination of the AWP. Fast reactions from Zomblers as they add a third defender to A.
Yeah, and really good, just kind of taking the op off of any lines that he can get. And, yeah, I mean, making the opper useless, right? See, they took mid fast. They know that there's going to be a reaction on somewhere on the other side of the map. And look at them just all leaving. They all left.
I mean, straight up, just a death ball to insert Jakey into a position here at Bathroom. And now they all walk away. 4 players walk the other direction. This is interesting. Jakey
will be hurt.
Certainly known now. They still have that utility, but kind of feels like they know. Great entry, though, for Borb. Ready to roll. Now CKG, the next up to bat with Luke behind him. Down, but Serum is playing Overwatch. An attempted made, but Rue will not start today.
I like the levels to that strat. Definitely, like you said, just death balling it up, getting Jakey in a spot. I feel like Jakey could have done a little bit more active, especially with that AK. But I'm honestly not mad at the strat. Now we finally see a save coming out of the T side, though.
Yeah, really a first in a while. Zealous have been pressured into an eco of any kind. Only a couple of P250s. This one doesn't seem like it's shaping up for much. What Zomblers need, though, more than anything, is a little bit more of what we saw last round, playing off of one another. Notice the way that they had 3 points of contact on B, knowing who's meant to take first, and then swinging off the back of that.
Yeah, and then prodding, right, when they have no information. Going up inside of the map, trying to find someone where they're, supposed to be, if that's what you were getting a read on. And that's something that they're doing good, is reacting. And throwing Kobe's, apparently.
It would seem so. Rest of Zealous going to link up with some more map control. But what that really means is that they're separated and no utility to actually exec. It's another long waiting game. Zealous on their ecos have kind of been doing this, right, where they play as slow as possible. The idea, I think, is just a matter of seeing if Zomblers are going to make a mistake, and then even beyond that, waste a little bit of Zomblers' utility.
Yeah, just kind of work outside of the map, try to get some rebuys in. Obviously, they're not going to break that economy anytime soon.
I mean, it doesn't matter, though.
Yeah.
Considering Zealous, one round, it's the end, at least here at map number 1. Zomblers, on the other side of things, I think we're at the point now where we can call this a legit game. This is now the bounce back made.
Yeah. This is I still don't hear any yelling coming from the Zombler side. I don't hear anything coming out. So that mental needs to be brought up. But yeah, I mean they're doing what they should, right? Sunk is doing what he should as an opper, getting these first round picks.
I think Zombler's a little bit more on the quiet side. I know like Luke is certainly not a yeller.
Gotta have one yeller. An old yeller.
Nope, not that one. That one got put down.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Spoilers.
My bad.
In case you didn't know. Look at the flowers.
I like this move from Zomblers right now. I just want to search for information. Even though they have a man advantage, if they're going to do this, doing it together in this fashion is precisely what you want to do. Zealous not showing anything. Nobody's seen. Now they'll start to know. It's a big surprise. The bomb drops. Great trade. Rooch needs to get the bomb and get out. The problem is, I was going to say Prime is there, but he's actually stepped back towards Sandbag. Not going to know about this. Serum drops a nade onto Lee's head.
Oh.
And to be honest with you, this was never really getting started.
Bodies flying, nades coming in. Just seeing a little bit of some, timidness coming out of Zealous. They're a little scared to execute onto a site. They didn't take any map control where they were going to go execute. They kind of just went to it a little bit with no info, you know, that short player was going to be there if they ended up getting those entries, and he would have canceled the round regardless.
I think a big part of that is the fact that they lost the early duel, right? So the kill from Sunk inside of Connector from the very beginning, pretty devastating to the way they wanted to play that round. And it's Sunk heating up even further. Opening pick for him. It's twice in the last 2 rounds that he's been able to deliver in that way. Working even better as Zomblers, they've arrived.
Yeah. Making this game competitive, you know. What we were looking at as a maybe 13-5 scoreline is now looking at a 12-10, maybe even pushing to overtime, you know.
Well, that's definitely the goal. That's the way they're through, but it's not going to run. Arzel is there, is nowhere close. And listen, T-side on overpass, it's not necessarily easy, but I think the biggest issue for Zealous is that they are constantly losing opening duels.
Yeah, and I think here Jakey getting the op is going to let, you know, him counter that, right? Just trying to get a little bit over-aggressive, maybe try to put a stop to Sunk, because, I mean, at the end of the day, he is causing every issue.
The rifling, when asked to deliver on the bomb sites proper, have also been solid. Pick up the pace here. Big opener. I'm talking about that just now. That's a difference. Sunk slinks into position. Tech 9 is crazy.
Yeah, and a missed shot coming out of Jakey. Something that we haven't seen in this game.
That was a big surprise. I didn't think that there would be 3 people set up on A. Instead, there is. Another great moment there for Lee on spacing as he takes his 2nd kill of the round. Prime rotates up onto the A bomb site, but Zealous don't have to go on this. They still have map control everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the CTs are split up right now. So they got to just group up, hit a site, and hope that one of these players doesn't do anything too special. And as long as for the Zombler side, get that information early, retake, or catch him off guard. CKG not going to see anything, though.
No, I mean, he's playing basically to deny the plant or to wait for his teammate to rotate down if they don't go short. It's currently still quiet for him. When is he going to hear something?
Oh.
Maybe heard already based on the early rotation from Prime. He starts moving before the utility comes flying.
Question is Zealous ready for this?
Baiting as well. I mean, Prime is meant to be setting up CKG for this. It's a little late. Bomb goes down, and it's a beautiful trade from Borb. That might be the critical frag this entire round to set this up. Borb position known, Prime blinded, but Borb not ready to move forward. A 1v2 from Prime could ice out Zealous, could take us even to overtime, but in the 11th round is what they seek right now. Jakey, it's close range, and it's with an op. It's where he shines. It's going to have to shine bright like a star for Zealous right now. Bait and a shot that misses the mark. Prime has that 1v2, and they do stay alive.
My question there for Borb is, why is he looking heaven that he heard the shot come from CC?
That's a good point.
Is it a miscommunication, I guess, from or just a miss audio that he's just not hearing correctly?
I mean, maybe the flash that his teammate threw from Monster covered the sound.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah,
a fair question, though.
Yeah, just kind of confused why he's looking heaven when also Jakey shot towards CT because he saw him.
Yeah, I would agree.
Maybe some miscommunications that went out there, but here's the round for all the marbles.
I mean, if it wasn't that last round, it feels like it's not going to be this one either, but I've been wrong before, and I'll be wrong again.
See some aggression coming from Zombers here. Yeah, Jakey ready for that. I mean, holding it, making sure that his teammate doesn't get any of doesn't get killed or caught off guard, and just a 3-4 stack towards B. I mean, we have no information on A, right? There's nothing that's been shown early. Kind of passive from Leo, so maybe Serum's just gonna go ahead and rotate over at some point if there's any sound. made on the other side of the map, right?
I mean, he's already made this move back to B.
Kind of indecisive.
Very much so. But critically, it's right. And still have an op there with this double op setup. So Zealous in for a world of hurt. The B site stacked up. It's just a contact move out. It is not going well. Prime second move is made, and it's all but over. Orb Sisyphus running through a short smoke. Done and dusted. Overtime, all but guaranteed. There it is. 12-12. They bring it back. Zomblers, they were down heavy. They were entirely out of this. They looked like a shell of themselves.
Yeah, and just bringing it back on the CT side, looking like themselves. And now they're yelling. Now they're yelling. They're yelling at each other. There it is. But yeah, kind of Zealous just fell apart on their T side. You know, not doing anything. The first couple gun rounds that they won, they were you know, getting those picks early on, getting this map control, and then they kind of just stopped doing what was working.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if I can even put a handle on exactly what was wrong. More a flurry of different things that quite go their way, but even beyond that, it seemed like at some point that they would steal a round.
Yeah, you're sunk. He's just picking up where he left off in regulation, just getting the first pick.
And to be honest with you, I feel like the amount of sunk multi-frags we've seen, not very high. Amount of sunk opening frags we've seen, incredibly high.
Yeah. And we said it'd be a battle of the operas. Well, it definitely was. The CT side, Jakey doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and then hasn't done much on T side. As I say that, there it is. Jakey gets the clap back for Sunk.
Serum really far forward, though. And they certainly know this is possible, but they've already escaped. Made the move back down into connection. Serum on a timing, gets caught.
What a quick shot from Jakey.
And a missed one for Sunk that turns this back on its head. Fast is Zomblers running. They're sprinting up to Dumpster in the hopes that they can arrive on time, but so deep into this is Sisyphus. Sunk a little bit further forward. Sisyphus is all good. He's done it all. Procced overtime. Zealous now wake up.
Terrorists win.
Looking like a lineup for a collateral right there. But yeah, I mean, really, really good setup there from Zealous. I mean, playing off of their strengths and, you know, not overextending after and letting Jakey kind of work the map.
I mean, and I think we've seen such a lack of that, right? Having Jakey just be able to work the A side of the map methodically with the op. That's been very rare. Yeah, Zealous has been attempting a lot of, I would consider it pretty exec heavy.
And, like, there it is. Jakey being aware that, you know, Sunk is going to try to work a pick somewhere, right? And gambling on the spot.
Or, I mean, he mostly does it all. Luke is still in con, but Jakey doesn't care about that. He's just going to evacuate, get himself onto the B site with his teammates, and wrap this one up in a nice, neat little bow.
Yeah, and, I mean, what a good setup. I mean, the CTs are going to come back out and try to get connector control, try to help Luke out, but it's Bourbon time. It is Bourbon time. Someone has to step up on the T side other than Jakey.
Just wondering how long Luke is going to hold the trigger on that one. He's going to claim the AWP.
And I hear some typing going on.
Are you on 10K money?
Yep.
All right.
Terrorists win.
That would certainly be a big portion of why he's really open to save this op. Yeah, money is so rough here for the CTs after losing the first two overtime rounds.
One of the things I always notice on overtime games, right, is the team that got to 12 first struggles getting the 13th, and as soon as overtime comes, it's like nothing ever happened in regulation.
Yeah, I mean, that pressure of closing it out, it's gone.
Yeah, I guess they're back to the normal.
right, Sunk getting rocked by Jakey these last couple of rounds. MP9 is going to get together, push forward. But this is just a mirror image of the previous round. The Zomblers, they go in aggressive, the same position. Sunk towards A, at least a little bit successful, but with 2 deaths on this side of the map. Oh my gosh, Borb just unaware.
I think he thought the molly was deeper.
CKG steals one back. This is an equal opportunity, 3-on-3. Well, that's going to be tilting. Song who's rotating in. Lee hits his one and then just falls back. They're just running away.
Yeah. Running,
I don't know how I feel about that. Reposition, sure. But now Luke gets his pick of the litter. He can be anywhere he wants.
So is now Luke going to overthink, or is he going to be outplayed?
Well, that's the question. And Zealous are hoping it's going to be overthink just a little bit.
Yeah, Luke is not moving. Kind of interesting, though. They saw 3 push short. They know the 4th one's going to be there. I think the correct reaction should have been for them to just snap towards A, especially with the util that was thrown over. But, I mean, the trades went to Zealous's way, and now it's a 1v2 retake for Luke.
It's lack of map control of it, I think, why they didn't pivot there. Wow, Luke's going to be so far away from this. He does have a kit, but half his timer is going to already be ticked by the time he gets up onto Dumpster. And unlike what we saw for Zomblers in defense of an A-site bomb plant in the first half, this is Zealous playing together, able to tag team. Front Bath, Generator, first man seen, tap into the bomb. Now they swing together, but a little bit separate. Not good enough. Jakey, another clutch attempt that gets denied. Jakey pulls that one back.
Yeah, making up for his regulation mess up, but yeah, there it is. Flawless T-side.
They get right up to the finish line, and taking that next step so very difficult, but when the finish line moves, more steps easy enough, it seems.
Yeah, now if they just have to play their game, right? What worked the first half? Zomblers wasn't able to figure it out. Let's see if it happens.
Get this one moving. Question is, do you remember how to play the CT side here if you're Zealous?
So many rounds.
Looking for the jump spot, but it's Lee who's actually in the other position. That's the jump spot that Luke was looking for, but he doesn't quite see.
Yeah, again, get some map control. Looking a little stagnant. They haven't shown anything on the other side of the map. So, trying to see if they're going to show any presence to try to lure away any of the CTs, but it doesn't look this way.
Zealous, couple of positions known. Know about that, CKG, that entry. The second man, they're so ready for it. CKG with a double. And to be honest, on 10K money,
I would say,
I think this is a save.
Yeah.
If Lee doesn't get 2 kills here immediately, I think it's just walk away.
I just interested by that setup, right? 2 left monster side.
Yeah, and listen, I heard in my ear that they knew about it. So I don't know what gave it away, but they were well aware.
Superhuman hearing from Vin. 'Cause I could not hear that. Maybe my volume's too high. Or you're in their comms.
I'm in their comms. I have it piped directly.
He is their 6th player.
Into my ear.
Yeah.
Really important to maintain all of these. The good news is I think Zombler's just happy to let this slide.
Yeah.
There's not, I mean, there is upside to hunting those, but it's not crazy.
Yeah, I mean, punting, the biggest one would be Jakey, try to get that op away. But
Right.
like I said, it's overtime. They're going to have a bye.
Sometimes you gotta focus on your game.
Yeah.
As opposed to worrying about too much what Zealous are going to have in the next round.
Play every round like a bye.
Zomblers, picked up confidence. Going to pick up speed as well. Into short, and it's a duel for Prime, who's been great in entry scenario with CKG. It was his double entry that took them through that last round, and it sunk onto Lee. Basically, everyone on B goes.
Yeah, an overextension, you would say, from the CT side, right? Rue not hearing anything after those nades. Does get Jakey down with him, though.
I think that's the right call. You got to do something in a 2v4. Stack up. Rue might be unexpected. He's sitting pillar. Timing, oh, it was good. But Jakey actually stole that kill away, and now his position well known. Another clutch attempt for Jakey. Again, if he doesn't get a look early, he's just going to run away from, and that's already happening.
Seems like they thought he was heaven. Saw Sunk was looking towards heaven, trying to fake that angle out. Maybe like something has to be going on with that CT angle.
Which one?
Jakey was sitting in graffiti, and they were looking at him.
No, they just didn't realize where he shot from.
Yeah.
Because the guy who died was like on short.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Well, here we go again. Zealous. Loads of attempts to close in regulation. They cannot do so. 3 attempts in the first overtime. And we're once again on the cusp of a second.
Hey, man, we needed one of these. One of these long games, finally. Some would say it's fair for us to get one of these long ones.
I'm locked in. I'm ready for it. Sponsor smoke. Last round, Zealous were fighting this aggressively alongside Zomblers. This round, they just try and spam them. Good successful.
Prime being down to 60 HP early on with that util, that nade that came in late.
Zealous are mega passive right now. Over on the B bomb site, the area that they're looking to get active is with Jakey, Sisyphus over and long. They just cleared long bath. Zomblers set their sights towards bathroom themselves.
Yeah, not seeing anything on the tees as they work their way back to long. Jakey kind of scared of flank. It's going to give him, it's going to leave Syphilis and just alone.
Strong angle, though. He's ready for it. First strike is all his. A beautiful trade. Now set up is Jakey. Needs to shoot out. The flick misses. And now they scramble. 3-on-3. A continuation. Molly doesn't catch. And so Lee, unknown entirely. And CKG finds one elsewhere. This B or A bomb site is still in trouble. Can't yet be found, and they can't find anything more. CKG is lurk successful, but at what cost?
1 HP.
Looking to close, put the finishing touches here for Zealous. And it's very likely that he does so. Oh my lord, what a miss! 1 bullet is all that's required, and it's still timed out, but jeez.
If that does not explain the whole game that we just watched.
In a nutshell.
In a nutshell. But look, hey, all smiles coming out of this other side. They look very excited to finally get that dub after that long game. But
listen, they did just take their opponent's map pick. That is the important factor, right? Even if it took way longer than it should have. They had a dominant first half. They looked so good, did Zealous. And Zomblers able to recover in a significant way. I think the question is, how much is that a recovery from Zomblers or a fumble from Zealous for it to get to overtime like that?
I'm going to pin it on a little bit of both, right? I feel like Zealous started very confidently. They got their rounds that they wanted on T side, and then they just let their foot off the gas pedal, and then that capitalizing from Zomblers, they felt comfortable. They got comfortable to the point that then Zealous can't get back into the game.
Yeah, I think that's valid. I think I would agree with that. And even beyond that, I do think that there was a lot to like from what Zomblers were finally doing. They looked genuinely lost on their T side. A lot of moments where I really just didn't see what they were even looking to go for.
Yeah.
Right? And there's a big difference between that and something not working out or not being as effective as they were hoping. All that being said, I still think despite those shaky moments, despite Zealous struggling to close it out, they still win the map.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. And it's especially a big deal as now they get to move on to their own map pick of Nuke. I think expectations for Nuke have changed significantly.
Yeah, and like you said, the first map was going to be a very big decider on what we would see for the whole series.
Yeah.
And it's looking like a shootout, right?
It really is. And I think especially, though, what I was concerned about is how good the rifling has looked for the Zombler side. I was really concerned that there would just be a little bit of a skill mismatch, like a hard skill mismatch on that one. We didn't see that at all. Like, not even close. It was very competitive all the way through with regard to that. And I do think that just the T side was a little rough there from Zomblers. Or rather, to be fair, from both sides. But,
yeah.
Particularly rough from Zomblers. Either way, that leads us into this discussion about Nuke. Let's kind of start breaking things down because I need let me actually check. Presumably, we're going to see Zomblers on the T side to start?
Presumably, I would assume, right? Zomblers on T side?
Zomblers on CT.
Yeah. Or sorry, yeah, Zealous on
Yes.
T side. Both Z names. I know. My brain picked up what you were putting down.
I'm cooked. It's so over for me. Yeah. So I think that does set things for, I would imagine, a little bit of an easier pace on the Zombler side.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, they have a good, I guess, history of what if they watched any matches, they'll be able to know what to expect, right? And that's the big thing. Play what you expect is going to happen, but obviously be able to adapt in the game. So let's see if Zombies are able to do anything different than we saw at the beginning, and hopefully keep it competitive, right?
I mean, that's the hope. I think more than anything, Zombies probably not going to put up that type of map twice. I mean, we saw that they didn't even put up that type of half twice over. So yeah. I don't think that Zomblers are going to be too affected because they were so competitive, because they were able to bring it back to overtime, because they made themselves known in the server. If they'd gotten fully blown out like it looked like it was meant to be, what was the scoreline? There was like 12 to 5 or 12 to 6.
Yeah.
So 7 rounds in a row to get them into OT. If they had, failed to do that, if that had ended almost immediately, then I would be concerned for them. But I'm really not. I don't think that there's any world in which we see, that level of Zomblers come out on Nuke.
Yeah, and also, like, speaking on the other side, when you choke a lead like that, a lot of teams end up feeling disheartened even if they won the game. And from the end, we saw Zealous was all smiles. So it's gonna be definitely something that we're gonna enjoy to watch. And I'm hoping to see a little bit more activity from the Oppers on this map specifically early on. They do have a lot of say on that outside control and the ramp control if they do end up going for those picks. We did see from Akimbo, which is a completely different team, that they threw a lot of outside aggression. I'm hoping that this is replicated on either one of these teams because it seems like outside has been the big issue for most teams on Nuke.
That's fair. I think that, for me, I want to see a little bit more from Jakey, actually. Mm-hmm. I think that, he found a lot of footing there, especially into the CT half of overtime. But on the CT half, he had some moments that were good, but mostly absent on the T half. And, we saw a lot of that having to do with a lack of ops, but also, it's a matter of how to manage the money in order to get those, facilitate that a little bit more consistently if you want to make that an important factor in your game. So, looking to enable Jakey for that, that's certainly something I would be looking at. But then in addition to that, I saw a lot of positivity, I think, from some of the rifling there from Zealous. That being said, it was super hot and cold.
Yeah.
We were at one point in, and then the next round it looked like right out, missing some easy stuff. And I think Borb overall had a great game. Outside of that, I felt like we were hit or miss.
Yeah, it felt like couple of sprays were missed, one taps were missed. It felt like they were playing on a controller sometimes.
All right, you said that, not me. Sheesh.
But no, I mean, it's from people that you expect them to be just aimers the whole time. Definitely something that happens in matches and playing all day, right, is your aim starts to get lazy throughout the day. You start getting tired. The crosshair no longer looks like a crosshair. It looks like a blob in the center of your monitor. So definitely something they need to do is make sure that they're focused in this next game. And yeah, just making sure they're not overextending, right? There's a couple of times that we saw from both sides. It's like, okay, we're a man up, and someone is still wanting to get more kills. It's like, you shouldn't be wanting to get these kills. I know you feel like you're going to be winning the game by doing so, but you need to play to win, not to boost your stats.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just, listen, give the benefit of the doubt, not even just about the stat boost, just get overheated a little bit.
Yeah.
I got these first two or picked up this first one. I'm going to get this next one. It's going to happen. It is what's meant to happen, et cetera. So, being able to mentally turn that off a little bit and go towards, hey, I'm going to play that team game. I would agree that's what they need to be looking towards. For this Zomblers team, though, I think with this now, we got confirmation, other semi done. Akimbo waiting in the grand finals. I want your thoughts on what that would look like, right? Like, who do you think if it's Zealous, right? Who do you think matches up better?
So here's the biggest thing that I've noticed, right? So Zealous has played in the course of this tournament and the close qualifiers, has played Akimbo a total of 3 times. They're currently 2-1. So they've lost 2, then they won 1, which was the first game of the day yesterday.
1 and 2.
1 and 2, my bad. 1 and 2. Because Akimbo ended up winning the close qualifiers.
Right.
Zomblers are really good friends with Akimbo. I feel like there's a lot more knowledge of each other for Zomblers and Akimbo. I think a good matchup would be playing for Zealous just in the aspect of they haven't played any other maps. They keep playing them on Mirage, right? So you have this uncertainty of other maps. But at the end of the day, I think it's that personal feeling of like, okay, these guys are my friends. I feel like Zomblers playing Akimbo would be the best matchup in terms of just their friends playing friends. Someone's going to do something crazy.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even more, right? They played the Elite Cup, right?
The Elite Cup, yeah.
Yeah, so there's that is Zomblers Akimbo played that. So, yeah, I would agree. I think that could be spicy. That's part of the reason why, with this map victory, I think the pressure on Zomblers gets even greater, if that's even possible. Makes life very difficult for them. I think that even beyond that, we get a lot of conversation about, like, who's under pressure. Well, for me, going back to what we were talking about before, where, like, maybe Zealous, you take your foot off the gas because you maybe have accomplished what you're looking for. Well, I mean, now you are really playing loose. You already got there potentially, and that goes both ways. I was playing the other side of that before, asking about what maybe is that as a negative. Well, clearly, these guys playing as if they've got nothing to lose because they don't.
They don't, and maybe in the back of Zomblers' mind is how much bullying am I going to get if I don't make the finals against my friends?
Yeah. Is that a big deal for you?
Oh, that'd be a great deal. Like if I go to an event knowing that I'm going to play like my friends in the final, if I win out, and then I lose to a team that also my friends lost to, I don't know how I'd feel. It's like, well, I can't best them. My friends can't best them. Like,
then who can?
Then who can?
No one. Simply no one. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. I think that we got a knockdown, drag-out fight on Overpass. And if I can be honest, my gut says we're going to get the opposite on Nuke. I don't know which way, but I kind of feel that way.
You feel that whoever gets the hot start is going to win the game?
Yeah. Or maybe let me rephrase. I think it'll be dominant, whichever way it is.
Oh. See, for me, I'm hoping my friends win, but hey, I've been unbiased today. I've called.
What do you mean?
For this game, I've called both sides doing the wrong things.
Okay.
And I think I'm going to be honest. I think with the ways that I saw and all the mistakes coming out of us late into that game, if they don't clean that up coming into this game, they're going to get smacked.
It's going to be a question mark, certainly, of all of those. We are almost ready by the look of things. We got 10 players in the server at the very minimum. to get started with map number 2, so bear with us. I think, while we have a second, what's been your favorite thing over this weekend thus far? Oh, we're almost done, but.
Over this weekend,
Yeah.
I guess first of all, coming into this event, I came as like just wanting to volunteer, like just help out. I ended up casting, so that's been that's been the best part. Is just kind of learning a little bit of everyone, like what you guys do behind the scenes, all the production, everything that goes into an event.
So now you can run because it's terrifying.
I think I'll definitely stay on the player side for a little bit longer until I can't shoot at people like King.
That's wild.
But yeah,
he's
no,
not even on broadcast.
He's right there. I'm staring right at him. But yeah, no, I definitely like appreciate the work that goes into events a lot more, and understand that like it's really cool. Like, I mean, people have passion for the outside of it and the like what the people don't see, and that's what I hope that everyone at home that is watching understands, is like there is a lot that goes into Counter-Strike for hosting events, and just to making it run smooth. It's just everyone trying to get along the best that they can, because we're all trying to work together, right? So yeah, that's something that I just really, really have enjoyed, is just seeing how people that care about Counter-Strike actually care about it, and it's not for other reasons.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well said. That was beautiful. I asked you what you were excited about, and got glazed. This is beautiful. I love it. I'm here for this. This is best co-caster. And that's beautiful timing. We are jumping into the game. We have Zealous, the attempt to close this out in 2. They could dominate a map that they were not meant to make. They do. Overpass theirs. Now they look to claim Nuke.
And claim it they shall.
For JP and Sunk using the response. That's the reactions that we're looking for Zomblers. Capable of getting back in. Excuse me, we got things flipped. Zealous. We're on the CT side. Retake very viable, and well, particularly with Prime. Nice shots from Sisyphus, and Jakey is now not even needed. They can play off of one another. Jakey's position isolated by Luke as he tries to spam away. So much damage done. Time is continuing to tick. I'm not sure that there's a kit down anywhere. Finally goes down, and Sisyphus delivers. He's had some clutches. That's, I think, his 3rd.
Admin, you need to check his PC. You need to check his PC, because he's just wall spamming the hell out of him.
You did know he was there.
Nah, don't believe it.
Hey, that vent's not good cover.
There we go. We got the overlay fixed.
Fixed up nice.
Thank you, production. I love you, production. See, now we're seeing something that we didn't see earlier in the tournament. As I was going to comment about it, you see Sisyphus just get absolutely deleted. Never mind. Completely ignore me. I'm talking about Marshmallow.
I think that is a good point to bring up, though. A lot of the yard problems has been for various teams. We're not specifically talking about Zealous or Zombies, really.
Yeah, no.
There's been a lack of control towards top silo.
But yeah, it's at least we're seeing that teams have learned after this event. You see Sunk that rotated over, just kind of gave up outside. See a stack on inner. But yeah, not a lot of commotion going on.
In the heat of the moment, yeah, that stack you just highlighted might be sidestepped by Zealous. They really aren't looking to head in that direction whatsoever. Prime down the vent.
I just wasn't expecting Sunk to drop off of heaven there. Kind of forces Prime to come down.
He's in the prime position. First is all his, but 3 players swinging him. It's really difficult to get more than that. An MP9 is forced by it. Still very much a winnable round for Zomblers, but they group up, they speed things up. Down on through ramp. All three are heading this direction. Orb, this is a great position. He just needs to take the first contact. Then his teammate can swing off this double up though from either side. That is not ideal. And now Jakey is stuck. Overswing survives despite that. Now so low, nade falls flat, and Jakey is stuck in a corner. They cannot remove him whatsoever. Is there a kit involved? It looked like yes.
Just not a very good post plant coming out of the T's. They kind of just bunch each other up together, and I don't know if that was just miscommunication, but they should definitely, I feel like Borb should have heard them running a lot sooner.
I mean, I think he reacted pretty quickly. It's more a matter of like not being doubled
in a corner.
Yeah. Jakey honestly surviving for so much longer than he had any business. Shades at the beginning of this overpass where, you know, first 4 rounds were back and forth. First 4 rounds were force buying victories both directions before Zomblers finally gave it up. Zealous on the T side is getting rocked and rolled into this A bomb site. Orb's the only one who finds any sort of success, and Jakey's Mac is now left in the dust. A little extra money. If he actually wants to step out into A, it'll be done.
Bless you. Yeah, just, I mean, kind of a quick little pop into the A site. Just not a bad idea. I feel like they were just counter-utiled very well. Very set up Zomblers were for that change of pace. Yeah, Jakey goes down. I mean, good restraint coming from Zomblers. Not disrespecting what they've played this whole weekend and what they've played today. Just kind of, you know, being respectful that they can lose a round if they start being silly.
I think that wake-up call happened, you know, for Zomblers back on Overpass, and they're not forgetting that in any way.
And we see a timeout coming out of Zealous, so I don't expect them to do anything crazy with this economy, but definitely good that they can talk about what went wrong and what they can fix, and they could maybe take a nice little French timeout, or like we saw the other day, all of them sitting in a cubby in spawn, and then running full speed.
That was Team Delta, wasn't it?
It was Team Delta, which we are not cyberbullying, by the way.
I mean, that was definitely a strategy of all time.
Of all time, keyword.
It was one of them.
Yeah. Sung playing with ladders.
Shoots and ladders.
Oh, I haven't played that since like, elementary school. It's a fun game.
That was a good game.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed it.
I don't know if I pulled it out right now. I don't think I could tell you how to play.
Yeah. No, absolutely not. I could not.
But I'm sure it's pretty simple. We can get back into the mix. Shoots and ladders tournament win.
Honestly, screw the final. Just bring out the shoots and ladders.
Yeah, Zealous, as I've been highlighting pretty consistently on their ecos, have been pretty slow. They don't really take initiative on these. They just sit and wait. Speaking of initiative and maybe not taking it, Jakey, just under the 1 minute mark, steps forward and hits a nasty headshot.
Showing us why he sits so close to his monitor.
That's right. Improve the reaction time.
Yeah, who needs glasses when you can just see the pixels?
I do. Still.
It's okay. I switched to context.
Sight set back on upper for for Zealous, excuse me. Zomblers, though, that look pretty prepped. Another nice work, though, to actually trade that out. Use that gun to the best of their ability. Or from main, the last alive.
Was looking kind of scary there.
They traded the second vent guy?
To get that one trade, I think we have ourselves around. But yeah, coming into it clean, getting that force back, being 3-1, hoping that we can have this happen. What a clean transition there. Good job.
Get these guns rolling. Zealous, it's defensive smoke for them to get to red. Focusing yard in the beginning of this round as a set of cross smokes goes down. First step is to volley at the top of secret, next to nade open and get some information. Unfortunately, neither of those successful at stopping Lee. Just delays.
Yeah, now they have that one person down. So that big thing that we've been talking about this whole weekend of getting that control early and letting them know that we are able to get down here without you stopping us. Definitely going to open up a lot of their playbook.
That's timing that Lee thought he had, and CKG punishes. Zealous have to work together. The spacing is really bad from them as well. Sisyphus ahead of the curve. Prime out in the open. Great flash, though. At the very least, Sunk is still alive and ready. A little bit more provided in defensive ramp, and now focus back to CKG. He's already done a lot, and they're not clearing him. They've not taken the time to fully clear that. They'll try to get the bomb down, but denial is easy for CKG.
Giving Jakey a lot of space, but time is just looking the wrong way.
CKG doing so much heavy lifting in that last round. I mean, I really think that the timing there from Lee was not necessarily great, but also, for me, the bigger issue is Zealous were never together when they were taking fights.
Yeah, no, I mean, Rampler even makes a misstep, right? So if you're trying to catch anyone off guard, you're not even able to do that if you're not even playing it correctly. I mean, just these little mistakes we were talking about on overpass that they were doing on the T side when things weren't working, they're back to doing them again. Come to question if they're going to have to call a timeout here soon on their next buy to kind of reorganize their thoughts.
Certainly a momentum that is starting to build. This is the first opportunity. Set Sunk up, but oh my lord. Sisyphus good to continue working some magic in ramp. They've recovered an M4 for the second eco round in a row.
And yeah, Sunk has officially been sunk. It's like a boat. Not very much play of words you could put on Sunk. He got dunked.
That joke stinks, stunk.
Yeah. Oh.
Suborb trade that's very important. Now they need to sort of flood the area, maybe even grab that rifle if possible. CKG hoping to play the denial of that. There's nothing for you here. Great turn, 180 degrees, but again, forcing him to split between two angles. Prime, the next up at bat with Luke coming in as well. Catches him while the bomb's getting planted. Though it goes down uncontested, it's easy enough for Prime and Luke. They clean up and make that one look a little bit simpler than it probably was.
And I'm not going to hate too much on that round from Zealous, right? They were working well together. I think it fell apart a little bit in that post plant. But to be honest, they were peaking correctly to get that bait in. And I'm not mad about it. Also, when you see Jakey's eyes only over the monitor, it's like a copy and paste of Jack and Dare home.
I know, it really is. I got a photo last night that I posted on Twitter. Well worth the look.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it.
I think STYKO got a full video.
Well, Sunk might have been bested in the previous round towards ramp. This time he's out in yard and Nate opens the smoke to give him vision. Sunk really heated up over the course of the back half of overpass. He was making huge moves, favoring Zomblers as Zomblers start to run away with things.
Yeah, and I mean, Leah, again, dying early. He's 0-7. Some would even say his name's Owen.
Some might.
Not me, though.
Not me. Well, I call him a secret agent, though.
Yeah. James Bond.
Well, now it's not a secret.
Who are we talking about again?
That's all right.
But yeah, I think again going back to ramp, they keep doing this.
I mean, Sunk has just got freebies.
Yeah, and I think this has been like a repeat. They get outside, they get the lower control, and they do nothing with it, and then they just walk ramp.
Oh, they barely had the lower control this round, to be fair. I mean, yes, Rue got across, but a little bit one note, a little bit one-dimensional from Zealous. Bigger issue, though, is that Sunk is just hitting everything. Cannot be stopped, it seems. Neither can Rue. First two are his. In another fight, there's not a lot of time. 14 seconds is all. Getting to this bomb is impossible, but how many more fights did Zomblers want to give? 0.
They're just going to let him keep his gun, right?
Yeah, but no money additionally either. That's a well worthwhile trade.
And here's a timeout coming out for Zealous. I mean, I feel like this is something they should have done last round.
Yeah, now they're into a half buy, I guess, at best.
And they're doing what we said. They waited until it was 6-1. Maybe it's their favorite number.
I think that's when you start to press the buttons of, hey, things are going really wrong. We need to maybe make an adjustment or find a way to make the changes. Our first attempts at making a different move aren't going well.
Yeah, and I here we see, I guess, the difference between Sunk and Jakey.
Series op kills, I guess?
I'm assuming.
Overall. Head-to-head overall this map.
Okay. I thought we were talking about the, like, first picks.
4K in that last round. I mean, to be honest, it's probably not all that far off. When we're talking about overpass and what Sunk was doing on the CT side.
He kind of just picked up where he left off.
Yeah, Jakey getting some of that get back. Zealous hesitant once again. It's not quite the same type of round. They've got a lot more heavy presence in yard, but it's the same idea. Using the vast majority of the utility to at least sell that somebody is down on B. The reaction seen, and Sunk goes down there.
We see him working for a wrap, right? 4 people wrapping into the A site.
Resmoke for door that's going to allow CKG just a little bit more availability. He's still pressured, and unfortunately, Luke didn't need to really fight, I don't think. CKG isolated, and Zomblers fall apart. Yep. Zealous, I mean, that's the cohesive type of round we're looking for.
Yeah, something we've been used to from them, right? A little bit more coordination. The spacing was finally there. They weren't miles away from each other, peeking things alone. And they baited Sunk into leaving the angle. So something that we've been needing from them is that. And yeah, hoping that from here on out they continue it. Obviously try to get your guns into the next round. But Prime is very, yeah, they're making sure this Eco just kind of doesn't stay.
Sunk has really turned on the Jets on this one. And I know that they're going to lose that off, and that does stink, but I think it's certainly something where they have the cash to reinvest. We're getting deep into this half, too, and they might not even have enough rounds really to punish that or to make it matter.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be having a good buy.
I lied. They have less money than I thought.
Oh, shit. Yes, they do. So this could be a big round here. I mean, reset in the balance for both sides. I'm gonna smoke Jakey off, see if good read by Jakey.
CKG a little bit alone, but just letting that confidence flow. Zomblers now the ones lacking. Talking about the duels that have been going. Sunk's direction. He's now ready to go for that head-to-head.
He's looking at Jakey right now.
The walk-in is crazy. but he's going to nail it. Sisyphus falls flat, and with that, Zomblers now have equalized this one into a 4-on-4. Down on B, Lee has crossed. And a secret taken. I'm wondering when Zomblers are going to move. They know this gap existed, but they haven't respected it. Great flashbangs. They'll push down the Ram player. Immediately, Sun can't rotate in. Serum, excuse me. Now Lee is the next step in this plan. It's methodical. Whew. Now Prime surely going to go down. No, Lee isolates the drop into Vent first and foremost, and Prime stays alive for more. The Prime triple kill is finally ended by Rue, but it's the start of a 1v3 that Rue is far away from. 45 HP. Smoke's going to start to fade. He knows where both are located, and now with that first shot, he gives his position away. Not too fast. Serum is on the other side of it, and a clutch for Serum to deliver Zomblers a 7th round.
And you can see how upset Root's by that, right? I mean, he felt like he should have gotten that round. I mean, knew exactly where they were, played it perfectly around the smokes. I think Lee needs to activate a little bit quicker there to help his teammates. I think that the guy that dropped Vent kind of delayed him a little bit more, but he should not be falling to Prime.
Well, I mean, certainly needs to get that trade, but also they know that there was a ramp player, so they know that somebody is on B proper, and that's where you need to figure out, okay, where is that guy at?
Yeah.
So it's not quite the instant break of the economy for Zealous. The bomb plants and the victory in the previous round keep them healthy enough. Continued investment. Where does that lead?
Seems like a little bit of an outside control fake.
I will give Zealous this. They have been very consistent about making it as if they are taking yard every round.
And since they keep doing it so quietly, like Zomblers has no idea what's going on.
I mean, you saw it in that last round. Lee was down secret, and they didn't have a clue. They were trying to be so active on A, they left that open.
Kind of grouping up towards ramp again. Never seen a team so heavy on ramp.
Once again, a flash that's not effective into Sunk, and he gets another refrag before anyone can react to him. CKG might get caught. Bullet to the back of the head, and that's done and dusted. Borb holding space. This will keep them up here on the A bomb site. At least the threat, the rotation back in that direction is possible. Yeah, Zomblers, they know that's there, and they want to help Sunk.
I'm surprised he didn't hear the door open. Or maybe he thought it was lower.
Borb just made a footstep?
Is that Borb or Sunk?
Well, it doesn't matter. Sunk knew about him before and after. Prime at double. He's the only one to have impact on this bomb plant proper. Borb open to it, Aru. And Sisyphus with time ticking down. He doesn't have many decisions other than fight. Fight he will, but lose as well. A demoralizing round for Zealous is they cannot build on that victory.
Yeah, and we hear Zomblers now getting a little chatty. Just not a lot of confidence coming from Zealous. I mean, like you said, they're just not ready. And hey, so far you called something that's going on right now. So
now why would you say that?
Trying to make this a little fun game.
Guess are you?
Get a little caster curse going.
Breaking open the door in order to get these Deagles active. Finally, Zealous are on the lesser weapons. Still a bit of an investment from Jakey. Luke playing around the smoke. It's not going to go down to B. Instead, they focus towards A, and it's all going Zealous's way. Nothing outside of Luke's single kill for Zomblers. Sunk creeping through the single door, but beyond that, ain't much more.
He's trying to get a knife kill in that vent. Lucky for him, he got out before. But yeah, I think they're just going to be holding for exits here. I mean, the money is still bad for Zomblers, so they definitely need to save these guns.
Well, especially when Sunk is 19-5. Just make sure he has an op.
Yeah.
That has been #1 priority and #1 win condition is Sunk. Consistency. He's pulled it off time and time again.
Terrorists win.
Quiet start back on Overpass to a dominant showing on Nuke.
20-5. Yeah, definitely hoping that if they're able to squeeze out this, and like we said this today, the whole day today on Nuke, right? 8-4 half. Not mad with it.
No, perfectly happy, in fact.
So I'm seeing another pause come from Zealous. Trying to get probably all of their bearings and their marbles in the right area.
I don't know what our rule set is, but I think this is their 3rd pause.
Yes, and I think it's 3.5.
Yeah.
So they should, you know, at least they're using them. And
That's
yeah,
nasty.
Jesus.
How's that 150 yard?
He's killing a person and a half, everyone.
He's got the stats to back it up. We're 12 round. We're into the 12th round and 20 kills. Sunk finding different ways to get active. Walks in and ready. As we've been highlighting, Zealous consistently tossing this utility in yard, but not consistently working behind it. Sometimes they're there, often they're not. But down onto B to Serum walk anyway.
Again, and it keeps Zombers from getting aggressive outside. I mean, keeping him at bay, they play differently. You have, I don't know who's on lower, but just jump spotting now because they have no information outside.
I mean, this might be enough. That's a nice exec, but it's entirely canceled off of the HUD smoke. HUD smoke comes through, and they can't go into Sunk, and there's a rifle here as well to help him out. Nearly lined up, but Prime delivers big time. And it's only this double, but it's enough to set Serum up for a clutch.
Yeah, great trades coming in from the T's. I mean, Prime was looking like he was going to get more. Like he has been this whole game. But yeah, I mean, we haven't really realized that on Zomber's side there hasn't been much activity from other teammates other than Prime and Sunk.
Oh, that's devastating. Out in the open, so the bomb goes down, but the planter falls with it. Sisyphus up and from clock. Good for his 1v1 clutch. Sisyphus, I mean, he already had a clutch. It's one of the fewer rounds that we've seen from Zealous this map. And he's had to clutch it again for another one. Pistol round and 2 clutches amongst the victories for Zealous.
And yeah, I mean, we've had a bunch of showings that, you know, rounds could go either way, but we haven't had an X factor on the Zealous side for this map. So hoping someone can pick it up. I know we're all looking for either Rue or Jakey or, you know, Corbin time, but hoping that the guys that have been a little bit quieter like Leah can kind of just start doing something for their team.
Well, that's the hope. The Zealous move over to the favorable side. 8-4, we talked about this is, you know, something that is very workable. Zomblers, an open A bomb site, not exactly ideal. Good work, I guess. We'll be seeing ya. Sisyphus staying alive for far longer, and Rue, well, he stays alive only to get removed immediately thereafter. Now comes Jakey, split between 2 decisions. The rest of the T's, and Luke is good for his with Zomblers taking everything.
I feel like they set up correctly. They were up, you know, 3v5. Just no communication on that retake after that. A little bit of overextensions that shouldn't have happened. But it's those small things that we keep talking about that we said shouldn't be happening that are happening, right? But hey, Zealous have seen them come back from this. This is the same exact scoreline that they've been in before. They're not forcing back here, so hoping they can figure something out. Oh.
I do love a little ramp stack. That's what we got right now. Unfortunately, it's going to be sidestep. Nothing in that direction from the Zombler side. It's Sunk. Ready if they want to come lobby, which they will. Easy enough, clean up. At the end of the day, Sunk is
I've done a lot of eco farming, to be honest, but you extras. To 25 kills.
Yeah, he is. He's pushing 30.
I mean, this is part of the reason why I think it's hard to be too critical of Zealous when, I mean, 25 kills, 20 and a half is insurmountable for most any teams.
Yeah, and the goal that you are doing as a T team, that when you see that a player is just going off, is they're gonna cool off. They're gonna cool off. They're gonna cool off. But at what point do you have to just avoid them, right?
That's the issue. They really couldn't. He was so like mobile. There was no way to entirely avoid him. Felt like he was everywhere.
Yeah, and I hear no util really left of them to stop. I mean, like they're coming into the A site.
And they are, and out is Zealous, quick and simple. He's arrived many, and that turned. Oh, no way, Prime. He's got that as well. It's absurd. Prime doing it all, picking him apart. As Jakey will set Borb up for a 1v3 instead of a 1v4, but it's not much better. Bomb yet to be planted. I guess that's the highlight.
I just haven't seen too much come out of the Zealous.
Borb, maybe he's going to be the highlight here in a moment. He's going to flash, set up for success, but Borb, he's adjusted. Sunk, how was this? For impact, he's got 26 kills, and it's been with the op primarily. He's got a rifle now. Borb at 30. No kit either. And one not picked up. Sunk making decisive moves. He's seen him. He's about to remove him. With his back turned, Borb has simply no idea whatsoever, and it's beautiful work from Sunk.
Yeah, that indecision to kind of go around and then come back made him miss that timing of him leaving site. So it just kind of puts him in a terrible spot. And like you said, just pure dominance coming from the T side.
I mean, I really don't feel like there's much to say other than Sunk is picking up Zomblers and carrying them over the finish line on this map.
Yeah, yeah. Kind of like simple on BC games.
A little like that. Well, we got a near full contingent of FAMASs for Zealous this round, and might not be the weapon of choice, but it's what they can afford.
Yeah, they're trying not to give up overtime here, right? I mean, forcing back. This is they're playing for the game.
Normally, I think I tend to favor trying to save and get the big buyout, but I don't know that I blame him on this one. With Sunk playing so well, it's let's start right here and now with maintaining a chance to win in regulation. Or see where this leads us. Borb leading into an opening pick. More to be found. It's unfortunately not the flash landing. Luke goes for more. And with Borb taken out, Mini is open season. This man standing at CKG. He's got himself a whole lot to do. That's a nice start.
Yeah, and a little bit of overextensions. Like outside, Secret shouldn't be overextending. Being up 4-2.
Hold on a second. He's about to do it. He's about to make this happen. A 1v3. He's just sitting. He's daring Jakey to make the next move. There's only one spot that he's not worried about. Right now, is there time to go down? It's close. It's really tight, and he's realized, I don't have time. No way! CKG giving the clutch out of nowhere, literally gifted on a silver platter.
And Jakey just hears him drop, doesn't seem to be getting the right calls from his teammates. He has 5 seconds left. He has no reason to come peek. I mean, just same mistake. As I'm talking about it, they do it. They're overextending, and overextension comes in. This is just something that should not be happening.
I mean, and prior to that, all of the individual moments where they're swinging one by one.
Yeah.
I mean, I really got to credit CKG, though. I think he does a fantastic job of isolating those fights. I mean, chalk this one up. Sisyphus, try as he might, he'll be able to do something. You know, that's a recovery round. But man, 12-4, that's where this is going to come back, at least start. I just don't really know.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little demoralizing, the previous round, right? You lose a 1v4 like that just because you are not playing as a team. So, hoping they start playing like this as a team. I mean, Zombies taking a timeout here after losing. The economy's a little bit tanked. This is a very big swing round.
It's a massive one. I think the Zealots are still in trouble. They aren't necessarily up until, like, over this T side, I don't think they played too badly. I think that
Jesus Christ,
Sunk has, you know, a game.
Thank you, production.
Yeah. But it's rounds like that are now happening a couple of times that we've seen later into this game. It's them losing track of themselves, them starting to have, instead of it being a forced error, unforced errors.
Yeah, and it's like we said, the inexperience of playing together, those small comms, those small little things of like, okay, well, if I'm going to peek, I know my teammate's going to peek. That's not happening.
Well, and it's, you know, a lot of these guys on Zomblers as well who, you know, have been in these types of deep LAN games as well, a whole lot more.
Yeah, and a quick little A fake as they just run into ramp. No one's going to hear this.
I mean, down onto B, now they are very well aware. Borb is ready to go. It's going to be split. Open up the door. That's a good trade. Really important to try and get hands on and find a one. No way!
Oh my
Sisyphus,
God.
are you serious? Well, that is a gift from heaven. Zealous might be back. They're all stacked up. Very critical fight. Serum, Sunk, they both hit theirs, and now Serum, his position known. But a 1v2, he's now spotted the final man. Knows where both are located, and the first is all his. Serum looking for the clutch and looking for the finalization on for Zomblers to find the second map to push this to 3. The recovery began and ends on Nuke. Wonderful stuff out of Zomblers as they survive and make it to Ancient.
Yeah, absolutely insane that that's the way that these rounds are being lost. It's the miscommunication from teammates, like not being aware that, okay, you know where he is. Why are you giving him a 1v1? But this has been the story of the whole map. And yeah, just punishment after punishment after punishment.
Yeah, I'm really concerned for Zealous. Maybe let me rephrase. I'm not really concerned. I'm a little concerned. I think that the back end of that was concerning. The first half, not so much.
Yeah.
I think that you can respect Sunk and the performance that he had. He's not going to do that again, very likely. And even beyond that, it was good ideas that were meeting Sunk's execution.
Yeah, and getting these picks, getting everything that he should. I mean, not being traded, one of the biggest things. Missed utility that allows him to re-swing. Just, he had a great first half. You would want your team to reset, and, you know, but they let him just keep going and keep going. And best thing they can do right now is throw that map into the back of their mind, forget about it, come into this last map. You know, they've played a lot of Ancient. A lot of Ancient. It is what was their pick in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
They didn't win the map, so maybe they can change the storyline, right?
I mean, that's got to be the mindset. I think that, well, more than anything, I think Zomblers in this map specifically showing their depth as like in addition, right? We talked about Sunk and everything, but every clutch going their way as well. And I guess not everyone. The fact remains that I think, 2 of the 4 rounds, or maybe 5 rounds rather, that we saw there from Zealous are for some clutches,
yeah,
some big moments, right? Sisyphus was able to pick up a 1v2 and a 1v1 as well. There was a little something there, but I think that also kind of proves the form that Sunk was in a little bit too much to stop.
Yeah, so I guess their biggest thing for the next map and just what their expectations from the last map is just, let's hope Sunk cooled out. If not, how are y'all going to counter it? Ancient, not an Opera's Paradise. So
true.
Either Jakey or Sunk are going to have to step up on the rifle, and collectively, I think that the riflers need to step up on both teams.
I think that's fair. I think even beyond that, we need a little bit of step up in general from the rest, like just the core, from these guys. It's not been enough for Nuke, but you can't have those expectations that you're going to be able to come out and outshoot a Sunk on that type of form. I think we're getting ready to hit a quick break, and
we're just gonna keep yapping a little bit. That's why I put on the.
Oh, you're coming to yap?
Can I get a bathroom break?
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah.
A little switcheroo.
Yeah, you can take a break. Hello, guys.
Hello.
I'm back.
Hi, Beck.
All right, dude.
We got a long break coming. Is that what's going on?
Yeah. So between maps 2 and 3, we like to give teams a little bit bigger of a break, so that they can recharge. Speaking of recharging, I'm gonna get my energy drink.
Oh, yeah. Sponsored by
Not
coffee.
sponsored. Hashtag. Oh yeah. No, that coffee was actually really good. Wait,
yeah. Can you pass me that coffee bag?
Who's that?
Cheese. Can you pass me the coffee bag in front of the glass? Yeah, that one. And the coffee mug. Hell yeah.
You got a mug too?
That's not mine.
Oh, okay. No, this
these are the sponsors.
They had these as a sample, but it was very good. I bought a bag myself.
Dark Pool Coffee, yeah. So sponsors of this event. They also sponsored one of the teams here.
Yeah.
Very local, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah. I'm not. Are they?
Yeah, they're pretty local. They're from Texas. So and it's a veteran-owned company. So, yeah, if y'all, I don't know if they have a website, but if they do, please make sure to check out the Dark Pool Coffee. And just come look at this beautiful logo that they got going on. I don't know if it
is actually really.
It's
nice.
actually kind of sick.
And the taste is really good too. I bought myself a bag. I'm a pretty big coffee aficionado.
Yeah, no, I am too. I'm trying to lay off the caffeine after this weekend. To be honest with you, the amount of
the man that's he rocked up with 3 cans himself.
Yeah. So
So
I'm a big caffeine person, and it's gotten to the point that I just don't feel caffeine.
Yeah, no, trust me, I'm similar.
So but the coffee smells really good. I did try the little bit of the espresso shots that they were giving, or not espresso shots, the little tasters that they were giving.
Samples.
Yeah, pretty good. If you're a fan of coffee, go ahead and order some. Yeah. And we needed to go ahead and thank the actual sponsors again, because
they've been here both days this weekend and giving out samples and selling out.
They actually made jerseys.
Was it jerseys or was it shirts?
No, they came with like custom esport jerseys that they made for this event, and honestly, they were kind of cool.
Yeah, no, even the team that they're sponsoring, even they had like a patch on their shoulder.
Patch on the shoulder. Yeah.
Very cool.
Oh, welcome back.
Had a nice little pee break.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
Just come. Yeah.
Get nice and close to the camera.
Yeah, get in there.
Yeah, get in there.
I'm working on it.
But yeah, honestly, King, what has been your favorite thing this weekend?
What?
No, just moving him in.
Yeah, let's.
I just don't want to be on camera. All good.
No, honestly, there's a corner over there. I think we were just trying to get you in the corner.
Yeah. No, my fault. It's the other way.
Yeah, I was like,
why
are
I'm
you
trying to center with the TV? It's my fault. The TV's not centered.
The TV is definitely not centered.
Yeah, that's my bad.
But yeah,
production guy.
I'm the one that did not. I did not set up the TV, so
this is true.
I just plugged it in.
That's fair.
It's only my third day.
Favorite part of the weekend?
You can't say me.
Fuck.
Why not? Why is that not allowed?
Yeah. I don't know. This is the first time I've done lead for production, and I've enjoyed the. It is stressful trying to figure everything out, but once you do get it all figured out, that feeling of, oh my god, I did it, that was probably the best thing about this weekend for me personally. It was a pretty big and great feat.
Yeah. No.
Overcoming challenges.
Yes.
Yeah. Being king.
He called me that yesterday. He's like, I'm never calling you that
let's
again.
clarify what happened, right? So he orders food, and after I finish eating, I'm like, thanks, King. I'm like, ugh. I never want to say that verbally out loud. I was
you've done it like 3 times today.
I've just
you clearly lied. You didn't feel
no. I'm not going to be spam calling his government name.
I mean, it's public.
Yeah. It is public.
Yeah.
Chilen.
Would you characterize the same way if you say this name of the people you work with, like at work, their first name?
Would I what?
Are you spam calling their government name?
No, I'd just be like, bro, 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 bro.
You're that guy.
Oh. No, I'm not that guy.
I'm going to mute the game sound.
Oh, yeah. Come on, production.
We've lost him already.
No, I got it.
You got it. You got it. But yeah, no. What about you, Vin? I think no one's asked you. I think
I have been asking.
You have been asking all the questions. Let's go ahead and ask you a couple questions. First one is, obviously, we're gonna repeat the same one you've been asking. What is your favorite part about the weekend so far?
So you like copied my homework and didn't even change it a little bit?
No, I'm not gonna change it.
You were like, "Yo, I'll change it so they don't."
I didn't even say I would change it. I said I'm gonna ask you what you've been asking.
Okay, at least you're honest.
Oh, absolutely.
I do like that. Favorite part of the weekend? I actually think I'm in the same boat as King. I think the challenges of like figuring stuff out is a lot of fun, and even if it is a little stressful, getting that figured out, whether that's on the production side or just like in general. I think that's my favorite part. Outside of just getting to hang out with everybody and talk and have a good time.
Good.
Oh yeah, Counter-Strike no matter who I'm with, but
yeah,
it's nice when it's people who already are down for that.
No, yeah, of course. And then first time in Texas, absolutely not. But what is your favorite thing about Texas?
Favorite thing about Texas? Not San Antonio specific?
No.
I'd have to say sweet tea. I mean, I have that at home, but I love sweet tea. You go up north, can't get sweet tea.
Sweet tea is probably one of the tops.
No.
Have you gone to H2O, like HTO? It's called HTO.
No.
When you leave today, or if you get when you get a break, get some HTO.
Probably the best food, or
it's just tea.
Just tea?
Yeah. So you walk into basically all of the machines, and you can get oh my god,
all of the machines.
There's literally all of the machines of tea that you can get. So you can get any flavor you could think about of tea.
Interesting.
Like sweet tea.
Okay.
What do you mean by you can't get tea up north?
You can't. Like you go to Philly.
Like to buy?
No. If you ask, you're out at a spot.
Yeah.
You ask for sweet tea, they're gonna be like, probably don't have it.
Really?
Yeah.
I swear to God, I've never noticed that you can't do that.
Especially out west as well.
Also, you do have some good sweet tea from where you're from.
Atlanta?
Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not Atlanta specific.
Oh, okay.
Georgia specific.
All right.
Yes.
We
make great sweet tea.
Yeah, y'all make great sweet tea. Hey, that's definitely a good competition between Georgia and Texas.
Yeah, I'm not much of a tea guy, but
you're just a chill guy.
I am just a chill guy. I did say it yesterday.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. Yeah. But very proud of you, King. You did very well on production.
Thank you.
You woke up by yourself this morning.
I did, dude. Without an alarm at that, I was. Oh, okay. It was 100% the B-dubs that we ate. It was the B-dubs that we ate last night, bro.
Dude, the B-dubs.
Oh, my God. I destroyed Cam's bathroom, guys.
No, yeah. The
absolutely
mango,
destroyed
it. The mango habanero, definitely mango habaneroed. And it was...
yeah. And we got Taco Bell earlier this day.
That was the mistake.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. We got Taco Bell, and I went to the bathroom here, too.
So King is just a terrorist.
You just got a healthy bowel.
No, I actually do.
That's what
He's just been destroying bathrooms.
Yeah.
Hey, don't. What? Why are you suggesting that having a healthy bowel is bad? I think that's.
It's actually is healthy.
Yeah, that's toxic of you.
Yeah. But then he goes in the right before we're about to go to bed. He goes, so the extra toilet paper is where? I'm like, oh no.
He's just considerate.
I'm like, I'm locking all of my doors. I don't want any.
I think we need to move on
but
to
you
this
didn't
topic.
lock your doors. You didn't lock your doors.
I think it's gone on too far. Okay, well, let's actually maybe touch on this Ancient a little bit.
Oh, we're going to Ancient.
Yeah.
Is this the first time we've seen Ancient?
On stream? We've seen it once more? Yeah.
Okay.
Observer knows all.
Yeah. No, actually, shout out to our Observer, Respect, and my right-hand man, Hypnos, for doing a lot of the actual producing work for... I mean, I've been kind of doing everything, and so he's taken up the computer job in my place. Yeah, he's actually the one pushing buttons for a lot of the time. So shout out to them. And shout out to Vincent, Cam, Alderia, and to Ice for casting this event. They've done a great job this entire event. And Jason, who is our server admin, he's done a great job this entire event as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the takeaway is it takes a team to to get things rolling like this. It all doesn't happen by magic, though. That would be nice.
Yeah.
The one who invents that is going to be a bajillionaire.
On God.
Yeah.
If you know or know someone who knows magic, let contact
me know.
Contact me.
I'm looking to learn.
Yeah, we'll work something.
I'm
out.
LFT.
I am
LFT magic.
I am LFT.
Yeah, you did leave the roster officially.
Yeah, I did recently.
It always comes back to that, doesn't it?
No, it's because I can't have people go to my profile and see that I'm actually on the team still.
And they just, trash talk you?
No.
Oh.
It's like I'm just not on a team, so there's no point in me being on a team.
You wouldn't want them to misunderstand.
Yeah.
I understand it now.
Unlike you guys, I don't spread misinformation.
Whoa.
I think you just did.
Yeah.
What?
I think you just did.
But what information did I... What was the misinformation?
That we spread
That we spread.
misinformation.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah. It's like saying that you've never lied, but then you thought you lied once.
All right, let's go back to Ancient, shall we? We're going down a spiral here.
Oh, this is the spiral.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Unironically, where are we at? Okay, we're chilling.
Yeah, teams are still not joining.
I think that Ancient is actually going to be interesting for one specific reason, and you mentioned it before, and that is that the number one player this series is our Opper. So Sunk, I don't think it's going to be as great of a time as Nuke.
No, it definitely won't. And I mean, you have to find ways as an Opper to kind of just find picks that aren't there, right? And just kind of do something that you're uncomfortable with, just kind of going, like, let's say, overtly aggressive. And we're going to see either a lot of that or none of that. And that's going to be the big tell on how this game's going to go.
As an Opper, how do you feel about them removing the temple angle into A-main?
So that's one of the biggest things, right? The map's already what did he do?
He went like that.
Yeah. So as an Opper, I personally feel like the map's already not friendly to an Opper to begin with, right? So they're making the game, in my opinion, not decisive by one player, which, sure, it's fair, but it's making Oppers kind of play a map in a different style that they're not used to, whether that be over-aggression, whether that be turret-opping. You kind of have to find a really good mix and match of that, and I'm not comfortable with the map at all. I've been trying to fight, like, the way that I feel when I play it and just kind of learning new things and watching a lot of demos, and it's not something that someone's going to be used to, and getting rid of that angle just kind of makes you more useless as an Opper.
So I think that the real answer is that Ancient is the skill check for Oppers that can rifle.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this buffs anybody who has an Opper that can also be a decent rifler. And I think that that's actually low-key kind of cool to have in the pool.
Yeah, and it makes it that, like, we don't have the same repetition for maps. Absolutely.
Rip my Anubis.
No, I genuinely think it's going to come back into the pool. I don't know what they're going to do to fix. The problem that Anubis had was that there was no fast rotation for the CTs.
Right.
I don't know how you're going to fix that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think you could also, like, nerf some of the spawns maybe.
You could push the T-spawns back a little
bit.
Yeah.
I think that could change something.
Yeah.
Yeah, let the timings be easier for the CTs to peak,
Yeah.
like that E-box angle.
Alternatively, like, you can make the E-box angle, like, where T-stairs was. You could make there be, like, a staircase down to where that little cubby is inside where the lily pads are.
Mm-hmm.
And that be, like, the peak, and the stairs where they are as of right now removed.
So a little bit longer for them.
So the CTs will always win
that angle. Yeah. Yeah, because water control is just so difficult, especially when you smoke off E-box.
Well, and then the CTs don't have to invest, like, 3 smokes in order to take water.
Yeah.
Did you ever get a chance to, like, look at Austin Nubis?
I didn't, actually. I should have.
Yeah,
Ostubis.
I feel like I saw I know I saw screenshots of it, but I just don't remember what the changes were.
It was I feel like people had very strong opinions, one way or the other. Like, some people were like, oh, yeah, this looks cool, and then others were like, this is awful.
Yeah.
That's all I remember.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think they felt like the CT side was a little bit OP after his changes.
Well, I think that's just CT side in general now is just OP. I guess it was before the update towards CT economy, and so.
Because we didn't get to see that, I guess, Anubis with the new economy.
Yeah.
No.
No, we haven't.
No, I think that, to be honest, making all those changes at the same time, probably not the right move.
Oh.
You just finished knife round. All right, I'm going to step out, leave you guys to actually cast this game.
Cool.
Can you bring me a water, sir?
Yeah, I got you.
Absolutely. Sick.
Well, let's get this thing started, Cam. It's going to be a good time. We got a semi-finalist that is going to turn into a grand finalist here. Map 3, Ancient Zomblers versus Zealous. This is for all the marbles, and it's been a crazy series just from the ups and downs. You know, Zealous started off so hot, 9-3 first half of Overpass, and they pushed it all the way, 12 to 5 before the comeback started. It took them overtime to close it, and then Sunk simply dominated. 28 kills over the course of a nuke that went 13 to 4. Like or 13 to 5, pardon me. I think that is a little bit absurd, and like I said before, we're not going to see that again. What will we see is the question.
I think we'll see a lot of interesting setups. This map is the one that we've been working on for on my team, and I've scrimmed a lot of the teams here at the event. It's just a very heavy mid take. The new update with the shaders has definitely changed the instant smokes that we have.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
okay, I haven't played with the shaders.
So
this came out when I was live on Thursday, and then I left.
So yeah, a lot of the new lineups are different. So to say, so the map's different, a little bit different, and they changed all the instant smokes. So a lot easier with the shaders now. Show which ones are the instant smokes.
Well, that's good.
But yeah, we'll see.
Because I'm gonna be honest, instant smokes on Ancient they're ass, bro.
Like the elbow smokes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, me trying to throw any of them that isn't 4th or 5th spawn is, I mean, it's good if it's a 50-50 that I hit it.
Yeah, and it's just that thing, right? That mid fight that we're going to be seeing a lot of, and that shelf action. And what I've seen from practice is that there hasn't been a lot of A takes. Only on pistols where they'll see the split of mid. But yeah, we're seeing quick mid split coming in.
This is the stereotypic pistol round on Ancient. Get a house smoke out, then you can take your pick. Where do you want to go, A or B? It's A that they move for. Sisyphus, it's a double entry that dominates into this A bomb site, and it's even more than that. It's Temple not quite taken, but certainly denied by Zealous. Well, they won't waste any time. In immediately is Sunk with a pair of dualies, and from Big Box, Sisyphus continues to do everything all on him. He gets 4 kills in this round. Borb finalizing. Zealous break through, finally getting some pistol round victories under their wing. They got the first half pistol, but that was basically all they got in the first half of Nuke. So getting it's not the not the only thing. They got to hang on to it.
Yeah, they did lose that second round. So something we have to see is definitely, like we said, stepping up from other players. Great start from Sisyphus. Hoping that continues, right? Let's continue that pacing. Something that the Zealous team really does like doing, though, is sending a MAC-10 to go kind of prod the other side of the map, as we see kind of just... I guess we have Lee that's going to be prodding the A side, or is maybe, as we're seeing right now, as Borb, they're sitting over there. They're kind of waiting for a push to come down ramp, something that's not happening. But a little later, they're going to probably start prodding somewhere on the map to see where the stack is or what is going on around the map, as the CTs aren't really doing anything early on. They do have this really deep A main control.
Yeah, it's not worth very much, though, if Zealous go B, which is what's happening. Smoke for front of Jag, and this should just allow them to isolate the B site pretty simply. Probably shouldn't have been so easy for Prime.
Yeah, but a good trade coming back in with Jakey.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they get that trade, that's really no big deal. They need to move, though. They're letting Zomblers have time to react. They've already given enough time for Serum to arrive, and even more time now allowed. 35 seconds remaining, and they can pivot. They can go back, but I mean, CKG, he's in elbow right now. There's something to be said. He's hearing everything. And it's a foot race over to the 8-bomb site. Jakey not going to win it. Luke is there, arriving just in time, and the pistols from Serum are successful. This late round move from Zealous is opposite of what they needed, and Zomblers steal another second round away.
Yeah, kind of a really big, like, indecisive round. They shouldn't have been... Bless you, sir.
I'm dying.
Allergies are terrible in Texas, I get it. But yeah, they're just kind of not comfortable with what their initial call is, right? They let them set up. They let them hear they're running away. They kind of just aren't comfortable. There's no layers to if this happens, then we do this, right? It kind of feels like just a mid-round adjustment that someone just called, like, let's not execute. So they need to be more decisive in what they're doing. They do seem to be setting up for a B hit here. TKG throwing that defensive smoke as they are executing to the site.
Getting every map has been about this. Serum, CKG, I mean, it's so easy. Sunk throwing flashbangs. Luke tosses one in. The layering of utility here for Zomblers is near perfection. Triple kill from Serum. Yeah, I do think that this is a constant factor right now for Zealous. Every single map, they have been engaged in some of these force buy wars because they cannot win against the half buy or the force.
Yeah, and it's just like bad reactions, right? It's just they know they have the right initial read, and then when they feel uncomfortable, it's just a reaction. Like, it's not something that's being thought through. So maybe here we do see a timeout come out from...
It's a tech.
It's a tech. We need one a game.
Yeah, I do think Zealous might be low-key a little bit cursed, unfortunately. It's going to feel bad, but I think Zomblers have personally already done the hard stuff for this series after losing their map pick, bouncing back in that first map of Overpass like they did, and then dominating on Nuke. I think they've set themselves up for success. They have made this as approachable as possible, especially considering, right, they were the favorites coming into this, and they got surprised.
Yeah, something that shouldn't have happened, But hoping here that that Zomblers, if they want to continue this streak, they got to keep the momentum and be as confident as they were last game and as confident as they've started this game. And Zealous needs to become confident, right? They went quiet all of last game. They went quiet at the start of this game. I didn't think I heard them cheer too much during that pistol round. So we need them to forget last game.
It's hard to forget 28 frags from Sunk. I mean, it's burned, seared into the back of my mind, and I fear it might be the same for these guys over at Zealous. We've lost Rue. That's not obvious, and working on getting him back into the server. But yeah, Rue. Speaking of Rue, very good to talk to. Glad that we've had a couple of times that we've gotten to interview him. He's been a blast to get on the microphone, and I think that when we were talking to him last after that quarterfinal, it was just a matter of like how do you get back into a game where you're in a rut, and his answer was really, for me, came down to you just got to do what you're good at, right?
Yeah.
Don't overcomplicate things. Get back to business, basically, is the long and the short.
Yeah, and kind of just get out of your head. So hoping here that they take a. Seems like they're just gonna pop through that flash mid. Block attack,
but it's just not very effective.
Counter-terrorists win.
Clean and easy.
Yeah, just getting it over with. And Zomblers talking to them right across the pond, basically. So here we come out with that first buy. We'll see. Maybe they try to take mid here, something that Zombies has been doing.
Oh, that is a really different lineup.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
That was force spawn, too.
Yeah, it's been a...
Now the Poppers have a little bit more oomph behind them with the rifles in tow. Smoke for Donut. That'll force back CKG. And with the house smoke still up, Zomblers locked out of mid for the time being. Zealots have some time to play around with, and it's really not necessarily about where they go with this, but what they could be doing, what they could be getting. Zomblers are quick to react. They don't waste much time. Both Luke and CKG group up outside of A, and they get through their own A main smoke.
Yeah, that's going to definitely catch them off guard if they were to, rotate back to that side of the map. But they still have 2 over there. They have no one mid. They do have Sun kind of spotting it from Highway. But yeah, they look like they're just going to set up again for B exec. They have 1 smoke and 1 flash. So it's probably just a contact up, right?
Zealots big fans of some of these contact plays. Prime ready for it. And Prime's just letting his teammate take the next contact. Now he activates after Serum gets his kill. Rue, a couple of low HP bars he can be shooting at, but great work from Zomblers to never give him that opportunity. Everyone with high health swinging one after another.
Yeah, no, this is textbook of crossfires and trading out your teammates, and that's what we're seeing right now from Zomblers, right? Is that they're playing the game how we were expecting them to play it. They're not getting caught off guard, and really good from them. A little bit from Zealous. They're not doing anything too special, right? They seem to be not taking parts of the map with intent. They're just taking things to take.
Zomblers currently running uncontested, it seems, on Ancient. I do wonder how long it's going to be until Zomblers take a little bit more liberties with their control. Right now, giving Zealots a whole lot of space to work with, and it's going nowhere fast. CKG with a multi before Prime goes down. He's going to add another tick to the tally. He's 9-2 off the rip. Serum's 9-1. It's the Riflers who've arrived on the scene.
Yeah, and I mean, little BM right there at the end of the game. So you know how Zomblers are feeling about losing that first map. Definitely trying to make a statement this last map and the start of this one.
If Zomblers were to close this out, I'd be very excited to talk to one of them about how they felt about that first map. Because I'm curious. Yeah, and this is exactly what I was just saying. Wonder how long it's going to take for Zomblers to pick up the pace in this area of the map. Oh my goodness, somehow that goes wrong. They had great positioning. I'm not sure how he saw anything. How do these 2 kills happen from Lee?
Yeah, just low HP now on 3 of the 4 people remaining. I mean, I don't think they don't even make up one person.
I mean, there's literally no one on B though right now. Zomblers, with their mid control, they gapped A for the entire round. So they have to respect that there's somebody that could be there, that could have lurked out, that could be in CT basically by this point. How long does Zealous take to pull the trigger on this B hit? I think that's the only question in my mind, because the longer it takes, the more time Zomblers have to arrive back into position. Sunk, he's here. Not a smoke in his face initially. That will get placed down a little later. First spray's all his. Does damage onto another one. It's now 100% of these Zomblers members remaining that are on low health.
Yeah, I mean, Zealous just getting tagged up the whole round. I mean, gotta work for a pick here, try to get something. Jakey's just really in an uncomfortable spot right here. So.
Just gonna face together. Might be uncomfortable, but he's got some support, and that uncomfortability not a problem for Jakey.
Really
2 kills, miraculous one it felt like out in middle, transitioned into a victory.
Yeah, Borb kind of helping him out a little bit there, and then just shooting at a ghost. I don't know, shot towards short, but Jakey did a good job at cleaning up that round.
I really don't know how that went so wrong for Zomblers in mid. Like, I keep running it back, and I'm not quite sure what happened. 5-round stretch.
5-round stretch.
Zombies finally stalled. Sunk, I think, his first stop of this map.
Yeah, like I said, has to be overtly aggressive, right? Has to work for something to get a pick. Yeah, late reaction. Here they go. Coming in at a ramp.
It's the op who's throwing these flashbangs to set them up. I mean, even ready for that route. Takes the 1-for-1 with Prime's trade. Now Sunk faces forward. It's an easy one for a jiggling Jakey.
Yeah, and good aggression. I mean, once it just seems like a bunch of like knives coming in at different angles at all times, right? Just not letting Zealous breathe at all.
I don't know about that move from Bill. He's going to hit the shot anyway. They've gotten so much space that Prime doesn't realize it, but he is entirely dead if he steps forward. Lee. Oh, shadow spotted. That'll give Prime the advantage he's looking for. No support coming from Prime. Flash instead for the tease. It's missed the mark. Prime does it all himself. Prime, multi-frag after multi-frag. He's got 4.
Yeah, Rifler stepping up big. I mean, Prime we saw was a big factor on Nuke, you know, kind of carrying the team. And we see him again kind of just helping out. Like he's being that secondary top Rifler, just when he's needed, when he's being called upon, he's there. But this does let Jakey bring out the op for the first time on the T side, getting that bomb down. So we'll see. Maybe an overextension somewhere on the map. I know Jakey's been kind of prodding towards Cave with the rifle, so we'll see if he goes back towards that way.
Not a huge fan of the T side op on Ancient, but certainly be effective. How did that land in such a fashion? I've never seen an elbow smoke land like that. It didn't look like it missed, but it certainly didn't cover what it was supposed to.
Yeah, that was an interesting. But yeah, Jakey's prodding Cave again with an op.
This time, last time Sunk was here with an op, so I think hoping that he can get a head-to-head. Ryan Lord, it's close. No cigar for Serum. Hefty stack here towards the B bomb site, but Zomblers are split. The map is entirely cut down the middle. There's no information towards middle for Zomblers. Zealous have this map control. They just don't know how much of it.
Yeah, it seems like they're just going to work back towards mid, which is going to pull a rotate off of B. Kind of just letting Sunk to just hold this this donut angle. He's going to just give it up.
He's just been pulled back to mid because this house gap has existed for a little bit. Don't want to be too far forward, and he's actually going to step into it. What a nasty shot from Borb. Ready and waiting for the swing from the Opper. Might have seen him on the retreat. Sisyphus holding for the rotation back towards house, but still, we'll stay pretty even. Zomblers are ready for house, but are they ready to stick around when there's 3 against 4? First flash sent in, and great post-plant positioning from the Zealous squad. It's going to go correctly for them. They can just hold on, and it's all up to Rue, who does basically everything.
Yeah, we saw something there that I didn't like too much, right? You had Luke had pushed into A main and kind of just wrapped all the way around, basically giving up A site. And instead of staying in A main, when they knew they had more information that they were going towards A instead of B, they had pulled the rotations over. He kind of just went towards mid and then died to Jakey holding donut like a normal post plant. So basically negating anything he had done early round. So I think Zomblers had a good read early on. They just did not play off of their read and did not trust their gut. But yeah, we're going to see another op come out. Zomblers' money's still looking good. Probably for the rest of the half if they financially organize themselves.
I mean, they would need to win one of these rounds.
Yeah.
Or, get some significant saves. But that is the first round for Zealous that really looked like they had a plan from the start. They knew what they were doing. I think Zomblers really getting punished by their lack of map control.
wasting a lot of util early getting map control, right? So taking so much to take shelf, and then you're going to see a re-exec into mid or a re-exec into that ramp, and then just kind of no util, like 131. You have, what, 2 smokes and a molly, and then just a couple flashes.
Yeah, it's certainly not a lot. Zealous primed for this mid retake that you were just highlighting.
Seems like they're going to back off and just kind of try to take ramp back.
Might be a mistake, to be honest with you. Zombler's forward there at the moment. Serum actually working the deep angle on ramp instead.
Have a player with the bucket. Yeah, absolutely ready for that.
I mean, now it's all up to this bucket guy, Luke. Volley's gonna highlight him, flush him out with a single. CKJ, one off angle away. Onto the scene comes Sunk. Hold on. They now meet the most resistance, and Prime is slid into a great position. Sunk doesn't have to take the next contact. He's got support. In fact, he will. They swing for the rifler. Prime not seen, and Prime takes him away. Beautiful work for Sunk, who saves the day.
Yeah, that reposition right there, moving the cave without being spotted, could not have played that better with the op. He goes in the cave, clears cave, makes sure no one's there, basically just sets up that crossfire with Prime. And what else can you ask from your opper on this map? Be there for the rotations, get those long angles, and just kind of, he's not getting the first pick. He's definitely been saving the team.
The reason that Zomblers are able to get there so quickly as well is because CKG was in mid the whole time. He was in cutout. There was no threat in that area. We'll get a mid duel, a mid brawl, really. Let's go 1-for-1. CKG steps forward and not quite ready is Rue. For some reason, Serum as well, as now Sunk will adjust his vision. The right adjustment made is A main is where Zealous will walk their way.
Yeah, good positioning here. I mean, just getting one here from Sunk is the best thing he can do. Just back up.
He's got a rifler right next to him, and he actually hits the refrag. Jakey, double kill with the AK, 5 HP. I mean, it's just not super viable, but he can hit some headshots. Bomb plant, and nice to have, added bonus, but it's just that, a bonus, $600 in the bank account. Zomblers, they're running away with it.
Yeah, just not much to say there. I mean, there was not really there was a plan of where they wanted to end. However, they had no help on highway. Mid was difficult to take if they're getting flanked by a cave player. But yeah, seeing a slow start from Zealous, you know, sprinkled in maybe 2 rounds here in the last 5, and haven't felt comfortable that they're going to be able to pull off another round.
Zomblers has been who's who. They have any multi-frag that they need. They've got somebody willing and able to make the step up to do it. Life gets easier when that's the case. Looking to book their tickets to a grand final, a best of 5. Coming up next for the winner of this one.
A lot of Counter-Strike. What more could you want? Lovely Sunday.
Serum's just been tossed a couple of extra flashes. Excuse me, that might be Sunk. Either way, a couple more flashes to get into cave and take a little bit of a look-see. Another round where Zomblers are off mid. They've done a great job of swapping up how they're playing middle. It's hard for Zealots to get a read.
Yeah, this is, I think, one of the first rounds we don't see a trade immediately back for the CT side after that first pick coming in from Rue. But they are getting flanked here soon by Luke, who has all of this information to be the cutoff.
Where have I seen this before? Prime slips in behind enemy lines. It's a nasty headshot, but there's that trade immediately available. CKG trying to be the hero. Zero not going to be available for the time being. Has to wait a little bit. Flashes from his teammates, and again, a little bit, but not enough. Nate probably going to finish off Sisyphus, but It doesn't quite land. That will, but it's a swift round. 4 rounds deep for Zealous. Another half where you can't say you're particularly happy, but it could have been worse.
Yeah, and I mean, this map, very CT-sided if you are able to do what Zomblers is doing, right? Take that mid control, take that ramp control early, kind of just play off of that. The A aggression was not punished at all the whole game. So something that they should take away, obviously hindsight's going to be when they watch this match back and see that they were being abused on the A side. But hopefully they can bring this in. Double dualies set up, triple dualies coming out for the CT side.
Triple dualies kind of wild, IMO.
Yeah, and Zomba's just kind of contacting out towards the A side.
Triple dualies with no kit.
Yeah.
Kind of wild.
A molly and a flash.
On Ancient especially. And we're about to see that come into play here in a second. Luke's on the lurk, but Smoke. This is where these dualies are perfect, just to be entirely honest.
Oh, Leo just needs to start clicking.
I don't think Zombler should be playing with Smoke, to be honest. They can't afford to do this, not against dualies, and it's going wrong immediately. Luke's got to get active here very quickly. He's actually rejoined. Through instant headshot, more to be had. Luke 1v2 attempt. He's hit the first, tap on the bomb as they come back and make the move. The attempt being made. As Lee gets up in his face, but there's no kit, there's no time. It's exactly that punishes this buy.
Something you called out immediately from the start of the round. Yeah, I mean, they come in. The Glock should not be fighting on Donut. They fight Donut, and I think, you know, tapping the bomb there, not fighting together. Obviously, they need to get on the bomb right away, but just I think that the retake took too long.
I mean, I don't think they could have gone faster. I really think that they were stalled by that smoke in Donut. But I just think you got to have a kit. You can't retake on Ancient without a kit most of the time.
No, absolutely.
Like I think I can't think of another map that I think that is true for. Like, but I think most true for Ancient. Maybe Overpass.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But particularly the pistol round. That's a rough way to lose it. Zomblers looking to deliver the kill shot.
Yeah, kind of just prodding a little bit. They have no one towards A. I know they're set up for an A push over there by Prime, but I think they're going to be working this a little bit slow. They're going to have Zerum probably walk out or to prod with this Mac 10. It's not hearing anything.
I mean, the amount of quiet across this map is going to tell Zomblers that Zealous are up to something. The question is, what is it? Active towards A as you highlight, but nobody making the move. Zomblers is just going to finish things off with this B play.
Yeah, I mean, Rue's going to be hearing everything, and not much he can do. He's a man with a pistol, and it's not as easy.
He can call his teammates in.
Yeah.
Might not be strong, but a whole group of them, that might be a whole different story. One for Jakey, but Sisyphus is all alone. Not lonely for long, though. He'll join the rest of his teammates in the grave swiftly.
And yeah, here's the tester, right? Oh.
I don't know what that was, but
I don't either know. I don't even know what that is. Is it a grasshopper?
Might be. It kind of looks like it.
Well, we just absolutely...
I did.
Yeah.
Murdered a grasshopper. If so, I don't mess with bugs, to be honest.
I don't either, to be honest. We need to burn the place down.
No, grasshoppers are usually high.
But, I mean, fitting. Ancient. We get a nice little... Yeah, this is the testing round for them. I mean, they have... What, a timeout that they're taking here? Yeah. So hopefully they do something here. As we see in the chat, or listen to the chat as I hear something's being typed up. Probably banter. Important round coming up. Yeah, they're just going to give mid.
Now, how important is this round? It's all about this round. Zomblers look to change things up and eat a nade for the troubles. Rue, he's in cave, and he had some support. Lee only 1 for 1. Fortunately, Rue has some easy ones. If Sisyphus gets ahead of the Molotov to take long. Sisyphus working some incredible stuff from long to ensure that this round doesn't fall flat.
And CKG kind of started off early on the A side. I mean, he's won a 1v4. This is a 1v3, a little bit easier for him. Let's see if he can pull something out of his sleeve.
Don't give him any fights. I mean, this is just a matter of let him take the initiative or facilitate a double swing. Do not let this be a double. And they don't. Sisyphus, great work. I mean, he gets ahead of the molly. He makes it so easy as well for Rue to play his life because he's so active.
Yeah, and I mean, just playing the B anchor role how he should, right? Just if his teammate dies in cave, he can't help out. So he's making sure that they can't get any more space on B site and kind of helping them out.
Maintain that positioning. That's, I mean, the way back in as well. If things go wrong, if the T's get back square, then if you still have cave control, you can still retake.
Yeah. So even playing off mid again, this is not a great buy coming from the T's. Luke already down to the 32 HP.
Sort of the final Zomblers buy before they'll be separated, and Luke might be low, but he's still got a whole lot to give.
Yeah, kind of dancing around that smoking cave, gets catches off Rue. So.
Uh-oh. That's a big one out of Prime, and his entry prowess in so many scenarios has been great. This one in defense. Zealous trying to push down ramp, and they get caught. Borb's struggles continues as Zomblers just pause.
Yeah, they're waiting for a reaction. 3v5 like they should. Leah getting a kill.
I mean, that is the reaction that they get. Sunk's timing pretty good, but Sisyphus is already dead. Lee gets his teammate back. Jakey. They both come not quite from the same angle. And another frag for Lee. He's making this possible. He's doing just enough to bring Jakey back into the equation. Prime tucks in, but this positioning, he's got low health. They check him, might be dead. That's a door now. Sunk, he's got to swing up that contact, does a lot of damage. Nade, not going to go deep enough, doesn't finish the job. The first one is good, but the defuse ongoing. Jakey almost there, but Jakey denied.
Yeah, catches him off on the edge of that smoke. I mean, he couldn't have heard the defuse, right? But he's not seeing anything. So, I mean, a good luck shot, as you would say. But, I mean, just everything that could have gone right at the beginning of that retake was going right until the very end.
Well, he also knew he was low. I mean, clearly, he dinked up someone and clearly communicated over that Lee was already low. He had taken 2 fights, so.
You ever see another really interesting buy from Zealous? I mean, they're forcing an M4.
I mean, this to me smacks a little bit of desperation, but I think give yourself a chance to win whilst not sacrificing the rest of this game.
Yeah. And, I mean, the rifle just went super aggressive into A, got all the info he could. They smoked it off, and now they're just going to gamble stack somewhere.
Yeah, I think that this is the way that you should play around this. It's exactly the right move. Looks like Zombler's not going to bite immediately. They send an investigation out in the form of Serum to see what A main looks like. He's going to find nobody home. And as that smoke starts to fade and a refresh on house, Zombler's primed at least to take back some of this space and force Zealous to disassemble this stack that's already started.
Yeah, and I mean, they're set up for a B exec, but I mean, you do still have Sisyphus here kind of spotting, but that's going to get really scary if Zerum... Oh. He opts not to go that way.
Yeah, I mean, he's made no sounds. His fist all the way through, and CKG lurks up through mid. He's now into house. Fast rotation. Bomb being shepherded by Sunk all the way back in, and you got to give him an NT on that one, but
yeah,
Zealous outplayed, outmaneuvered.
Hail Mary play for sure. I mean, I don't know if they set up incorrectly with that mid or communication with Donut, but Jakey here he is 1D. Not gonna get anything else out of it. But yeah, do or die for Zealous, as Fallen has said on streams before. If you think you're good, prove it now.
That's right. If we're good, win now. That's what Zealous are going to be thinking, and that's what I'm saying. Time to shine with the Zealous crew, or it's time to say goodbye. Zomblers, it's right in front of their face. A taste towards this grand final with Serum leading the charge. Out in the middle, it's only the single.
It's all a ruse. Look at them. They're already coming out A.
Caught inside of it, the rest of his team as well. Jakey stealing one back. Hold on a moment. Lee staying alive, but not for long. And it's all up to CKG. He has to step forward. Look at where these defenders are set up. That nade could do him in. Borb gets away. 8 HP. Time still ticking. It's taking a long way to get Rue back into position. He's finally arrived inside of Donut, but maybe too little too late. CKG still healthy. Doesn't know where they're coming from. He's terrified. Unfortunate.
Fortunate there, but I mean, a good showing that they're still not being crushed under the pressure of being down. You see a little frustration coming out of the Zombler side. I mean, you can see it on their faces. Definitely not something that they wanted to happen. It seems one of the Zomblers guys has a guy blocked on the other team. Maybe some BM going on over there.
I think that's just like default mute teammates.
Oh, it was just one red line.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Honestly, shout out. That's awesome. Listen, if you know you're the type of guy that like trash talk is gonna mess with you, just mute everyone.
Oh yeah, like if you're gonna crash out because the team's typing,
that's huge.
Yeah,
just hit, 100%. It takes a big person to know that about yourself and to like get ahead of it.
Oh yeah, CL_mute enemy team true.
That's right.
But yeah, I mean, we see a good reaction here. I mean, giving up mid, reacting on the A side of the map, kind of being proactive here. All of that A main control for Sisyphus. Sisyphus. I hate that name. It's a difficult name.
The name is a Sisyphean task.
Sisyphean task.
Yes.
Yeah, just.
I mean, it's difficult, basically.
Mm-hmm. See, not my English not being my native language. A little bit of a struggle, some words. But yeah, I mean, overall, playing a little bit more passive now, making sure there's no gaps. They are setting up for what seems to be a B execution.
That's a critical decision here for Rue. Him winning this fight basically secures them at least way back in, but a fantastic entry. CKG and Prime break their way through. And Sisyphus is going to join, but it's Jakey on the other side. They are separated. Zealous, they need to do this together, but how do they rendezvous? How do they get back in? It's Jakey first and foremost that falls. It's all up to Sisyphus. And can he do it? Clutches have been his domain. The king of the clutch, some might say, for Zealous. And it starts here. The adjustment so close. But close is not good enough. And it will not count for much as they go out in the semi. Zomblers are your second grand finalist.
And yeah, I mean, coming into that first map, we were expecting, Zomblers got uppercutted, caught off guard, and it looks like they reacted properly. They locked in the next couple of games, and Zealous just kind of looked lost. And at the end of the day, the better team, the more prep team ended up winning. And hey, you called it. You called Zomblers winning.
I mean, I thought it was going to be a little bit more dominant than that, but I think even beyond like preparation or expectation. I actually think that the experience won out a
Yeah.
little bit. You know, this is one where Zealous really looked like that overpass took a ton out of them. I mean, we could see it on their faces in a lot of those rounds where, you know, the losses start to build up, and it starts to really impact how they're playing and approaching the game, losing a little bit of confidence. And that lack of confidence is something that is a killer deep into a tournament like this. And I think that you have to give a ton of credit over to Zomblers for figuring out a way to continue to bounce back time after time, especially as they kept themselves in that overpass and then dominated Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, losing pistol round and then immediately knocking back,
Yeah.
kicking that door down, being like, okay, no, we're not just going to lose pistol round and not make this a fight. And that happened almost every round.
It did, and I think that there's a lot to say about that. I think that we, probably could talk a lot about where things exactly went wrong for Zealous, but at the end of the day, we didn't see the heavy hitters shaping up as consistently. Like map 2, map 3, I feel like Sisyphus was the only guy that you really could rely on to have some of those impact moments, unfortunately. And I mean, honest and truthfully, that's just not enough.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, we said that the riflers needed to step up. Sisyphus is the only one that stepped up those 2 games. And, we weren't seeing a lot from Borb. We weren't seeing a lot from the other teammates. Rue wasn't, playing his usual. And it just wasn't something that was exciting to watch. They felt scared. Yeah. They felt timid. And, they fell flat.
Afraid to lose in some ways. Zomblers playing like they were the winners even when they were down. Overpass a long time ago. They win 2 straight to bounce back. I think we're going to try and find an interview with Zomblers. And if we can, we'll be back in just a moment. If not, it is the grand finals that are coming up next. Make sure that you stay tuned. Be right back.
Those were the days. How you gonna break my heart and get away? So what if I can't be perfect for you? I'm drowning most nights, 'cause you're no longer mine. Drew hearts on my window, passing Jesse. It feels so weird not having you here. Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna call when I'm lonely? Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna call when I'm lonely? Who you gonna love when I'm gone? Friend's house and you gave me back your keys. I wonder if you miss me. Did it really have to end? It's really hard to let you go, 'cause I can't see you again. So what if I can't be perfect for you? I'm drowning most nights, 'cause you're no longer mine. Drew hearts on my window, passing Jesse. It feels so weird not having you here. Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna love when I'm lonely? Who you will call when I'm low. Who you gon' love when I'm gone? Who you gon' love when I'm gone? What you gon' do You're the ghost in my nightmares. I see your face when I drink. You know I'd be down bad if you wasn't next to me. Long drives with the roof off, and those were the days. How you gonna break my heart and get away? So what if I can't be perfect for you? I'm drowning most nights, 'cause you're no longer mine. Drew hearts on my window, passenger seat. It feels so weird not having you here. Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna call when I'm lonely? Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna call when I'm lonely? Who you gonna love when I'm gone? Friend's house and you gave me back your keys. I wonder if you miss me. Did it really have to end? It's really hard to let you go, 'cause I can't see you again. So what if I can't be perfect for you? I'm drowning most nights, 'cause you're no longer mine. Drew hearts on my window, passenger seat. It feels so weird not having you here. Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna love when I'm lonely? Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna call when I'm lonely?
And welcome as we're getting ready now to kick off our grand finals. It's been a long road, a lot of games behind us, but well, to quote Vincent, we took the alternative road to the expected grand final.
We did. I mean, it was something that we could take a look at the 13 teams that came in here, Al, and we could kind of pick out the teams that we feel like should be here. Now, like you said, the route they got here was a little bumpy, right? It wasn't a clear paved path. It was a little bumpy, but in the end, we got there. We got Akimbo against Zomblers, Al.
Yeah, and that's what everybody was expecting, but it really looked like we might have been getting something else. We had a lot of upsets, a lot of teams really bringing some good Counter-Strike, and now all I can hope is that these two teams bring good Counter-Strike to the grand finals. This is a best of 5, everything on the table, and I just want to see a full-on brawl for the championship.
Yeah, I mean, again, we got ourselves a best of 5. And, again, we got Akimbo, we got Zomblers. But, again, Zealous could have been here right now. Holly Molly could be here right now. Orion could be here right now. There's a lot of teams that could be here right now, but in the end, this is what we've got. So taking a look at our map picks here, again, we got ourselves a little best of 5 here. We've got Train getting deleted by Zomblers. Akimbo getting rid of Ancient. So we're going to start off with some Overpass, heading over to Mirage, and then apparently Mirage again, and then Inferno. But if in the end, I mean, what's the last? I can't think.
Dust 2.
Dust 2. Well, Dust 2 is a decider. What's the what map?
It'll be
Nuke.
Nuke.
Nuke. Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's supposed to be Nuke. Thank you.
Yeah, there
awesome.
it is. Hey, look at
there we go.
Production's so
we're not
on point.
we're not
So
getting
much.
Mirage twice. All right, that's awesome. So we get
Thank
Overpass, Mirage, and Nuke at a minimum,
Mm-hmm.
and then we're gonna get Inferno at the end, and then if we have to go all the way to map 5 and go well into the night owl, it's gonna be Dust 2 on daytime.
I mean, that's what I want. I'm going to be honest. We've come this far already. We've had so many games. Why not just add 2 more maps onto it? Why not, right? So I want to go all 5 personally. I imagine these teams probably do as well. I know that they're friends with each other. They know each other. I'm sure we're going to get tons of banter, tons of trash talk, just because there's that mutual friendship, and who wouldn't do that to their friends?
I mean, the best thing to do is just, beat your friends on land. Like, you do it online all the time, right? I can trash talk you all day long, but when I actually get to sit there and stand up on my PC and be like, you suck,
Yeah.
It's like, it just feels better. Like,
it feels great. And it's not just bragging rights on the line as well. It's the majority of this $5,000 prize pool as well, which will be paid out in cash here after the grand final. So make sure you're not tuning out as soon as we get out of the server. There's more
want to
stuff
stay to
coming.
see that.
Yeah,
exactly.
we'll be paying it out to them in cash, which will be a fun show. But hopefully we get an amazing show out of this map pool. I'm excited for it. We're getting to start out on Overpass, which is obviously new in the map pool.
Right.
So I'm interested to see what either they have, how much stuff they have set, and more importantly, how well can they improvise. It sort of sets the tone for the grand finals.
It does, yeah, most definitely. Overpass is one of those maps. We're not starting off with one of those buggy kind of maps where it's like Dust 2 or even Mirage. We're starting off with something where you got to think, and so a lot of your brain power is going to get used off right away in this map pool. And, it's going to be Zombler's map pick, and ultimately, you want to set yourself up for success. We have seen situations where teams have, gone back and forth on map picks, at the top tier level. But, here, like, you want to end this as fast as possible. Like, at this point, now you want it to be a sprint, right? It's like the relay. You go, and that last person that gets the baton, get there as fast as possible. That is the name of the game, is to get to the end as fast as possible.
And I mean, here's the best part for me about our specific map pool that we've got for tonight. Dust 2 is the decider. I've said this to you 1,000 times. I like Dust 2 as a decider because at that point you're exhausted. You've used a lot of your brain power. Dust 2, you go fight. You go pug it out. And at the end of a best of 5, 2 days of grueling, long games that you've just been grinding out, you just have to throw hands on Dust 2. That would be sick.
I mean, it almost seems like, last night we were watching the UFC fight out at dinner, and we were watching the main match, and the two guys they clearly looked exhausted, but yeah, they were still throwing hands when they could. But at that point, if we have to get down to a Dust 2, literally it's just who's gonna throw that last little jab into the jaw and like finally get that knockout punch, because I for the love of God, if it goes to Dust 2, Al, I'm going to need more than one energy drink. That's all I'm going to say. Because we've been here a lot over this past weekend. And I'm not saying it was a bad thing, but long days, and that's the beautiful thing about LANs, is that it is long days, but we're here for the love of the game, right? We're here to see the best of the best. We're here to hand out the prize to the best team. And out of these 13 teams that made the trip all the way here to San Antonio, Texas, to the Boeing Center here at Techport, who's going to walk away with the $3,750 in cash when they walk out of here?
Yeah, and I mean, like I said earlier, I'm at that point where what's 2 more maps, right? I wanted to go the distance because we've been here for so long. We've casted so many maps. Just send it, right? Like,
send it, right?
Just give us the best show. I don't want us to bomb out with a 3-0 grand final. Nah, all the way. Tons of banter, back and forth, eco round wins, the whole 9 yards.
The whole shebang at that point. Yeah, exactly. So, again, I'm excited to see this. And, after Overpass, we got some Mirage. So, again, you could take a little bit of a break from thinking, right? You go to Mirage. And then you got to go back to thinking on Nuke, right? And then The last 2 maps, you don't have to think too much. I mean, honestly, I could even say Inferno takes some thinking.
Yeah, I was going to say Inferno's a little bit weird because, you kind of run sort of a set play, but then you have to call an audible halfway through the round. Either that or, the CT side, you have to decide whether or not you want to go for the retake or save, right? So it's a weird one. It could very easily become a map where you don't have to think that much if your executes are going well, but if your initial executes are getting shut down and you have to start reconsidering things on the T side, it's one that, it can weigh on you. There's a lot of fake outs on Inferno. But we have to get there first. That's map 4. So
that's map 4, yes.
If we can get past map 3, that's when we'll start talking about Inferno.
I'm going to be honest. I hate Inferno. So you see where
just
Inferno's
so
at?
dry.
You see where Inferno's at? I would take that and put it on the other side and make that my instant map pick. Instant map ban.
I think it would have been fun to get Train, but,
Yeah, if we could just switch Inferno and Train, I would be happy. That's it.
Yeah. I'm pretty happy with the map pool, no matter what, I mean, it's a best of 5, When are you ever going to get your ideal
Well, I was
map
going to
pool
say,
in
you
best
kind
of
of
5,
have to be
right?
happy with the map pool because we don't have any control over it, right?
Right, yeah, exactly.
We're just here to talk.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what we're here for,
They're
here setting up the servers and all that stuff. They're getting all the production going. And they're like, do you want it like this? I'm like, dog, I'm here to talk. I do not know anything. When I looked at Jason, our server admin, when I looked at his computer screen, I was like, nope.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, it's just Linux, and it's like, still, nope. Like,
yeah, somebody was like, yeah, it's just Linux. I'm like, nope.
So, again, mad respect to our server admin there for making sure all the servers are up and running and just doing a bomb-ass job over there, just like killing it, really, like making sure that our servers are always up and running and the few issues that we're having, just knowing how to fix it, right, if nothing else. And, the tech port center here is amazing, but at the same time, the servers, the way they are, he's just done an amazing job. So, I know we sent us a lot of shout-outs. We said a lot of thanks here, but, again, at the core of it, if we can't get on a server, we can't play. We have nothing to view. This is.
Yeah, I mean, one last shout out for all of them, right? Because it's not just us on the screen. There's so much that goes behind it, and it's just huge shout out to the LAN Center for hosting this and providing us all this equipment. It's been sick, and a lot of players are really been impressed with the LAN Center, with the quality of the PCs, with the production. It's all gone honestly smoothly. We can only hope that keeps going for the grand finals. But we've had pretty small amount of tech pauses, so thank God for that, because
very much thank God for that. So
we've seen 40-minute delays on games before, even with doing stuff online, and it gets 10 times harder when you're on LAN. There's just so much more stuff to keep track of. So I'm just glad that we're up and running and everything's been going relatively smoothly. There's been a few hiccups, just like the bracket. There's been a few bumps, but we're where we wanted to be.
Exactly. And, if you were sticking around here for the initial broadcast, we were just kind of filming a little bit of the players coming in, just showing everyone coming in here that, the A teams that were here, just kind of a little time-lapse video. Everyone's actually making the time and the effort to not only travel here. That's a lot of money. That's time spent. Those are arrangements that have to be made. You have to get not only your whole team here, but you also have to pack. Some of y'all have coaches, and I just want to thank all the players and all the coaches and everyone who's put any sort of time in to come here to participate in the event. Just a little shout out to you guys, and kind of just shine a little bit of light on that as well, because again, it doesn't matter how good production is, doesn't matter how good the servers are. If you don't have players to play, then what do we have?
Right, exactly. I mean, it's just an all-around effort, and it's been an amazing time, and we've really tried to put the time in here and make everything, up and running, up and functional, things smooth for both the players and the rest of staff. And it's been a long day, and I think we're all ready to go home, take a nice rest before we get on our flights and go back home. But well, for you're driving, but have fun with that one. Another 14 hours?
Woohoo! Yeah, 14-hour drive home. Yeah. I get to go. I'm going to be honest. I love Texas because this is where I found my wife. I dragged her here from Texas. And so when I was dating my wife, in the beginning, I was flying back and forth because you can fly into Dallas. There's two airports in Dallas. Mm-hmm. You can fly in here relatively cheap. But then ultimately it boiled down to I could save money and I could save money and drive. But I started making these 12 to 14-hour drives to Texas. And I love Texas. Don't get me wrong. Great food, great scenery. It is a little hot, but I'm kind of getting tired of making this drive. I kind of want to go back to flying to Texas because 2 hours versus 14 to 12 hours of driving is not fun.
It's a lot.
Right? I know it's your first time to Texas.
Right.
I know it's hot, but so far, I know you haven't been here long, but have you at least enjoyed the little bit of time you've been here, have you enjoyed Texas so far?
I mean, I've been having a great time. Granted, we've spent most of it in here. Right?
That's true.
We
Yeah.
haven't really, tomorrow, you guys are leaving earlier than me and Respect, our observer. Me and him will be flying back together. So me and him are going to have some time to just go around, do some exploring and sightseeing and whatnot. But finally, we're able to kick off this grand finals. We've got Akimbo versus Zomblers. Akimbo starting on the CT side and Zomblers starting on the T side. Let's hope that this grand final can provide.
Yes, amen. So again, we're gonna have all of Zomblers hitting up this B side here. What can Roka show for us on this defense? Is he gonna be able to put up some resistance here and pop some heads?
He's trying to throw himself into the fight, but eventually taken down. And CKG and Sunk are able to open up that site, get that bomb down. Now massive man advantage in Zomblers' favor as they're trying to convert this pistol. It looks likely to come through as CKG surges forward, 3K on the round. And Oreos, this man was a hero the last time we casted him, but this one surely is too far out of reach. He'll strip away one. There's still 3 more to go, and they're starting to stack up. They'll swing you together. Just a matter of seconds and the time becoming too far gone.
Yeah, this bomb is all the way gone. Doesn't matter if he gets the kills. Yeah, he wants to earn some money. Be nice, but that's... You got Luke there finishing it off. CKG with a triple kill there to open it up. Zomblers with a pistol round to start this best of 5 on Overpass. Zomblers starting us off with a 1-0 fashion. Full buying up here. And we've got Akimbo who's going to go ahead and force buy into it. And as we meant, and as I was listening to Vincent and Cam on the last broadcast, we're going to start off with these force buy words. Because honestly, if you don't force buy into it, your buy in the next round is not that great. So you can do your best to get these 5-7s and Deagles on par because you get one scout shot and it doesn't take much to take people out. So it's a great little setup they got going on.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how many tags Oreo can hit. That feels like it's going to end up being a bit of a focal point of the round, but now already dinged down to 14 HP. He'll start to back off and take a more passive angle. Dante in towards Khan right now, just waiting for a player to press up that staircase and go into the Molotov, and actually is able to pick up that kill onto Luke 4K. That's a Galil recovered. He's got armor as well, only 34 points of health. Can start to strip off some of these members that are crossing towards bathroom. That could be massive. He'll fire off some shots, flashed away from the angle, just backing off to try and bolster this A-site defense.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic of Luke to miss that spray there. So Oreo's taking, not Oreo's, Dante taking full advantage, but he did take a ton of his health away there. And first contact from Dante is going to miss that as well, not able to control his crosshair there. And as Zomblers go to attack this A site, they actually back off and they want to maybe potentially head back towards Khan. S5J might be able to catch somebody in the back here. If he keeps going, he needs to keep going, but he stopped right before it. Oh, this nade should be beautiful.
That's a nice nade. It takes him down one player. Now we're back into this 3v3. That con wrap doesn't work out, so Roka left alone in a matter of seconds. 1v3 on his plate. He'll take down the first. Still 2 more to find, and he's surrounded by a smoke. Going to be so hard to work his way out of bank here. Jumps out with the flashbang, and it's just way too much for him to handle. Zomblers with a 2-0 start.
Yeah, and Prime getting himself a nice little multi-frag as well there. And so, again, Zomblers just not pushing forward when they feel like they have the space, and they're playing very smart. They have been playing all weekend. They came out of the group stages flawless with a 3-0 fashion in the round-robin stages there, and pretty much have been flawless all the way to this point here. They've had a few comebacks that they've had to actually manufacture themselves. So this is a team that knows how to close out matches. And that's a beautiful thing. You wouldn't be at this point if you didn't know how to close them out. And so what the point I'm trying to make is, like, it doesn't matter if they're down. It doesn't matter if they're up. You can't sleep on this team. Zomblers right now are on a tear, and it's going to be really hard for Akimbo. I'm not saying that Zomblers have any way that they're not going to be able to win. I can't say Akimbo can't win, but Zomblers have just they're on a different level right now.
It's been such a strenuous journey to this point for both teams. Thought it might have been a dominant showing, but both of them tested here in San Antonio. Now, finally, with a chance to close and try and take that grand prize. 4v4 now, thanks to the Deagle of Serum, or Dante rather, picking up that first frag, and now we just let the map go quiet here. Zomblers not wanting to overplay their hands. They don't want to overstep into these upgraded pistols. They know a round like this can spiral out of control, but you've got to manage your time well. If you let it run down, you could find yourself in a very panicked situation. Luke 4K through bathroom. He'll link up with his teammates out long, and they're going to go for this A-side execute.
Yeah, and this A site is very underprotected. You have Oreos who's getting some information, but he's getting the wrong information. CKG just missed the timing, but he should be able to take Oreos out right here. If he actually peeks. Oh, the timing got missed.
The information is so wrong right now, and now he'll turn his back as I think he was hearing some utility going down on the A site, but CKG on that lurk shuts him down. Zomblers looking poised to close out yet another round. A 3-0 start would certainly feel great going into your grand final for map 1.
Yeah, and they're just looking for some exits. I don't think they're actually going to try to retake this. Get some exits. If nothing else, just try to strip some of these guns away. You would love to take an AK into the next round, into your buy round, and also earn some team money here from the shared rewards there. But Sunk is just on this here. I remember hearing him, just constantly going into the feed there. And Sunk with a triple kill there is continuing the success he had from the last series that he had against Zealous. And so that is a name that you need to look out for. I know that I was saying Luke a while back, but Sunk right now is just locked in. Sunk is somebody who's got his crosshair in the right place. So for anybody out there watching right now, keep your eye on Sunk. He is definitely somebody that needs to, just keep your eye on him. And I'm not saying that Akimbo don't have anybody else, because Oreos is bringing out this AWP, and when he gets hot, he's hitting shots. He'll even hit no scopes. You need to be careful when Oreo has an AWP in his hand.
When he's got an AWP, anything is possible. Like you said, no scopes, quick flicks, and we even saw a collateral earlier from him today. So this could be exactly what Akimbo need to sort of shift the momentum of this game. Zomblers should be prepared for something of this variety, though. It's been a little while here for Akimbo to build up that loss bonus, so they should know that they're coming into a full buy, and that AWP is very well on the board.
Yeah, they're trying to get some of this control, but every single person for Zomblers is over here on the long side. And Akimbo only have 2 players over here. He did spot that out. It's going to be a nice flash to be able to kind of slow him down to hit everybody. Missed shot out of Warriors, uncharacteristic of him, and he's going to start calling in the troops. He's going to realize there's a lot of people over here, but CKG needed to get that kill, or Dante needed to get that kill on the CKG, but Prime comes in, takes Oreos out, and that's the A site lost and gone. And now what can Glorans do to get back into this? It's going to be near impossible for them to go ahead and get this retake in. When you're trying to retake A on overpass, doing it from bank is just suicide.
So much came in a matter of seconds for that A side execute. Just completely overwhelmed by the utility as the AWPer, so there's no way into this round. Serum already on the
get him, Serum.
hunt, though. He might catch them with back turn. There's no way that they anticipate somebody this close up this quickly. Spot 1 going towards Pillar. He hasn't managed to spot out anybody in a position where he can kill him, but information being relayed, so CKG is able to cut them off over
look at
towards
this.
Khan.
They're surrounding them.
This hunt is so well orchestrated. Glorans is going to at least be able to hold on for a double kill, but there's still more coming in. Luke trying to close in from the T-spawn. S5J, he's now down. That's another M4 off the board. Glorans is going to be the only one able to carry anything over.
Barely able to carry it over. I didn't see exactly how much health he had, but barely able to carry it over into that next round. But, I mean, at that point, Zomblers were just chasing them down. They don't want them to keep anything into the next round. And this is turning into that situation that I just told you, that you need to end this as fast as possible, because the longer that this goes, I know we talked about BO3s, that you typically can potentially get better as the game goes on, but not in a best of 5. In one of those situations, you just need to end this as fast as possible, because your mental just starts getting drained left and right, and you just have to find the grit to keep going in a best of 5. So the faster you get this over with, the faster you're going to be.
Glorans with the only M4 in this round, but the 5.7 is going to at least be enough for Dante to work with. Now he's upgraded to an AK. That's a bit more danger on the board here, as Zomblers have to adjust to this 4v5 situation with 2 rifles now available to the CTs. Sunk just trying to hold the line, make sure that there's no flank coming in from that con position. Now a pivot. Map goes quiet as Akimbo are trying to set up some trap plays here, it seems. Serum deep inside of Khan. Will they expect Dante to be still tucked in here? They seem paranoid about it, but how long will they hold this? They start to turn their backs, but they're completely silent in their drop. Dante has no clue that 4 Ts have now made their way through Khan. Zomblers start to set themselves up for this B site execute. Smokes will now start to pour in, trying to cut off these angles. But S5J with the 5-7 needs to close. Could be massively impactful there, but it won't connect. Now Glorens has to get active with this M4. Smoke cutting him off, but they can't get onto the site and plant right now, and they're running low on time. Tap on it, trying to bait out a reaction, but that 5-7 is able to pick one off. It's just trades back and forth, but still, Zombler's not able to get this bomb down, and the time is so low. They just have to try and go for these kills. Oreo tries to hold on, but it's just narrowly a Zombler's victory.
Yeah, because Zombler's at that point, the only way they can win the round, you can't, in the 2v2, you can't sit there and plant the bomb and allow your teammate to sit there and try to block you. At that point, with the time being low, you have to go for the kills, and they were getting close. Like you said, they were getting close to time, but there was nowhere for Oreos to go because he was stuck in water. He had nowhere to back up to. He needed all that cover. He had to win that fight, but unfortunately, it goes the way of Zomblers, and that's a 5th on the board. They are on fire right now, 5 in a row for Zomblers to start this overpass.
Kimbo need to stop this bleeding right now. It's starting to get out of control. Rifles back out, and they got really close in the last, so hopefully that's at least able to give them some confidence into this rifle round. Roka tucked in towards Toxic right now. Okay, it seems like we've got a disconnect. I'm not sure if the round is live, but looks like we're going forward with the execute nonetheless. Roka with one. S5J posts defense towards Pit. He's just trying to hold on, buy time for the rest of the rotate, but he gets felled nonetheless. Sunk into the feed. Glorens backing off already. He's waiting for Dante to get here to support.
Yeah, I mean, I think they want to go for this. You know, even though they lost Oreos there in the beginning, the bomb hasn't been down, so it's not necessarily they even want to go for retake. They're just trying to make sure that they don't overextend because Almers are looking for the rest of the players here. Glorens is going to go back up thinking they might have gone back through Khan. Bomb's going to go down. Dante should be giving this information away. And Glorens is making sure nobody's doing a wrap.
Dante will spot one out. Can't quite take it off the head, but eventually he is able to spot that one out. So now Sunk in a 1v2 with that AWP. He's had a really solid game so far, but can he connect with this op? Not quite on the first. Now Dink down to only 20 HP. That allows Akimbo to scale on towards this site. One goes down. Dante out of the round. Glorens just holding the defuse. He doesn't flinch at all and holds it all the way. Sunk doesn't peek.
And loses the op.
Run away for Akimbo to get on the board.
Pros don't fake. You've got to check that. You're the one who planted the bomb. You've got to check for that thing. Pros don't fake. But I totally understand why he didn't go for it because he knew where his position was at, and he got into the mind of Sunk thinking that he's going to tap the bomb, waiting for him to peek, and he never peeked, and he held onto that bomb. And that was a perfect situational awareness coming in from Glorens to just stick that bomb. And again, now we're going to wait for the tech timeout or the tech pause. But again, you have that situation, and too many times I've seen the CTs sit there and tap on the bomb, and the T never peaks. And then when they go in for that second or third time where they tap on the bomb, it's like, all right, at some point you have to stick the bomb. And so that's when you basically force your hand, and they're going to call your bluff at that point, right? But you just have to have that poker face. You got to sit there and just hold on to it, and that's exactly what Glorens did. But I mean, that was a hero moment that came out of Glorens to be able to get them their first round on the board. I hate to say it, we're going to need more of those, but it's not even more of those. We're going to need more out of the rest of the team, more out of the rest of the players. Like it took an absolute stupid way to win the round just to get them their first on the board.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we just need to see more out of the team as a whole. We need something to believe in because you cannot replicate that. And so you need to start having consistent success across the map because Zomblers have shown that they can absolutely steamroll you and on top of that, outsmart you with the rotations. We need to see them start to adapt, maybe stack better for these site hits, maybe faster rotates, and hopefully this tech pause doesn't last too long, but the bright side is that kind of forces Zomblers to simmer in this tech pause, and it's now going to have more time to sink in. They can't just reset and be like, all right, go next round. It's fine. It was a one-off, right? They have to sort of sit there and stew in it. And maybe that's just what Akimbo need in order to push this a little bit further.
Yeah, I mean, again, tech pauses are never fun, especially at this point of the tournament. A tech pause at like the beginning of a tournament, maybe even in a round robin thing, you're like, it is what it is. You almost expect that to happen, but when we get to this particular point, again, I don't know what the issue is, but again, when we get to this point of the tournament, that's when it becomes frustrating. That's when you sit there and you're like, we had the momentum and now we have to stop. It's like, it's kind of like in soccer whenever a player barely gets touched and he falls down, like, and he's doing his best acting job, like, hey, my ankle got twisted. And it's like, you look at the replay and literally, like, he went for the ball and I think he might, like, scrape him or something. And that's what essentially is happening right here. I'm not saying that Akimbo are doing anything, but it's like, it's that point where you're like, man, we had the momentum, we were going. Yeah, we lost a round, but it's like, hey, can we just get back going because I'm warmed up? And then your hands get cold, then your crosshair gets going. You could change your position by an inch and you feel uncomfortable. It's everything.
And for Akimbo, it's also maybe a little bit more motivating because now they can sit and like, okay, we found a way to break through. We just need to start replicating this. And, you get to think about it a little bit more. It's almost you're not allowed to talk to your team
right, exactly.
and anything like that, but you as an individual can start thinking more and sort of dwell on where did you go right as an individual or how do you exploit a potential weakness on Zomblers. I know that we had like a full drop from the server. I'm hoping that it's not, an issue that will last much longer, but I'm not sure at this point what exactly it is, and I just want to get right back into the action.
No, I agree. And, in this sort of situation, you're also, like you said, you're not allowed to talk to your teammates there. And you're not allowed to talk. Even if you have a coach, they're not allowed to say anything. You just have to sit there, even if – I even know at like certain levels, like even if you can't even like look at each other because, you can give each other cues or comms or anything like that. You just literally have to sit there, stare at your screen, hold your hands. You can use like something to warm your hands up or whatever. And, you can't even take your headsets off, right? It's just there's no communication allowed at this particular point at this level, and so we just have to make sure. But the positive is, we can make sure that we get, everybody, going wherever they got to be. We got to get everything going. We can kind of motivate it down to the last, just the last two teams. And I know that the admins right now we're trying to work it out, and trying to figure out what's going.
Yeah,
what's happening.
I think that the major issue is that technically it happened early on in a round before any damage was dealt, and by Counter-Strike rules, usually that means that you reset the round. It's traditionally. But it was so close to the execute coming in. I'm not sure if that's exactly what the problem is, but it seems like we've got him back in the server. Like things are okay, but we're figuring out sort of the rule set application of how do we go about this.
Because when you said Oreos had left the server, there was already damage done to Zomblers, or some damage done. And the question is, it's a mixture. It's one of two situations. It's either whenever damage was done, or how long the round was actually played out, because those are two different situations. And so. Yeah, and so like when it comes down to it, like I said, the admins they look into that kind of stuff, they replay everything, and so it's not our job to make that decision. They make those decisions, they make those server resets and everything, and then per the rules, like I said, we get everything going. But again, it just boils down to whatever the issue was, whether it was a crash, whether it was a headset thing, whether it was like, hey, I'm trying to flag somebody down, nobody called, nobody blew a whistle or anything. Again, it doesn't matter. Like I said, they're going to make the decision whether the round gets played out or not. It's not, for us to be able to make that decision. So in the end, like I said, we're just sitting here waiting for that to get resolved, because again, I know that they're trying to make sure that this is, followed, step by step to the rules, literally down to the second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly how this one's going to play out, but I mean, at this point, it's a weird scenario for Akimbo because they were the ones who had a disconnect, but they still were able to get that round over the line.
Right.
So it's a weird situation, and hopefully we're able to get this resolved. But like you said, it's the admin. We're at the whim of the admins right now, and hopefully it doesn't take too much longer to get this resolved because, like you said, in the grand final, you just want to go, right? And it's already, it's going to be a long haul. It's going to be a lot of games of Counter-Strike to cover, and so when you have to stop it, it puts everybody on ice, right?
On ice.
On ice, get it?
Yeah.
I was talking to my brother, and apparently he says that our casting team name is Frozen Slug. And we were talking about that a little bit in the car, but like we like that. We vibe with it.
All right, so it looks like the decision was made to restart the round.
All right.
And go back and basically the disconnect happened before either the time or the damage, and so they're going to restart the round. Again, we just work here. That's all.
Right. Yep. And I mean, Akimbo a chance to maybe have a bit of a cleaner victory as well now that you have your opper back. More than anything, also, that op was definitely an expensive loss, so a chance for them to potentially have a bit of a better footing for this round, and we'll see if they're able to, once again, try and stop this early momentum. Dante with one, tries to drop down, but immediately taken out in Oreos. Shows what he can do when he's in the server. Brings out an off shot to keep man advantage in Akimbo.
Yeah, man advantage for Akimbo at the moment, and a little bit different of a situation than we had previously when they went to attack that B site. It looks like they're still going to lean toward this B site, bring the bomb in this direction, and make sure that they are set up for success. And that smoke coming in. Is S5J going to be ready for this? It looks like he's ready for that flash. When he comes in, nobody's flashed off of it. Serum's good for one, but that's about it.
S5J, a solid hold over towards Toxic. He's able to get 2 kills, even brings Luke down to low HP. So all you need is for Glorens and Oreos to try and close this one out. You'll be able to keep that up and play. 2 players alive. And you'll get right back to winning that round. Luke getting the monster. It's anticipated, though. Glorens ready on the angle, and he'll shut that one down.
So in the end, the result was still the same. The only difference is that 1 extra player is left alive. So again, we still get the same result. A little bit different of how it happened. It was more of a kill versus, you know, a defuse. But last time, like I said, we had Glorens with Glorens being left alive, and now we've got Glorens and Oreos being left alive, meaning that they can keep the weapons. Yeah, I want to call it a Glorin Oreo.
I love that.
I don't know what that means, but it just sounds cool.
All right, well, Zomblers get a second shot at that round, but the result is pretty much the same. Now they're going to go for this oversight pop, just trying to overwhelm the B site. S5J can't hold on from Pit. Prime with a double entry and triples down as well. So Akimbo touch a round victory, but already have to back off and try and save these remaining weapons.
Bye-bye. I mean, that's pretty much what's happening right here. I mean, Prime getting the 2 opening kills there and ultimately getting 3 himself. And, you know, Zomblers are going on a hunt right now. They're already in spawn coming up, you know, close to the top of Con. And they're already on the hunt there. They are salty. They're absolutely salty from the last round, not only losing it, then resetting, losing again, so basically losing 2 rounds. And they came in with what felt like vengeance, almost like when, you know, Chucky's coming back from the dead, and he's got his knife in hand, and he just like wants his revenge on everybody, or Jason coming back as well with his chainsaw. I mean, ultimately, it's just, you know, Zomblers looked like they were pissed off. I couldn't even see their faces, but just the way that they were moving onto that B site just appeared that they were out for blood, and that's what happened there. They denied Akimbo from getting back-to-back consecutive rounds.
Yeah, Zomblers refusing to relent. Akimbo cannot get consecutive rounds, at least not yet, but they'll go another try here as they have enough money to buy up these rifles again. Oreos holds on to that AWP. Dante in towards Con right now did get ticked by that Molotov, and I think it should have been audible to Luke. So he should have an idea that there's somebody lying in wait here. Bunch of pieces spread across the map here for Zomblers. They've got 1 in Con, 1 deep in water. The others spreading out towards this upper side of the map. So Oreos with this AWP, he might not anticipate them being this close on party already. Very quickly find himself overwhelmed, and as Luke gets a kill onto Dante, things go from bad to worse here for Akimbo. As now they're spread thin across the map, and Zomblers can start to execute wherever they choose to.
Yeah, but they're just taking their time. Again, they're playing this very smart. Overpass is not a map that you just want to rush onto a site because you have so little information, and on top of that, you have so many angles to clear. I mean, that B site, you have everything from graffiti, you've got water, you've got default. Default, you've got Pillar, you've got Monster, you've got Toxic. There's so many different places to clear. And the same amount applies to the A side as well. You have so many different places to clear. You can't just rush on the site. You have to be smart, methodical. But there's only 35 seconds left on the map. They have to make a move, and it's drawing all of Akimbo over this B side. So Zomblers are actually about to walk into the stack, and they are in trouble.
A massive read here from Akimbo. If they're able to convert these kills, it could really start to rattle Zomblers, potentially. Roka lying in wait towards that pillar. He's got S5J to support him, but he catches a flashbang in the face. Both exchanging flashes. It's a Roka with a double kill, but there's another response here from Akimbo. Now into the feed. Oreos gets with that AWP close here on Pit, and there's a Heaven Wrap coming around. Sunk combat hopping around that smoke. He'll start to plant that bomb. Oreos, the last remaining hope. Low HP on Sunk, just trying to get him through that smoke. He'll swap out to the M4, but can't quite find him. And wow, Sunk just barely holds on and is able to secure the final kill as well, despite his low HP. He didn't even need that flank from Heaven.
I was going to say, I saw Luke the whole time on the mini-map start off at Divider and literally shift walk all the way down into Heaven. And like you said, the whole time literally wasn't needed. Sunk sat there the whole time with low HP inside the smoke, combat opping, and still was able to dodge all the bullets. And Akimbo were trying to figure out where the heck he was at, and he was right in front of the whole time. And like you said, Luke wasn't even needed. Sunk did everything himself, which goes to show the quality of this team. You know, every single person on this team is firing on all cylinders. We got Prime on double digits frags right now.
Dante with an opening kill. A redeeming quality here for Akimbo, something that they haven't grown very accustomed to, but Dante with a double here. Although Sunk is able to get one back, it's still man advantage here for Akimbo. And Dante's still holding on, just dominating over towards Party here. He gets another double kill, up to a 4K and looking for the ace. Or no, Glorens actually was able to get one at some point in the round, my bad. But Sunk now left in a 1v4. He clutched the last round, but this one's a bit of a more difficult task ahead of him.
Honestly, just throw this op away. Just throw the op away and just go die.
Yeah, you don't want them to be able to get their hands on it, but nonetheless, he goes down to Dante, so op recovered, and that's a massive pickup for Akimbo. Their second round, an AWP recovered, and now they can start to snowball this for a more competitive half, potentially.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling good about this. The amount of rounds that, Zomblers have won, they've got 7. They won 5 in a row, and then 2 more after that. Akimbo are looking to, double up and put all their chips in at this point to go ahead and get back-to-back rounds. But you got Zomblers right now that are just going full force into this. There's only one AK in this whole mix. You got a couple rifles outside of that, but Khalils and AKs, there's not many in the flurry here, and so Zomblers are looking to just cause some damage here. Hopefully that AK on Sunk, the player who's been on fire. Yeah, Prime is over there as well, but if you're gonna give the AK to a player, give it to your star rifle right now. Sunk is on fire, so why not let him go do Sunk things?
Serum just spotting out towards long, but Dante will tuck his tail and run. He doesn't want to overcommit to any of these angles, especially since he's currently the only one on the A site. He needs to bide his time for any rotates to come through, as Zomblers look committed, at least for now, to going towards this A site. Still plenty of time to pivot, but with 4 players scaling up long, it feels like they're destined to just throw in the utility and go for a standard exec here.
Yeah, you got Glorens over here. Who's here to back him up, and I was going to say, if he had peeked just a little bit too far, he would have been met with some resistance, and all of Akimbo are on this B site. Zomblers need to hurry up and execute here, and this is where it's going to come in. That Molotov is going to be too little, too late, and that is the A site gone. A site's empty.
Glorens with so much pressure on him there with that utility sailing in, and they just can't hold on to that A site at all. Zomblers, easy entry into the site. With that comes the bomb plant, and Akimbo are already backing off of the save. They know that they can't get back into this, and on top of that, the money isn't looking great for rebuys, so they need these weapons brought over into the next round.
Yeah, 2K on Oreos, 2K on S5J. And you've got an AK and an op. You need to keep that next round. But that again, you tried to make the read on Akimbo. You put most of your players on the B site. Zomblers have pretty much conditioned Akimbo that they keep hitting this B site. So when they hit the A site, if you're not ready and you're caught with util in your hands and your pants down, that's what's going to happen. You get overrun, and both Dante and Glorens are taken out, and you have no time to get back. This happens on a lot of different maps. S5J found CKG, but woo. You're still down 6 rounds. Yeah, it's good for your mental.
Yeah, Zombler's up to 8 now, and with the potential of more as well, but them cresting past 7, we've said it before, is absolutely massive. There's a world of difference between 8-4 and 7-5. It's just, there's something about the way it looks and feels going into the next half. It's just such a massive gap between the two, it feels like. So Akimbo at this point have to do damage control. They need to deny some of these rounds, or else Zomblers could have us going through a very quick map 1.
Very quick map 1 indeed, but again, I'm not counting Akimbo out because we have seen time and time again where they have managed to come back. This is a team that has probably played enough Counter-Strike to last 2 different generations altogether, and so they understand what it's like to be ahead. They understand what it's like to be behind. They understand what it's like to play a better team. They understand what it's like to play a lower-ranked team.
They know CKG's here, it seems. A lot of bullets going towards him, but he's still able to find his way out. Now trying to get through that tunnel, but eventually he'll be run down. Still able to get a kill despite that, though. So, honestly, for your lurk player in that situation, that's a lot of work being done. The issue is Zomblers kind of pivoted to try and help him, so now they don't have the option of executing quickly onto that A site with the information that they had. They'll throw out a smoke towards Heaven, trying to just pull some of these rotations back to B, as now they're pivoting towards the A site, but Dante's so far forward, he knows that that's a fake. He knows that there's no execute coming down on B, and so they can just dig their heels in here at A. Oreos will be the first contact with that AWP, spots the barrel, first one goes down, now more scaling out. There's trades here for Zomblers as they start to break through. Glorence tries to hold on, but caught in transition, and now Dante so far removed, and he's got no way into that one.
How did they manage to pull that off? So again, CKG over there on the B site, he caused so much chaos that it kept all of Akimbo. It took literally the whole team of Akimbo just to take CKG down. And by the time that happened, they realized, hey guys, nobody's on the A site. They sent the rest of their team back to the A site, kept one on the B site. It was just Dante on the B site. He cleared everything out, which meant that they were in the right place at the right time, kept Akimbo over there, and they still lost out even though they made the right call. Akimbo are in trouble, Al.
They really are. And at this point, Zomblers with a chance at a 10. Utility is there for Akimbo. They've got all the rifles out, but it's the mental that we're concerned about right now. There's a double kill here in water. An attempt to get back into it for Roka. And now it's all left up to these 3 remaining members of Zomblers to hit double digits in the first half. If Akimbo can get 3, it's certainly far-fetched, but it's possible. A 10-2 feels way too much to demand of them.
I mean, where was this the first half, guys?
Might be a little bit too late to be coming awake, but this is a best of 5. Even if this map slips through, you've got plenty more ahead of you. But you need to start getting individuals online. You need to start getting these proper reads. You need to put Zomblers here on ice.
Come on.
Sunk with a
1v5
1v5
Sunk. Come on.
Oh, that'd be such an insulting injury. He'll go in for that first fight clean.
There's one right behind him.
Headshot, but he ends up taking a lot of damage. Just due to the nature of the fight.
Do it. Get this guy. Get him.
Nah. He doesn't clear it fully. Shallow clear. And Oreo's able to at least lock in a third. It's certainly possible for Akimbo, but man, does it feel like we're going to have to be in for the long haul if they want to take overpass.
I mean, we're going to be here for a long time on just map 1 if they even have a chance. And now Akimbo get to be on the T side, which is honestly, I feel like is the easier side. I know everyone's going to have their arguments left and right, but when it comes to the CT side, I love this map, but I hate this map at the same time. Because do you be aggressive? Do you take a bunch of control? Do you get long control, bathroom control? Do you try to go down short and cut off monster? Like, there's so many different ways to play this map. And so with the CTs, it's just so hard to make those decisions, where the Ts, you know, they can just go wherever they want. They can go long to bathroom, to con, to B, back to A. You know, you can do so many different things.
You have to play a lot from the back foot, it feels like, on your CT side. Your reactions have to be quick. Serum with a nice little tap over to Dante. And we can hear him frustrated as we hear a slam go down onto the desk. Roka doing his best to recover despite his teammates' frustrations. If Akimbo can pick up this pistol, then that possibly kicks off the retake. A ballsy jump there from Roka to try and strip one off midair, but in the meantime, Prime goes down. It's man advantage here for Akimbo in the post plant. If they can hold on to this and convert the next round, then perhaps we'll have something to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take this and so many more. It's going to take this and so many more for them to come back. You know, this 6-round lead cut down to 5. Bomb got planted. Rifle's going to get bought up. but it's going to take so much more on top of that. And again, there's just so many situations where I see Zomblers, do more with less. And I'm looking at the situation here where I'm like, even if they lose this next one, you're looking at Akimbo over here. They're so focused. They're so locked in. They're so ready. You can see on their faces that they want to win this. They want to take this quote-unquote trophy home, this prize pool home. But they realize that they're low. They realize that they're down. And I've seen Zomblers do more with less. And I would not be surprised if they just start hitting one-taps. You start getting Sunk and Luke hitting heads with these things. So, again, I would just be very careful.
Feels like just about any round, Zomblers are a dangerous team. These Deagles really do tend to find their mark with them, it feels like. And MP9 still hits hard. Even despite that nerf, a lot of people still considering it to be the best SMG on this CT side. We'll see if they can put it to use here, though. As Akimbo prep for a B-site hit, they seem to have an idea that they're walking into a force buy right now, as they've been very cautious. They haven't just tried to steamroll their way through a site. Now they're tossing that utility deep inside of this A site. Oreos is going to go searching forward. Spots out one over towards Graffiti, so he just backs off. Doesn't want to overplay his hand. Akimbo play this one close to the chest, waiting for this retake to come in from the Zomblers, but you're giving them time to set up. We've got a flank coming in from the T-spawn, and if they're fast enough, they could catch players in the back off this pinch. CKG just biding his time, trying to jiggle out for information. Eventually caught out on that swing, though. Oreos gets back into the fray. Now they're trying to run down this position here. Luke just tucks in, waits. Time ticking away here for Zomblers, and they can't go for this one. They've just now set up for the exits and want to hold on to these weapons.
Now, I can kind of tell based on the way they're moving, they're going for exits. But look how many players over here from Zomblers are over here. There's 3 players. They're just going for some exit frags, trying to get some kills, getting people to die to the bomb. That's Sunk getting a kill. A bunch of people going down. Extra money. So they're doing not only they were not only trying to earn money for themselves, but they're trying to take some of these guns away. And look at the money over here. They're gonna have to keep these max 10s in the next round. They got a bunch of kills, earned a little bit of money. So it's a smart play for them. Like, I love when the CTs just go for the exit frags, even before the economy got changed. I love when they go ahead and do that and force them into it, because again, Dante's gonna keep the Mac 10. S5J is gonna go ahead and don his own. It got thrown over, and we only have three rifles in the mix.
Yeah, on top of that, it keeps the economy humble here for Akimbo. They don't have a lot to fall back on if they start losing rounds here, and might have some awkward buys coming forward. So that's what these Deagles are for more than anything. It's just to keep that economy humble, keep them on the back foot, and not with a lot of lifelines. So if you're able to break through for just one round, very easily could snowball to the rest of the game. Akimbo has to make it clean for this one, it feels like.
Yeah. Again, clean is the name of the game. And right now, Akimbo are playing very, very passive, thinking that they're going to get aggressive. But look at Serum and Prime. Oh, you got to hit that. Nice. Good job, Serum.
Here's the issue with Akimbo playing so passive. Zomblers are a proactive team, and they've already noted that Akimbo seems to be taking a slower pace to this T side, so they just start stripping away space from them bit by bit. And now Akimbo has to work from behind. 4v5. Flash goes in. Luke able to dodge it. Not able to connect on the shot, though. A solid double out of Oreos here to try and open up this A site. CKG lying in wait at the truck. He's the last one remaining, and he'll get cut through, no problem. Akimbo, 3 rounds on the board for their T side.
Yeah, and you can hear that scream coming out from them, and they're starting to finally get activated. You know, after 1 or 2, after getting beat down, but now that you've had 3 in a row and you've really knocked them down, you're getting excited over an eco round, but it's still a win. It's still a round win. But it's now they're about to get tested. Sunk has an AWP sitting on 13 frags, topping the cert. Well, not really. Oreos is, but again, you've got an AWP sitting there on Sunk, and you still have Mac 10s on the backs of a lot of your teams. So again, aggression coming out from Zomblers. They want to get some of this control here. 2 of them pushed up of long, looking to try to get the opening frag here, and Roka's about to be tested back there, but he wins the fight out on Serum there. And Sunk's here to back him up, but I'm curious if they're going to peek into him.
They start to back off here.
Nice shot.
Brings out from Sunk, takes away that playground player. Roka out of the round, 4v4 now, as they got to figure out what site they want to go for. It seems like B. So they just start to position. A Molotov misses that sandbag's position. It just barely popped while the smoke was still there. So a bit of missed utility here for Zomblers. Could that be foreshadowing for what's to come out of this Akimbo T side? Perhaps bit of a weakness to exploit. They're still primed and ready to go here onto the B site. It's a massive stack
Prime has
here.
1 HP. When did he get there? Sheesh.
So low. He'll be dealt with by those MAC 10s, but now they're just going into this grinder now from Luke. He's able to just spray them down inside of Monster. More scaling out. Luke eventually taken down. They need to try and overwhelm the site. They need to break through CKG, and he holds on for one more. Brings down to the 1v1, but Sunk can't hold on. The Opper goes down with no impact, and Akimbo are closing that gap rapidly.
Yeah, it was a 6-round lead for Zomblers, and now it's down to 2. And this is most likely going to go down to 1. The money is not great. They're going to half buy into this. Luke's double kill there outside of Monster was not enough for them to take it down. And taking a look at the money here, it's starting to actually build there for Akimbo, and the Zomblers right now are starting to just let this thing go. But Luke's going to force in an M4 and just try to be the hero of this particular round. And this is where you don't want to get out of your default here. You don't want to get out of the way you play, because look, now Luke's down, and that's your rifle out automatically. He was trying to make a play, and at that point, you're starting to get into the head rent-free of those of the Zombie players. Prime is good for 1 though, so they did trade it back. That's a free AK there.
Yeah, Dante not expecting a swing out from Sandbags there. Akimbo now only at a 4v4 and a rifle recovered, so Zomblers might try and get a little bit crazier with this round. Serum so aggressive up bathrooms. He'll be noted by Oreos and taken down swiftly. Prime with a trade. Lauren's trying his best, but he can't hold on the A site. It's a 2v2 again. Teams are just going blow for blow right now.
He can't reload. He's got 7 bullets. He can't reload because they know he's back there. He can't reload.
7 bullets, 77 reserved. 777. Can he hit the jackpot here on a timing? As he hears them going up onto this A site, he'll hear that bomb plan as well, but it's just a fake. They're trying to bait a reaction here. There's no audible one here from Zomblers, though, and they know that that's a fake at this point. It will be stuck this second time. CKG looking to scale his way in. He'll be the first one going forward as his teammates close by for the trade. S5J the first to be tested here, it seems, as he's left exposed, but he'll back off in towards bathroom, and as they start re-clearing these angles, they're going to know that it's all coming from the CT side. Roka, here does smoke go down. Diffuse is starting to be held. CKG with 1 kill, that one's crucial, and now they're tapping that bomb again, but through the smoke, Roka's able to strike him down. Now a new mag in for CKG, but Roka holds on from the air duct, and that is Zomblers with only a 1-round lead remaining.
How did they line up there? They should have just held on to it. How did they line up there? They should have just held on to it. And, he had the position on top of the box. And looking at it, they should have just held the bomb. And again, they tried to call the bluff. They did great with what they had, right? They had a bunch of 5.7s. They had, I think, 1 Deagle. Luke bought up the M4. They did great. They got a bunch of kills. But then they just kind of forgot about how to just play around that bomb. And they could have won that round very easily. They could have.
You said it earlier that pros don't fake. And although the round didn't count for anything, Akimbo stuck that defuse in the previous half. For me, that speaks a little bit to the resolve of these teams right now. Zomblers second-guessing themselves, whereas Akimbo are believing in the project and fully believe in the comeback at this point, as they once again find themselves with an advantage going into a round. It's quickly traded back. Serum, it's active there towards Monster, but he loses a lot of HP. Oreos close on this smoke. He could be a problem in this round as he tries to spam through, barely off the mark. He's just narrowly missing these shots, and barely Zomblers are holding on to their lives. Oreos left to try and clean things up. So many low HP players. He'll back off from that HE, only tickled down by it by a little. So it's 2v3 to try and recover this round. They'll scale up through short. These players are so low, it's an easy mop-up for S5J, but now Sunk coming in from the flank. Oreos anticipates it. Can't quite land that shot. Is Sunk. He jiggles back in. Now the USP out. They'll tap the bomb to try and run away. He goes right into this fight, into the smoke, trying to cut them off, but they get towards CT and will be able to go up towards the A site.
Dang. That's the quarter. That's the 3rd, 4th place match going on.
Yeah, there is another game going on right now. It's that 3rd, 4th place matchup to just see who's getting that 3rd place prize. So if you hear some yelling that feels a little bit out of sync, that's what it is.
We got Sunk saving this AWP with 13 HP, and chasing those players down there on Graffiti was crazy. But he just kind of went for it. He heard him running away. I mean, if he would have actually hit those shots and stopped the bomb from going over there, you might have been able to intercept the round. But I truly thought that Zomblers had the setup, they had everything, and that they I can't even
there
think.
It is.
I can't even think. But it was just they had the setup there, and I really thought that was going to be a 10th on the board. You know, they were getting kills. Yeah, damage was coming in, but I thought they were going to be able to get the kills there. And Zomblers were going to be able to hold on that round, but S5J was able to get, you know, the clean up the kills there. Basically, just, you know, be the trash man and clean everybody up. You know, clean everybody else's messes up.
The
But
coveted Akimbo, you guys are terrible, trash talk. We've heard that a few different times from this team. I believe it's S5J that says that. I believe we confirmed that, but I mean, they're, as we said, both these teams very familiar with each other. They're friends, so expect a lot of banter here. Sunk with the opening kill onto Roka. He took that one a bit personally, it seems, so he makes sure to shut Roka up for S5J's words.
Yeah, just silence him. And, you know, even though Akimbo have managed to get 6 in a row, Zomblers have still yet to put up any sort of solid resistance and put any rounds up on their CT side. The lead is still yet to be in the grasp of Akimbo because it's tied up 9-9 right now. And the rest of Akimbo are lining up outside of B. You got 2 players inside water, one that's just watching the back flanks, and one that's kind of scared inside of Con. And so you've got everybody just kind of grouped up, and it seems like Akimbo just aren't sure where to go. They're just so afraid that Zomblers going to be pushing up.
Molotovs ran in. They try to just go on to this B site. Dante with a double entry. That could be exactly what Akimbo need to get back into this round. Now it's an even man count. Serum rotating down through Con, but I think S5J hears this, and he just tucks deep in. There's no way that this is cleared. It's a freebie onto Serum and Sunk. This is such a hard angle to clear. He'll peek in with the AWP and can't quite connect. S5J gets vocal again, and Sunk just has to take it.
Yeah, and Luke has to run away with this M4. He wants to go for it. I can feel it in the server that he wants to go for it because they put so much work into getting to this point, and they did so much work on this map to get the lead. They had a 6-round lead and is literally gone. At this point, it is now an Akimbo lead, 10-9, 7 rounds in a row on the T side. And again, the CT side is the harder side because you have so much space to have to. You're choking.
Oh my god. S5J is fired up right now, and for good reason. He's been a pivotal member on this comeback so far, it feels like. He's had a lot of standout moments, and Dante has really been hitting some good entries as well. At this point, Akimbo are fully fired up, and they take the lead. First to hit double digits, Ice. Can you believe it?
No. But, I mean, it's just interesting because right now, this map, I don't care how the economy is set up, this map is very much T-sided. It's just, do you play passive? Do you play aggressive? Do you leave a part of the map open? Do you send somebody to every part of the map? Do you back somebody up? Do you gamble stab something? And that sort of mindset cannot be applied to every single map. And Overpass is one of the and the reason Overpass got taken out of the map pool is because the casual player hated playing it because it was not fun to play. It's not a fun map to play. This is a very technical, thought-provoking kind of map, and you have to play this very strategically. It's not a fun Mirage. It's not a fun Dust 2 where you just go and point and click and shoot. You have to be smart about what you do on this map. And so, again, Akimbo, most of Zomblers rounds were on the T side. Most of Akimbo's rounds were on the T side. Like, it's so hard to play CT on this map.
Zomblers once again forced down to these weaker weaponry. Luke saves that AK from the last round, but as it is on as Akimbo are just fully on board right now. Every member stepping up where they need to. Dante goes down, though, and he's been a massive difference maker for this team. Perhaps this 4v4 is Zomblers way back in. Utility will go out to the A site. Luke's here to respond. The one AK on the board here for Zomblers is ready to respond to this hit, but he gets gunned down. Serum now with the MP9 trying his best to hold on, but Lawrence is quick with that trade. CKG working his way in, but there's so many smokes. They cut off these angles. What a shot out of that Deagle, but S5J shuts him back down, and Prime now 1v2 on his plate. He'll throw caution to the wind here. This one was an eco for them, so he just tries to send it in, but he gets shut down as well. All the same, it is Akimbo up to 11.
Kimbo up to 11, but that was a half buy. Hopefully they can buy into this next round, which it does look like they're going to be able to. So we're going to go ahead and get the AWP out for Mr. Sunk over there on the Zombler side. But Akimbo have 7 in a row? 8 in a row? 8 in a row now, yeah, because they were at 3. So
yep,
8 in a row. Not a single CT side being held down by the Zomblers here. And so, you know, this is their map pick. But again, in a best of 5, is it really your map pick? Does it really matter?
I mean, it matters right now because Akimbo are about to walk it over the line as they dash in towards Fountain. It's an easy gun down for a double. Dante over towards Khan. Once again, is just going to be the lurk player trying to hold on to any rotations. That cuts off a lot of options here for Zomblers.
Yeah, Serum's trying to make a play here, trying to get pushed up. CKG as well. I know he heard the door open. It's still wide open, and, I mean,
if Dante confirms any of the information here on the B side, that's massive. Because Akimbo are just letting Zomblers overplay their hand. Oreos is able to take out Serum over towards the A side. They just start booking it over there. And Dante confirms that the last two are in con.
Wow.
Doesn't even matter. They can't get past the first man to hold the line. And Akimbo touch match point without a single CT side picked up.
Wow. I'm actually in shock and awe right now. Like, looking at that right there, not able to trade back Dante. I know he was in a good position there, holding down Khan, and Serum was trying to make a play, got the dink onto the Khan player, and unfortunately it just did not work out in his favor. And the last round, you know, you've got a couple M4s. It's just really bad buy. But again, Zomblers just cannot win a fight. They can't win any firefights. It's just, it's gone from bad to worse. Serum's sitting on 8 frags, and we're on round 22.
3 chances for Akimbo to close. Would you believe it at the half?
No.
And now Zomblers hanging their heads in shame.
Comeback Kings, that's what that is. Akimbo almost knocked out of this tournament in the group stages, almost got relegated down to the LCQ, qualified in for the playoffs, and now we're showing them potentially able to win map 1 of this best of 5 in the grand finals here at the North American Clutch Series in San Antonio for the Summer Series.
Zomblers with just 4 members to try and hold on. Akimbo only 3 to try and convert this, but honestly, with how hard some of these multi-kills have been hitting, I'm still thinking this one might favor Akimbo. As they start to pivot over towards that A side, Dante's still just this lurk player. He's biding his time, trying to find an opening, and it's a stack towards the B site. Flashbang comes in. They're going to swing out the back of it. Dante can't get anything. They start to confirm that there's nobody else here.
No, don't leave. Don't leave. Luke, stay there. Luke, stay there. No.
Luke leaves.
Okay.
No, okay. He just repositions towards Dumpster. 2v4 on the plate of S5J and Glorins, the captain and the loudmouth of Akimbo, to try and push this one over the edge. Zomblers will post up, trying to get ready for this retake. Bomb starting to be planted. Low on utility now for the post plant. Only a single HE to lean on, but a heads-up fight from Glorins is possibly what they need. Jumping through the smoke of the MP9 Prime, at least able to hold on. Zomblers finally able to find their first CT round.
First CT round of the whole half comes at match point that Akimbo just earned. And you hear the sound of the game tell you that it's going to be match point for the rest of the time until we get to overtime. 2 more chances for Akimbo to get it over the line. And they've got more than enough money to rebuy into this, especially after getting that bomb plan. And you got to look at the players over here on Zomblers. They just look so relieved. They're so locked in. They're so focused. And all they want to do is just take it to the next round. I mean, there's just no expression on their face. That is them just being locked in at this moment.
Can't flinch at moments like this. I talked earlier about the resolve of Akimbo in a lot of those rounds that they were stacking up, and Zomblers have to match that resolve if they want to pull this one off. Now they're the ones on the back foot. Now they're the ones who can't make the mistakes. It has to be flawless just to push us to overtime.
Yeah, and we've got Kimbo who can pretty much have enough money to buy in for the next round, even if they lose this one. So there's no eco, there's no easy round, there's no easy way back into this. And Zomblers have a huge, they have a tall order, they have a tall ask if they want to do anything. Luke is in a tough spot. He's stuck. He's in trouble. He needed to get at least one there.
He just gets run down.
Barely gets any damage out.
5v4 now for Akimbo. They can operate with a little bit more leisure in this round. So they just get ready for these trades. Sunk at least brings one back into the fold here. 4v4 now, but Zomblers so firmly on the back foot. They have to react here.
This is
and
ballsy.
Sunk goes through the smoke. The balls on this man. When you're down like this to make a play like that, Glorens is ready for it. And he's punished for that over-aggression. Could that be how this one comes unraveled as they start throwing utility to this A site? They're just cutting through members. And Zomblers with nothing to be proud of in this CT side.
Wow.
Abysmal for them as Akimbo mount a massive comeback on map 1.
Yeah, they were happy. You can hear them elated there. We've seen this time and time again with different teams with different scenarios coming back. I think yesterday there was a team that was down 11-1 or 11-3 and managed to come back and win. And we just saw the same thing here, a 9-3 half for Zomblers, and turn around and this ends up to be 13-11, 13-10.
13-10.
13-10. I mean, if you would have asked me that Akimbo is going to win 13-10 after a 9-3 half from Zomblers, I would have told you that you're lying and you're kidding and get the heck off my mic. You know, but again, you know, they clearly showed us something different here, and unfortunately, the CT side of Zomblers it crumbled. It fell apart. It was like, you know, it was just like an old cookie that you're going to grab, and you know, half of it stays on the plate because it literally just fell apart in your hands. It's, you know, it's just one of those situations where, you know, how do you recover from this situation? What do you tell each other in this situation to just recover at this point?
Yeah, I mean, you got to find some way to recover because now we're going to be heading over to map 2. It is a best of 5. You have time to make these corrections, but you're now in it for the long haul. At least 4 maps required if you want to win it. And, well, you're really going to have to bring a lot to the table if you want to shut down an Akimbo swinging like that. We're going to throw it to a quick break as we get ready for that map 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Counter-Strike.
If it's so weird, not having you here. Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna love when I'm lonely? Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna call when I'm lonely?
We are back after that map 1. A crazy comeback pulled off by Akimbo to pick it up, but now we're going to Mirage, a map where, like you said, it's less about the brain power, more about the sort of repetition, how many reps you've gotten in on this map to make sure that everything is going according to plan, and then you pug it out.
Exactly, and if I was, if with being Akimbo, you had that comeback and you managed to pull it off. Take a deep breath, because probably most of the time those guys are probably holding their breath, trying to get in those clutch moments. And if I was the Zomblers, I would say, you know what, throw it away, ball it up, throw it in the trash, start over, start your sketch over again, and just start fresh. Like, just don't even think about the fact that you lost the first map. Just play map by map by map, frag by frag, round by round at that point. So if I had to give them some advice, be like, look, just lock in, new map, new round, just reset at that point, and just start with one map, and make this a 1-1 series. So again, on Mirage, I mean, we all play this one a lot, and I'm sure everybody knows how to throw a window smoke from spawn. Everybody knows how to, throw a CT smoke for, for ticket, and just do what you know how to do, right? And so just go, just have fun, just go. Again, just remember, we're all here to have fun. Yeah, we're bantering, but why are we playing the game for not having fun? But ultimately, we're going to have Akimbo on the CT side and Zomblers on the T side. Everybody from Zomblers is going to hit this B side. Typical B rush, execute on pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, not just for fun and banter, it's also for over $3,000 to first place. So there is still quite a bit on the line for these teams. And Zomblers are going to try and start off this Mirage right. But Dante quickly back into the apps with that backstab, brings us to a 3v3. Taken down by Sunk at the very least. That two-pronged attack is now out, and it's all left up to Oreos and Roka coming in from market right now. Those dualies close, provide problems. Sunk locks it in. Zomblers with a pistol.
Zomblers back with the lead again, but let's see if they can go ahead and build upon that lead. But we did see last map that doesn't matter what the scoreline was, Akimbo are not a team to be questioned and forgotten about, because they had a 6-round lead and still managed to come back and win in regulation.
That's the crazy part. Regulation. They didn't even need overtime. So, I mean, we'll have to have just reserved thoughts about any lead that Zomblers holds, no matter how drastic it seems, because they could have gotten 10 rounds in their first half, and it might not have even mattered.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, it didn't matter if it was 9-3, 10-3, 11-3. I still feel like at that point they didn't have any real strats on their CT side, or their defaults were just very weak, and so it wouldn't have mattered what they had. Akimbo were just, I feel like, destined to come back. But here on the CT side, for Akimbo, they are head and hands. Absolutely pissed off. They had the better weaponry. You could see the face. You can see the faces there. That I don't know if that's Sunk or Prime, but he is pissed off. He's like, how the heck did I just lose that fight? And S5J with the 5-7 there, still getting kills, and gets the last two with the 5-7. What on earth? 4 people left alive for Akimbo. This absolutely just shredded the offense, and they went straight to B again, thinking, hey, they're not going to hit B again, and they did, and they call a quick instant timeout. I mean, that timeout came out faster than a horse coming out of the gates in the Kentucky Derby.
Absolutely insane. I mean, Zomblers, they're obviously rattled by that. Now 1-1, their economy is completely shattered, and they call a timeout to try and get their head screwed back on here. Like you said, head in hands. When that round wasn't even done yet, they knew that they were cooked. So Akimbo, they're able to upset that early momentum and a chance to snowball that even further.
Yeah, I mean, Akimbo are looking to build upon that, because, I mean, without a bomb plant, you got $1,400. There's absolutely just nothing you can do to buy into this. And S5J is looking to put his name and spout some more banter towards his friends or frenemies, his frenemies over there on the other side of the tables. And, I mean, again, force fight coming in. Nice dink on S5J, I think, and he goes down quickly.
Yeah, he eventually gets run down. Now it's all left up to Glorians, but it's just too much for him to handle.
Same thing happening back.
Yeah, Pistol's able to ring true here for Zomblers, and they make things stressful here for Akimbo. A Molotov in, that actually cuts off Dante. His own teammate maybe providing some problems. That smoke is shallow on window, and there's a break on it, so Dante away back into this round now. They start to peel these members off, and a flank coming in from Apps could be a massive problem.
Nice
Double stack
shot.
over towards bench. A 1 dig out of Prime to try and give him a way back in. Roka, quick response with that Galil. He gets a double, putting that 35-round mag to work. Serum now has to try and close with a Galil of his own. Misspray on the first, but he hits the second, and now he just has to hold on. Is there enough time for this defuse?
I don't know.
It's going to come down close, down to
Uh-oh,
the wire, and he just doesn't have it. Zomblers do it right back to Akimbo.
0.1 seconds left. They got the bomb played off. That's all that matters. Zomblers getting themselves a second round. I was holding my breath. I wasn't entirely sure if that was going to be caught. I could literally see the timer on the bomb. I could see the timer on the defuser. I really wasn't sure if he was going to be able to get that, but absolutely just amazing timing coming out from Dante to be able to get that over the line. Oh my God. But they're not hooting and hollering. They're not smiling. That was not a round that it couldn't have come any closer, but they can't feel good about that round. They're just happy they got, the point on the board. That's all that matters. But instant timeout being called again. I don't know if that was Akimbo or if that was Zomblers, but a timeout being called. Whew. I mean, I felt everything right there, man. That was whew. That was fun.
Absolutely wild. And I believe that was an Akimbo timeout because I saw them talking quite a bit from that timeout, seeming to try and correct the course of that one because now they're onto the back foot. Zomblers returning the favor. Still a better buy here for Akimbo than you might expect. There's 3 M4s in the mix, and we saw exactly what MP9s and 5.7s can do in round 2.
It's stupid. It's just stupid.
It's so insane, the output of those 2 guns. And if you've got 3 M4s to back it, that's a lot of firepower in a round. MP9 tries to strip away and rifle early on, but it just can't quite connect, and his pistol's not able to make it the difference.
What?
5-7, a triple kill into the feed. Oreo's massive, brings us to a 2v2. Dante through the smoke, just drops in, and Akimbo refused to relent.
You gotta be kidding me. How does Oreos get 3 kills from Sandwich? How does he able to get 3 kills there, not get traded out? I don't think that Zomblers were expecting there to be that many people on the ace side. Once they got the underplayer, once they got the up-close player on ramp, I don't think they're expecting to be a 3rd player there. But Dante playing the Superman role, jumping down from stairs, getting the last 2 kills, absolutely just tearing apart the offense there, Zomblers. They've gone B, they've been shut down. They've gone A, they've been shut down. What do Zomblers do now?
Force down on the pistols as well, but that has hardly made a difference in this map so far. Both these teams just absolutely throwing hands here on Mirage. That Deagle tries to ring out for 1. Sunk can't quite connect. Zomblers.
The what?
Just do it right back. Opening
just
kill
by
for the
Deagles.
Still
Just by
more work-
Deagles.
Just more work to be done though. And that MP9 able to rattle one off inside of mid. And now Zomblers start to regroup. They feel a little bit scared with that interaction in mid. Now they start to reposition, go back towards B, but there's 1 player in catwalk, 1 player tucked deep on the site. They could be walking into a trap here, especially if Akimbo get a little bit proactive on these mid angles. They can start to eliminate options here for Zomblers.
You've got Sunk on 6 HP.
Jump
so
spot for Mario. He spots him. I think he just saw him.
He's going to be the front line. He's going to be the front man. He's going to be the person that's just going to take all the
throws
damage.
smoke. He's just trying to stall at the time. Zomblers need to scale quickly here. If they stall out, if they give time for the rotate, then that's absolutely catastrophic. Glorins, before they're even able to make it out of the apartment, absolutely denies access to the site. The B anchors hold it down, and Akimbo take the lead.
Well, Zomblers were so focused on that cat player that they just stayed inside of apps. Had they just gone out, they knew that a player was there, but that couldn't have been where the smoke came from, which means that they knew that 2 players were there. They were so focused on killing that cat player that they just basically funneled up and they body blocked each other. They couldn't get out of apps. Had they just funneled outside of apps, they could have overwhelmed those 2 players that were on the site, and then they could have planted the bomb and taken it out, but they were just too focused. They're tunnel vision. They're not thinking right now.
Akimbo are the ones to win out the Force Buy War. They emerge with not only a lead, but Zomblers' economy broken. They choose to take the eco here, looking towards the rest of the match instead. So this one should be nice and simple for Akimbo as they mow down players inside of Con here. It's a massacre at the steps.
Every single player is dead inside of Con. just go ahead and chisel out a tombstone. Don't even put names on it. Just put Zomblers right there inside of Con, because that's where every single body was lying. Just bury them in the ground. That is a 4-2 scoreline for Akimbo, 2-round lead for them. And I don't know what the answer is for Zomblers right now. I'm not even saying that they need to hit hard or harder, because right now they're just missing shots, and the executes just are not clean right now for Zomblers. It's not characteristic of them.
A lot of utility thrown out towards mid here. 2 Molotovs invested in the CTs. They're going to try and burst through that smoke, but Sunk and Serum deny access to that top mid position, and that's a massive man advantage for Zomblers to claw away with. Now more smoke's going up. They're going to try and cut off these angles. Window is off limits, but S5J comes in from Catwalk to try and provide some resistance. He doesn't long for this world, and Zomblers rise right back up in mid where they were buried, and look to try and convert this round, keeping that gap close.
This is the best chance they have to come in this round. Now they know where the last player's at. They know Warriors is right here, and he goes down without a kill himself. So there's another successful round coming out from Zomblers, but it was off of the back of Akimbo trying to get aggressive in mid, and Zomblers were just kind of a little ready for it. They were able to put some of the shots there a little bit, I want to say somebody was blind. I think Sunk was blind, but they were able to get both of the players and essentially gave them the frags, gave them the kills to give them the advantage, and then Zomblers just pounce on top of it. You give them an inch and they're going to take a mile.
1-round game now, everybody buying up rifles. The only SMG in play is on S5J. He'll rock out with that MP9 as they start to pivot towards this B site. He could have a lot on his plate, just jump spotting, trying to play it safe. And on top of that, Lawrence has secured the man advantage. He'll spot one out, same as before. He'll throw that smoke down at his feet. This time they're faster to scale out of apps, though. S5J has to try and hold on with the SMG, and a double found. Now an upgrade available as he swaps out to that AK. He has a much better weapon to try and hold on here, and his team has rotated in. Akimbo not letting Zomblers tie this game up. It has to be a 1v4 attempt here from Luke 4K. He would need a 4K to pull this one back.
Yeah, if there's anybody I'm going to rely on at this moment, it's going to be Luke. But right now, I haven't seen much out of him. He seems to have cooled off here. But like you said, he's going to need a 4K if he wants to be able to pull this off. But right now, Zomblers are very readable. I think that's the problem they have right now, is that every time they go to execute, it's very simple. It's just, hey, they're coming out of apps. We can go ahead and just, we have a plan for that. They're coming out of B, or they're coming out of A. We have a plan for that. If they go mid, we're just going to go ahead and crunch on him and shut him down. And, you've got Roka here who's literally going to let him come out of Palace for the most part. He's going to spot him. He's going to let him plant the bow. I think he might have spotted him.
Yeah, Roka just puttering off shots, but he still loses that. Luke 4K now away back into this one, but he's backing off right now, and he doesn't have time for this. He doesn't even have the bomb.
No, he doesn't have the bomb.
It's stranded over towards B site. He's got no way to pull off this clutch. He's just going to save.
Yeah, and he's got 19 HP. The bomb's on the other side of the map. I think he was just trying to go and, I don't know, maybe just find a kill or two, trying to add to, the hurt of the economy, make a little bit extra money, like $300. But, there we go. I was waiting for the S5J reaction there. We finally got it on cam. That was fantastic. He's laughing. He's smiling. They're having a blast of a time. But over here at the North American Clutch Series, where Zomblers are not having a blast right now. And so, it's just right now, Zomblers are very readable. It's very simple. They're not doing anything. They're not sending 2 players in one direction. They're not splitting a site. They're not throwing some fakes up or anything. Their lurkers aren't getting any impact. Again, the only word I can come up with right now is just they're very readable. They're very, they can just set up exactly the way they need to. And then the anchor players are doing their job. They are surviving. They're preventing the Zomblers from coming out from any direction. And it just, it doesn't feel like it's only a 2-round game. It doesn't feel like it's a 5-3 game.
Zomblers need to start making some adjustments right now. Akimbo are running away with it. They seem to still be stuck on overpass, it feels like. It seems like we've got a Zomblers coming out the gate, swinging on Mirage, but Akimbo are finally able to break away. S5J flashed away from the angle, but he's able to regain vision. Now running dry on that mag, pull out the pistol, and it's enough to hold on. And Oreo is now able to support. Luke 4K left in another clutch where he's just trying to scale out of apps, but there's too many players here. He can't get that one going, and S5J is getting loud.
How how was he able to survive that whole time? He was stuck in van. I swear he had a Molotov at his feet. He had nades being thrown at him. He got a second Molotov being thrown at him. He was burning alive, gets a couple kills, even gets home with the USP. I don't know how he managed to survive that whole thing and still, you know, get Akimbo another round. But it's just, again, another very simple execute coming out, and it was very very readable. It was very just predictable. That's the other word I'm looking for. It's predictable.
Now forced back down onto pistols. Only got Luke 4K on a hero rifle. Serum able to find one with that deagle, but it's quickly traded back. Oreos is going to toss that up to a safe location. Going to get ready for any more aggresses here from Zomblers, but last two remaining are far removed from the combat. 4K is now trying to make his way over towards ramp with that hero AK, but at this point, can it really find enough impact? He's got so much heavy lifting to do. Prime doesn't even have armor, just a deagle to his name. And Luke 4K tagged down by an HE. Prime will work his way in. He's trying to be quiet about this. Has he found a gap? As Oreo drops down towards balcony, he'll have line of sight, and he'll be able to clean that one up. Akimbo already up to 7. But let's not forget what happened on Overpass. We can never count these teams out.
I mean, you're right. We can't count these teams out, but again, you know, it's. I'm hoping that, you know, Zombler's CT side is going to do the same thing. They're finally going to get the guns back in. That was what we were missing from the last round, but the Zomblers did exactly what I wanted them to do. They all wanted them to be sort of unpredictable and send some players in sort of a default kind of, you know, location. Send like 2 or 3 mid, send 1 or 2, you know, oh my God, I can't even talk anymore because like stuff's happening. Like,
has to be tilted off the face of the earth after that one.
He got tracked through the smoke there, jumping through mid after it bloomed. And he's just trying to get some position
and
there.
Another one. I mean, granted, break on the smoke for that one, but it's just so quick by Oreos. And this was the buy for Zomblers. This is them bringing everything they could into the round. And Akimbo treated it like it's nothing.
No, and again, they were just trying to get some space. They were trying to get some aggression going. They were trying to just get some mid control. And it's all left up to Luke 2K here. And I don't think they know where he's at, but I think Dante's just holding for this just in case he's here. And he's about to get a bullet into his head there. And, I mean, he did get a dink, but 7 HP is still 7 HP, still left alive. And, I mean, I don't know what else is going to happen in this position here. We might have another 9-3 half, but you know what? We might have the opposite effect. We might have Zomblers coming back saying, hey, they're a CT-sided team on Mirage, and Zomblers are going to get shut down as well. But, again, you know, we're potentially looking at a 9-3 half. 8-4 would be fantastic, but, again, with literally 1 AK, I don't foresee that happening. And I haven't seen enough executes out of Zomblers to be able to say that. And I've seen plenty of games where they have been absolutely just on fire. They've been dominant. They've been able to go wherever they want on the map. But look, all 5 players are mid. They're so predictable. Eventually, when they're going to see 1, at this point, if you see 1, then assume there's 5 there.
There hasn't been a lot of layers to this attack from Zomblers. Feeling like their map pool is a little bit small here in this best of 5 early on. Overpass, not a lot to work with on the CT side, and now on Mirage, the T side seems to struggle as well. Serum with that hero AK, trying to work his way in. Only one with a proper rifle here, but Oreo shuts him down. They're going to try and juggle that one around. As the Galils barrel in towards the site, they're going to try and recover that AK, get that bomb down, but now from ramp, Dante tries to come in. Missed shots. Is that their way into this round? Glorins over from Catwalk, able to take one down as well. Dante ships in the night through that smoke, and Prime will make sure to punish him for it. Finally, Zomblers coming alive right now.
There we go.
Somehow are able to scrape by with a 4th round on the half.
They got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 rounds in their T side of Mirage. And honestly, at this point, with what I saw and the way the gameplay was, I would almost say that that was a W for the Zomblers, because that's not the Zomblers that I'm used to seeing. But again, this is a full game. You have to play on both sides. You can have a 12-0 half, but you still got to switch sides and win on the opposite side. So if you're on offense, now you got to play defense. And let's see, you know what? Zomblers win this pistol round. They buy up some M4s. They cut this 4-round lead in half and cut it to 2. And then we've got an 8-4 score line. So let's see what Akimbo have for us. They're going to take some of this mid aggression. Sung's going to get a lot of space over here on under, and just realize that they're not inside B, and that should give them all the information they need. If they can get somebody up inside of apps, that's going to be great. That's going to be great news.
Shoes on the other foot now for Akimbo. Can they close, or will they have the same issues that Zomblers had over in map 1? They start to try and book it over towards the B site. They lose one to bench, but it's quickly traded back. With that bomb going down in a 4v4, Sunk feels like he has to find some form of impact, but now he's spotted out. It's so hard for him to scale out of this, but a clean shot onto the default player. S5J trying to hold on inside of Market, but there's 3 players making their way towards me. He has to try and hold that line, and he's not able to get anything. It's a clean pistol out of Zomblers to try and kick off a comeback of their own.
That's the Zomblers that I was looking for. Getting aggressive, playing together, doing the retake at the same time, getting Sunk activated, and that's the Zomblers that I've come to see. That's the Zomblers I've come to respect. I'm not saying that Akimbo did anything wrong there, but they got faster, they got aggressive, they started playing together, they were hitting their shots, they were playing off each other, and you could see everything coming out of Market. Sunk giving all the information. There's one on default, there's one on Van, and they knew exactly where to point themselves every single time. Roka's going to get an AK. Okay.
I was going to say, here's the issue for Zomblers. You're not out of the woods yet. There was a bomb plant. There's a little bit of luxury here to Akimbo, and they can start to buy up some of these
weapons.
It's
a half buy with an AK?
Yeah, it's a half buy. Roka's probably, if they don't get a bomb plant, is going to have to just sort of make concessions in the next round. But if he can pack a punch with this AK, he can single-handedly open up the round, and they can snowball it. A lot of M4s in play here for Zomblers. If they get 1 kill, all of a sudden they can pick up that M4. Things can start to get out of hand rather quickly. We've got some typing going on in the chat right now. I think we might be having a bit of a round reset as we see everybody tuck into corners right now. And there it is. Disconnect. We will have to reset this round.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, again, I'm glad that at least this one seems a little bit more obvious than it did on Overpass. But again, you know, whatever the issue is, whatever's going on, again, admins are going to figure it out and handle it. And again, I'm not going to try to figure it out.
That's so
all right, Luke. All right, Luke.
He's taking whatever he can get. He's had a rough series, and this is a name that we really expected to stand out throughout this entire tournament, but especially here in the Grand Finals. He's one of the players who's a little more used to pressure here, honestly. It's a lot of people's first LAN. I don't think it's either of these teams' first LAN. I believe they're both at least somewhat experienced in this, but Luke, he's been around for a good bit. People know about him. His skill is noted.
I mean, Roka's pretty famous, too.
Yeah, that's true. Roka, you know, other side of the coin.
So again, you know, we have players that have LAN experience. We have players that have been doing a lot of competitions that are in, you know, advanced. I want to say it's not this roster, but at one point Akimbo has been all the way up even into Challenger. I've seen them at, you know, big, like, I wouldn't say big tournaments. So they have been reasonably high ranked, and so we've got a lot of players here that are newish. This Zomblers roster is still kind of a throw together, kind of a put together team. I want to say Luke got brought onto the team like literally like a week or two ago. He didn't even know he was going to be here until like a week or two ago, and so you know they're all here doing everything that they can to you know, obviously win this tournament. But it's not just about winning the tournament. It's not just about the money. It's about, you know, the LAN, the vibes, you know, coming on together. And as we see the players here, you know, they're trying to get everything fixed up here. They can't talk to each other. They can't say anything. You can clearly see that they're not doing anything. They're just kind of looking at each other, but they're just facing forward. They're not doing anything. And that's exactly what happens in a tech. You can't do anything. And we're trying to, you know, keep this as, you know, keep the integrity of the game as posted as possible. But you can't deny, you know, a lot of these players are sitting here just enjoying the experience, being on LAN. You know, the whole what's the word I'm looking for? The stereotype of, you know, being in, you know, your basement and just, you know, being a basement goblin kind of thing. We get to get out. We get to, you know, put on jerseys and we get to hang out and actually feel like a team. You know, there's not enough lands for us to go to. We're not tier 1. We're not a G2 or Vitality where we get to travel the world, right? So when you get to put that jersey on, you know, it feels good. You feel like you're a part of something, just like the production team. Everybody's wearing, you know, not me, but, you know, everybody on the production team is wearing a jersey. You know, per se, and just we all feel like a team. We all feel united, and so whether it's win or lose, yeah, it's great. You know, we're all here for the tournament, the competition, but ultimately, like, it's great that we can be here because, you know, I've always wanted to meet the people that I play online with. like everybody in my Strafe Discord, I'm going to call them out here. I would love to meet Antibot. We were going to potentially try to meet up in Frag 19 and go to Canada. I just couldn't make it happen. But he was going to, if I was going to go, he was going to go. And then I met up with Luke over in Vegas the first time because we were going to room together at the Austin Major. And just everybody that I get a chance to meet, we interact with them so much online. We hear their voice. We even see them on cam, right? But when I get a fist bump or I get to high five you, it's different, man.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Nothing feels more different on land than those fist bumps. There's just something about it and something about the energy of that, when your team screams nice and you can hear it in Discord and then hear it through your headset at the same time. There's just something about the energy of the lands, and it brings the best out of these players. That's what we want to see. We want to see their best. Roka, though, that hero, AK, immediately out of the round, and it looks like Akimbo are going to fall flat-footed on this sort of half investment.
Okay. All right.
Wallace out of Zombler.
I'm here for it.
Okay, well, that was a messy M4 spray.
Was,
you know what, S5J, why not clutch? 13 HP, that's enough.
You got a ding. You got a ding. What? I couldn't hear you.
All right.
Even when they lose, we still got S5J, just shouting out, I love it.
I think he said you lost to Glocks.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's still funny.
That's an old NA meme.
I'm going to be honest. When I win a Glock,
who was it that said that? I don't think it was Steel. It wasn't Steel.
I don't know, but I got to say, when I win a Glock fight, there's no better feeling, dude. I don't care about knives or no scopes. When I win a Glock fight against anything that's not a Glock, dude, I feel so good. It's great. Because it takes like 3 dinks just to kill somebody with a Glock. It's kind of annoying, actually.
Known as the water gun by some players, to the point it got a skin for that.
A water elemental?
Yeah, the water elemental.
I can.
Well, Hypnos just threw up the dualies, so I guess he's calling those the water gun. Well, yeah, they have like an actual water gun skin, but I know that the Glock has one it's like a water type thing. He's just shaking his
there's
head.
a reason why you're pushing buttons.
He refuses to relent this point because it's not an actual water gun.
We're going to get this.
The point is that it's shooting water out the barrel. That's the point.
We're going to get this BX here coming out from Akimbo. Luke is going to open up here with a frag of his own, getting himself a double kill, but quickly taken down by Glorans. 3v3 now for Akimbo without a bomb plant. They're still stuck in apps. There's this rotate coming in from Dante. This lurk is going to go unnoticed. Unfortunately, CKG is not going to be able to catch this. And Dante's just going to sit there inside Murder Hole. They're going to go under and go back to A. Dante's going to hold the rotate. It should get shut down by CKG. Should. Keyword.
I mean, yeah, he's all the way back towards Ticket, but they should be accounting for that at least somewhat. They know that market isn't a problem, so you direct your eyes over towards Ticket booth.
There we go.
But nonetheless, CKG is able to catch him on a timing, and Dante, his lurk inside of Window just doesn't really pay dividends here. So he gets one with that Tech 9. There's still so much more to do, and now you're caught between a crossfire.
There we go.
Zero will put you in the grave. Zombler's 1 round away from tying us up.
Yeah, Zomblers are coming back from the grave. Some zombies that are coming alive here, finally seeing some life out of them. We saw them, be very aggressive on Overpass and basically just fade off like a phantom. And now they're back haunting. Akimbo and saying, hey, you did it to us, we can do it to you. And now look at the scoreline. We've got an 8-7 scoreline here. And, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Zomblers come back and win this one.
Dante in aggressive with that Tech 9. Break on the smoke for Sunk. This means that he's able to pick up one with the AWP, and he's just continuing to rattle off shots here. They're going into the blender right now of Khan. And Zomblers return the favor that Akimbo delivered rounds ago.
I mean, honestly, like I said, it was, the scrappy rounds that Zomblers won on their T side, they got enough. And if you would have told me that they would have just come back and tied it up 4 straight on their CT side, I would have said you're crazy, because I feel like you have to be harder hitting on the CT side. You got to be reacting to the Ts. And now we have a tied scoreline here, and yeah, AKs are coming back out for Akimbo. Sunk's got his, signature AWP here, and I don't know. I just Akimbo's, T side is leaving a lot to be desired at this moment.
Oreos trying to peek in towards Palace here. The op was posted on the angle, but it misses. Both of them emerge. Still alive, but that lurk through the smoke catches CKG unaware. Now sunk into the feed with the AWP, but eventually spammed through that triple box. They're able to scale onto the A site off the back of that Prime, trying to get ahead of these smokes. He does so successfully in towards jungle, and that Molotov can't flush him out either. He's got free reign over this position, but now another Molotov comes in, forces him in that fight, and he just goes into the blender. It's a Luke 1v3 on the plate.
Go nuclear, Luke. But he's got 3 players to find at full health. A Dink is going to do absolutely nothing.
Hit and smoke in play right now. And he takes away one. Oreos, does he consider this one? Or is he backing off for the save? All right. Yeah, he's just going to save that AK. He's backing off to the CT spawn. We'll bide his time and wait.
Ninja, ninja, ninja.
That's what I was thinking for a second, but he's within earshot, and it's just too far away now. So he'll just hold on to this AK, but Akimbo refused to let Zomblers touch the lead.
Yeah, they get all so close, but ultimately it goes down to nothing. Luke actually gets another one. That's another $50. That's another $350 for him. $50 extra for his team there. So it wasn't all for naught, and it's forcing, I think, Dante to reinvest back in. And even though they did get the lead, yeah, they got the lead, but again, it's Zomblers are not rolling over just yet. I mean, we could very easily see a 1-to-1 scoreline here, but Akimbo are going to try to make it 2-0 and force Zomblers to have to do a reverse sweep if they even remotely want to come close to winning this tournament. Half buy, I mean, basically a nothing buy coming in from Zomblers. Luke's hero AK, quote-unquote, if you want to call it that. I mean, Sunk's just basically going to save enough money to buy the AWP. And even if they lose this round, they're only behind by 2. They should feel kind of comfortable right now. There should be no reason to panic because you can easily come back from 2 rounds.
Is this the round that Luke comes alive? He's got a hero AK, all the pressure on his shoulders, just a couple of upgraded pistols, a P250 and a Deagle.
I mean, outside of Prime, which I've seen him hit some nice shots, literally, if you look at the kill spread between every single player across the server, everybody, the lowest I'm looking at is 10 on Roka, and the highest is 15 on Oreos, and everybody's sprinkled in the middle. Like, nobody's outshining, nobody's undershining, nobody's stepping up to the plate to be the hero, and no one's really falling behind. Like I said, outside of Prime, it's fine. But again, you know, an 8 to 9 scoreline is exactly the way you look at it when you look at the kill spread. And it's just somebody needs to show up, and nobody's on the B side. What's going on here?
I mean, Luke tried to play this one passive just so that he has the option to rotate out if they fully commit into this B site and he can't find a way back in. He gets 1 kill. Does that entice Zomblers is the question.
I mean,
no, another disconnect.
Yeah, but
Oreos
you can't
just
reset
struggling to stay.
They're going to
on the
go for
server.
this.
Yeah, now they're going to go for this. They know that they're now weak on man count. It's a 5v3. They start to reposition. Sunk, boosted up on top of mid right now. It is cleared, so he can't quite convert that kill. Dante will just back off with the knowledge. They look to just dig their heels into the site right now. Roka with a kill up inside of Abs, converts it into a double. Lawrence is also into the feed, but taken down inside of Abs. It's all left up to Dante. CKG trying to scale out through Abs. He manages to get out, but Dante holds on nonetheless. Woo! Even with a massive man advantage, the guns are just too much to overcome.
Yeah, but I'm really curious because Oreo's standing up right now, and I'm really curious to find out like what's happening. Is it a Steam thing? Is it a computer thing? Like I can't believe it's but I can't believe that it's a computer thing because it's got to be a Steam thing. It has to be because like honestly, all the computers have been fine.
I mean, you never know. Sometimes things just happen. Either the PC's falling behind, maybe you never know with these things. So it could be hardware, it could be just Steam.
Could be a PC thing.
Yeah, we were just talking to our producer, and he says it very well could be a PC issue. Hopefully it doesn't persist for much longer, or we're at least able to maybe get things swapped around in some way. It's at this point becoming a bit of a problem because there's been multiple disconnects here for Oreos.
Yeah, when something happens once, it's random. When it happens twice, it's coincidence. When it happens 3 times, it's a pattern. So it's like after the 3rd time, it's like maybe we look into it. I don't know.
Could be in for a bit of a longer tech pause here. Just depends on what the decision ends up being. But I mean, at this point, like we said, if it's a hardware issue, we've got plenty of PCs laying around. Try and get him set up on a new one just as fast as you can, but there's just, can sometimes take a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just a lot of wires.
A lot of wires.
Yeah.
One
of my favorite like reoccurring jokes from like something like the ESL and Blast and PGL broadcast is the whole they'll do the like pit crew themed monitor change and like time the monitor change. It's really funny. It's a pretty funny like reoccurring meme in my opinion. I enjoy it quite a bit.
Oh, I can't do that. I want to turn this and show them so they can wave at the camera.
Oh. Production Hypnos looks.
I want to put production on camera.
Eyes.
I want to put production on camera.
Hey, all I'm saying is I know at some point chat was asking to see Hypnos, so.
At some point.
At some point.
We'll show you guys later.
Chat, as far as I'm aware, is very pro-nose.
I'm pro.
We need more love for respect. Exactly.
I'm pro-spec.
Pro-spect. All right, well, we're back to live right now. Akimbo, seemingly to just try and get in with another buy here. Zomblers have to try and hold on. Now they've got the rifles back out. And sunk on that AWP as well.
Ned, I really thought they were going to get that retake.
It was close, man.
Had they been closer, it would have been a different issue.
But
I think they were taking so long to rotate around because they got the kill, but it's like, hey, we weren't going to go for it. But two players were inside spawn, or like inside T-spawn, and they're like, oh, he disconnected, let's go for it. It takes another 10, 15 seconds to get there. It was just chaos.
I mean, it's not that I'm shifting the blame onto him, but rather just a unfortunate circumstance that they found themselves in. Luke needed to have a little bit more impact on that, and there just wasn't enough time to set him up for success.
Exactly.
So that one rifle wasn't really able to get into the much. 4v4 here, even keel in round 19 as Zomblers are just trying to hold on. Kindle closing this one out and a clean shot over towards Ticket Booth. At least the trade is swift here from Sunk. Trying to work things from the AWP. Will break open that smoke, but Kindle bide their time and wait. Finally getting that bomb down. I believe he tags one through that triple box. Lauren's now having to operate at half HP. They know that two players seemingly are over towards this ticket booth position, and that means that that's all they have to focus on. They'll stack up for it. Dante first contact. He shuts it down and Sunk now the last one remaining, trying his best to bring his team back into the fold, but it's just not enough. Akimbo refused to let Zomblers return a comeback.
So I want to throw an interesting stat out there right now. You know, when you look at Akimbo, they're up 11 to 8 right now. And they've only won 7 of the opening frags, 7 of 19 opening frags. Right now we're looking at 5, 6, 7, 11. The rest of them, 11 of the 19 rounds we've had have been opening frags by the Zomblers, and yet they're still down 3-0. And so Akimbo are doing their best work when they're actually a man down.
And again, it just sort of speaks to what I mentioned in the map 1, that resolve and resilience of this team is not to be underestimated. Now finally, another opening kill here for Akimbo. Glorins will shut down that aggression over towards Palace. S5J, a pick of his own, 3v5 here for Zomblers. All they've got is a measly MP9 and a 5.7 to hold on, because surely that USP can't find impact.
No, I mean, again, this is really not much of a buy here. But again, last round when it was 8-10, you know, the opening frag came from Sunk with the AWP. He's going to try to get it out next round, you know, with this loss bonus here. But again, there's not much that they can do. This 5.7 is not close up too much. He's going to get okay. He's going to get 1, maybe.
No
2!
way.
Let's go, Prime. Come on.
Again,
Come
that
on, Prime.
5.7.
Oh, the Ninja. Oh, you got to clear Ninja.
USP can't quite connect there. Luke thrust it into another clutch, this time with only a MP9. 69 ADR, though. Nice. But he can't get into this one. And frustration is setting in for Zomblers right now. They'll upgrade to an AK, but I feel like he just backs off. Zomblers playing for overtime, and you can't even get away with the rifle. You've got to reinvest everything into this next one.
Yeah. And I mean, you're looking at the team here. I mean, again, you need somebody to shine. Sunk's going to be able to get the AWP out, so that's what he was going for. But it's going to require 4 rounds from Zomblers to be able to pull this off if they want to be able to even remotely get into overtime right now. And it's just I haven't seen enough for them to come out of it, but they have had some rounds where they've had some success. They have some players who are getting the kills and getting the frags. It's just, again, they've had majority of the opening rounds, but opening kill's going to go this way of Akimbo. Wouldn't be traded back by Serum, but that's about it. He needed 2 there.
They're just trying to barrel in through Khan right now, and it results in man advantage for them. CKG caught out in the side as well. Such an awkward angle for him to manage now. Prime's trying to get into the fray. He's holding on, kill of his own, goes back through Murder Hole, and they're going to try and piece together this 2v4 made 2v3. Can they pull off some heroics to stay alive in Mirage, or will we really have Akimbo with a 2-map lead in the grand finals?
Well, there is a kid on the back of Prime, but the problem is he has 7 HP, and Luke is coming in from mid. They have to go for this, obviously, because it's the last round, or if not, you're literally throwing. But the problem is you got to get Prime close enough with this kid. You got to get him killed, and he's going to go down. So now the kid is lost inside his ticket, and Luke is only good for 1, and that is it. So that is Akimbo going up in this series 2-0 in this best of 5. And this particular map was a little bit underwhelming compared to that of Overpass. And I'm not even saying it was underwhelming. It was just like, you know, Zombler started off so strong at Overpass, and then they just kind of let it go. Now they've got about a 5-minute break where they get to discuss everything. And, you know, and on this particular map, they started to come back. They actually managed to tie the game up there 8-8, and then it just kind of fell apart from there and ended 13-8. After that comeback, it was just 5 in a row from Akimbo, and they just look really good. They look really comfortable, and at this point, I'm not really entirely sure what the strat is.
Absolutely brutal situation right now for Zomblers. They have to pull off a reverse sweep, or else this could be a very one-sided grand final. Now, like you said, we're going to have a about 5-minute break here for map 3 to give some time to rest and try and recuperate, maybe post something in this grand final for Zomblers. We're going to throw to a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes for map 3.
Amen.
What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna call when I'm low? Who you gonna love when I'm gone?
All right, we're back to waffling.
Just trying to stall out some time. We're still getting players in the server, trying to get everything set up after a 5-minute break. You know, some players take a little bit longer. But, I mean, Ice, we very well could have a short grand final on our hands because Akimbo come out the gate swinging, and now Zombler's facing down the barrel of a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Zombler. It's like Akimbo brought a bat to the fight, and Zombler's brought a wiffle bat. Like, they're hitting back, but it's not as hard. They're fighting, but it's like, you know, the bully of the playground has the ball at the top of the jungle gym, and you're climbing up the slide, but, like, you just keep sliding back down. You're fighting. You're in there. They're making plays. They had a huge lead on overpass, gave it up. They had the comeback there on Mirage, and then they just lost it after that. It's like every single time that they climb that mountain, it just seems to create an avalanche, and they slide back down.
Yeah, and like that's the thing is it hasn't been completely dead from Zomblers. I mean, it's just there's no follow through, and it feels like they keep maybe getting a little bit close. They start piecing things together, and then all of a sudden, Akimbo just completely shut them down, and it takes them way too long to readjust. And I think that's the issue. It's not necessarily that they can't come up with solutions; it's that it's not quick enough.
Right, and you know, I was kind of just fist bumping some of the players, both Akimbo and the Zomblers when they were taking their little break, and I was just telling them, you know what, if nothing else, just good job, GG to everybody, have some fun. And as the Zombler players are coming back in, I could hear all of them telling each other before I had a chance to just like fist bump them. They're like, you know what, just go out there, have fun, frag out, just go frag out, just go have fun, just like, you know what, get into the server and just go do what you're, conditioned to doing. Like all these guys, you don't get to this level by just playing an hour or two a day, a couple times a week, right? These guys grind all the time, and so at this point, it's like, you know what, go out there and do what you've conditioned to do. Go out there and just do what you're supposed to do. Just have fun.
I mean, okay, so I like that mindset of go back to the basics, trust in our gun skill, and just try and frag out and shine as individuals because we know that they're capable of doing that. The biggest issue I have with that right now is they are not going to the map to do that. We're going to Nuke, a very tactically depth map, and a map where it relies a lot on your team play rather than individual hero moments, it feels like.
Right.
You're going to have quick rotations, sharp communication, and be able to establish crossfires because you have some choke points where the T's struggle to break through, but if they're able to just flood out and kill one individual player, they have the site or they have a massive point of control on the map.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that the one piece of advice I would give to the Zomblers right now is that just make sure you're always throwing the outside smokes. Make sure you're always throwing yard smokes out there, and make sure that you're creating that space. It doesn't, don't always throw the red one. Throw maybe a diagonal one. To just make sure you have enough executes to keep them guessing. And if I was on Akimbo's side, I would just say just keep doing what you're doing, keep firing off what you're doing, and just keep the Zomblers guessing. Because again, you give the Zomblers any sort of chance to win, they're going to come back in, and we could potentially have ourselves a 5-map series.
Well, your back's up against the wall here, Zomblers. Let's see if going back to basics is what you need, or if instead Akimbo will give us a nice and short grand final. We've got some dualies in the mix right now here for Akimbo. I think that's 3 on the board. This could be a problem as they scale up towards ramp. That's where 2 of the dualies are set and waiting. S5J gets the first contact. He rips the head off of Serum. Now the rest try to scale out. They're going into a blender right now. Those dualies trying to rip through. And it's the USP actually to pick up the multi here as they close in on that ramp hit. Roka just biding his time waiting, trying to get something going, but he gets shut down and sunk in a 1v2 where he's got some space.
He's got a very low Oreos, and he knows that he's the one who dinked Oreos. Doesn't know where Lawrence is coming out to. He's dinked him as well. God. He might be able to pull this off. That's 2 for Sunk, and they realize he's back upstairs. Sunk can go wherever you want. He's going to run into it. No way!
He goes straight down the vent into Oreos, and little does he know that's exactly where Oreos had run away to. Anticipating a re-hit into the lower site, going down that ramp, but instead, he just finds him in his arms.
Oh my God, he should. See, here's the thing. He dinked him on ramp. There's no way that he's expecting him to go all the way down ramp, through B, back into vent. There's no way he's expecting him to do that. There's no reason that he should say, hey, he's there. Honestly, at that point, he should have just stayed upstairs and just planted. But again, high-tech's 2020, and all these weapons are going to come in outside.
All right, so somewhere CKG
it.
gets a knife kill. It doesn't really matter.
Sure.
Still, Akimbo just sort of, okay, he dropped off of a mini and knifed somebody in the back.
That's awesome.
Assassin's Creed somebody.
Bye, Oreos.
All right, bye, Oreos. The same player.
All right, 3 maps, 4 disconnects.
Here we go.
Wait, you didn't run it? Wait, I just heard him say something about it. My bad.
Oh, man. I think the other team said something about him getting like kicked by anti-cheat.
Oh
I
my
think
God,
that's what
that's
happened
funny.
because
I
we
like
just got
that.
another response
Yeah.
in return to that.
Oh,
that's funny.
Thank you, cameraman, for catching that.
Oh, that's great. Beautifully done by our cameraman. I'm not sure if it's Cheese or Cam at this point doing cameraman because I know that Cam was doing it for a bit.
Yeah, it was King for a minute there. And
okay, they're just passing.
Still King,
around.
or is it Cheese? It's Cheese.
It's
Yep,
Cheese.
Cheese is back. So King was giving Cheese a second because, you know, he's been holding that camera for a long time, and his arms are getting a little tired. And so, you know what, King wanted to have some fun with it. Oh,
okay. So production typed out to us, they've got a Google Doc that they've just, like, put a large font onto, and every now and then when they need to relay information to us, they'll just type it out there. So the player who got knifed disconnected, and they thought he was playing anti-flash, so he just kind of sent it. $1,500 bucks in your back pocket. That's nice.
We take it.
Yeah, we take it. And, well, Oreos is just going to have to accept the fact that he's given some extra money over to CKG.
Yeah. Oreo's saying that the chat's saying that Oreo's is sexy. You know what? He's a good-looking guy. I'll give you that one. Yeah.
I don't know if I've gotten a chance to talk to him very much so far. I don't think I've met Oreos.
No, but I can see him in camp. So
I met S5J. We interviewed him, and I believe I talked to him for a little bit as well. Sunk into the feed with this AK. It's a 4v4 right now. Akimbo got that opening pick. Vent destroyed through the sweepy door here for Zombo. But a double kill from ramp. Oreos providing impact that was necessary for Akimbo to try and convert this bonus round. Lawrence will go back up the vent. So alone on the A site here, trying to hold on for their dear life, and Dante finally rotates in as well. So the A site is the one that feels weak. Bomb still needs to be recovered. Glorin's re-clearing lobby right now. So much information for Akimbo to start to gather.
yeah, but they could be outside. See, that's the thing. Like, just because he's in lobby doesn't mean they can't be outside. Sunk's going to go and wrap back around.
The
Heaven will
thing
be
is,
the smart play here.
He's holding. We've got a bit more proactive angles towards ramp, so they know that they're either hell or outside, like you said. So now they can start to piece this together and possibly find out that it's going to be an upper hit. It'll have to be a heads-up fight from Glorins. They play off the site.
They're just gonna play retake. If it is A, they're just gonna play retake, and if it's B, they have everybody downstairs. S5J is gonna finally come downstairs. That should indicate at least one's coming from B.
They have kits in play as well, and a kill comes through as well after the CKG in the 1v3. He got a knife kill, but can he convert with the rifle? He gets one onto Glorins. There's two more bringing the hurt to him, and he's low HP as well. S5J knows that. He's just pre-firing every angle. They run him down, and Akimbo with a bonus round conversion.
Yeah, bonus round conversion there. And again, CKG could have potentially won that had he not been knocked down so low and that fight that he had with Glorins there. And so, you know, had he gotten a really clean fight there, he would have had the health to fight and potentially been able to win that fight out there. But you've got Prime right now sitting on 0 frags. Wow. Luke, Prime, and Serum sitting on 0 frags 3 rounds into the game. And it's going to take more than just the 8 kills from CKG and Sunk to get into this because right now they are absolutely absent from this particular map. And again, if you're going to try to create a comeback, I know that Nuke is a technical map, but if there's any map that you're going to be able to do it on, we've seen so many time and time again, we've seen comebacks starting on Nuke, and this is the map to do it on because it's just, you can really control the pace of this Nate and land. Really nice. Doing damage to 3 different people. Nice util damage coming in.
And just softening up some of those players as they try to cross that outside dark smoke. But
oh
through
my
the
God,
smoke,
Dante
catches
mean.
the timing. Absolutely brutal. And Akimbo, they just can't do any wrong, it feels like right now. As Zomblers, once again, shambling away from an engagement. They'll go downstairs through Secret. They'll leave a lurk here. Luke 4K, but that Tech 9 is going to try and provide any impact. But as Akimbo start to rotate downstairs, they'll have 2 members to hold any hit that they try to throw at this B site.
Yeah, there's 2 players down there, S5J along with Oreos, 2 of the players that are kind of hitting hard right now. two of the players that, well, Oreos is. S5J has been doing that, especially in the last map. If nothing else, S5J hits hard with his vocals, and he likes to do some of the taunting and likes to do some of the bantering. I talked to him outside, and he's like, none of his team likes to get loud, so he's the one that feels like he needs to carry that torch.
And if he gets a multi here, he'll make sure that Zombies know it. He eventually peeks out, and he's going to catch an AK round to the face. So now CKG trying to scale out of that window position, jumping down in towards Dark. Sunk with a double kill to try and open up this site, but now he's thrusted into a 1v2. He has to go absolutely massive here.
He knows one's outside.
Spotted out one towards ramp, and now he knows the other one's coming from secret as well. Not sure if it's the decon door or the double door. He'll hear that double door open up, but he can't hold on as Glorens comes in. He'll put him down. 4-0 start for Akimbo, and like I said, they just can't seem to do any wrong.
No, they can't catch a break. Sunk sitting there just wondering what else he can do. He's trying to reposition himself. He's trying to give himself the best chance to win that particular fight because Luke was outside, was trying to play the Lyric, should have won that fight out, but it is a Tech 9 long range. All he could do is just buy time and try to prevent the CTs from going downstairs. Had he won that fight, that would have been a whole different story. That would have been, Zombler's first round. But now we've got AKs on the board, and honestly, I'm going to foreshadow this to be Zombler's first round.
On and make a prediction now. Akimbo are going to try and deny that because they've been lights out so far. A 4-0 start is certainly a great way to start out what could be your closing map. It was a long and arduous journey here. Had a lot of struggles coming forward in the pools, and even in the playoffs, things weren't as comfortable as they would want it to be, but nonetheless, they're able to pull themselves together for this grand finals. They show exactly why they were the favorites to be here.
Yeah, and Dante's getting another kill through the smoke, 2 rounds in a row where he's just pretty much been able to pepper that smoke. And that's the beautiful part about that A1S is that you can't see the tracer. So when you start shooting, 1, it blows open the smoke, but 2, you don't know where the bullets are coming from, and you just start to die, and you're like, well, that's just the way it is because there's no tracers coming through the smoke there. And Dante's been able to take full advantage of that 2 rounds in a row. S5J's going to have a lot of work here to do once this door opens.
3 players coming in. He's going to get ready on this angle. The door opens. He takes down 1. A double kill as well. S5J, how do you find that much impact on top of that? That smoke gives him a lot to work around, and he's still finding impact through it. Sunk, now alone. 1v5 attempt. He gets 1 over towards ramp, trying to duck his head down. He's got so many angles to deal with, and Roka's closing in. S5J hurls just as many words at them as he did bullets.
Yeah, he's, finishes off that fight there. Sunk left alone, and every single time it just seems like Zomblers are always in some sort of clutch. And right now it doesn't matter. I was telling, I was saying, before we started this match that Zomblers need to be constantly throwing those outside smokes. But right now, honestly, I think they might need to stop throwing the smokes because Dante just keeps predicting when they're coming through. And that's just a seasoned player that is just good on his timing and his instincts are on par. And Dante's going to do it again. He's going to go ahead and hang out outside, throw a nade. Serum's going to take a nade and, fight this outside again. And this time it's just going to be 1 player outside. They're going to throw everybody back inside and try to see if they can execute. And my prediction of that being there goes Oreos again.
This time, it was Oreos this time, but yeah, I feel like it's always Serum dying through the smokes, man. Yeah. And it's just, the guy can't catch a break. Still on 0 kills, 6 rounds deep.
Yeah, he's just, because he's dying before he even sees anybody. And it's just like, when you're dying, to people you can't even see, you're dying into utility, you get frustrated because it's not even that you're losing fights. You're not even getting to fight.
S5J aggressive up in towards Trophy. He will be ready to respond if they go for this lobby pop. 1 player going up to T roof. I feel like that's to throw utility, so A site is going to be under scrutiny at this point. But Akimbo ready to respond. Glorens close on this squeaky door. He's going to throw a smoke down, it seems. They'll hear some utility raining in. As soon as that door opens, he's going to try and throw down some utility to the door himself. Throws it out, gets aggressive on the fight as well, but can't get away before it blooms. Prime takes him down, trades here for Zomblers, and Prime with a double kill to try and open up this round. Shooting up through the vent. I think Prime was able to see him, and Sunk gets a kill as well. Dante just sitting inside of the smoke, biding his time. The plant will go down, trying to work his way in. S5J will open it up. Sunk now out of the round, and it's either Prime or Luke who has to try and lock this one in as Dante works his way forward. He's caught between a weird crossfire going into the fight. Prime holds the angle and is ready for that kick. S5J into the clutch, but he can't quite deliver. So Zomblers finally able to find their way onto the board.
So that triple kill from Prime and that single frag from Luke are the first kills that they've gotten in this new game, and that helps them get their first round on the board. But that's what they need. They needed somebody to go. They need somebody to go heavy, do some heavy lifting. Prime there with the triple kill. Again, those are his first 3 frags. You got to start instilling some confidence in your team. You got to start realizing that, hey, you know what? We can get some rounds. Now let's go and start stringing them together. Let's start hurting the economy of Akimbo. Let's start actually giving ourselves a chance to get some rounds on this half, and we can even win this 7-5.
But Oreos has picked up the AWP now. Can't quite connect that first shot. CKG trying to be the hero of this round, but he's quickly felled after his double kill. And on top of that, Dante's working his way into the back lines. Zomblers now the walking wounded. As they try to re-pivot into this lobby, they actually choose to go outside, which is the right choice. But I think Bomb is dropped in lobby right now.
No, Luke has a bomb.
Okay, Luke has it. All right. I thought I saw it blinking for a second there, but I guess I'm just going crazy. It's these lights in our face.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, and S5J, he heard the footsteps, but since they're not coming east side, he's going to go ahead and reposition himself to kind of fall back there, maybe thinking they're just taking their time, and they're going to go ahead and split up here. I don't like this choice because, again, it's better to play retake than it is to sit there and take 1v1 fights. Lawrence is just going to hang out downstairs, and unfortunately, Zomblers, with only 2 players, you can't clear everything. You're starting to run out of time, but the smart play is to go upstairs. The smart play is to go through heaven. Yeah, S5J is there. They have 2 flashes and 1 grenade, and there's 1 molly on the back of Luke. Question is, where do you place that Molotov? So, you know, you're going to throw it out potentially for Hut. Yeah, throw it for Hut and just drop in. Leave 1 player upstairs. Luke's going to play downstairs. Play the high-low game, and then now S5J has to wait for Glorance to come back up. They both have kits, so it doesn't matter how long it takes.
Luke goes searching. This could be a problem. He overextends and ends up dying without a proper trade, then they can eliminate these angles 1 by 1. They'll start to throw in utility, trying to figure out where these players have tucked in. Sunk, he needs to be the hero of this round, it feels like, from that heaven position as his teammate goes down.
Jesus.
No way! Akimbo are so ready for that setup. Zomblers just can't catch a break, man.
I mean, they had the positioning there, and again, the problem is, like you said, if Luke dies there, he can't get traded. He doesn't feel like he can go inside of Hut and reposition himself because then he can't get traded back. And then you've got who was behind him? It was Luke and whoever was up in heaven. He feels like he can't expose himself. He's trying to play the game where it's like if they come up through heaven, they come outside. He's got to stay there. So unfortunately, they were trying to create a crossfire, but it wasn't the best crossfire. And you've got that of the Zomblers who are just sitting there trying to figure out what to do. And again, it was Luke and Sunk, I think it was at that point.
Yeah, it was Sunk up in heaven.
And unfortunately, again, Sunk doesn't want to expose himself too much in Raptors. And again, hindsight's 2020 because he's waiting for people to come up heaven maybe. And so it's like, hey, Luke, you just have to win that fight. Ultimately, it does boil down to Luke. Like, you have to win that fight. You got to come out. You got to hit those headshots. And unfortunately, if you're going to put yourself in that close position, that's a great place to be at, but you still have to hit those fights. I mean, maybe I would have preferred Luke to maybe go on top of HUD to get a better angle on Mini. But again, it's hindsight.
Throws out that smoke to HUD, trying to prevent the propulsion through, but nonetheless, they're able to come out and Prime with some kills of his own. Break open this A site. The plant goes down. Not much contention there from Dante, and now he's all alone as S5J goes down. Zomblers with a 2nd round on the board, trying to stop this bleeding from Akimbo. Wait, does Dante go up and go for... He doesn't have kit. Okay, there's no way he pulls off. There's surely no way he pulls off this round.
Maybe go for some kills, or maybe just tap on the bomb and... Maybe tap on the bomb and get somebody to come back. I was going to say, like, if there's a kid in heaven, look how far... I mean, the only person who's staying is Serum. Sunk has got to get as far away from the bomb as possible. Look at that. He's already in the parking lot.
Yeah, Dante will back off as well. Thought maybe he was going to go for something a little bit cheeky there, but he chooses to play it safe, save that rifle over into the next. the economy isn't actually as great for some of these members as you would want it to be. They're actually kind of on the back foot
it's
here now.
pretty bad.
This is Zombler's best way back into the series.
Yeah, the economy's pretty bad, and even though they've been winning rounds, they haven't really had the opportunity to keep that many players alive. I wonder if there's a way. Hey, Respect, can you hit tab? I want to see how many players are left alive in those rounds that they were doing everything. I don't know if we were able to hit tab just so I can see that, but, you know, it's chill. Because it just seems like, you know, even though they've won 6, it doesn't seem like they have a ton of money to. I don't know if they've had a lot of players left alive. Roka with the XM. We haven't seen the XM come out. This is the first time we've ever seen it, and he gets one there, making himself some money. And S5G is inside the smoke. He's going to roll them down. That's a double kill. Oh, my God.
That MP9 just rips through Zomblers. They have a low economy, yet still making it work. Akimbo are on a tear right now. Sunk trying to wrestle things back. A kill with that AWP. And Serum stranded in this A-bomb site. He could get caught on a timing, but he looks back towards Vent. Roka now out of the round.
They're stringing this back together.
Trying to reconvene inside of lobby. They'll go back in towards the A site, but now Oreos, he's here ready over towards Skinny, and he tries to swing through.
He hit him through the smoke?
Oh my God, what a
proactive
proactive shot. Now a double fakes in through heaven. They have to try and drop in, burning away on the Molotov. Dante just has to drop out.
I wish we
their
had
Inferno
replays.
now.
I wish we had replays.
Unbelievable.
I wanted to see that one back.
They'll set up for the flash play. Everything lies on S5J, and Serum turns the flash. He doesn't turn the second one, but S5J doesn't clear it, and now it's all left up to Dante, but there's so little time. He has to drop out of heaven, and Serum just shuts him right down.
They turned, Akimbo turned that into a 5v2, and somehow Serum and Sunk, the two S's on the team, pair up together to get themselves a full house and piece together that round, and one by one, they pick and pluck Akimbo out of the air and somehow scrap together a third and put Akimbo on a pistol buy. The first time I've seen Akimbo actually on the back foot, on the back lines here, backs against the wall. It's the first time I've seen this in a long time.
All 5-7s here from Akimbo. God, if we see this round pull through, I won't know what to say anymore, Ice. The worst part is Akimbo have been on fire with these 5-7s.
Okay, thank you.
Lawrence goes down first, 5v4 for Zomblers. There needs to be a multi. There needs to be somebody who goes massive here for Akimbo. Rope is tucked in towards the squeaky door. Bide his time to wait, but anticipated in this position. CKG just spray fires, and there's no way for him
He
to
heard the ding, so he knew he was there.
Now the 5-7 from Heaven. That's 5 doing whatever he can, but it's the pistols just can't keep up. And Zomblers, is this how they get back into the series? Is this their ticket back into the grand finals?
This is them literally being able to not only breathe a sigh of relief, but they can finally start to feel like they're doing something and the momentum is going, and they're like, okay, you know, we finally are starting to crack this hard-boiled egg open, and we're starting to peel shell by shell just to get to that golden yellow inner yolk. But there's still a lot of work to be done. But 3 M4s for Akimbo. Instead of having a really good round, they're going to just full go on this one. And if they lose this round, we're going to see 2 similar back-to-back rounds with very low buys and util lacking for Akimbo.
Akimbo, for what feels like the first time in forever, are kind of on the back foot. They might have the lead in terms of the round, but this could quickly spiral out of control.
Oh, Dante can tear this all apart right here.
Does he really just face through the smoke?
No,
he'll
he just
tuck
goes
in.
inside garage.
He gets a little bit paranoid about Zomblers just trying to work something outside towards big garage, so he'll just tuck in and bide his time and wait. The issue with that is Zomblers have now rotated down to the lower site. It seems like they could be poised to strip this round away. Everything is up to S5J. He needs to post something. He'll peek up from the steps, gets a lot more than it seems like he bargained for as he gets one run down by Sunk. There's a quick response coming in from Secret, though. They could find themselves with back turn, but they managed well. Those AKs are able to hold on. Now the last remaining players down towards the lower site, and Serum is able to strip away one more. Oreo's the last one remaining, and he knows that they're spread out across the
There we
map.
go.
He tries his best against Sunk, but just gets put on the ground.
Yeah, I saw Luke playing that that kind of lurk position, but last time he only had a Tech 9. This time he had an AK and won his fight. Everybody else winning their fights downstairs. S5J just with that MP9. He gets one. Honestly, I would have preferred him to back up. He did peek his head back up and gets taken out by Sunk. And this is confidence building back up for Zomblers, and we could easily see a 6-6 half. Roka's got the XM again. He got one last time, but I would love to see him get multiple. Just kind of hold that left mouse button down.
If Roka gets a multi here, S5J will never let Zomblers live it down. He's been so vocal this entire game, and losing to an XM would just be devastating here for Zomblers. At the very least, they've recovered this half. Up to 5, that's fine for your T side of Nuke. It just means you gotta do a little bit of heavy lifting on your CT side, and a pistol conversion is all you really need to get back into the fray. Roka, though, with that XM already taking one out of the mix here, and Molotov's cut them off from any trades as well. Zomblers operating at a deficit.
Yeah, you can't let Roka get that kill and not get traded back, and he didn't even take that much damage. Like, the fact that he got that kill.
They try to flush these players out of position, but they just hold firm, and there's no hit behind it for Zomblers. Now they start to walk in. That MP9 just shreds through one. Serum quick to trade it back. Lawrence now taking up that mantle, holding towards the squeaky door, and they're being assaulted from the back as well. They pinch into lobby, and Zomblers just can't hang on. It's 7-5 at the end of the half. Akimbo keep the lead.
Yeah, they keep the lead, and that was a situation where it could have easily been 6-6. And, you know, that opening frag from Roka there with the XM, and then everyone just kind of crunching inside lobby. It's like, all right, they slowed the pace of play down. And honestly, in that round, I would have kind of liked to see Zomblers kind of get a little bit more aggressive and maybe just do like a fast A-pop. And you're looking at the operas between each other, and I've hardly even seen Oreos even get an off. And he's got, you know, less frags, but he's got more assists, he's got more deaths. I mean, it's just, but it's like Sunk is actually doing better as far as statistically goes. But the rounds just don't seem to be going in the favor.
Oh my god! One tap out of the dualies. Prime quick to be traded back though. It's now the USPs that have to try and hold on to ramp control here. They'll keep things in man advantage here for Zomblers, but Akimbo get down towards the lower site. A smoke up towards the decon door. Serum will bide his time and wait. There's no plant immediately. Everybody barreling down the vent right now. They're just going to go for a straight retake. Numbers advantage, and they're going to try and be the hammer to the nail right now. Oreo's re-clearing ramp. As he re-clears this, if he gets just that little bit of information and starts to confirm that there's more and more members over towards this backside, Dante can just sort of tuck in and bide his time and wait. They'll break open the control room window. Dante gets that first, but it's all left up to Oreos, and he can't hold on. Zomblers with their best chance back into it.
So I'm taking a look at this. You know, that's a 6th round on the board for Zomblers, but I'm taking a look at this map specifically. Zomblers have only had one successful opening frag in 13 rounds. Okay, technically Prime got that one right there. So they've had two opening advantages in 13 rounds. And
somehow they're holding on.
So literally they're doing the opposite effect of what Akimbo did to them on Mirage when Zomblers had majority of the opening frag. So Akimbo are pretty much having to fight from a deficit almost every single round. 2 out of 13 rounds they've had a man advantage, and most of the time they're quickly traded back.
There's a force buy here, though, from Akimbo. They get that bomb plan down and a lot of kills on top of that. So they're comfortable going for the force here and trying to break Zomblers' economy early on into their CT side. It's a spread effort right now. Nobody committing to anything quite yet. Feels like once the pin drops, though, Akimbo are going to try and lunge at the juggler of Zomblers. The shots out of Prime. Just choose to back off. Dante scaring him away from ramp. And now I feel like they're pivoting towards this lower site potentially. One over towards Secret. Serum just trying to hold on, not overcommitting, not giving up his life, but an opening kill here for Akimbo. Can Zomblers continue to operate at this deficit? Can they continue to stack up rounds when they have not gotten openers?
Yeah, Luke knows they're wrapping around. He heard those footsteps.
Pivoting to help. Now they go up to heaven. Luke holds on, trying to get a kill long range with that MP9. Softens them up. The M4 now peppering away. A massive HE comes in, but it's still this 3v3. Finally, advantage given over to Zomblers. They're going to start planting towards the back of the site. Akimbo trying to hold on from the silos, but they're losing members, they're losing bodies, and Zomblers are gaining chances into this grand final.
There's a total of 29, 19, 48 HP between the last 3 players of Zomblers. But the fact that 3 players are left alive means that they can start building their money up and they can start doing what they need to do to start rolling some of these rounds together. And, I mean, at this point, it's just Zomblers are fighting back. They're having fun. They're hitting hard. And, you know, that's starting to ring true. Like, hey, you know what? Screw strats. Just have some fun. Play reactive Counter-Strike. Go do stuff. And now we've got a tied game here. And you've got Sunk on 15 frags right now. He's had 5 multi-kills, almost 120 ADR on him right now. He's been the hero of the Zomblers at the moment. And we just need a few more heroes for them to make this go into map 4 at a minimum. And Akimbo, everybody's had multi-frags except for Roko. Roko's the only person who actually hasn't had any multi-frags.
Yeah, he's been kind of quiet here on Nuke, but because of that plant, Akimbo want to go for yet another buy. An AK in the hands of Glorins. Can he really be a difference maker in this round? It's full rifles here for Zomblers. As they prepare themselves for another force buy here from Akimbo. Oh my god, Dante just gets shut down outside. They lose their secret presence, but Prime taken down over towards ramp. Now a hole found in the Zomblers defense. They need to start evacuating and getting into some panic positions. Down towards Decon, one will go. Luke is going to try and disrupt this lower site hit as Serum gets one of his own. They're going to start to split these players across multiple angles. Planting safe from the Decon door. Good heads-up decision by Akimbo, and now Oreos is starting to wrestle things back, but Sunk into the fray. He gets traded back. Oreos trying to be the hero right now. Brings us to a 2v2. And Kimbo just looking to try and hold on. Denies Zomblers from stacking up these rounds and taking the lead. CKG with one of his own. Glorins with this hero AK has to try and pull through. He brings it to a 1v1. Bomb planted for him. Time in his favor, but a kit on Serum's back. He'll tap that bomb back away. Glorins just spamming through. Around the silo, Serum will go, and Zomblers keep pushing forward.
They take the lead there. We have an 8-7 score line as Serum, instead of sticking that bomb and doing a ninja defuse, he taps on it, and this time it works out. He walks around through the smoke. The retake on that lower site is actually successful. And finally, Zomblers have the lead here in this half after force buy after force buy after force buy coming in from Akimbo. At what point do they just take a half buy, or what point do they just take an eco? But the bomb keeps getting planted, so the force buy keeps coming in. And that's the problem you run into, is that if you don't keep multiple players alive when you're on the CT side, when you start racking up the bomb plant plus the loss bonus, you can literally just keep rebuying on the T side. So unfortunately, you just create a bigger problem for yourself.
Zomblers haven't had the lead since round 18 on Overpass. Let that sink in. Finally, they're able to break through, and it feels like a weight is lifted off their chest now. But Akimbo are looking to just reapply that pressure as they buy up once again. These bomb plants facilitating more rifles by the round, and Akimbo refuse to relent right now. Low on utility. He's going to try and punish that. Outside, Serum will get aggressive, but he gets caught with a high-low setup. And Akimbo with a potential way into the round as they start to spread out and try and split this map.
CKG's got to be ready for this potential wrap here. He's up in heaven. He's not even paying attention to what could potentially be coming outside. He's going to have to keep his head on a swivel. He's going to have to be looking both at ladder and outside the door. And that's Sunk with a kill back. That's great for them.
Control of lobby established now. 5J's kind of going to be reeling from that one, feeling like he let that one slip away. Now Heaven is under scrutiny because CKG has just parked the brakes here and refused to move. They can't really net him out of this position, it feels like. He's just sort of tucked in. It's such a hard position to clear out. Prime now coming back in from Trophy. He'll swing into him. What a heads-up shot from Dante. He's so ready for an angle like that. Akimbo still diligent on these clears. They'll go down towards the lower site, and it's a quick rotate from Zomblers.
At what point is CKG just going to go ahead and move?
He overcommits before the rest of his team. And look at him. He knows exactly what he just did. He's now given a man advantage to Akimbo as that bomb goes down. It's left to CKG and Luke 4K to try and split this site. Luke 4K, first one. He's got to try and pay forward for more. CKG with one of his own. Now inside the smoke, Oreos tries to hold on. Spots that one over towards Decon. He's caught between a rock and a hard place. He has to isolate these duels. He gets the first one right above him. Akimbo just refused to relent. Oreos is a hero for this team.
He gets the final kills. He puts himself at the back against the wall to make sure that CKG couldn't actually get a shot on him, and Luke peeks out and unfortunately loses that fight out. And when CKG comes in to try to help him out, he's not able to win that fight. And the fact that Oreos can win that fight from lower to upper, it was crazy. And you've got Sunk that went in and is just shaking his head, realizing, like you said, he put his team in a disadvantageous position to basically give over that round.
Sunk now caught out outside. He catches a nade over towards red. Man deficit again for Zomblers, but this is where they've thrived, weirdly enough. And it's on a low buy, so if Akimbo get over-aggressive here, if they overplay their hand, then maybe Zomblers can hold on here. It's still tied scoreline. Both teams on the brink of economic ruin. So much lines on round 17.
So much lies up right here to set themselves up for who's going to go ahead and actually take this series. Zomblers have not given up, but they're starting to get tilted. They're starting to get into their own heads here. They're starting to play, individual hero moments when they need to start playing like a team. And they're starting to have these tilt moments, and that you've got to just start erasing those things. And this is where a more seasoned team is going to be better off. They're going to be able to erase anything that happens here. Nice shot from Luke there. That's needed right now, but S5J quickly traded back. CKG is out of the round.
Zomblers still at a man deficit, and this round is starting to just really play out to low time. They'll have to make a decision in towards lobby. S5J will get yet another one, and this feels like it's kind of done and dusted for Zomblers because they go towards the upper site. Akimbo now have access to a free bomb plant, and Prime's left alone. He'll pick up a kit, but what is he going to do with it? 5-7 in hand, gets one, but brought so low, and he's locked into Hut. Akimbo makes sure that that's his grave.
Yeah, the comeback that was something is now been erased. You have Akimbo who's sitting here saying, hey, you know what? It's fine. You can have the lead, but we're going to take it back. It is ours. It's our territory. This is our map. We're going to go ahead and dominate. And Akimbo, they're feeling good. They're feeling themselves. Lauren's going to go ahead and stay on that M4. He likes that. Half buy coming in from Zomblers. Yeah, we've seen half buys win out, but not when you don't have any armor. Nobody has armor on the Zombler side. And you just got to play rat positions. You got to be able to play trades. And if they go down ramp, Prime's going to be in trouble. This is a hard position to clear.
This is a real test to whether or not how broken the 5-7 is. Can he hold on when that's all he has to lean on? Not even armor to protect him. And a nade will go in, so much damage off of it. And with that, Akimbo even this up to a 4v4.
Yeah, I mean, an unarmored opponent takes so much damage from a grenade. It's kind of crazy. Like, you can do 98 damage if you landed right on top of them. And so he was pretty low, and that nade just took him out. Just having armor, he would have plenty of time to be able to fight. But again, it's a 4v4, 50 seconds left as they're walking downstairs, and all of Zomblers are still on this upper site. Actually, I lied. There's 4 downstairs. They're all downstairs. Uh-oh. Don't do this, Akimbo. Don't walk into the stack. They're all downstairs. This is crazy.
They have no
This
idea
might
that
actually
they're
work
walking
out.
into
This
it.
gamble might actually work out if they go downstairs. But they're not moving. The bomb is still on ramp. It's still in ramp roof. They're not moving. They're waiting for Zomblers to make a move, and they're like, all right, we're going to go downstairs. And Zomblers going to open the door and say, surprise.
But it's such low weaponry. 2 USPs, a 5-7 and a deagle. They catch him off guard here. Heads up fight from S5J. Just jiggles out and tries to spot them over here towards control room. Condor opens up, Serum run down, Luke with one of his own, the USP somehow finding impact, but it's just not enough. CKG, he has to close. He has to do it with a 5-7. First one found, headshot at close range.
Oh, he got it!
In the back, Zombers are just right on their tail.
The pistol round, they had 2 USPs. They had 2 people who didn't even buy into it. They had 2 5-7s and a deagle, and they still managed to pull it off. Like I said, Akimbo walked into the stack. They opened those doors and they said surprise. They somehow pulled it off. Oh my God. That has got to be a sigh of relief. They've got to be feeling good about themselves right now. Oh my God. That was crazy. To tie the game back 9-9.
I mean, how wild is it? I talked about Zomblers not touching the lead since round 18 of Overpass. And now we're tied up at 9-9, the exact thing that they looked down the barrel of when Akimbo started to mount a comeback. And it's round 18 where Zomblers finally break through and crack the mental of
Prime's
Akimbo.
going to need to go Prime.
Let's go absolutely nuclear here on ramp. He throws that nade, he just tries to back away. He doesn't want to overplay his hand. Like you said, they need to play like a team right now, but he has to shine as an individual. It's that first one on the S5J, another one coming in. He gets traded back, but now Sunk is in from Decon, trying to correct his errors from rounds before.
2v2.
They get that bomb down. And the retake is on here. Zomblers, they're playing like they have nothing to lose.
And they don't.
At this point, you throw everything at the wall that you can.
Including the kitchen sink.
Go up towards control. Opening up that double door is Luke. They're going to try and split these angles. It's just such a hard position to work out of. A Molotov to try and cut off that as many angles as they can, but they're caught between this crossfire. Glorance from ramp. He's just so hard to root out. And on top of that, Luke is starting to run out of time. He'll back away. This round belongs to Akimbo. Zomblers just cannot pull away.
They keep fighting. They keep trying to retake. They keep winning some fights, and then they keep losing some fights. Luke has to run away from that situation. How are you supposed to clear rafters and ramp at the same time? You have to expose yourself to one or two of the angles, and that ramp player did a great job of protecting his rafters player in case they came in from single as well. So you have one watching single, one watching double, just assuming they're not coming down ramp. And that's a 10th for Akimbo, but it's not over yet because, again, we've got 5-7s and Deagles in the mix. And we saw what happened last time. And we saw Zomblers somehow pull a round out of the old Magician's hat.
Can they replicate that? Can they truly do it again? The match is starting to drag on. Fatigue sets in. You've been playing for so long. 2 days straight of nothing but Counter-Strike. And can you continue to pull rounds like this out of your hat? Can you dig even deeper? Will Akimbo finally be able to put these zombies in the dirt for the last time? Serum, he slipped the net, he catches the timing. Roka's a dead man, and now he's able to catch a couple in the back as well. They have no idea. Serum gets in it, CKG in the fray as well, eventually taken down. Somehow Akimbo still hold on to man advantage despite that hectic situation.
But they have a chance.
They do. It's a Deagle on Luke 4K, and CKG's M4 working its way up Secret. They're watching Secret. Luke 4K. He's actually the one who's going to go towards Secret. It's so hard for him to work these angles with the Deagle, but somehow he makes it work. And CKG from the back line as well chimes in over towards Heaven, the last remaining player. It's Oreos again, the same man who broke you just rounds before, put to another 1v2 clutch.
But he knows that he did damage. He knows that he's low. The fact that Oreos is downstairs planting the bomb.
They're both so low. Little does Luke know.
Oh, it's going to take him forever to get there.
Especially if he goes a quiet.
Oh, he's going to...
He finds out it's the lower sight now. That pin drops. He thought it was A for a second, but now he does he have to say? He has to save. He's flustered because he doesn't want to give 11 to Akimbo, but he has to. And now Akimbo on the precipice of a 3-0 close in the grand finals.
9-11 scoreline. Luke has to save this because it's going to have to be a save. They're going to have to play for the tie. This is so unfortunate.
That one hurts. That one hurts.
They had a chance. If that 5-7, CKG's 5-7, he needed to get that second kill, but he's stuck with the 5-7. Why didn't he switch to the M4? Why he picked it up? He should have stuck with it, and I don't foresee that magazine being dry. And he's still stuck with a 5-7 because he turned around. They knew they were outside. He should have just, I don't know why he didn't go with the...
I mean, you're just caught in a hectic moment. You don't know what to do. He was clearly trying to rotate back towards Mini, but then felt like he was caught in a fight, tried to commit, then he frantically tried to fall back. It was so hectic, but you need that clarity in rounds like that and moments like that. That is the difference maker in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, the nerves are getting to them.
It's the nerves, it's the fatigue. Everything sets in, but Akimbo have momentum, and that's what matters.
They got momentum. They got AKs. They've also got Oreos for days.
Running on a bit of a sugar high.
There's one kid in play. CKG at least has a kid. 2 players have armor. CKG stuck at 2,600. They're playing for the tie, but we've seen 5-7s go crazy. We've seen them go ham.
We've seen everything.
The SJJ doesn't clear this. He doesn't clear this.
He kind of does, but it's so shallow, and Prime's just so deep into that corner. Dante at least finds a kill of his own, so things are kept at a 4v4. Luke is all the way back in spawn. He hasn't been able to work his way out, and now there's a late piece set up inside of Hell. Oreos with one of his own. Prime trying to work his way in. He catches Oreos unaware. That could be his way back in. Got an AK in hand. Bomb being stuck. And another one for Serum.
Okay.
That Deagle rings out. They try to work their way back in, try to close that gap and to secure double digits of their own. Does Serum just go through the smoke? No way. And Roka holds on. It's a 2v2. They try to scale into the site. Prime's with one of his own. And it's going to come through here for Zomblers. They keep staying alive. These guys just refuse to die.
Zomblers refuse to go back in the grave. That is Dr. Jekyll injecting life back into a zombie and creating a Mr. Hyde. Actually, it's the other way around, right?
Yeah. Jekyll's the
Jekyll's actually
evil
the
one.
evil one now.
Yep.
You know what I meant.
I know what he meant. I'm picking up what you put down. My God, though. But double digits for both teams, 22 rounds in. And we might be going all of regulation as Akimbo are economically ruined. They're going to play for the next. It's a light investment of upgraded pistols, and they leave enough reserve cash so that they can buy AKs into the next. The absolute train being run into Hell. Serum's going to try and cut them off. Prime over towards ramp, overwhelmed.
What?
2 kills coming
What?
in from these pistols. They're just playing the numbers game, trying to overwhelm whoever they can. And Zombo have to try and react. A missed shot out of Sunk's off. And now he's out of the round. Dante with that recovered AK is making the difference right now. Is this how Akimbo get match point? Another low buy victory?
It's low buy after low buy after low buy.
It's just both these teams are refusing to relent, and no matter what they have to do to scrap it together, they'll do what it takes.
But there's 2 low players. That's the only thing that's going for Zomblers, is that Dante and Glorens together have 51 HP. Dink by any of these weapons is done. M4 can do some damage, and there's kits on both of their backs. Lawrence is going upstairs. He's got the bomb. If he drops that bomb, if he gets exposed and drops that bomb on site, they're in trouble.
Dante didn't even have armor, and he's 2 kills deep right now in this round. His impact has been felt. Now he needs to rely on his team to possibly clean it up. Is CKG no one at this vent? I think he might have jiggled out, and they saw the barrel. No, he'll peek out, eventually found. He tries to activate here from Mini, but Oreos just shuts it down, and Luke now trying to rotate his way back up. I feel like you have to give this one a whirl. You may as well, but it's just such a rough economic position.
You can't.
He doesn't have a way in. A full belt of utility, a kit, and an AK, and you have no way in. Akimbo absolutely breaks Zomblers' backs with that one.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it was just a pistol round, and I mean, again, it was just a pistol round, and I was kind of afraid that I was going to see that situation there where it's like, don't sit there and do to the Zomblers what the Zomblers just did to you. And that's exactly what happened. And now we've got a 12-10 scoreline, 2 chances for Akimbo to close this out, and the buy is okay. I mean, Luke has the AK. Sunk is still able to afford an AWP. I mean, again, there's a chance. Like the util's actually pretty decent as well for Zomblers. So again, you sit down, you play smart, you reset, realize that you know what, you can still pull this off. You have to go to overtime, and then you give yourself a chance in this game. But that's Oreos with the opening frag onto Sunk, trying to make a play, and unfortunately, that's Sunk with the off out of the round. Serum's going to try to make a play with this MP9, get outside. He's not even good for 1.
That's another round where it feels like Sunk overplays his hand. Now Luke Forquet doing everything he can to try and bring this one back into the fold. A spam through the smoke, but eventually caught out. It's starting to slip away for Zomblers. They're dead men walking right now, and CKG is trying to recover. MP9 in hand, but it's not enough. Akimbo surge forward in the grand final, out of their seats now, and they are your champions of Clutch or Kick San Antonio.
Akimbo sit down, and they put to bed Zomblers. They put them back in the ground and turn them into zombies. Unfortunately for the Zomblers, that is the end of the road for them. Akimbo almost out of this tournament, give themselves a lifeline and come back and win this whole thing in a 3-0 fashion in a best of 5. And we're seeing them, fist bump on LAN and just shaking hands and being happy and hooting and hollering. But again, I just remember they were almost out of this tournament. They actually had to fight for their tournament life on multiple occasions, and that was crazy. They sweep the Zomblers 3-0, and I really thought the Zomblers would have put up a little bit more of a fight. And I'm not saying that they didn't, but that last particular map, again, we've had 13-10 twice, and I think 13-8 on overpasses or on Mirage. And so again, the Zomblers have a lot that they can hang their hat on. They can hang their head up and say, we did a good job. We could have won. We could have done better. But again, nothing wrong with that. Go back, look at the demos, and come back swinging again, because I would love to see you guys again.
Many times, especially when opening this up, it was a bumpy road to get here for Akimbo. They came in a little bit colder than we expected them. We really thought that they were the favorites to take it all the way, and they did. It was a bumpy road, but all that matters is that you get there. And, I mean, props to them. The resilience on that team.
Exactly.
They never gave up. They never surrendered. They were almost out of the tournament, but they fight back and make it to the grand finals and win 3-0 for the championship.
It's 9:22 at the moment, 9:23 local time. And, we've been here since 10 a.m. every single day, going all the way till about 9, 10 o'clock at night. So, many hours, 12, 15 hours, you're at the LAN Center for 2 straight days, all to just go ahead and win everything here and, make it happen. And, congratulations to, Akimbo for winning this. Everybody on that team, I don't really know who the MVP would be, because, again, we've seen moments out of Oreo. We saw moments out of, I can't remember any names anymore, but, we saw moments out of everybody that just shined out of them. And it's just, Akimbo earned that win. That's what I'm going to boil it down to. They earned that win.
It was a spread effort against all of them, but if I have to be honest, I think the MVP is Oreo for one round. That round that he was on his own on the lower site, split between Decon and Ramp, and somehow, some way, he pieces that one together. That breaks Zombler's mental. And they never felt like they fully recovered from that one. And although they kept it close, they just never could claw back after that. And I feel like that was the turning point of the game.
Yeah, it just, unfortunately, every single time it felt like, the Zomblers had an advantage, or they had the opportunity, to have the man advantage, or any sort of chance to get back into either a round or a map in general. It just seemed like Akimbo just had an answer for everything, and it seemed like they just had the read on them all the time. It's just like you see, Apex on Vitality, just always having the read on his opponents. I felt like Akimbo had the same thing over there on their side, and every single time that the Zomblers kept trying to attack, they just kept getting shut down, or they had good retakes. And overall, it was just a very good series coming out of them. I've enjoyed watching both of these teams. Honestly, I've enjoyed watching every single team that was here at the tournament. So I don't want to just knock on anybody or praise anybody. I've enjoyed every single match that I've watched. We've had highlight after highlight after highlight. We've had aces, we've had clutches, we've had knife kills. We've had so many great moments in this tournament that, I know they're tired, but I don't want it to end.
I wish it could have gone on longer. I wish we had more that we could do here. But at the end of the day, it was an amazing event, and it went great, right? We, for a lot of people, this was their first LAN experience, and a lot of them, they said it was amazing. A lot of teams that were here, they said that they really enjoyed the way things flowed. Yeah, there were some hiccups here and there, but overall, I think everybody walks away from this having an amazing experience, and at the end of the day, that's what you need for a region that's trying to resurge. You need to band together and try and just piece together whatever you can, just like Akimbo did throughout that entire grand final. It didn't matter how scrappy it got. All that matters is that they kept that fire alive.
Exactly. Just, this high level of competition inside of a LAN center, with literally 0 ping, it goes to show the difference with that you have online, and then you can just hit harder, you can hit faster, and one of the things that I heard from somebody when I was over in Vegas, I was just kind of listening to players talking all the time that have never been to a LAN. Like when I went to Level Up Expo and I was listening to the players and talking with them, taking pictures and everything, one of the things I heard from a player was on LAN, because it's so much faster, don't ever think trigger discipline's a thing. If you see something, do something, make it happen. And sometimes nerves can get to you. We were able to get this HLTV coverage and get us posted on here. And sometimes the nerves can get to you, the land can get to you, the money can get to you, the fans can get to you, everything all encompassing. It's like you take that experience, and the next time you come back, we could easily see Zomblers taken out. We can easily take Zomblers, taking that in. But we are going to have Glorans, the IGL, of Akimbo that's going to be on the mic with Mr. Vincent, and we're going to throw it over to them for a quick interview so we can go ahead and hear a little bit from Glorans.
Alrighty, we have returned, and I have the privilege of being alongside our champions here at the Clutch or Kick 2025 and the team captain of Akimbo, Glorans. First and foremost, dog.
What's going on, brother? How are ya?
I'm doing great, but how are you doing?
Am I allowed to curse?
I'd say avoid it if you can.
I am fucking pumped up right now, man. Especially with my team here. And just like we've been a team for a few seasons now, and I love all these fucking guys so much, and the amount of hard work we put in, especially from me, man. You know what I mean? Especially at 32 years old, still putting on for us old guys. Man, at the end of the day, in gaming, age is kind of just a number. I guess unless you reach like 50 or something, but I'm still gonna try to put on for us old guys, man.
Well, you sure put on a show. 3-0 in the grand final. I gotta say, expectations were high coming in here. Maybe some shakiness over the group stage, but you guys locked it in when it mattered. Kind of talk to me what the mindset was coming into the grand final, where you guys were at.
Well, especially in the group stage, BO1s are definitely really tough. Lack of sleep, lack of like eating properly on the group stage day. Definitely didn't help us, especially going 2-2 in it. But today, you know what I mean? We all had a good nap and sleep last night. We ate pretty good today. We came in here fresh, fired up, ready to go, especially wanting to bounce back. I feel like especially when we lose, we always bounce back, and we kind of fix our stuff pretty quickly. So I felt like, honestly, losing yesterday actually helped us a lot. You know what I mean? It's kind of getting our heads out of our asses and bringing the heat today for sure.
Well, y'all definitely did that. And you specifically actually playing damn well. Talking about bringing it for the old guys. Well, I mean, clearly still capable of pulling it off in the server. Is being on LAN just such a different beast? Is that a huge buff for you?
Personally, I love it because especially for my teammates, they're all West Coast, so every one of our matches and past advanced matches and all our turn matches, they're all on 70 ping, playing against people who are on 520 ping. So it's definitely a boost of confidence for our team, especially myself too, because I'm from Canada. Whenever I play Texas or Denver, I also have 60 ping too, and it's definitely really hard. So I would say definitely yes, especially from LAN, playing a boost. You know what I mean? All of us being together, bonding, and it's definitely a 10 out of 10 atmosphere for sure.
Well, let me talk about your opponent in Zomblers, because this is actually a rematch. You guys played in the Elite Cup not very long ago, and I know it's not the full Zomblers roster, but they got the better of you in that one. What specifically was cool about playing Zomblers in this final, considering it's that rematch?
Yeah, well, definitely the first thing that I saw them coming here, I wanted the rematch bad. Like, they got phenomenal players. Like, Sunk is phenomenal. That guy's off is dirty.
He farmed.
That guy is sorry if I'm cursing, that's just how I talk. That guy is fucking insane. He's insane. Serum is nuts. He definitely blew up these past few seasons. That guy he's going to be insane. And then Luke's a beast too. I mess with Luke a lot. Good guy also. And then Prime and CKG. I think last time I played them was like OSS or something. And them two are definitely up and comers too, big time. So like even though they're mostly a pug, I still want to beat them, especially at their core, because I honestly think highly of them, highly respect them, and I think all of those guys are phenomenal players.
Well, that they are. One final question. It's been 10 years since you lifted in this sort of metaphorical LAN trophy, and I just got to say, it's first and foremost super awesome to see somebody keep it at it and being able to have that sort of breadth and length of career. But second of all, what does that mean for you, being able to have that amount of time between trophy lifts and still be doing it?
Yeah, well, I definitely took a long year break due to the personal problems, having to work and stuff. So luckily with my new schedule, I'm able to put in a lot more hours with CS. So it's either with me in life, if I can't commit to like 80 to 100% in something, I'm not even gonna bother doing it. So I took like multiple year-long break from Counter-Strike, and since I came back, I've been grinding. Our team's been putting in a lot of work, and winning from 10 years ago into now, I don't know. I guess it's inspirational to others. You know what I mean? Just keep putting in that work, no matter where your age is, and who knows.
That's amazing. That's awesome. That's amazing to hear, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us as well afterward. Congrats on the win. Absolutely
Vincent,
incredible.
Thank you, my friend. Always a pleasure, brother. Much love, buddy. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
100%. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll take that from you. And with that, we're going to get things rolling on getting these guys paid out directly. It's going to be a great time. We're going to bring them all in and get things rolling. And with that, we have Team Akimbo, your 2025 NACS Clutch or Kick champions.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. No, thank you guys for real. This is awesome. Thank you for coming. Great tournament. Thank you so much. You guys are so good. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna get some.
Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna call when I'm lonely? Who you gonna love when I'm
And second place ain't so bad. We have the second place, the runners-up in Zomblers. And Luke is out of there immediately. Take the money and run.
Oh no. You know what? Come on, Luke. Hey, let's talk for a second, Luke. Let me. I'll talk to Luke for a second. Why not? And then we'll roll off here. Let me turn that on. Yeah, let me turn that on for you. All right, so I got Luke here, who's the IGL of the Zomblers here, second place winners. Luke, I've been pulling for you guys. The whole time I wanted you guys to pull it out. Unfortunately, you guys did get that loss. But talk to me a little bit about the feelings about coming here, about getting picked up so late and putting together the team. Like walk me through everything. I know it's not the best of feelings, but I mean, talk to me about everything here, man.
Coming to this LAN, it was kind of like a last-minute thing, kind of. We decided to come, I think, like 10 days before the LAN event, and we got somehow the core of our team to go, and that was nice. So we have like some matches for BRS now, which is like cool, and we had Prime and CKG come out too. So it's honestly kind of like Zomblers Academy plus Zomblers. It's kind of weird, but it was a nice feeling.
Again, I appreciate you guys managing to get that team together because, again, without you guys, without the players, without everybody here, we can't put this on, right? We can put on the production, we can get all the money together, but if you guys aren't here to actually compete, we can't do anything here. So I want to thank you guys for coming in. But what's been like your favorite moment at this particular point? Like, what has shined? What has come out? Like, whether it's a play, whether it's a venue, like, what has been your favorite moment this whole weekend, man?
It's not exactly a moment, but it's just like. Honestly, okay, so for my team, like, I'm not the actual IGL for my team, but, like, for this LAN, our IGL wasn't here, so I did it. And I actually, like, learned a lot, like, okay, like, I need to control my emotions better, I need to do, like, this better. Like, I understand, like, more, like, of the IGL shoes now, which is, like, kind of nice.
Now, let me ask you this, like, as far as, like, the team's concerned in general, like, how many of y'all have actually been to a LAN and competed at some kind of level? Like, is this anybody's first, like, actual LAN?
I think everyone here has been to at least like one LAN. Okay. Like they've been to, I think, Frag, Kansas. I actually played against them there.
Okay.
So it's just like kind of cool to play with them now.
I wanted to try to get to Frag, Kansas, but unfortunately because of my work schedule, I couldn't make it out there. But I did try to do some like remote streaming here. But I wanted to get to Frag, Kansas. But I mean, that's great that you guys have had the chance to be able to play because on LAN it hits a little bit harder. It's a little bit faster. It's a little bit, it's like you said, controlling your emotions. You can sit there and yell all you want inside your house, but when you're here, it's like it's different. It's like you don't have a whole lot of time to react. So I really hope that you guys did learn a lot from here. And you fought and you fought and you fought and you guys came out of your group stage in a in a 3-0 fashion and you made it all the way to this particular point. And just one last thing. It's just what are you guys going to take from this? And like when you go home, whether you stick together or not, like what is something you're going to take from this to try to whether improve upon or just say, you know what, this is something that like I learned from this experience.
Well, it's hard to say like team-wise because again we do have 2 subs, so like it's a bit hard to like do things that are like really coordinated sometimes. But at least for me individually, I think it's something I need to take away is like just like not getting mad as much like at my teammates. Like I should never get mad, and That's honestly on me. But yeah, that's like something I need to get better at.
I understand. Awesome. Well, again, congratulations. Again, second place, it's never the best, but still, GG, congratulations. I appreciate it. You guys fought hard. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it, guys.
Yep.
And so one last thing, I just want to go ahead and close out the show. I just want to thank everybody for being here. Again, without the players, like I mentioned, we can't do this without the players. Thank you guys for being here, for trusting in us, for coming out here, taking the time to actually come out to San Antonio, Texas. I also want to thank, Techport and San Antonio for being a great host city, for being a great host. Kevin, who's been nothing but absolutely just amazing for providing us with everything that we need. I want to thank Marcel, the gentleman who looks like a bodyguard. He provided all the money out here. Him and the whole team that put this together. From the understanding, they had a Discord call and they just wanted to create a competitive scene that raised North America to try to rival that of the European region, and they wanted to just kind of revitalize, the LAN experience that everybody came to love and enjoy. DreamHack's doing it, Fragadelphia's doing it. We're just trying to put something on that's great, that's amazing. It's something for everybody to come back to enjoy. Everybody on the production team, I want to thank King especially, our producer. He's been absolutely amazing coming up with solutions to every single problem that we had. All the other people that's observing, Respect and Hypnos and Alderia, my co-caster. Heck, even Chris, who lives here, who's never been on broadcast before, who hung out with Vincent the whole time. Absolutely love that guy. The camera loves him as well. And I want to thank you guys, the viewers, as well. And thank you very much for being here. Without you, we couldn't make this possible. So to everybody out there, have a great rest of your night. To all the teams, please get home safe. And hopefully we'll see y'all next time here on North American Clutch and Click Series. Have a great night, guys. Take care.
On my window, passing, chasing. It feels so weird not having you here. Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna call when I'm lonely? Who you gonna love when I'm gone? What you gonna do with the distance? Who you gonna call when I'm lonely? Who you gonna love when I'm gone? Friend's house and you gave me back your keys. I wonder if you miss me. Did it really have to end? It's really hard to let you go, cause I can't see you again. So what if I can't be perfect for you? I'm drowning most nights, cause you're no longer mine. True hearts on my window, passing, chasing. It feels so weird